Hello everyone, today we bring you part 3. But first, let's briefly recap the previous episode. In this story, our protagonist Ibai, a young man with an SS level talent, embarks on a path filled with challenges and adventures. His goal is to become the strongest among humans, and to achieve this, he continuously conquers levels in the Eternal Tower. Each victory brings him closer to his ultimate goal. The story began with Ibai on the 15th floor of the Eternal Tower, facing a nautical challenge. Without hesitation, he chose the fastest ship, the Razor, ready to embark on a thrilling sea adventure. His crew included notorious pirates and skilled bounty hunters, each with their own secrets and motives. During the voyage, Ibai encountered an unprecedented storm. Using his wisdom and strength, he successfully navigated the Razor through the deadly zone. His bravery and decisiveness earned the admiration of his entire crew. However, the real challenge had just begun. On a mysterious island, Ibai faced an undead monster named U'Reilly. This creature had survived encounters with 3 of the strongest contenders. Undeterred, Ibai used his unique methods to repeatedly push U'Reilly to the brink, eventually discovering a way to kill her for good. In this battle, Ibai not only showcased his strength, but also his intellect and strategy. He exploited the monster's weaknesses, using the Fountain of Youth and Mermaid Tears to transfer the undead curse to another NPC, thereby ending U'Reilly's threat once and for all. With the end of the battle, Ibai's fame spread throughout the Eternal Tower. He earned the honor of a 4S rating and the choice of the Sea God. He chose the path of the Godslayer, becoming the Fury Sea Mage and gaining new powers and skills. The antagonists, such as the undead monster U'Reilly, served as obstacles in Ibai's journey. Their presence filled his path with challenges and dangers, but it was these very challenges that honed Ibai's will and made him stronger. That concludes the recap of part 2. I hope you enjoyed today's part 3. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If you're interested in this story and are watching for the first time, you can start from part 1 in the comments section or playlist below. Now, let's dive into the plot of part 3. For some reason, Ibai always felt that Jui's words had hidden meanings. He had just given Demungzi an S-grade piece of equipment, with payment to be made Latera deal that should have been cause for celebration. Ibai wouldn't rip off Xueming too badly. Pointing to the Fangtian halberd on the ground, Ibai earnestly said to Jui, "Please pass this equipment to Xueming. Tell him not to worry about the cost. I'll definitely collect it." As soon as he finished speaking, black mist surged up and engulfed the Fangtian halberd. Simultaneously, several items appeared on the ground. Shadow just spoke coldly, "Kid, we're even now?" Ibai took a closer look and couldn't help but gasp. Jui's generosity was astounding. On the ground lay 3 shadow skill books, a set of instructions for opening the Shurasi, and a storage ring. Ibai quickly checked the ring and found it contained 2 sets of materials for opening the Shurasi. He first picked up the skill books to carefully read through them. The first one was titled Shadow Meld. Enter a state where you merge with shadows, becoming untargetable, unable to attack, cast spells, or use special items and scrolls. You can only heal yourself or the host. In this state, health regeneration is increased by 200, and all healing effects are boosted by 200. You cannot forcibly enter shadows of entities higher level than yourself. Noting the remark at the bottom of the page, shadow skill books can only be used once every 24 hours. Ibai was delighted. This is the one. Clearly, Jui understood Ibai's personality and had placed the most suitable book at the top. The remaining 2 skill books, Ghostly Evasion and Lethal Shadow, were carefully stored in the storage ring, to be learned after the 24-hour cooldown. With Shadow Meld in hand, Ibai felt his safety level had increased significantly. After securing the skill books, Ibai began reading the instructions for opening the Shurasi. The content was straightforward. Arrange all the materials in a specific order, summon the Eternal Core Crystal, and place your hand on it to open the Shurasi. Ibai put away the materials, suddenly remembering something that made him worry. "Juri, I have a demon blacksmith master in my personal space. Will it affect the opening of the Shurasi?" This master was a 9th-tier war god with high standards. Although currently confined in Ibai's personal space and monitored by Sangu, he could still cause trouble at a critical moment. Shadow Ju replied in a ghostly tone, "I've already asked about that for you." Then, the room fell into silence. Ibai was taken aback. "Oh? And then? We were just chatting. Why is there a pause?" He quickly realized Jui was waiting for a paid consultation. Ibai's expression changed several times before he took a deep breath and spoke heavily. "Juri, I'm a bit strapped for cash lately. I don't have any left." Then, Ibai shifted his tone. "I haven't had time to challenge the Eternal Tower recently. The 20th floor must have some of his dark history." The 20th floor was a place where one could achieve an SSS rating, and the traces of 3 supreme beings would definitely be there. Ibai was confident in collecting the Nightmare's dark history records. Satisfied with Ibai's promise, Shadow Geo finally revealed the answer. "No need to worry." With Jui's reassurance, Ibai felt relieved and re-entered his personal space. The blacksmith master threw a pitch-black item at Yi Bai. Your staff upgrade is complete. Yi Bai quickly checked the new equipment's attributes. Equipment: Nature's Power LV.200. Grade: SS. Magic Power 4200. Attributes: Intelligence 2500, Spirit 2100. Effects: Thunder damage dealt by the bearer of the staff 40, thunder damage received 0.125. Shielding healing from wood-based skills 45. When casting thunder skills, there is a 20 chance to simultaneously cast wood-based skills, and vice versa. When Lei Bao releases a lightning skill, there is a 7.5 chance of dealing double damage. Yi Bai carefully examined the staff in his hand, silently calculating its power. The Defiance attribute grants 3 against enemies higher level than the wielder, dealing an additional 100 to 200 lightning damage. The greater the level difference, the higher the extra damage, reaching its peak when the level gap is 200. The alternating reality staff grants the wielder a unique buff that switches between 30 physical damage reduction and 30 magical damage reduction every 30 seconds. The mage's staff increases affinity for all 3 elemental types by 10. The bloodthirsty desire attribute is particularly eye-catching. When dealing damage, it grants a 15 lifesteal effect that lasts for 30 seconds and triggers every 10 seconds. It steals the target's maximum health and converts it to the caster's maximum health. Yi Bai's gaze lingered on the advanced attribute, Blessing of the Thunder God. This staff has been blessed by a level 990 lightning entity and can be advanced 7 times, with 5 advancements already completed. Just as Yi Bai was engrossed in contemplating the staff's capabilities, the voice of Master Fool interrupted his thoughts. A total of 4 SS grade seeds. Apart from the bloodthirsty seed, the others were used to enhance the attributes. The equipment is of S grade, which is pretty much the highest tier, and its level has been raised to 200. Master Fool's words made Yi Bai realize that the creation of this weapon truly reflected the value of a master forger. If he were to advance it himself, even if he could elevate the power of nature to S grade, the level wouldn't reach 200. Only in the hands of a master forger could such a feat be achieved. The Defiance attribute is crucial for the upcoming abyssal journey. Yi Bai knew that in this adventure, he would only encounter abyssal creatures of higher levels, ensuring that the Defiance effect would trigger 100 of the time. More importantly, these creatures mostly originate from smaller abyssal planes, making it unlikely for them to have high lightning resistance. Even if they wanted to boost their resistance, it would be difficult to achieve in such a short time. Yi Bai clearly understood that this abyssal journey would be more dangerous than any of his previous experiences. While exploring the Eternal Tower, there was always a chance of resurrection after death. The battles in the Eternal Forest felt more like experiments and practice on home ground, with shadow-level experts providing protection. This time, however, he would be venturing into enemy territory, needing to ensure his own safety while rescuing Old Lawn. In the abyss, surrounded by threats, Yi Bai had to stay vigilant at all times. Charging up takes time, and he needed to ensure he had enough output capability every second. Therefore, Defiance was significantly enhanced, and other attributes saw minor improvements. The newly added Bloodthirsty Desire attribute allowed Yi Bai to steal the enemy's maximum health and convert it to his own while dealing damage. Although this effect only lasted for 30 seconds, it was enough for Yi Bai. Besides shield value, increasing maximum health was equally important, even if only temporarily. Looking at the new advancement conditions on the staff, Yi Bai thought about consulting with Ji Yi to see if there were any level 990 lightning experts among the human race. Even if there were, he couldn't advance the power of nature right now, as exceeding level 200 would make the equipment unusable for him. Carefully storing the advanced power of nature, Yi Bai chose an open space to prepare for creating his exclusive domain. Master Fool observed from the side, raising an eyebrow and thinking to herself, is this the creation of the Eternal Sea? In Master Fool's view, the Shura Sea Yi Bai mentioned was essentially the Eternal IDC. For instance, Xuemeng's domain was called Xuemeng Sea, and Feet's domain was called De Tsoming Sea. Some existences collectively referred to them as the Eternal Sea. With this in mind, Master Fool slightly raised her head, as if trying to see a certain existence on the 99th floor through the sky. She pondered, allowing Shura to create the Eternal Sea at just level 200. Zhang Xiaoyao, are you too bold? Or is the human race too eager? Retracting her gaze, Master Fool once again focused on the busy Shura, speculating. The first step in creating the Eternal Sea will affect all existences previously slain by Shura. Although Shura has only been around for less than 20 days and his leveling speed is astonishing, compared to the top 3 strongest humans, he is only average. Moreover, Shura grew during a truce between the two races and had fewer opportunities to hunt down monsters. Considering these factors, Master Fool nodded slightly, concluding, the creation of the Shura Sea shouldn't cause too much commotion. Once everything was ready and the Eternal Core Crystal was in place, the moment Yi Bai placed his hand on it, boom, the entire exclusive domain shook violently as a terrifying, overwhelming pressure descended from the sky. Pale blue light surrounded Yi Bai, containing an anger that seemed capable of tearing everything apart. This power, in both quality and quantity, was top-notch in the world. The power of a deity. This is impossible. Master Fool's eyes widened in disbelief, her body trembling uncontrollably. In her shock, she exclaimed, "This is divine power. Shura, you're only level 200. How could you have slain a god?" The Eternal Tower, a space exclusive to Azura. A pale blue glow gradually intensified, and Yi Bai couldn't help but roll his eyes as he listened to the astonished exclamations from the fool behind him. Internally, he mocked, "Fool, making a fuss over nothing." The projection of the sea god arrived, radiating immense fury, but it could not defy the rules of the Eternal Tower. In other words, the sea god could only observe what happened here and do nothing more. Although the sea god had the right to express anger, it was ultimately futile. As the pale blue light descended, the materials Yi Bai had previously arranged began to melt one by one. The shape of the sea gradually emerged. Under Yi Bai's orders, the surrounding miners, werewolves, and others had already stopped their work and taken refuge in the Eternal Night Castle to ensure their safety, in case the Azura Sea went out of control. Suddenly, the phantom of an 18-headed skeletal serpent appeared, plunging into the Azura Sea. As soon as the skeletal serpent emerged, a layer of ghastly white spread over the sea, resembling exposed bone and marrow. Following this, more phantoms appeared one after another. The two daughters of the sea god, the war king of the demon clan, the lord of the wind, thunder, and fire secret realm. It was as if Yi Bai was watching a replay of his recent battles. Of course, minor creatures like cave dwellers and bats did not make an appearance. The last phantom was a young hellhound, which also entered the Azura Sea. Seeing the hellhound again, Yi Bai felt a strange sense of familiarity. Although no more phantoms appeared, the tremors in the exclusive space did not cease. The mysterious mine began to shake violently, and a massive rock flew out from its depths, disappearing into the Azura Sea. Immediately afterward, the Eternal Night Castle exhibited unusual activity. In the basement, Dracula stood beside a dilapidated bronze coffin, looking hesitant. Finally, he gritted his teeth and kicked the coffin, thinking to himself, "This is all I've got left." A beam of white light shot out from the bronze coffin, exited the Eternal Night Castle, and plunged into the Azura Sea. Yi Bai saw clearly that it was a pair of fangs. The fangs were menacing, with black and red spots that made one's heart race at a mere glance, as if they bore the blood of some terrifying entity. Yi Bai squinted his eyes, thoughtfully glancing at the Eternal Night Castle. Dracula, that sly fox, has quite a few secrets. As an ancient vampire prince who once rivaled the White Wolf King and created the Eternal Night Castle, Dracula had more secrets than Yi Bai had imagined. However, with a soul contract in hand, Yi Bai wasn't too worried. After the vampire prince's fangs flew out, the Eternal Night Castle fell silent. The mushroom forest also quivered, and a golden mushroom shot out, landing in the Azura Sea. Within the exclusive space, the three areas reacted differently. The color of the Azura Sea before Yi Bai quietly turned dark red, resembling a sea of blood. The entire space stopped shaking, and everything began to stabilize. The phantoms disappeared, and the Azura Sea started to shrink slowly. Eventually, the Azura Sea shrank to the size of 2 palms, resembling a miniature bonsai pond. In the pond, a golden mushroom grew on a stone, beneath which lay a pair of fangs. Everything had been reduced in size by dozens of times, appearing incredibly delicate. Yi Bai stepped forward and looked down at the small puddle on the ground, his face full of confusion. He couldn't help but mock inwardly. Calling this the Azura Sea? Seriously? Is the sea god's curse really this ridiculous? The Fool Master also approached Yi Bai, exclaiming, "Your eternal sea is actually this big." Yi Bai felt a surge of joy but feigned indifference, saying, "Is it big? I think it's just average." The Fool Master rolled his eyes and explained, "Generally, only a war king at level 600 is qualified to open the Eternal Sea. For a war king with mediocre talent, having even a drop of water in the Eternal Sea is considered good. Those with the potential of a war god typically open the Eternal Sea with no more than 100 drops. You've opened the Eternal Sea at level 200, and there are at least 1,000 drops here." As he spoke, the Fool Master lowered his head to observe closely, raising his eyebrows again. "That's not right," Master Fool exclaimed, her eyes darting between the stone, the fangs, and the golden mushroom. "These things are crazily absorbing seawater. The 1,000 drops of seawater in front of Yi Bai are already a reduced amount." She turned to Yi Bai, her eyes glittering with disbelief. "Don't forget, he's only level 200. There was a hint of despair in her voice. The potential of this supreme seed far exceeded her imagination. At that moment, she truly felt the weight of the word fool in her name. "I shouldn't have come. I really shouldn't have," she muttered to herself. "Zhang Xiaoyao has really done me in." Upon hearing this, Yibai quickly pulled out the notes from Ninth Lord but found nothing relevant. However, his inside eye provided some useful hints. The primordial eternal sea was the essence, and its concentration determined the future grade and potential of the Shura Sea. Investing fixed resources could expand the Shura Sea, further unlocking its potential. Yibai watched the scene before him. The three items continued to greedily absorb seawater, causing the pool's size to shrink slowly but steadily. Following the inside eye's hints, he quickly jotted down a list of materials and sent it to his goblin underling. Soon, the goblin replied with a number: 2,600 war god merit points. Yibai took a sharp breath, feeling that the Shura Sea was a bottomless pit. This was just the first batch of materials, and the cost would only escalate if he wanted to continue expanding it. Despite the significant investment, Yibai had yet to see any benefits. Although it pained him, Yibai gritted his teeth and transferred the money. Before long, he received the materials. The biggest downside of expensive things is just how expensive they are, Yibai muttered to himself. He tossed the materials into the dark red Shura Sea, and new prompts immediately appeared. The Shura Sea had stabilized, and in 6 hours, Yibai would be able to use Shadow Sea, Shura Sea, and other skills, along with additional benefits. Unfortunately, he couldn't enter his personal space while in the Abyss Plane. Yibai took one last longing look at the Shura Sea before choosing to exit. Back on Blue Star, Yibai pushed open the dormitory door and headed straight to the training hall. There, he found Zhao Lin with a beaming smile. "Yibai, guess who I just ran into?" Zhao Lin asked excitedly. Yibai shrugged. "Yibai." Zhao Lin shook his head. "Lone Star Wolf, 9th rank war god Xue Ming." He proudly displayed his sword sheath, pointing to a spot on it. "Look, he even signed it for me and said I have great potential." Hearing this, Yibai frowned slightly. Why would Demengzi show up around here? Could it be that Xue Ming already knew his true identity? "Where did you meet war god Xue Ming?" Yibai asked curiously. Zhao Lin replied enthusiastically. "At the training hall. I was passing by after breakfast and heard a scream. When I went in, it was war god Xue Ming. I had summoned his projection before, so I shamelessly asked for a signature. He's really nice." Sounds like he is," Yibai nodded, but his doubts deepened. Why would Xue Ming be getting beaten in the training hall? Who had the guts to hit a supreme warrior's godson? Yibai felt indignant on Demengzi's behalf, thinking that there shouldn't be anyone that powerful in the training camp. His gaze unconsciously shifted downward, landing on his own shadow. If it was that person, he might dare to hit anyone except a supreme warrior. No, Ninth Lord would likely even dare to hit a supreme warrior. Considering all the information he had, the level restrictions of the small abyss plane, Xue Ming's sudden appearance, Ninth Lord's strange expression when he accepted the Feng Tianhua halberd, Yibai swallowed hard as a bold guess surfaced in his mind. Could it be that Ninth Lord had cut Xue Ming down to level 980 so he could enter the small abyss plane to deal with unknown dangers? Could anyone really do such a thing? That's too ruthless. Thinking this, Yibai's body trembled slightly. After a few deep breaths, he managed to calm down. He sighed inwardly. Ninth Lord, that was brilliantly done. In the training hall of the summer camp, Yibai had just finished listening to Zhao Lin's account of Xue Ming and decided to check his survival rate again. The inside eye showed that the probability of him and Elder Lan returning alive had exceeded 50, which brought him some comfort. However, when he checked the probability of returning with full health and Elder Lan's second awakening, the number remained below 15, unchanged. Yibai sighed inwardly. What a pity. With a level 300 inside eye, I could have triggered a second awakening, but I missed the chance this time. A hint of regret surfaced in his heart. If I could awaken a second time, I might have been able to get more information. As if responding to his thoughts, the inside eye suddenly stirred, urging him. Hey, what are you waiting for? With the second awakening, you'll uncover the secret behind that 14.77 probability. Yibai glanced at the time, 9:15 a.m. He had 45 minutes left before the sparring session with Fengdong and the senior students. He quickly ran through his preparations in his mind, ensuring nothing was overlooked. In fact, it had been less than 72 hours since the last battle between the two clans. Many of the strategies Yibai had prepared for that battle were still usable. Of course, with his level up, some of his equipment had become obsolete. These discarded items could have been sold back to the Wanwu Pavilion at full price. But Yibai wasn't a stingy person. Yibai spent 1 point of war god merit to order some new equipment from the Wanwu Pavilion. He combined these new items with the discarded scrolls and tools, distributing them quietly to Zhao Lin, Wang Zheng, and other acquaintances through Uncle Jia's special channels, mainly to Zhao Lin. To avoid seeming too conspicuous, he had to share the benefits a bit more evenly. For someone like Wang Zheng or Lu Sueki, who came from prominent warrior families, items and scrolls of the same tier were not in short supply. But Zhao Lin was different. Under the guidance of Fei Te, every resource Zhao Lin had was utilized to the fullest to enhance his strength. Only this way could Zhao Lin continue to stay in the summer camp and keep growing stronger. Yi Bai thought that in the Abyss battlefield, people like Lu Sueki might instantly turn into big spinders, slashing enemies with 9,999 attack points and maxing out their equipment. Zhao Lin, on the other hand, would start with just a basic pet and have to rely on devouring everything to grow. With Yi Bai's secret support, even if Zhao Lin couldn't achieve great feats, at least he could ensure his survival. Checking the time again, Yi Bai decided, I still have some time. I'll head to the library. With that, he left the training hall, leaving Zhao Lin to train alone. Upon arriving at the library, Yi Bai gave Uncle Jiu a knowing look. Instantly understanding, Uncle Jiu enveloped Yi Bai in a shroud of black mist, causing the library's surveillance and detection arrays to enter a pseudo-operational state. Everything appeared normal on the surface, but in reality, they would not record anything related to Yi Bai. In the most secure section of the Eternal Forest Library, there was an archive room. This room held the paper records of every member of the Human Legion over the past century, each verified by at least 2 warrior kings and 1 war god before being sealed. Yi Bai's target was one of these files. Under the cover of the black mist, Yi Bai silently slipped into the archive room. He whispered, if I remember correctly, I have SS level clearance among humans. Technically, I'm allowed in here. So this isn't really sneaking. Shadow Nine's raspy voice echoed in Yi Bai's ear. Consider this a freebie, kid. You have 15 minutes and can only look at 1 file. Got it, Uncle Gio. Where's your file? Yi Bai barely finished his sentence when a blade flashed behind him. Just kidding, he quickly clarified. Guided by the inside eye, Yi Bai headed straight for a corner bookshelf labeled L. He found it. On the shelf in front of him, each file stood neatly organized. Pulling one out directly would leave traces. Fortunately, with the inside eye, Yi Bai didn't need to go through that trouble. He could read the contents remotely. Lian Can, male, from the extreme northern plains. Yi Bai began reading the file. There was something that had been bothering him for a long time. On the day the Shura clan emerged, the 4th demonic sect's main altar was breached. Its leader Lian Can severely injured and fled, and his son Lian Zheng hid in the outskirts of Nanjiang City. This series of events set off a domino effect, leading to a chain of reactions. Yi Bai had been involved in many of the subsequent events. Lian Can was ambushed and killed by Uncle Jiu, reincarnating as Xiao Lu, until the recent battle, when Yi Bai saw through his identity, which marked the beginning of the war. Xiao Lu was reborn from the remnants of Lian Can, a key figure in summoning the 4th demon god. Yi Bai had little interest in him, but Lian Can was a different story. Once a meritorious war king of the human race, he betrayed his people and joined the demon god due to a single sentence from his son, Lian Zheng, triggering a series of earth-shattering events. Yi Bai furrowed his brows, pondering. What kind of sentence could make a distinguished war king completely change his stance and betray his race? Even more puzzling were Lian Can's subsequent actions, which were highly irregular. His behavior was unlike that of a demonic cult leader. Instead, it resembled that of a spy embedded in the enemy's ranks. The list of the 4th demon cult's high-ranking members was carelessly placed in an inconspicuous safe house, eventually falling into Yi Bai's hands and being reported. Everything about it was too unusual. Yi Bai recalled the Lian Can he ruthless, meticulous, and deliberate in every step. How could such a person make such a basic mistake? Unless it was intentional. Before and after the Great Battle, Yi Bai secretly investigated some past events, especially the history of the human race over the past 40 years. He knew well that hearing is not as reliable as seeing. With the help of the Eye of Insight, many hidden secrets were revealed. Yi Bai discovered that during the period when the supreme being Xiaoyao rose to power, all demonic cults on Blue Star were eradicated, completely wiped out. The remaining cultists had their identities exposed and fled to the abyss. About 36 years ago, Xiaoyao ascended to the position of the supreme, entering the 99th floor of the Eternal Tower, and was never seen again, not taking a single step outside the tower. This marked a period of recuperation for the human race. From that time, the shackles on the demonic cults loosened slightly, allowing them to revive. However, the meticulous Yi Bai noticed that the demonic cults were divided into 2 types: original demon gods and chosen demon gods. The cults under the original demon gods appeared active on the surface, but caused minimal actual damage, almost as if they were putting on a show. In plain terms, the high-ranking members of these cults were likely double agents. The original demon gods were intricately linked to the supreme demon god. The talents of the human race's supreme seeds might also be connected to the supreme demon god. Planting spies in the enemy camp to steal intelligence was entirely reasonable. Following this line of thought, Yi Bai boldly speculated. The leaders of the cults under the original demon gods were likely all spies. Lian Can might be one of them. Such a thing was definitely within the realm of possibility for Zhu Yi and his people. However, this is where the contradiction appeared. Despite the possibility of Lian Can being a spy and exhibiting spy-like behavior, he was personally killed by Zhu Yi. And not just once, but twice. The second time, It was right in front of Yi Bai, leaving no room for doubt. If Lian Can was truly a spy, how could he meet such an end? The human race, especially its high-ranking members, were always generous to their own. Every bit of merit was rewarded, never shortchanged. Yi Bai himself was the best example. As he flipped through Lian Can's files, Yi Bai muttered to himself, could it be possible that Lian Can repented after betraying the human race and making a grave mistake? But he quickly dismissed this idea. The entire behavioral logic was too chaotic, almost like a split personality. One moment, he was a meritorious war king. The next, he was a traitor to the human race. One moment, he was the leader of a demonic cult. The next, he was a spy for the human race. This back and forth was utterly baffling. Yi Bai's intuition told him that the key to the problem lay in what Lian Zheng had said all those years ago. At this moment, the file Yi Bai was reading appeared to be compiled by the High School Alliance and the Legion Command Center. In reality, it had been documented by the Hall of All Things for over 30 years. And as a war god-level powerhouse, Lian Can's file required approval from one of the supreme beings before it could be recorded. The possibility of falsification was minimal. As the files flipped, Lian Can's life flashed before Yi Bai's eyes like a slideshow. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a page. 9th rank War King Lian Can, stationed with the Legion in the Bloodsea Abyss, was ambushed, resulting in heavy casualties. 6th rank War God and Legion Commander Ing Jinghua, Lian Can's mentor, died in this battle. The next day, Xue Ming entered the Bloodsea Abyss, seized the sword, and slaughtered demons. Lian Can, severely injured, returned to Blue Star for treatment, and his son Lian Zheng, who had joined the 4th demon cult, came to visit. They had a conversation. Looking at the record in the file, half of Yi Bai's speculation was confirmed. The supreme beings had long known about Lian Can's defection to the demonic cult. Or rather, Xiaoyao had known all along. Was it a strategic move or a deliberate plot? The Legion was annihilated, his mentor killed, and he himself was severely injured. Lian Can had fallen into the lowest point of his life. At this moment, his son's visit had a significant chance of persuading Lian Can to defect. Yi Bai focused his attention and continued reading the file. During their argument, Lian Zheng asked, Lian Zheng, you always talk about the great war of the human race, with the strong taking the lead. Then tell me, why have I only seen war gods and war kings die, but never a supreme war god? Lian Zheng, Xue Ming, being the adopted son of the supreme being, doesn't have to die. So why didn't the supreme being take Grandpa Ing as his adopted son, so he wouldn't have to die either? The next day, Lian Can defected to the 4th demon cult, killing a war king of the human race with the help of the 4th demon god, and was promoted to a war god. Is the truth revealed? Looking at the information in the file, Yi Bai had doubts in his heart. Hearing is unreliable, seeing is believing, but is what you see always true? Not necessarily. In the archive room, Yi Bai withdrew his probing gaze, having already unraveled Lian Can's motives and the facts behind the betrayal. However, the subsequent actions of Lian Can remained shrouded in mystery, presenting another puzzle to solve. The records were ambiguous, mentioning that after Lian Can's death, his lingering soul was reborn as Xiao Xiaola, hinting at the involvement of Xiaoyao. Silently analyzing the intelligence in his hands, Yi Bai realized that powerful figures like Xiaoyao, Jiuyi, and Ingzi were all deeply interested in soul-related matters. Were they trying to resurrect someone or heal a soul? Ing Qi had once revealed to Yi Bai that all war god level experts within Ingzi funded soul-related research, and many of them were soul experts themselves, such as Ing Er and Jiuyi. One or two people doing this might be a coincidence, but with hundreds of war gods involved, there had to be a significant reason. With this question in mind, Yi Bai left the archive room. Jiuyi had helped cover his tracks, allowing him to infiltrate, but in exchange, Yi Bai was permitted to view only one person's file. The rest would have to wait for another time. Under the cover of the black mist, Yi Bai quietly returned to the training hall. Upon his return, Zhao Lin greeted him enthusiastically. Bai, here are the newly issued supplies, your share. He handed Yi Bai a storage ring. With a quick glance, Yi Bai noticed something was off. The ring contained items that should have gone to Zhao Lin. This guy had secretly transferred them into Yi Bai's ring, acting as if nothing had happened. However, Zhao Lin had no idea that Yi Bai had already anticipated his actions. The supplies allocated to Zhao Lin had been slightly more from the start, just enough to offset the portion he gave to Yi Bai. Yi Bai couldn't help but sigh. When will interactions between people ever be simple? Before long, Feng Dong and Feet arrived at the training hall. Feng Dong, beaming with excitement, said, Brother Bai, I have more good news. Do you know about Xue Ming, the top warrior of Wolf's Nest, the Lone Star, and a 9th level war god? Yi Bai calmly replied, I know, the adopted son of the Supreme. Feng Dong was momentarily speechless, his prepared words of praise for Xue Ming rendered unnecessary by Yi Bai's succinct response. Any compliment about Xue Ming paled in comparison to the weight of the adopted son of the Supreme. Pointing to Zhao Lin, Yi Bai said helplessly, he's a diehard fan of Xue Ming. He even got an autograph this morning. After the explanation, Feng Dong nodded and continued, back to brother Xue Ming. To participate in the mission to rescue Elder Lan, he used a secret technique to lower his level to 980. Yi Bai didn't dare scrutinize the term lowered too closely, lest Ji force him to admit his own mistakes again. With Xue Ming reduced to level 980, the lineup for the mission became clear. Openly, Xue Ming and Su Qingfeng would lead a group of talented individuals into a small abyssal plane to rescue Elder Lan. Secretly, Shura and Ding Shi would be in action. This combination of overt and covert efforts would ensure success. Upon confirming the news, Yi Bai sighed inwardly, offering a brief moment of silence for Xue Ming. The Feng Tian Huaji he had crafted for him would have to wait for another time. Nevertheless, the payment would be collected in full. Business with family still required clear accounts. Yi Bai remarked, as expected of the Supreme's adopted son, easily achieving what the rest of us can't. Feng Dong shifted the topic with a mischievous grin. Brother Bai, we have a match to fight, and I'll explain the rules. At this point, Feet also called Zhao Lin over, pointing to Feng Dong. Feet rarely handled such tasks personally if others could do it. First, we'll enter the dual space of the Eternal Tower, rather than fighting in the real world. To avoid injuries, battling within the Eternal Tower is the best option. The dual space is the exclusive domain of a war god level expert, and it can be made accessible to others, Feng Dong explained. In the dual space, our levels will be capped at 60. Brother Bai, have you changed your profession? Yi Bai nodded. I just changed last night. In terms of attributes, you'll have 1,000 points to freely allocate. The basic stats are the same for everyone. Feng Dong briefly went over the rules. Although this fight seemed to pit senior students against juniors, it was fair in many ways. However, Feng Dong and his peers had far more combat experience than Zhao Lin and the others. Even under equal conditions, their diverse job templates and skills gave them a significant advantage. After explaining the rules of the fight, Feng Dong pounded his chest confidently. Bai, this is a battle between men. I'll only use wind techniques against you. Before he could finish, Feet interjected coldly, his eyes sharp as he stared at Zhao Lin. Don't be foolish. Don't imitate him. Zhao Lin nodded, somewhat comprehending. Got it? He knew very well that even if he wanted to act like Feng Dong, he didn't have the skill. Besides, from Feet's tone, it was clear that there would be no holding back this time. Feng Dong sympathetically patted Zhao Lin's shoulder, whispering, Feet always talks less before a big fight and fights extra hard. Be careful. Yi Bai sighed helplessly, thinking, Feng Dong, shouldn't you be the one worrying about yourself? Soon, the instructors came to organize the discipline. Everyone lined up orderly, preparing to enter the duel space. This would be a vivid lesson for the juniors. Of course, these duels were not public, as they involved personal privacy and secret techniques. Yi Bai had already confirmed with Jiu Yi that he could follow him into the duel space without risking his identity. Now, his only concern was how to defeat Feng Dong in a reasonable manner. Feet and Zhao Lin were at the front, starting the duel first. In just 1 second, they were back in the real world. Zhao Lin looked bewildered, swinging his hands aimlessly and unable to form a complete sentence. It turned out that once they entered the duel space, Feet had charged at Zhao Lin with lightning speed. The ground shattered beneath his feet, and he struck Zhao Lin with unstoppable force, causing tremendous damage. Zhao Lin felt dizzy and disoriented, losing before he could even react. In the end, he could only give Feet a thumbs up and squeeze out a single word, strong. At that moment, Zhao Lin's idol ranking had updated. Feet, Xue Ming, Wu Han, each more awe-inspiring than the last. It's our turn. Feng Dong rubbed his hands excitedly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. I have a feeling, Bai, you're going to surprise me. Yi Bai rolled his eyes helplessly. You misunderstand me. Essentially, I'm an honest guy with no ill intentions. Wang Zheng, overhearing this, couldn't help but turn his head. The words honest and no ill intentions suddenly felt foreign, as if he couldn't grasp their meaning. The two set their attributes, and with a flash of white light, entered the duel space. Let's begin, Bai. Show me what you've got. Feng Dong didn't attack immediately. Instead, he observed Yi Bai from a distance. If it were someone like Feet, he would have launched a big attack by now. Only someone like Feng Dong, who enjoyed taking risks regardless of the situation, would act this way. Under Feng Dong's watchful eyes, Yi Bai calmly took out a crystal and casually crushed it. It was a wind magic crystal, a failed product made from the ashes of a wind elemental deity. Once used, it granted immunity to wind damage for 10 minutes. Notably, this item was only usable by those below level 70. As the crystal shattered, a green light enveloped Yi Bai, granting him temporary wind damage immunity. Yi Bai waved at Feng Dong and sincerely said, Come and hit me. In the dueling arena, Yi Bai's taunting voice echoed, Come and hit me. Hiding in the shadows, Jiu Yi felt his blade itching to strike. This kid was just begging for a beating. At that moment, Yi Bai and Feng Dong simultaneously unleashed the same skill windless distance. However, their intentions were entirely different. Yi Bai charged forward, while Feng Dong swiftly retreated to create distance. Whistling wind blades raced towards Yi Bai but dissipated upon contact, causing zero damage. In contrast, Feng Dong was struck by Yi Bai's wind blades, causing his health to plummet. This scene clearly demonstrated Yi Bai's immunity to wind-based attacks, whether physical or magical. As Feng Dong retreated, he quickly evaluated the situation. He realized he couldn't drag this out any longer. Windless distance, being a core wind mage skill, allowed for both movement and cumulative damage. With a cooldown of 10 seconds, Yi Bai would only grow stronger as the fight progressed. Feng Dong glanced at his health bar, calculating that he could withstand at most 2 more windless distance attacks. In other words, he had to end the fight within 20 seconds. While his mind raced, Feng Dong's hands moved just as swiftly. He tapped his staff, instantly illuminating a green magic circle, and chanted softly, "Wind, heed my call, ravage all within sight." In an instant, a gust of wind surged forth, causing Yi Bai to momentarily falter and his movement speed to drastically decrease. The entire arena became Feng Dong's domain. His speed increased significantly, while Yi Bai struggled to move. These winds not only hindered movement, but also inflicted substantial damage. However, with his immunity to wind-based damage, Yi Bai's health remained untouched. Feng Dong knew that wind spells had more than just damage effects. In fact, before windless distance, wind mages were often mocked as tickle mages. Feng Dong excelled at using wind spells for support in battle. Seizing the moment when Yi Bai was immobilized, Feng Dong cast Wind Bind. Several green ropes shot out, aiming to immobilize Yi Bai's limbs. Immediately after, a specially crafted Gatling gun materialized in Feng Dong's hands. He silently thanked himself for this hidden ace. Otherwise, he might have been in trouble. Without hesitation, Feng Dong pulled the trigger. The Gatling gun's muzzle spewed pale blue flames, and the rapid-fire sound filled the arena. Bullets rained down on Yi Bai, shattering his figure into pieces. Feng Dong's brow furrowed suddenly. Something was off. He quickly redirected his aim, wildly spraying bullets around. It was a mirror image. This water-based spell left behind a realistic visual illusion. Feng Dong was impressed. Who would have thought Yi Bai also trained in water magic? Interesting. Just then, Yi Bai's voice came from behind Feng Dong. "What are you looking at?" Feng Dong spun around to see a dark barrel aimed straight at him. Compared to Yi Bai's massive weapon, Feng Dong's blue flame Gatling gun looked like a toy. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as Yi Bai's cannon fired. Feng Dong's lips curled into a slight smile. He pressed down lightly with his right hand and murmured, "Wind, reverse." Instantly, the wind direction completely changed. The previous boost turned into resistance. Feng Dong swiftly retreated, and Yi Bai lost his balance due to the sudden shift, making his cannon miss its mark. There was no way this cannonball would hit Feng Dong. He chose the Gatling gun over a cannon for a reason. Wind magic better controlled smaller targets. This was the home field advantage. Using wind-based area spells to influence the surroundings, Feng Dong had the upper hand in the ever-changing battlefield. Yet again, Feng Dong miscalculated. After the loud explosion, the expected cannonball did not come his way. Yi Bai's cannon had 2 barrels, and the one aimed at Feng Dong was a decoy. The rail shot came from the other barrel. From the start, Yi Bai never intended for the cannonball to hit Feng Dong. For a wind mage with high mobility, a cumbersome weapon like a cannon was ineffective. Yi Bai's true aim was to use the cannon's recoil. The recoil from firing the cannon, combined with Feng Dong's reversed wind, dramatically increased Yi Bai's speed, sending him hurtling toward Feng Dong like an arrow. Yi Bai's initial goal was to close the distance between them. Feng Dong had a wider array of wind spells than Yi Bai. If they fought at a distance, Yi Bai would be at a disadvantage with only wind and water spells. Feng Dong aimed to finish the fight in 20 seconds, and so did Yi Bai. In the blink of an eye, the gap between them was less than 10 meters. For a wind mage, that distance was negligible. Wind slash. Yi Bai muttered as he swung his staff like a sword, lunging forward. Feng Dong rotated his left hand in midair, and in an instant, he soared into the sky. On the ground, a small tornado appeared out of nowhere. Yi Bai quickly dodged to the side, only to see the tornado lifting Feng Dong high into the air. Fighting with wind magic is 3-dimensional. Feng Dong's voice came from above, tinged with a hint of smugness. He clearly believed that by blowing himself away, he had cleverly evaded Yi Bai's inevitable strike and gained an intellectual advantage in this battle. However, Feng Dong's smugness didn't last long. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his back, as if he was being furiously hacked. Yi Bai had somehow appeared behind him, wielding 2 large machetes, slashing continuously while saying, "Thanks, man." It turned out this was a skill created by Zhao Lin after his S-level class change. He had specially imprinted a skill book and given it to Yi Bai, who then spent some money at the Wanwu Pavilion to remove the class restriction. This skill allowed the user to teleport instantly behind a blown-away enemy and launch a series of attacks with weapons. Feng Dong's self-levitation had inadvertently given Yi Bai the perfect opportunity. Realizing his blunder, Feng Dong's health dropped sharply again. He hurriedly cast Wind Shield and Wind Cannon, firing high-frequency wind blasts while moving rapidly in midair. Yi Bai, undeterred, pursued him relentlessly, seizing this rare chance to deal massive damage. Except for evading binding skills, Yi Bai chose to tank all other damage. If it weren't for his wind immunity, this strategy would have depleted his health long ago. This demonstrated Yi Bai's clever use of his own strengths. The battle grew more intense with each exchange. However, the situation became clear. Yi Bai had only lost a little health, while Feng Dong's health had dropped by half. Windless distance. Yi Bai unleashed his ultimate move again, gaining the upper hand. He knew that one more windless distance would completely deplete Feng Dong's health. Despite this, Yi Bai remained vigilant, sensing that Feng Dong would not give up easily. Sure enough, during the fierce exchange, Feng Dong seized a fleeting opportunity, placing his fingers near Yi Bai's ear and shouted, "Rapid wind burst." This move used a small whirlwind explosion to cause damage and stun the enemy. However, Yi Bai seemed unfazed, countering with a slash to Feng Dong's hand. Feng Dong gasped in pain and retreated, unable to resist talking to Yi Bai. "Brother Bai, I must admit, you're tougher than I imagined." Yi Bai looked puzzled, taking out an earplug and asked, "What did you say?" "I didn't hear you." Feng Dong was stunned. No wonder the rapid wind burst stun effect didn't work. Who would have thought someone would wear earplugs during a fight? Yi Bai casually threw the earplug at Feng Dong, and it exploded midair. Rapid wind burst. The bizarre earplug replicated the damage it received. Feng Dong's body stiffened, and Yi Bai seized the chance to close the distance. At this critical moment, Feng Dong grinned, unleashing all his pent-up frustration. He roared, "Brother Bai, here's your first lesson. Never trust an enemy's promise." Ultimate move, Flaming Wind Void Kill. Instantly, all the winds Feng Dong had set up ignited, causing violent explosions and dealing massive wind, fire, wood, and spatial damage. Feng Dong finally revealed his true intentions. He never planned to play fair. The real purpose of this fight was to teach the juniors that demons are cunning, and to survive in the abyss, one must be even more cunning. Feng Dong's earlier promise to use only wind magic? If Yi Bai truly believed that, he was too naive. Feng Dong had meticulously planned, waiting until the last moment to reveal his true intentions, just to give Brother Bai an unforgettable lesson. Compressing air and igniting the wind to cause indiscriminate high damage, this move left Yi Bai with no escape. Feng Dong stared intently at Yi Bai, almost seeing him being consumed by the flaming wind. However, Yi Bai raised his machete and swung forward. Windless distance. Feng Dong's pupils contracted in shock. How is the cooldown ready? It should be at least 2 more seconds. It turned out, Yi Bai could reduce his skill cooldown, but had been fighting Feng Dong with the assumption of a 10-second cooldown for windless distance. This fight had more actors than just Feng Dong. Unexpectedly, Yi Bai didn't choose to attack, but rapidly retreated. Since Feng Dong had shown his true colors, rushing in would be suicidal. Keeping a distance and avoiding the range of Flaming Wind Void Kill was the wise choice. Boom! A loud explosion followed, and the smoke cleared. Feng Dong was left charred, his health at the brink of depletion. Meanwhile, Yi Bai, who had retreated to a safe area, did not move in for the final blow. Instead, he pulled out a blue flame Gatling gun. Feng Dong's lips curled into a slight smile, abandoning any final resistance. If Yi Bai had recklessly approached, he still had a way to take him down with him. But now, he knew. This time, he had lost. Yi Bai didn't hesitate to pull the trigger, and the blue flames roared. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. The gunfire marked the end of this thrilling duel. Under the blue flames, Feng Dong's figure turned into a white light and vanished from the duel space. Following closely, Yi Bai's figure also disappeared instantly. The next moment, Feng Dong reappeared, his body emitting black smoke and bullets clattering to the ground. Zhao Lin and Wang Zheng watched in astonishment, but before they could ask any questions, Fei Te nodded slowly and said softly, "He lost." Trailing behind Feng Dong, Yi Bai looked composed, not a single corner of his clothes out of place. Fei Te glanced at Yi Bai, wanting to say something but ultimately choosing silence. Feng Dong shook his head with a wry smile and admitted openly, "Brother Bai taught me a lesson." He elaborated, from the Wind Chi magic crystal to the hidden cooldown of wind's distance, in various close and long-range attack methods, Yi Bai was fully prepared. To be precise, he's always ready for any battle. Feng Dong continued to analyze. Talent, profession, attribute panels, skills, these are just numbers on paper. They are far from actual combat ability. If victory could be determined by data alone, during the wars between the two races, they could just show their panels. He gave an example. The demon race, 3980 level demon war gods. The human race, Xueming and Guanshang. The demon race shouts, "Your cards are played too well," and then the three war gods slit their throats? That's impossible. No matter how good the data looks on paper, how much strength can be truly exerted depends on performance in the moment. Thinking of this, Feng Dong pulled Yi Bai aside and whispered, "Brother Bai, when you reach level 199, don't rush into the 19th layer. I have a bug exploit method to tell you later. If you're lucky, it can help you achieve 80 exploration, and with the Supreme Realm, you can pass with an SS rank. Then, you must choose a second profession to maximize your future potential." Yi Bai nodded in agreement, all right. Feng Dong patted Yi Bai on the shoulder, sincerely saying, "Brother Bai, I'm really starting to like you more and more. Once I successfully repeat my grade, we can be in the same class, grow stronger, and create more glory together." At that moment, Fei Te suddenly spoke, delivering another blow to Feng Dong. "Kid, you've maxed out your credits." Feng Dong was stunned for a moment, then understood and waved it off with a bitter smile. No big deal. The morning combat tests quickly concluded, lasting less than half an hour. Most of the juniors were no match for their seniors, even with attributes and levels capped at 60. The experience gap was insurmountable. Only a handful in Zone C managed to defeat their seniors, Yi Bai, Wang Zhang, and Lu Sueki. Wang Zheng won because he and Senior Guar agreed to only use melee combat, resulting in both of them honestly pummeling each other. For this, Senior Guo got a harsh scolding from the instructor. Lu Sueki defeated Zhuolingxie mainly because her summon rock was not level restricted, while Zhuolingxie's machines required on-site assembly and couldn't use ores or other enhancements. After the test, the instructor blew a whistle and shouted, "Everyone, gather up. Those who joined Wolf's Nest, gather to my left. United Legion, stay in the middle. Mercenary Corps, to my right." Zhao Lin stayed where he was, while Yi Bai, Wang Zheng, and Lu Sueki moved to the Wolf's Nest side. An instructor was there to explain their missions details. Different factions had different tasks and assessment criteria, and their seniors had their own missions to complete. As they left the training hall, Fei Te looked back and called out, "Senior?" A clear voice rang in his ear. "You know the rules." Fei nodded in understanding, fully aware of the rules surrounding communication between high-level protectors and their charges. Each word spoken would cost a fine of 10,000 gold coins. Without hesitation, he produced a black card displaying a balance of 1 million gold coins. The shadow accepted the hefty sum. His demeanor noticeably softened. "Go ahead. What do you need?" he asked, a hint of anticipation in his voice. 11,000 gold coins spent. The system chimed in. Fei moved his lips slightly, whispering in a voice only the shadow could hear, "Is there a shadow around you, Bai?" The shadow's face darkened, and he replied irritably, "That's not a question you should be asking. I'm just Shadow 28. If Brother 9 gets wind of this, I might drop to rank 50. 34,000 gold coins." The system prompted again. Fei remained silent, handing over another black card with a balance of 1 million gold coins. The shadow hesitated for a moment, but ultimately adhered to the unwritten rule that money talks. Transaction successful, the system announced as the shadow spoke. Yes, he provided a precise detail. Shadow, Lieutenant level, 4399. Shadow 28 couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "Is this kid that special? Worth all this trouble? 2 million gold coins and 2 points of war god merit, just to get some information. Even someone from the war god lineage wouldn't be this generous." Fei shook his head, uttering a cryptic remark, "Maybe I misheard." At that moment, Feng Dong called back, "Fei, keep up. My nephew and war god Xueming have arrived." "Coming." Fei responded, hurrying to Feng Dong's side. In a low voice, he asked, "Do you remember you owe me 2 million gold coins?" Feng Dong looked puzzled. "Did that happen?" "See, you've already forgotten," Fei said with a hint of resignation. Feng Dong thought to himself, "It seems Fei is under a lot of stress, even starting to make jokes." Meanwhile, inside the training hall, Yi Bai, standing in line, suddenly heard the voice of Ninth Master in his ear. "Someone just paid to investigate your details." Yi Bai's eyes lit up. "Is there such a good thing? Ninth Master, how much are you planning to give me?" "This guy, always thinking about money," Ninth Master said exasperatedly. "Forget about your identity being exposed for now." Fei spent 20,000 gold coins to find out about the shadow near you. "I told Shadow 28 to say it's Shadow Lieutenant 4399. As he finished speaking, a gold coin card appeared in Yi Bai's pocket out of thin air, showing a balance of 8,000. Ninth Master explained, "We shadows follow the rules. What's yours is yours. No one can take it away." "Thank you, Ninth Master." Yi Bai accepted the 8,000 gold coins, calculating in his mind. Ninth Master said it was bought for 20,000, but there must be some markup. Faye probably spent 200,000. No, I should guess more boldly, at least 400,000 gold coins. Rounding up, Ninth Master pocketed 50,000 gold coins from me. Thinking this, Yibai couldn't help but sigh, wishing he could go to the abyssal plane quickly. Recently, he had been fleeced so much he was almost broke. Who would pity me and let me fleece them for a change? At the rendezvous point for rescuing Old Blue, two ninth-level war gods had been waiting for some time. One of them looked pale and listless. Su Qingfeng sneered sarcastically, "Well, if it isn't Xue Ming. How come you're looking so down after just one day?" Xue Ming sniffed, puzzled. "Why do I smell chilly? Did you have hot pot for breakfast?" Su Qingfeng was momentarily speechless. "Damn you, Xue Ming. If I could beat you, I would have done it already. Look at you, such a loser." Xue Ming snorted. And who was it that, after reaching the ninth-level war god, thought he was invincible and got chopped down in one strike? Spent 10 years training, no progress in strength, but your skin got thicker, boasting everywhere you can take 2 hits. Su Qingfeng scoffed. Being able to withstand 2 hits from Shadow 9 is something to be proud of. Xue Ming suddenly lifted his shirt, revealing a body covered in scars. He pounded his chest and shouted, "Come on, count them. See how many strikes your father took." 9 strikes. Shadow 9 couldn't kill your father with 9 strikes. Can you do that? Hiss, Su Qingfeng gasped, staring at the horrifying scars, recalling that terrifying strike. It was truly fearsome. He quickly realized something else and blurted out, "Damn. Even getting slashed has become a competition?" In the training hall of Camp C, after the departure of the senior students, the remaining participants were divided into 3 groups. The mercenary group was the smallest and faced 2 choices. Either follow the United Corps or undertake mercenary missions in medium-sized abyssal planes. For those like Zhao Lin who chose the United Corps, the tasks were relatively straightforward. As interns, they would be dispatched to large abyssal planes to participate in the Corps' defense, rotation, and patrol duties. Zhao Lin was assigned to the 12th abyssal plane, where the casualty rate over the past decade was less than 5, and the death rate was as low as 1 in 10,000. The last death incident occurred 2 years ago, and it was due to natural causes. Before setting foot on the abyssal planes, Yibai and others received professional training courses to gain an in-depth understanding of the classification of abyssal planes. Abyssal planes are broadly categorized into large, medium, and small microtypes. Large abyssal planes are the most unique, each guarded by a demon god. Even if the demon god is slain, a new one will quickly emerge as long as the plane continues to exist. After 30 years of bloody battles, humanity successfully pushed the front lines from Blue Star back to the abyssal planes, effectively keeping enemies at bay. Under the framework of an agreement between the Supreme Beings and the Supreme Demon Gods, both sides intentionally controlled the intensity of wars in large abyssal planes. Demon gods no longer took the initiative to attack, and their warlord-level subordinates remained hidden. Humanity relied on slowly established defense lines to gradually deplete the demonic forces. Even in battle, they formed battle formations that linked the vitality of numerous soldiers and generals to minimize casualties. Both sides understood that under the constraints of the Supreme Agreement, humanity could only station 3 corps in large abyssal planes. Completely purging an entire abyss would require astronomical resources. The foundation humanity had built over more than 30 years was already half consumed in yesterday's Great War. Purging a large abyssal plane strengthens the other abyssal planes. In the carefully orchestrated sequence of yesterday's battles, the strongest third abyss was purified first by the Supreme Being Wuhan and his sword slaves. Then, the Supreme Being Xiaoyao sealed the 4th demon god, and the 3 major corps jointly purified that abyssal plane. Finally, the relatively weaker 6th abyssal plane was targeted. Despite undergoing 2 rounds of reinforcement, the 6th abyssal plane could not escape purification after the fall of its demon god. If humanity were to exhaust all its war potential, it could indeed launch 2 to 3 more large-scale campaigns, breaking through several abyssal planes in one go. However, this would leave humanity spent and vulnerable to being devoured by the remaining abyssal planes. A powerful blow has already left the enemy battered. Knowing when to stop is wise. In the strategic tug-of-war between the 2 sides, humanity has always been known for its pragmatism. Only after fully digesting the gains from the last Great War will humanity consider its next major move. By then, the Supreme Siege Xiaoluo may have grown into a reliable force. Until then, the battlefield in large abyssal planes will only see small-scale skirmishes, with even warlord-level strongmen avoiding combat. In contrast, the fiercest battles occur in medium and small abyssal planes. Without the control of demon gods, the creatures in these planes are even more ruthless. Additionally, the resources in medium and small abyssal planes are crucial for both sides. In some small abyssal planes, humanity can only station 1 corps, making them vulnerable to demonic ambushes. Thus, the smaller the abyssal plane, the more dangerous it is. As Yibai pondered, a melodious voice came from the front of the team. "Hello, classmates of the lone wolf. Yibai looked up and recognized a familiar facet was Dai Ming. Dai Ming was not only one of the front desk managers at Wolf's Nest. Her responsibilities went far beyond collecting debts from Xue Ming. She controlled the distribution of half of the missions at Wolf's Nest. Besides her own considerable strength, Dai Ming had an extraordinary background. Her father, surnamed Wu, was a distant cousin of the supreme being Wu Hin and a warlord-level strongman. Her mother, surnamed Xue, was Xue Ming's aunt and also a War King-level strongman. Xue Ming's biological father, alongside supreme beings like Nightmare, Elder Lon, and Ninth Lord, had fought bloodily together and were as close as brothers. In short, aside from Xue Ming, Dai Ming was the person Yibai had seen with the strongest second-generation buffs. However, even such powerful second-generation buffs paled in comparison to Xue Ming. Due to the personalities of the previous generation, both Xue Ming and Dai Ming are approachable, showing none of the typical arrogance associated with the privileged. Yibai thought to himself that if they ever displayed even a hint of being spoiled brats, Zhu Yi would have probably taught them a harsh lesson with his blade long ago. In comparison, his second brother commands respect with his sword, Zhu Yi with his knife, and Yibai with reason, each excelling in their own way. Dai Ming's appearance at the summer camp didn't surprise Yibai. With a serious expression, she announced, as lone wolves, once you enter the medium-sized abyssal plane, you must ensure your own safety while completing your assigned tasks. Now, please come forward to receive your task cards. As soon as she finished speaking, over 100 cards fluttered from her hand like butterflies, landing precisely in front of each person. Dai Ming's voice rang out again, carrying a note of warning. Remember, do not disclose your task to anyone. This is extremely dangerous. In the past, lone wolves who shared their tasks with friends were exploited by traitors of the demonic cult, leading to significant losses. Hearing this, Yibai discreetly scanned the surroundings. He nodded to himself, thinking, good. Everyone here seems innocent. There shouldn't be any demonic cult members among us. Yibai looked down at his task card, which read, in the Horned Abyss, kill a third-ear horned demon soldier and bring back its intact head. However, this was just the surface task. His real mission was to enter an unnamed small abyssal plane to contribute to the rescue of Elder Lon. Since the lone wolves would be dispersed upon entering the abyssal plane, no one would know where Yibai had gone. After the tasks were distributed, the lone wolf team, led by their instructor, headed towards the designated teleportation gate. The gate was located in the square, near the Eternal Forest. As soon as they arrived at the square, Yibai's attention was drawn to a certain corner that gave him an inexplicable sense of danger. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. A black coffin is watching you. Immediately following this, a series of numbers flashed before his eyes. Current survival index, 98, 96, 45, 0.5, 86. The survival index fluctuated wildly, resembling the spikes of an electrocardiogram. Yibai's heart nearly stopped, cold sweat broke out on his back, and an invisible killing intent locked onto him. Yet, he had no idea where it came from. Black mist seemed to gain consciousness, spreading out to shield Yibai from the pressure. In an instant, Yibai, Ingjio, and the mysterious black coffin seemed to be pulled into another space, isolated from the outside world. Ingjio, holding a knife in his left hand, growled softly, "Well, madman, don't think you can cause trouble just because you're crazy. This isn't the place for your antics." The black coffin trembled slightly, emitting a chilling laugh that was even more grating than Jiu Ye's voice, like a rusty tractor roaring. Old Jiu, who was the #1 war god of the human race. Yibai suddenly realized that the killing intent wasn't directed at him, but at Jiu Yi. If these two powerhouses really started fighting, the aftermath alone could kill Yibai. He felt a surge of relief and decided that, like his third brother, he would stay hidden in the tower and not venture out until he reached level 999. The outside world was just too dangerous. Facing the black coffin's provocation, Ingjio snorted coldly, "Even if I die one day, it won't be your turn to be the #1. However, the strong figure inside the black coffin seemed mentally unstable and didn't listen to Ingjio's response. Instead, he turned his attention to Yibai. "Olja follows you. Are you the Azura?" The black coffin trembled again, as if it might explode at any moment. "I can't protect you better than Oldju, can I?" Ingjio's knife was ready to strike, just a hair's breadth away from being drawn. He was confident he could slice the black coffin into splinters, forcing Hua Madman to lie low for decades. But he also knew that taking a hit from Hua Madman would leave him in bad shape as well. Fighting a madman always put the sane person at a disadvantage. At the critical moment, Hua Madman spoke again from within the black coffin. "Azura, tell me, who was the #1 war god of the human race?" Yibai was stunned for a moment and instinctively blurted out, "Are you talking about me?" Both Hua Madman and Ingjio fell silent upon hearing this. The sudden silence was the most unsettling. As soon as Yibai said, "Are you talking about me?" the entire atmosphere froze. Both Ingjio and the madman turned their gazes towards him, their eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions that were hard to describe. Yibai felt a wave of awkwardness, wanting to explain that he had no intention of offending anyone, but the words got stuck in his throat. He realized that no matter how he explained, it would be difficult to dispel the awkwardness of the situation. The three of them fell into silence. Yibai inwardly chuckled at the irony of the scene. A madman, a shadow, and a survivor, two supreme war gods, and a future supreme war god, all stuck in an awkward silence together. He had the impulse to proudly declare, "The three of us together can defeat a demon god," but considering the strained relationship between Madman Hua and Lord Jiu, he wisely abandoned the notion. Suddenly, a softer voice came from within the black coffin. "Good answer." But before the words settled, the tone turned icy again. "Don't answer like that next time." The black coffin fell silent once more. Lord Jiu quietly switched his blade back to his right hand, and the shadow retreated. Yibai let out a long breath, feeling the immense pressure around him recede like a tide. Only then did he realize that his back was drenched in cold sweat. Facing the pressure of a supreme war god was far more overwhelming than he had imagined, even with a black coffin between them and Lord Jiu shouldering most of the pressure. Yibai averted his gaze and pretended to walk forward nonchalantly. The shadow of Lord Jiu said nothing, clearly unwilling to discuss what had just happened. Yibai understood that during that 30-year-long blood battle, the human warriors like Lord Jiu had sacrificed too much. And as for Madman Hua in the black coffin, he was now worse off than dead. Despite his formidable combat power, his destructive capacity was terrifying. Usually, Madman Hua could barely remain conscious within the black coffin. But once on the battlefield, with all restraints lifted, he would become an indiscriminate weapon of mass destruction. Similarly, encountering old acquaintances like Ingju would significantly increase his emotional volatility and the risk of losing control. Under normal circumstances, they should not meet. Yibai felt a heavy weight in his heart, his eyes filled with worry. Although the humans had the upper hand in the last great battle, the situation seemed promising. However, the human leadership was quite pessimistic about the current state. Otherwise, they wouldn't have moved the black coffin to the edge of the eternal forest. Every battle, every moment of consciousness, and even just moving the black coffin, placed a tremendous burden on Madman Hua, pushing him further down the path of madness. Unless absolutely necessary, the humans would never easily deploy such a powerful figure. Thinking of this, Yibai couldn't help but grit his teeth and curse inwardly, "Damn it, Demengzi, can't you make some progress and reach the rank of Supreme War God sooner?" He silently vowed to push Xuemeng harder on behalf of his elder brothers. Aside from the Supreme Beings, the humans were at a disadvantage in top-tier combat power. Among the current 9th rank War Gods, Xuemeng was the most promising candidate to break through to the Supreme War God level. This was something that Master Xiaoyao had personally endorsed, so it couldn't be wrong. Shaking off these distracting thoughts, Yibai looked towards the abyssal portal ahead. A significant number of people had already passed through, heading to the abyssal dimension. He swiped his lone wolf badge, verified his identity, and stepped into the portal leading to Niujiao Abyss. Meanwhile, in the first abyssal dimension, the great demon god sat on its throne, seemingly dozing. Having absorbed the essence of its third and sixth subordinates, it found the digestion process quite challenging. Especially the essence of the third subordinate, which had been shredded by sword energy, required it to fend off the residual sword energy while digesting the essence. The great demon god suddenly opened its eyes, gazing into the void and muttered, "Ingju has entered the abyssal dimension." Such a powerful presence entering or leaving the abyssal dimension would be immediately sensed. If Ingju is here, then Shura must be here too. Are they here for Lan Tianqi? With this thought, it tapped a finger on the armrest of its throne. A demon god projection was forcibly summoned by the great demon god. The second demon god projection stood within the demon emperor's hall, coldly observing the great demon god on its throne, and asked, "Big brother, what do you need?" "Yes," the great demon god nodded slightly. "I was contemplating whether to kill you now." Upon hearing this, the second demon god's tone turned icy. "If you want to talk like this, then let's just not talk." The great demon god spoke again. "You framed Lan Tianqi." Before the great demon god could finish, the second demon god snorted coldly and interrupted. "That was the fifth one's doing. Don't pin it on me." The great demon coldly watched the projection of the second demon, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. "Old Fifth wants to die. Do you want to join him?" His voice was as chilling as ice. There are now only 10 realms left in the abyss, yet the demons still refer to them by their original 13. The third, fourth, and sixth demons have fallen, leaving the fifth demon as the strongest besides the great and second demons. However, this fifth demon seems bent on self-destruction. The second demon sneered, "If Old Fifth wants to die, let him." Before the words had fully left his mouth, the fifth demon's frenzied actions had already caused a massive upheaval in the abyss. His territory had become one of the bloodiest battlefields for humans. The great demon spoke slowly, his voice dripping with mockery. There's an old human saying, the clever outsmart themselves. Little second, you climbed from the 13th to the 2nd in just a century, and you really think you're clever? His tone suddenly turned icy. Do you know how the former second demon died? The projection of the second demon couldn't help but roll his eyes. Big brother. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. Fine, let me see you off. As soon as the great demon finished speaking, he lunged forward, grabbing the second demon's projection like a bug and swallowing it whole without wasting an ounce of power. The demon emperor's hall fell silent once more. The great demon on the throne shook his head and closed his eyes, as if trying to rid himself of these troubling thoughts. They can all just die, he muttered to himself. The scene shifts to the bullhorn abyss. Under the blazing sun, towering mountains cast shadows resembling bullhorns. Following the instructions of Ninth Master, Yi Bai arrived beside the massive shadow of Bullhorn Mountain. Suddenly, the shadow twisted, and a burly figure emerged. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, the figure's face was indistinct, with muscles coiled like dragons and bronze skin with an eerie sheen. Most striking were the numbers on his left arm. 100, 87, 7, 10. These digits recorded his rankings over the years, showing he was once the renowned Shadow 7. The burly man didn't look at Yi Bai but stared at his own shadow, saying in a deep voice, Ninth Master. Black mist rose, and Shadow 9 appeared. Just as Shadow 10 was about to merge into Yi Bai's shadow to take over security duties, Yi Bai turned into a shadow himself and slipped into Shadow 10's shadow first. Shadow 11 looked bewildered. Ninth Master, this? He glanced at the black mist, as if asking, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Familiar with Yi Bai. Ninth Master almost blurted out, basic operations, no need to show off. Such antics might be bizarre for others, but for Yi Bai, not doing this would be abnormal. Still, the act was undeniably embarrassing. Shadow 9 silently vowed never to bring Azura out in public again. The black mist fell silent for a moment. Then Shadow 9 spoke in a tone full of exasperation. Kid, do you know? I've followed 4 top seeds, and you are the most shameless one. From within Shadow 10's shadow came Yi Bai's cheerful voice. Thank you for the compliment, Ninth Master. No matter what, Shura's maneuver caused Ingshur to injure his back. Ingjiu frowned at Ingshur, who was rubbing his back, and said irritably, in half an hour, the small abyssal plane trapping Lan Tianqi will open. Take him there. Xueming and Su Qingfeng both know that Shura is traveling with you. Ingshur nodded in response, understood. Ingjiu continued with a tone of concern. This kid is full of tricks. Listen to him on the way. Ingshur responded again, understood. Even after saying this much, Ingjiu was still not at ease. He knew his subordinates inside out, unlike Xueming, who was often oblivious. Ingshur treated Zhu Yi like a father, but deep down, he was a rebellious and hot-tempered warrior. As a god of war-level fighter, he had his own unique personality. Zhu Yi believed that Ingshur could protect Shura with his life, but expecting him to follow Yi Bai's every command was unrealistic. After a moment of hesitation, a bony hand emerged from the black mist and tossed an emblem into Ingshur's shadow. Yi Bai caught the emblem, slightly surprised, and asked, what's this? Ingshur's pupils dilated, his eyes filled with shock. He thought, Zhu Yi is actually willing to give this thing to Shura? Their relationship is far deeper than I imagined. Could it be that Zhu Yi is planning to take another disciple? Facing Yi Bai's confusion, Ingshur explained, Shadow Emblem. Seeing this emblem is like seeing Ingjiu himself. Simply put, it's the internal seal of the shadows. Yi Bai raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, why does this feel like a designated successor? Handing the shadow emblem to Yi Bai not only represented Ingjiu's trust, but also had another implication. It was enough to restrain Ingshur and the other shadows. After doing all this, Ingjiu was still not at ease and reminded once more, I treat Shura like my own grandson. Take good care of him. Ingshur and Yi Bai responded in unison. Understood. Ingjiu glanced outside. There was still some time left. He asked, did you bring the items I asked for? Give them to this kid. Yes, I did. Ingshur said, placing 2 sets of materials on the ground, letting his shadow engulf them. These were the frameworks of 2 sets of SS-grade materials, one from the Sky Laughing Wolf and the other from the venomous Shadow Cat. Both creatures, once mature, had god of war-level combat power, making them extremely difficult to hunt. Ingshur had spent considerable effort obtaining them. Yi Bai took the materials and fed them directly to the Nightmare Wind. The equipment's attributes immediately changed. Equipment, Nightmare Wind. Level, LV.200. Grade, SSS. Durability, 9.854. Attributes, Agility 9854, Strength 9854, Constitution 9854. Physical Magical Defense, 9854. Affixes, 1. I'm broken. Please fix me. I really miss my pristine state. 2. I can fly. Ignores all terrain restrictions, allowing flight. 3. Picky Eater. Absorbing too many similar SS grade materials will gradually weaken the repair effect. 4. Try mastery. Choose any 3 elemental types. All spell effects 98.54. 5. Black Heart skill. Each spell cast has a 10 chance to trigger a Black Heart effect. 6. Shadow of the Hellhound. Summons a LV.200 Hellhound Shadow to fight for you. After being defeated, it needs 25 minutes to recuperate before it can fight again. 7. Shadow of the Black Lotus Cloud Tiger. Summons a LV.200 Black Lotus Cloud Tiger Shadow to fight for you. After being defeated, it needs 25 minutes to recuperate before it can fight again. The 2 SS grade materials increase the cloak's durability to nearly 10, almost doubling all attributes. Additionally, a seemingly useless affix, I can fly, was added. Yibai tried summoning the cat and dog, noticing significant changes in both. The Hellhound now had a pair of wings on its back, finally gaining proper flight capability. The black tiger's claws gleamed with a cold light, adding venom to its attacks. The strength of these 2 summons was now close to that of a Quasar King level, and together, they could even challenge a War King. Retracting the cat and dog, Yibai chatted with Ingshi for a bit to get familiar with his travel companion for this mission. Ingshi said in a deep voice, "You can call me Chongshan." "All right, brother Chongshan. You can call me Heishan." Yibai gave himself an alias, hoping to bring chaos for years to come. This time, the primary mission was to rescue Elder Lan while ensuring their own safety. Neither Lan Lao, nor himself, nor anyone else should die. This was what Yibai thought. His gaze turned to the distance, his thoughts drifting to Lan Lao, who had been trapped in a small abyssal plane for nearly 48 hours. Worry surged in his heart like a tidal wave. In that unnamed small abyssal plane, fog enveloped the surroundings, creating an eerie atmosphere. This space was formed from fragments that broke off during the purification of the 4th abyss, and Lan Tianqi and Ingshi were trapped there by the means of the 5th demon god. Near a steep cliff, Lan Tianqi was fully engrossed in writing and drawing on the rock face. Holding a piece of chalk, he continuously recorded data, muttering to himself. Nearby, a long cold meal lay forgotten, highlighting the old man's total immersion in his work. Suddenly, the chalk stopped midair, and Lan Tianqi frowned and shook his head, his train of thought interrupted. Without turning around, he called out, "Shi, run the data again." "Got it." Ingshi responded and immediately began executing the command. This was the 37th test record. An object dropped from a height of 1,000 meters, falling freely without resistance, took 9.8 seconds. Nearby, within a 3,000-meter radius, 3 level 550 monsters and 12 level 500 monsters appeared, with a dense grade demonic aura. Such scenes had repeated dozens of times over the past 2 days. Although protected by Ingshi and not in immediate danger, Lan Lao, due to his weak strength, could only stay put and wait for rescue, avoiding the illusions and other attacks of the fog. Lan Lao took this opportunity to have Ingshi assist in collecting data to pass the time. After the data collection was complete, Ingshi reminded, "Lan Lao, take a break. The rescue is on its way. I can feel it. The passage between the 2 realms will open soon." Lan Tianqi ignored the suggestion, focusing intently on the data on the wall. His mind raced as he reviewed the records from 46 hours ago. A 1,000-meter freefall took 10.3 seconds. The frequency of monster births increased but their overall grades decreased, and the demonic aura concentration fluctuated from grade to grade and back to a grade. These seemingly chaotic data points hid a startling truth in Lan Tianqi's eyes. Suddenly, the chalk broke, and Lan Tianqi's knuckles scraped against the rock, drawing blood. At that moment, the truth struck him like lightning. He shouted frantically, "Stay away! Tell them to stay away!" Lan Tianqi's eyes gleamed with terror as he rasped, "This isn't a small abyssal plane. It's an evolving medium abyssal plane. It's a trap designed for the Azura." His voice was filled with despair. "Once the abyssal plane fully evolves, a demon god will be born, and everyone who steps into the trap will die." Outside the Eternal Forest, the rescue team for Elder Lan had assembled. Hundreds of human warriors, ranging from level 200 to 600, were present. Among them were not only promising talents, but also renowned battle generals. The team included elite fighters whose formidable power was restricted by the trials of the Eternal Tower. Their strength and experience made them the best candidates for this rescue mission. Standing at the forefront of the group, Su Qingfeng wore a solemn expression. He issued a command in a deep voice, "Attention, everyone. The teleportation channel will open shortly. Enter in order once it's confirmed safe." "Yes, sir." Hundreds of voices responded in unison, echoing around them. Feng Dong and Feet, as leaders of the Magic City High School team, stood near the front. Just then, the teleportation channel began to form, the space warping and electric sparks flashing. Xue Ming, clad in heavy armor, stepped into the channel without hesitation, ignoring the chaotic spatial turbulence and cracks around him. His gear shattered into pieces within seconds, but this did not deter his progress. The spatial rift's damage seemed like a gentle breeze against him. Impressive, Feng Dong couldn't help but exclaim. Even Su Qingfeng had to admit that Xueming truly stood among the top of the ninth-rank war gods. Suddenly, a sword light pierced the sky and landed in the distance. A blue-clad war god with heterochromatic eyes appeared in their sight. Lan Zhixian, the 989th level deputy commander of the Wuhan Legion, one of the few who could rival Xueming. Lan Zhixian's arrival triggered a reaction from the black coffin in the eternal forest. Hua Fengzi awoke inside the coffin and sneered. What's going on today? One old acquaintance after another. Not even a war god, and you awakened with an S-level talent? Lan Zhixian's face remained expressionless, his voice icy. How can someone lying in a coffin still talk so much? He turned to Su Qingfeng and the others, curtly saying, get him out. Then he added, if you can't, leave him. That's his fate. With that, the sword light reappeared, and Lan Zhixian vanished. Curious, Feng Dong asked, what's the relationship between War God Zhixian and Elder Lan? Feet pondered. They both have the surname Lan. At that moment, someone pointed ahead and shouted, look! Xueming had completed his scouting mission and was walking back, enduring the spatial damage. His face was grave as he began a low conversation with Su Qingfeng. How can this be? Are you sure the information is accurate? Su Qingfeng asked in shock. It turned out that Xueming had received a message from Shadow 11 as soon as he entered the small abyssal plane, conveying Elder Lan's suspicions and advising against the rescue plan. Given the gravity of the situation, Xueming and Su Qingfeng decided to report to their superiors immediately. Urged by Xueming, Su Qingfeng quickly wrote the report. How do you plan to send it up? Su Qingfeng hadn't finished speaking when Xueming already started moving. He crumpled the report into a ball, took a deep breath, and hurled it into the sky with great force. The paper ball traced an impressive arc, heading straight for the 99th floor of the Eternal Tower. Watching this, Feng Dong thought to himself, the power of that paper ball could probably kill someone. The strength of a 9th-rank war god is truly terrifying. A few seconds later, a white cloud drifted to Xueming's side. The voice of the eccentric elder sounded in his ear, go. Xueming turned to face the squad members, his expression grave. The plan has changed. The mission's danger level has been upgraded to SSS, he announced in a deep, commanding voice. Those who don't meet the requirements should withdraw. Qualified members may volunteer. Step forward. Before he had finished speaking, most of the team members were surrounded by a red glow, indicating their ineligibility for the mission. What had been an S-level rescue mission had transformed dramatically with the new intel. SS-level missions had occurred fewer than 10 times in the past century, with a staggering 86 casualty rate. However, the survivors, if mentally stable, invariably became legends. Fate stepped forward without hesitation, giving Feng Dong a push. Feng Dong looked puzzled. I never said I wasn't going. Fate, with a stern face, replied, I'm scared to go alone. Even someone as strong-willed as Fate wavered at the prospect of such a high-risk mission. Feng Dong rolled his eyes in protest. As the only participants from the Magic City Academy in an SS-level mission, they had no choice but to accept the responsibility, especially with Xueming leading the charge. After a brief commotion, the rescue team was streamlined to 8 members. Xueming, Su Qingfeng, Feng Dong, Fate. 1 from the Imperial Capital Academy, 2 from the United Legion, and a lone wolf. Xueming watched the stabilizing portal and signaled with a wave. Move out. Meanwhile, in the Bullhorn Abyss dimension, 3 individuals awaited the portal, bored. Suddenly, a dark mist churned, and Ingjio remarked, Kid, there's a change. The mission's been upgraded to SS level. He left the choice to Yi Bai. It's up to you whether you go or not. Yi Bai was more interested in something else. Why is my eye of insight not as sharp as old Lan's brain? The eye of insight protested. Seriously? Have you seen the Abyss dimension? How am I supposed to alert you about something you haven't seen? Yi Bai turned to Ingjio. Uncle Gio, SS level missions must be really dangerous, right? We could end up losing limbs? Ingjio replied coldly. Keep talking, and I'll make sure you lose a limb right now. Yi Bai was unfazed. Half an hour ago, you said you treat me like your own grandson. Do you have a history of domestic violence? On rainy days, while others are spanking their kids, you go around dismembering them? Ridiculous. Under Ingjio's murderous glare, Yi Bai asked the question that mattered most to him. So, does this mean my pay will be super doubled? Can the reward really be doubled? Surprisingly, that's what Yi Bai was most concerned about. After receiving the latest intel, Yi Bai calmly activated his insight eye again to check the survival rate. The data remained unchanged, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Upon further reflection, this result was actually quite logical. The insight eye can detect anomalies in the abyss, meaning Yi Bai could have already known the information passed on by Lan Lao. Moreover, Lan Lao was far from being an optional part of this rescue mission. His wisdom had already been factored into the survival rate calculation. Finally, The inside eyes calculations had considered the possibility that Lan Lao might relay the information in advance. The so-called survival rate calculation doesn't foresee the future, but rather combines countless possibilities to produce the optimal outcome for Yi Bai. Facing Yi Bai's request for a pay raise, Ingzhou responded grumpily, maximum of 10,000 war god merit points, take it or leave it. 10,000 war god merits. That number made Yi Bai's eyes light up. He quickly calculated in his mind. To earn that much by having Xue Ming smash minerals, he would need to smash 125 times in a row. Ingzhou, who was nearby, was also shocked by this number. He couldn't help but compare silently. For this mission, he only received 150 war god merits. The difference in treatment was just too vast. Whatever happened to equal pay for equal work? However, even with such a generous reward, Yi Bai was still not satisfied. He made a new demand. I want to learn Wan Tianqing. Upon hearing this, Ingjia's dark mist churned, clearly indicating his rising anger. Why do you want to learn that cursed skill? Out of all the things to learn, why Wan Tianqing? Are you looking to get yourself killed? Or do you think Lord Jiu can't protect you? Lord Jiu seemed particularly averse to this skill and proactively suggested, I'll teach you a blade technique that can strike from the sky. Right now, you can use it to kill a war king, and in the future, you can kill a war god. But Yi Bai was unwavering, insisting, I want to learn Wan Tianqing. Plus, I need an ultimate life-saving skill. No matter how much Ingzhou threatened or tempted him, Yi Bai's stance remained firm. I want to learn Wan Tianqing. Yi Bai thought to himself, looking cool is a lifelong pursuit. Recalling his second brother's stunning sword strike on the 14th floor, he was even more determined. Wan Tianqing. The name alone was worth learning. Ingzhou finally gave in. Fine, have it your way. Just don't regret it later. Let's move out. With Lord Jiu's command, Ingzhou reluctantly moved forward, constantly looking back at Lord Jiu. This burly man, standing at 1.9 meters tall, now had an awkward expression on his face, looking conflicted and hesitant. Yi Bai felt anxious just watching him. Ingzhou sighed and spoke again. Complete this SS level mission, and you will get 8,000 war god merits. Ingzhou had been waiting for this. He shouted excitedly, thank you, Lord Jiu. With that, he took off running, his speed reaching its peak in an instant, disappearing at the end of the bullhorn abyss. Ingzhou remained where he was, the dark mist swirling around him, deep in thought. Before long, the sound of bone bells echoed through the bullhorn abyss. As soon as the sound was heard, all the abyssal creatures collapsed to the ground, trembling and losing all will to resist. Some of the more cowardly creatures even lost control of their bowels in a disgraceful manner. Ingzhou placed his left hand on his sword, waiting for the newcomer. The newcomer was Ingsan, a burly man covered in bone bells and dragging a bone staff. He grinned, Lord Jiu. Ingzhou nodded slightly and got straight to the point. Who stirred up this trouble? Ingsan answered honestly. It's been confirmed that the second demon god incited the fifth demon god to step forward. Apart from the great demon god and the 13th demon god, all other demon gods are involved. He paused and added, however, I think the true mastermind might be the great demon god. The second demon god is probably being used as a pawn without even realizing it. Regardless of whether this plan succeeds or fails, the great demon god stands to benefit. If it succeeds, the human race is weakened, which the great demon god would be happy to see. If it fails, the great demon god can step in to clean up the mess and consolidate control over the abyss. Upon hearing this report, Ingjia's dark mist churned even more violently. He coldly remarked, a bunch of troublemakers. After cursing the demon gods, he changed the subject. You've done well. Go back to Blue Star to recover and stay away from King Hua. Ingsan nodded. Understood. The human race's supreme warriors are also known as heavenly kings. Ingjiu unceremoniously referred to the person in the black coffin as Crazy Hua in front of Yi Bai. However, in front of Ingsan, he showed a bit more respect by calling him King Hua. Ingsan carefully chose his words and tentatively asked, Ninth Master, if I may ask, what kind of person is Shura? Ingjiu raised an eyebrow and responded, in what way? Before Ingsan could reply, Ingjiu chuckled to himself, never mind, that kid isn't a good person in any way. Hearing Ingjiu laugh, Ingsan was stunned, his eyes wide open. Ninth Master laughing? He thought in shock. Is this really the Ninth Master I know? Memories flooded back to Ingsan as he recalled the first time he met the Ninth Master. Back then, the Ninth Master wielded a 40-meter-long broadsword, chasing after a severely injured demon god, shouting about having a little duel. A casual swing of his sword could easily slay a 9th-rank war god. The sheer visual impact left a lasting psychological shadow on Ingsan, making him resolve to always be a good person from that moment on. Where did the ruthless, cold-blooded, and merciless Ninth Master go? Ingsan wondered silently, as he discreetly slipped his left hand into his pocket. Inside was a small black box that allowed private or group chats with other shadows. His fingers quickly tapped out a message. In the group chat, one big happy shadow family. Unnamed Shadow 3. Has the ninth master been replaced? I'm a bit freaked out. Urgent. Online. Weak girl Shadow 1. You said shadows don't lie to shadows. Badman Shadow 2. 1. Self-destruct guy Shadow 7. 1. 90 similar messages were omitted. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. You have been muted by the group owner, Ingjiu. Shortly after, the group owner enabled a mute mode for all members. Ingjiu coldly said, "Why is it so quiet? Keep chatting, everyone." Ing-san looked up and apologized. "I haven't seen you laugh like this in over 30 years. Ingjia's tone softened slightly. Of course, the last time we met was over 30 years ago. He paused before continuing. "I know what you're getting at. You're worried that Shura might be difficult to get along with, or rather, you all are worried." By you all, Ingjia was referring to the strongest members of the Shadows. Ing-E, Ing-Air, and Ing-San, all officially 9th rank war gods at level 989. When pushed to the brink, their combat power was extraordinary. Ing-Si was at level 988, Ing-Wu at 986, Ing-Lu and Ing-Chi at 985, Ing-Ba at 982, and Ing-Shi and Ing-Shi at 980. Among the Shadows, there were 10 9th rank war gods in total. Only Ing-Jio could keep these 10 in check. For the human race, having one more supreme warrior was like having another boss. Though supreme warriors usually didn't interfere with each other, Ing-San knew some insider information. There would inevitably be a battle between supreme warriors and supreme demon gods. After such a battle, supreme warriors often chose to withdraw from worldly affairs, becoming elusive and mysterious. Nightmare, Wuhan, and Xiaoyao had all done so. This meant that for a long time to come, Shura would be their boss. Hence, understanding Shura's character in advance was crucial. No one wanted a difficult boss. The problem was twofold. First, inquiring about Shura might reveal his identity. Second, only Ingjiu and a few others, like Xueming, had frequent contact with Shura. Some shadows had tried asking Xueming, but he ended up crying and drinking all night without saying anything useful, leaving the bill for Ing-Chi. When Ing-Chi returned, he had a nagging feeling something was off. Hadn't Xueming always paid for drinks before? So, the only remaining option for gathering information about Shura was through the Ninth Master. Everyone agreed to send the most resilient Ing-San to ask. Even if the Ninth Master got angry, he wouldn't seriously harm him. After a moment of contemplation, Ing-Ju slowly said, "Shura always tries to do his best in everything within his sight and capability. His ambitions may not be lofty, but his actions are remarkably practical. He often does surprising things." He tried to avoid mentioning Shura's negative qualities. Should he tell Ing-San that Shura never does anything decent? Finally, finding it impossible to continue, Ing-Ju summed up Shura with 5 words. "He's a good kid." The abyssal plane of Bullhorn. Yibai was unaware of the conversation between Ing-San and Jiuyi. At this moment, he silently hid within Ing-Shi's shadow, moving swiftly with him. The effortless speed brought Yibai a sense of joy. Is this the kind of happiness Jiuyi experiences? Yibai wondered. Jiuyi's joy must be beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. As they sped along, Yibai spoke up, "Brother Chongshan, once we reach the abyssal plane, don't rush into exploring. I need to observe the surroundings first." "All right, we'll follow your lead." "Hey Sean," Ing-Shi replied, taking a moment to glance at the chat group. The group was buzzing about a message. Ji had called Shura a good kid? This was posted by Sangu in a smaller group, sparking a heated discussion. Clearly, Ing-Chi had a different opinion. Ing-Shi recalled the earlier conversation between Shura and Jiuyi, thinking to himself, how could anyone call that a kid? What kind of child dives into shadows, haggles with Jiuyi, and constantly looks for advantages? Within 5 minutes, Ing-Shi realized that the rumors about Shura were not exaggerated at all. Shura was notorious for taking advantage of every opportunity. Just look at Xueming's recent changes to understand what kind of person Shura truly is. "We're almost there," Ing-Shi whispered. "The portal to this small abyssal plane is hard to stabilize. It can only be opened in a fixed area and will close after 10 minutes. Moreover, the entry point into the small abyssal plane is random, making precise navigation impossible." He continued, Xueming entered a small abyssal plane before. Although he could receive messages from Ing-Shi, the distance between them was unknown. The place was filled with fog and complex terrain, making it difficult to locate Ing-Shi. As he finished speaking, they arrived at a portal. It seemed as if it had been specially opened for them. "Wait a moment," Yibai instructed, and Ing-Shi stopped immediately. In Yibai's vision, a series of messages appeared. Path to mid-sized abyssal plane. Stitched abyssal plane is evolving to mid-sized, expected to become large in 168 hours. After evolution, it has the potential to become a demon god seed. Will evolve randomly. Current number of demon god seeds, 18. Before Yibai could process this information, another message popped up. Current number of demon god seeds, 17. Ingshur spoke. Shui Meng reported that there was a strange figure near their portal, which he threw into the portal to kill. Yi Bai was startled. With 17 demon god seeds remaining, once the stitched plane finishes evolving, one of them will randomly become a demon god. That would be a huge problem. The correct approach is to eliminate all 17 demon god seeds within 168 hours. Allowing the enemy to develop further is not an option. Yi Bai calculated silently. If they encountered a demon god, it would likely be disastrous. Not only must they eliminate the 17 demon god seeds, but they also need to purify all the creatures in the abyssal plane. Who knows what surprises might be lurking around? Better to be cautious. However, Yi Bai still did not let Ingshur proceed. There was one thing he had not figured out. How did a small fragment from the fourth abyss evolve into a mid-sized abyssal plane with the potential to become large? This was unusual. Until he understood this, Yi Bai would not enter lightly. The outcome of a battle often depends on the collection and use of information. Understanding the origin of the stitched abyss was crucial. Focusing intently, Yi Bai stared at the portal, and more information emerged. 8 demon gods each contributed a small part of their essence and territory, stacking it onto the stitched abyss. Case closed. It's a patchwork, Yi Bai realized. Like a puzzle made from parts of several bodies to form a new one. Only this method could allow a small abyssal plane to leap 2 levels, and even have the potential to birth a demon god. Having read the information, Yi Bai had a rough plan in mind and said quietly, "We can proceed now." Ingshur took a step forward, and both he and Yi Bai crossed through the portal. The stitched abyss. As soon as Ingshur landed, creatures charged at him. Meow. Following a cat's meow, a 3-headed hellhound rushed out. Ingshur was bewildered, wondering if he had heard wrong. Why would a dog meow? Was something amiss? The level 200 hellhound displayed combat prowess far beyond its rank, swiftly slaughtering the surrounding monsters before returning to Ingshur's side, awaiting orders. Hidden in the shadows, Yi Bai surveyed the area. A thick fog enveloped everything, making it impossible to see even a hand's breadth away. He activated his Eye of Insight, only to find that its detection range was limited to just 10 kilometers. Who would have thought an SS grade ability would only cover such a short distance? Yi Bai muttered to himself, "Is this ability really that weak?" Shaking his head, he pushed aside these distracting thoughts and focused on the current task. Yi Bai meticulously examined the 10-kilometer radius, gaining a rough understanding of the distribution of the surrounding monsters. However, he neither found any trace of Lan Lao nor any sign of the rescue squad. Despite the limited detection range, Yi Bai managed to determine a general direction. Head southwest for 1.5 kilometers, he whispered to Ingshur. "Don't move too fast, keep your presence low, and appear weak to the enemy." Ingshur nodded in agreement, following Yi Bai's instructions to the letter, even though he didn't fully understand the rationale behind them. Along the way, they encountered numerous monsters, all of which were dealt with by the hellhound. Shura remained silent throughout, seemingly uninterested in taking action. This left Ingshur somewhat disappointed. He had hoped to witness Shura's legendary high burst damage. Speculation about this supreme contender was rampant, as Shura's information was highly classified for protection. At present, all Ingshur saw was a dog doing all the fighting, essentially carrying them through the battles. Could it be that Shura is actually a summoner? Ingshur mused, thinking he might have stumbled upon a startling secret. His thoughts began to wander. The truth behind the human race's SSS grade rating? The untold story of Shura and the dog? The trio. Me, Shura, and the dog? Suddenly, Yi Bai's voice snapped Ingshur out of his reverie. "Stop." The rare seriousness in Yi Bai's tone immediately heightened Ingshur's alertness. "What's wrong?" Ingshur asked. Yi Bai replied succinctly, "There's a demon seed 10 kilometers away, level 601. Ingshur pondered for a moment before asking, "Should we bypass it, or take it down?" To him, these seemed like the only 2 options. However, Yi Bai's response was unexpected. He extended a foot from the shadows and lightly nudged the hellhound, commanding, "Go, scout ahead." At that moment, Yi Bai suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. He abruptly awoke to find his glasses had been crushed in his sleep. Being severely nearsighted at 600 degrees, he found himself in a predicament without his glasses. "Looks like I need to get a new pair of glasses first," Yi Bai thought helplessly, deciding to temporarily put the mission on hold to resolve his vision issue. "Seal the abyss. Switch to flight mode," Yi Bai commanded. Instantly, 2 massive wings sprouted from the back of the hellhound. It flapped its wings and soared into the air, flying forward. All 3 of its heads let out sinister laughs. Hee. The eerie sound sent shivers down Yi Bai's spine. He thought to himself, no wonder it's called the Sky Laughing Wolf. That laugh really lives up to its name. But this laugh neither suited Yi Bai's taste nor was it conducive to stealth. He immediately issued a new command. Switch to silent mode. The hellhound abruptly halted in midair, its 3 heads turning back to look at Yi Bai with a forlorn expression. Yi Bai thought hellhound, They'll say it again, that cat can fly. Unfortunately, there was no telepathic understanding between man and dog. With no other option, Ibai had to activate the backup plan. The dog head propeller reappeared, and the three heads began spinning rapidly, propelling the massive body forward. Shadow Tin witnessed this scene, doubting his own eyes. The sight was so astonishing that he couldn't find the right words to describe his feelings. The only thing he could be sure of was that the words Azura and good child had nothing to do with the scene in front of him. With this peculiar vanguard clearing the way, Shadow Tin followed Yibai's instructions, maintaining just the right distance. We're here, Yibai suddenly announced. Shadow Tin followed his gaze and saw a ball-like object, resembling a ball of yarn, floating ahead and emanating a dense aura of dark energy. Shadow Tin frowned and said, "Is this the demon seed? It looks pretty weak." He lowered his voice and asked, "Should I take it out?" "No. Let's stay away from this filthy thing," Yibai warned cautiously. Upon closer inspection, he realized he couldn't gather more information and had to remotely command the Hellhound. Attack with fire damage only, step by step. Yibai and Shadow Tin quickly distanced themselves, watching intently. Boom, under the continuous attacks from the Hellhound. The demon seed was roasted to a crisp and eventually exploded. Current demon seed count, 16. Current demon seed damage immunity, spatial, fire. From 3 kilometers away, Yibai stared intently at the remnants of the demon seed, trying to discern any clues. Suddenly, a strange force of law descended, and the remnants seemed to be drained of life, withering instantly. Just as I suspected, it's not that simple, Yibai calmly analyzed. The first demon seed was killed by spatial tearing, the second by fire damage. The remaining demon seeds have now gained immunity to spatial and fire damage. He asserted, these juvenile seeds are bait. The birth of the demon is like raising a venomous creature. Initially, these demon seeds are fragile and can be easily killed by a dog. After they die, the remaining demon seeds gain new buffs, becoming more powerful. The final demon that emerges will be incredibly troublesome. As Yibai pondered, the prompt on his screen updated again. Current demon seed count, 15. Current demon seed damage immunity, spatial, fire, wind. Chongshan, immediately relay this to Xueming and the others. Yibai urgently instructed Shadow Tin to pass on his findings. Got it. Shadow Tin closed his eyes and muttered under his breath. Soon, he opened his eyes, his ears twitching, clearly having received a response. Yibai sensed something was wrong and asked, "What happened?" Shadow Tin confessed, "I received a reply from Xueming." However, the response did not follow the mission's code protocol. Each mission had a corresponding codebook, and for warlords at their level, memorizing these codes was not difficult. Their long-distance communications had to strictly adhere to the code protocol. Otherwise, the encryption wouldn't be effective. Unencrypted information could be intercepted by the demon race, leading to catastrophic consequences. Additionally, if the information was tampered with by the demons, it could cause serious misdirection. Therefore, any message that did not follow the code protocol was considered invalid, a battlefield rule honed over a century of conflict between humans and demons. Su Qingfeng and Xueming were both battle-hardened warriors who would never overlook such a detail. Shadow Tin's face darkened. This means the reply I received was tampered with by the demons. By reversing this, my sent message was also likely altered, and they probably received misleading information. When they first entered the abyss, communication was normal. But now, the hidden demon had found a way to manipulate their communications. This realization sent a chill down their spines. Clearly, as the abyssal plane evolves, the demon's control over it has also increased. Yibai remained silent for a moment, his brows furrowed, and then spoke again. This is the enemy's stronghold, after all. It's normal for them to have the advantage. We anticipated this. Let's find Elder Lon first, then figure out the rest. Yibai wasn't too worried about the communication interference. He trusted his teammates, knowing that only the cunning could survive in this treacherous abyssal plane. Even the usually reckless Xueming sometimes displayed astonishing wisdom. Moreover, the rescue team for Elder Lon included 2 of Yibai's old acquaintances, Feng Dong, who was meticulous, and Fei Te. They were fully capable of handling unexpected situations. Alright, let's move on, Yibai ordered decisively. In the mist, Ingshur set off again under his direction, heading towards Elderland's location. Meanwhile, 1,500 kilometers away on the other side of the abyssal plane, the team rescuing Elderlon was taking a short break. They had already fought several battles since entering the plane. Due to a special buff, Xueming and Su Qingfeng couldn't harm the monsters. However, as the tank and support, their performance was outstanding, allowing the other team members to focus solely on dealing damage and maximizing their combat effectiveness. Another one of these weird things, Feng Dong exclaimed as he successfully killed a demon seed with his windless strike under Su Qingfeng's command. However, his face was filled with worry as he said, "Nephew, something feels off." Call me Vice Captain. Su Qingfeng retorted with a stern face. What's wrong? When I attacked that strange creature just now, I used a spatial skill, but it didn't cause any damage, Feng Dong explained. Someone immediately added, yeah, my fire magic didn't work either. Su Qingfeng pondered the terms, spatial and fire, frowning. Is the demon seed immune to these? It makes sense for a potential demon candidate to have some immunity. At that moment, Xueming's expression changed, and he shouted, message from Ingshi. After carefully checking it, his expression grew darker. The translation is gibberish. It's clearly been tampered with. Su Qingfeng responded calmly, we expected this. Just send a simple reply saying we didn't receive it. He then briefly discussed the peculiarities of the demon seed they had encountered with Xueming. Xueming thought for a moment and said, Ingshi mentioned before that there are 18 of these demon seeds. It seems they encountered them too. This immunity to damage and the ability to judge lethal sources remind me of something similar I've seen on the battlefield. The more we kill, the tougher they get. The two quickly deduced the truth. So far, the demon seeds had gained immunity to spatial, wind, and fire abilities. Even without explicit hints, they soon grasped the essence of the situation. Xueming immediately warned the team, everyone, listen up, do not use lightning, blood, or shadow skills on the demon seeds. Given their characteristics, the more powerful the method, the more we should save it for last. Although Su Qingfeng specialized in spatial and wind abilities, making him almost useless in this situation, Xueming always treated him as such, so there was no real difference. Upon hearing Xueming's command, the team was initially stunned, but then someone exclaimed, Shura is here? Holy crap, really, Shura is here too. Shura is actually among us? No, Shura should be acting separately. These carefully selected team members were all sharp-minded. Even Feng Dong, who was considered the least intelligent among them, quickly deduced from Xueming's words that Shura was in the abyssal plane. Lightning. Who is the most talented human in lightning abilities nowadays? The answer was obvious: Shura, the strongest candidate. Immediately, the rescue team for Elder Lawn was filled with excitement, shouting in unison, kill the monsters, clear the mist, rescue Elder Lawn, find Shura. Xueming and Su Qingfeng exchanged a glance and sighed simultaneously. Xueming muttered to himself, youth is indeed wonderful. Why would anyone rush to meet Shura? Do they have too much money? These young ones, so naive. Run, kids, run. Stitching the abyss. Two flowers blooming, each on its own stem. The team rescuing Old Lawn and Ingshi were operating separately, unaware of each other's locations. The only difference was that Yi Bai held the Eye of Insight, guiding their way. Go straight for 30 kilometers ahead. The Eye of Insight suddenly alerted. A new demon seed detected. Would you like to accept the side quest? Just as Yi Bai was about to respond, another alert came through. You have deviated from the path. Recalculating route. At that moment, Yi Bai realized the true power of the Eye of Insight. It could not only navigate but also customize dungeons, making it an SSS talent. The fog in the abyss of stitching not only obscured vision but also created illusions and hallucinations. However, Yi Bai, with the Eye of Insight, could ignore all illusions. Ingshi, being a 9th-tier war god with deep expertise in soul arts, was also unaffected by the illusions. The two moved swiftly and without hindrance. However, the vastness of the abyss of stitching far exceeded Yi Bai's expectations. 2 hours had passed, and they had yet to encounter Old Lawn. Instead, they came across a third demon seed. This demon seed already possessed considerable combat power, battling a cat and a dog without losing ground. Yi Bai remotely controlled the black tiger, cheering them on, poison it to death. You can do it, little kitty. Go. 10 minutes later, the tough battle ended in victory. The demon seed burst, and the abyssal laws descended once more. System alert. Current number of demon seeds, 11. Current demon seed damage immunity, space, fire, wind, ice, gravity, withered wood, poison. Yi Bai nodded. It seemed Xueming and the others had noticed the issue and knew to control the damage types accordingly. It appeared everyone's intelligence was intact, possibly even enhanced by entering the abyss. As the demon seeds grew stronger, the fog thickened. Ingshi was on the move when he suddenly stopped, his body swaying slightly. His shadow instantly distanced itself, remaining vigilant. No problem. Ingshi opened his eyes and said, the illusions have grown stronger. I can handle it, but 11 might struggle. His expertise in the soul arts isn't high. He could easily be confused. Hearing this, Yi Bai frowned and made a quick decision. Increase our pace. Forget the demon seeds for now. We need to find Old Lawn at full speed. Got it. The man and his shadow set off again. Meanwhile, by the cliffside, Old Lawn was chewing an energy bar, counting each bite 23 times. After finishing, he drank half a cup of water, anxiously scanning the surroundings. The fog is getting thicker. Ing 11 reassured him. Don't worry, Old Lan, Shuemeng and the others should find us soon. With him around, the fog couldn't harm Old Lan in the slightest. As they chatted, two figures emerged from the fog, accompanied by a three-headed dog, resembling the legendary Cerberus. Ing 11? Is Old Lan with you? Came Ing Shir's muffled voice from within the fog. Someone's here. Old Lan remained calm, taking another sip of water. Ing 11 stood in front of Old Lan, warning, "Stay where you are. Do not approach. This is the abyssal plane, known for its fog and illusions. Anything can happen, even illusions that can confuse a war god." This was an evolving mid-level abyssal plane, with demon gods watching. Ing 11 couldn't afford to be careless. He could ensure Old Lan's safety as long as they stayed put, but if anyone approached, Old Lan would be in danger. Hearing the warning, the other party halted, shouting through the fog, "I have Ninth Lord's token as proof." Ing Shir's voice pierced through the fog, firm and resolute. Immediately, a stranger spoke up, his voice deep and powerful. "If you don't trust me, I can have Xiao San bring the token to you." Ing Shi's heart tightened. This Xiao San was no ordinary creature, a level 200 shadow summon, the Hellhound. Though formidable, it posed no threat to the 9th-tier war god, Lan Lao. This must be the legendary Azura, Ing Shi mused. He turned to Lan Lao and whispered, "Follow the code protocol." Through the fog, they exchanged a few coded phrases. The codes matched. Ing Shi lowered his voice, "Lan Lao, it sounds like 10th brother, but I can't be sure." Lan Lao remained calm and slowly said, "I have a way to verify their identities." Ing Shi was taken aback, looking at Lan Lao in confusion. As a 9th-tier war god, he had exhausted all means to no avail. How could Lan Lao succeed? Yet, years of companionship had instilled in him unwavering trust in Lan Lao's judgment. "Lan Lao, please tell us," Ing Shi said respectfully. Lan Lao confirmed, "You said they're Ing Shir and Azura?" Ing Shi nodded, yes. He recalled the earlier information. The two were indeed traveling together. Moreover, Ing Shir had mentioned that Azura carried a cat and a dog as shadow summons. Based on the current information, there didn't seem to be much of a problem. However, Ing Shi couldn't afford to be careless. If they came any closer, he wasn't fully confident he could protect Lan Lao. Lan Lao then slowly opened his backpack, seemingly searching for something. Ing Shi's eyes lit up. "Lan Lao, do you know Azura's true identity?" Lan Lao chuckled and shook his head. "How could I know something like that? You're giving this old man too much credit. Besides, Azura is very meticulous about keeping his identity secret, and does it thoroughly." He paused and continued. "The top 3 strongest humans each have distinct characteristics. Nightmare, no need to say, took the lead from the moment he appeared. Wu Hen's brilliance was unmatched, his growth rate astonishing, achieving war god level in just a month and fighting on the front lines, naturally exposing his identity. Xiaoyao's mystery lay in his ways. It wasn't until his sudden rise that people realized humanity had a third supreme warrior. Lan Lao's gaze grew profound. Azura, however, is entirely different. He is cautious in everything, meticulously hiding his identity. To this day, besides the supreme warriors, only Ingju knows Azura's true identity." As he spoke, Lan Lao took something out of his backpack and handed it to Ing Shi. "If the person is truly Azura, he will recognize this." Ing Shi looked down, puzzled. "This is a stone?" Lan Lao took out a stone and handed it to Ing Shi. To the untrained eye, it was just an ordinary rock, but to Lan Lao, it held special significance. His gaze was filled with reluctance. "Throw this stone to them," Lan Lao instructed, his voice tinged with anxiety. "Gently, don't damage it. If it's truly Shura, he'll know what to do." He reiterated, "Be very careful." Ing Shi took the stone and examined it closely. To him, it seemed like any other stone. He didn't understand why Lan Lao believed it could identify Shura, but he never questioned Lan Lao's orders. He simply followed them. Ing Shi stepped back a few paces and called out to the figure in the mist, "I have something to verify your identity. I'm going to throw it over. Catch it with your shadow." The figure in the mist responded without hesitation. "All right." Ing Shi carefully tossed the stone. It disappeared into the mist without making a sound upon landing. It was clear that the figure had caught it and was now inspecting it closely. Ing Shi glanced at Lan Lao, who gave a confirming nod. He then asked, "Shura, do you recognize this stone?" The figure in the mist remained silent, not answering immediately. At that moment, Lan Lao suddenly whispered, "It's a fake." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Ing Shi struck, his swift attack piercing the mist and shattering the two figures. As the illusion broke, Ing Shi thought to himself that once the deception was identified, breaking it was indeed much easier. After the figures dissipated, Lan Lao urgently said, "Retrieve the stone, be careful." Ing Shi nodded. His shadow gently moved, bringing the stone back safely. However, Ing Shi had a lingering question. "Lan Lao, what if we were wrong and they were real? Wouldn't such an attack be too brutal?" Lan Lao carefully placed the stone back in his bag and chuckled, shaking his head. If they were real, it would be even simpler. You mentioned before that Shura came with Shura. You can't beat Shura, and I can't beat Shura. Together, we're no match for them. Don't worry about killing Shura. From what I know, he's quite cautious about his life. Shura's reputation mainly revolves around two things: being cautious and loving money. A light bulb seemed to go off in Xi's mind. So, anyone who comes after, whether they're real or not, we should just attack first. If they can be killed, they're not Shura. Even if they are Shura, then they're not. Lan Lao rubbed his temples, clearly exhausted. That's the tricky part about illusions. You were able to break it easily because you were convinced it was an illusion. If you have no idea whether it's real or not and you attack to test, you might actually make things worse and get more entangled. He patiently explained, if within an illusion, you launch an attack and the enemy easily deflects it, you'll believe even more strongly that it's Shura, and then you're caught. After listening to Lan Lao's explanation, Shi nodded heavily, showing he understood. Lan Lao sighed, speaking slowly, you've been by my side for too long, 20 years now. Even the sharpest blade, if unused for 20 years, will dull. You've lived a peaceful life for too long, and your combat instincts have dulled. Just as Shi was about to speak, Lan Lao raised his hand, signaling him to listen. After this mission is over, if I make it back to Blue Star alive, your duty as my guard will end. Meetings are a matter of fate, but without farewells, there can be no joy in reunion. Life is a continuous cycle of partings and reunions. You should go and do something you enjoy. Take a long vacation. As he spoke, Lan Lao gently rubbed his shoulder, which was aching a bit, and chuckled. I've always thought the work schedule for Shi is inhumane. Not saying it should be 5 days on, 2 days off, but at least 5 years on, 2 years off. Shi was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to respond. He suddenly remembered that the previous Shi had been persuaded to retire in much the same way by Lan Lao. After leaving the 11th shadow position, he continuously challenged those ranked above him. In 20 years, he climbed up to the 4th shadow and now serves as the chief guardian of the eternal forest. This is another form of protection, he thought. Whatever needs to be said can wait until we survive this. Lan Lao slowly opened the sleep pod, his expression grave. I need to rest. The upcoming illusions will only get stronger, and in my current state, I'm very susceptible. He turned to the 11th shadow and instructed, when someone comes, throw the stone over. If they respond, wake me up. Got it. The 11th shadow nodded. Lan Lao continued, it's 2:55 p.m. now. I'll sleep for 8 hours. Check every 15 minutes to make sure I haven't fallen into an illusion. The 11th shadow sighed inwardly. He knew he was too weak. Knowing he was a burden, the only thing Lan Lao could do was to try not to be a liability and do his part well. Trapped in the meticulously set trap of the demon god, Lan Lao had already resigned himself to the fact that he might not survive. He would do his best, and leave the rest to fate or perhaps to Shura? Lan Tianchi remembered Shura once saying that the next moment would be a time to witness miracles. If it were Shura, creating miracles wouldn't be surprising, would it? With this faint hope, Lan Lao lay down in the sleep pod. As the pod door closed, a soft blue light enveloped his body, and he quickly entered a deep sleep. At 3:32 p.m., another figure appeared outside the fog. Following protocol, the 11th shadow first called out and exchanged code phrases. After completing these formalities, he threw the stone as instructed by Lan Lao. As soon as the stone left his hand, the figure outside the fog immediately reacted, seemingly trying to shatter the stone. The 11th shadow reacted swiftly, quickly retrieving the stone and simultaneously shattering the figure outside the fog. Fake, he thought to himself. This scenario repeated itself over and over again. 4:08 p.m., 4:32 p.m., 5 p.m., 5:02 p.m., 5:08 p.m. Each time, the figure outside the fog would give different responses, claiming to recognize the stone or providing information about it. However, each time Lan Lao woke up, he would say just one word, fake. Then he would fall back asleep. The 11th shadow tirelessly repeated the same actions. Throw the stone, listen for a response, wake Lan Lao, shatter the illusion. Gradually, he became numb to the word fake, as if he were in a world filled only with falsehoods. Just when the 11th shadow was about to lose his patience, a bizarre scene appeared outside the fog. A strange canine creature was flying in the air, but its mode of flight was utterly peculiar. 2 wings flapped beside its neck, and a propeller was attached to its head. Even more bizarre, sometimes its head would spin while its body remained still, and other times its body would spin while its head stayed fixed, defying all laws of physics. This absurd scene shattered the monotony of the previous repetitions. The 11th shadow stared in shock and blurted out, "What the hell kind of monster is that?" The creatures outside the mist were so bizarre that they left one speechless. Shi stared at the alien being with a propeller on its head, speculating that it might be a new type of monster born from the abyss of stitching. However, since the creature was relatively weak and far away, he decided to hold his position for now. After the creature wandered around and left, Ingshi woke up Lan Lao and recounted what he had seen. Lan Lao, that monster was terrifying. He couldn't help but exclaim, a sense of unease rising within him. Lan Lao nodded slightly. It is indeed strange. But we can't conclude that the Azura has arrived just because of one bizarre creature. That would only strengthen the illusion, he emphasized. Remember, this environment is fundamentally constructed from my memories. As time passed, the figures outside the mist became clearer and more real. Ingshi hesitated, a question lingering in his mind. Since the illusion had already accessed part of Lan Lao's memories, why did Lan Lao's stone test always work? The illusion should have a good grasp of the stone's details by now. Not long ago, an illusion projection accurately revealed the origin of the stone. This stone comes from the beginner's instance, used to unlock a hidden instance. I once listed it for 1 million gold coins in the Everything Pavilion and eventually sold it to Lan Lao for 60 silver coins. Ingshi was shocked. The stone's origin was extraordinary. A tool to unlock a hidden instance, taken out of the beginner's instance by the Azura and purchased by Lan Lao for his treasured 60 silver coins. Every detail was precise, known only to a few people involved. Despite his shock, Ingshi almost believed the projection was real. However, Lan Lao firmly declared, it's fake. Ingshi immediately acted, shattering the illusion projection in an instant. This scene was perplexing. It seemed that even the demon behind the illusion couldn't understand why it was exposed, despite having fully accessed that memory. Afterward, they finally had a moment to catch their breath, until the propeller-headed dog monster reappeared, breaking the brief tranquility. Watch out, it's back. Ingshi warned cautiously. The propeller-headed dog flew over again, and a tall figure swiftly approached them. Stay where you are, don't come closer. Ingshi immediately warned. From the other side of the mist, a slightly surprised voice called out, She? Ingshi remained expressionless, businesslike in his demand for the code. After confirming the code was correct, he turned to Lan Lao, who had already taken out the stone once more. I'll throw the stone over. The truth will be revealed, Ingshi said, tossing the stone into the mist. On the other side of the mist, Yi Bai hid within Ingshir's shadow, listening to their conversation. He thought to himself, it seems these two have been through numerous illusion tests. The tricky part about these illusions is that you must remain vigilant at all times. One moment of carelessness and you're caught. Even when encountering real people, you need to confirm it thoroughly. To be honest, Ingshi's perseverance had exceeded Ingshir's expectations. He and the Azura had rushed here, racing against time. As the mist thickened, the illusions grew stronger, and Ingshir himself had nearly fallen for them several times. Fortunately, his eye of insight had warned him in time, allowing him to avoid danger. Stone? Hearing the voice from the other side of the mist, Yi Bai immediately remembered the stone he had sold to Lan Lao. Using it for testing was indeed effective, but could it really hold up for so long? Yi Bai's question was soon answered. A stone passed through the mist, landing in front of the two. The stone looked extremely familiar, with every detail, even the wear marks, perfectly replicated. A few notifications suddenly appeared before Yi Bai's eyes. Counterfeits are a good thing. This stone was from the beginner's instance 35 years ago. To simulate the beginner's instance environment, Xiaoyao extracted the entire beginner's instance and placed it on Blue Star for Lan Lao to study. The wear marks on the stone were added recently, perfectly replicating another stone at a 1-to-1 ratio. Kid, have you learned? The older, the wiser. Yi Bai never expected that Lan Lao carried a fake stone with him. On the other side of the mist, Ingshi urged answer. His words now tinged with distrust. Ingshir remained silent, a faint yellow glow emanating from him as he prepared to withstand an attack from the other side. In the nick of time, Yi Bai's voice rang out. Fake. Ingshi's hand froze midair, his eyes narrowing as he warily glanced at Lan Lao. He quickly realized that the previous statement had not come from the elder. The roles seemed to have switched. Lan Lao noticed Ingshi's reaction and a slight smile tugged at his lips. Meeting Ingshi's questioning gaze, he nodded slowly and said, It's real. He added, only a true Shura could immediately tell this is a fake. Ingshi exhaled deeply, his shoulders relaxing slightly, though the wariness in his eyes didn't completely fade. He took a step forward and asked in a low voice, What token have you brought? A figure emerged from the mist, and a young voice, tinged with frustration, responded, A token? Let me see. Without hesitation, he listed, the King's Sword, Nightmare's Wind, and the Emblem of Shadows. Ingshi gasped, shock evident on his face. These casually mentioned names were all legendary treasures SS level equipment, and even the identification of the Shadow Clan's ninth lord. Any one of them would be enough to convince him. The young man seemed still troubled, sighing. None of these seemed to prove him a Shura. Sometimes, hiding one's identity too well can be a hassle. He paused and then suggested, how about 60 silver coins? As soon as he finished speaking, a small bag containing 60 silver coins appeared from the shadows. He tied the bag to the neck of a hellhound and was about to send it over when he suddenly stopped. Wait, he explained. You're too powerful. Approaching could threaten Lan Lao. The hellhound's eyes flashed with resignation. It activated its dog head separation mode, splitting into three. The weakest head, with less than level 60 strength, carried the coin bag and slowly walked forward. Everyone present, including Ing Shur, who was accustomed to Shura's unconventional methods, was momentarily speechless. Shura's way of thinking always managed to surprise. Lan Lao chuckled and shook his head, thinking there was no need for further verification. No illusion or demon could mimic someone so cautious this perfectly. The purity of this Shura was astonishing. The 60 silver coins fell into Ing Shi's palm with a crisp jingle. After a thorough inspection, he handed them to Lan Lao. The elder took the coins and softly said, "They're real." Each coin was a treasured item he had collected over the years, each with its own unique name that he would never mistake. "Come over, but slowly," Ing Shi instructed. Both sides cautiously approached. When they were 5 meters apart, each side produced a small black box. Brother Tin. Ing Shi was now fully convinced of the other's identity. In the midst of the abyss of stitches, he dared not be careless. If it were an illusion, being this close would already pose a threat to Lan Lao, making further pretense unnecessary. Seeing Ing Shur alone, Ing Shi was puzzled. Brother Tin, where's Shura? Shouldn't there be two of you? Where did Shura go? Before he finished speaking, a shadow suddenly emerged from under Ing Shur's feet and merged into the shadow beneath Lan Lao. A young voice then echoed in Lan Lao's ear, Shadow General 4399, at your service. I promise not to harm the Protector, not to place a blade at the Protector's neck, and not to transform into a berserker. Interesting kid, Lan Lao mused, nodding slightly. He spoke slowly. There are rules in the Shadow Clan. If a shadow speaks to the one they're protecting, each word incurs a fine. For a Shadow General, if I remember correctly, it's 2,500 gold coins per word. The Eye of Insight helpfully calculated the fine for Yi Bai, 48 words, totaling 120,000 gold coins. Yi Bai sighed inwardly. Being a shadow isn't worth it. Let's put the money issue aside for now. Yi Bai and Ing Shur, after enduring countless hardships, finally located Lan Lao. The rescue plan was halfway successful, but the road ahead remained difficult. Ing Shur looked at Yi Bai, furrowing his brow. What now? Hiding within Lan Lao's shadow, Yi Bai spoke in a deep voice. Lan Lao, Ing Shur, let me teach you a technique to resist illusion attacks and strengthen mental defenses. Upon hearing this, they had no reason to refuse. As the foggy illusions grew stronger, they indeed needed more resistance. Yi Bai continued to instruct, Lan Lao, take 3 steps back. The movement will be a bit large. Lan Lao nodded thoughtfully and complied. Raise your hands, press your thumbs against your temples, close your eyes, and use your index fingers to circle around your eye sockets. Though the action seemed odd, it felt vaguely familiar. Ing Shur and Lan Lao followed suit, trusting that Yi Bai meant no harm. As soon as Ing Shur raised his hands and closed his eyes, Yi Bai shouted, "Do it!" Ing Shur, already prepared, struck Ing Shur hard in the abdomen. Bam! Ing Shur spat out a mouthful of black blood, mixed with white mist. Lan Lao stood still, sighing lightly as if he had seen through everything. Ing Shur was about to retaliate, but upon seeing the color of the blood and the mist, he immediately understood. Anger and shame filled his eyes, and his neck turned red. He had fallen into a trap without realizing it. If Yi Bai and Ing Shur hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been dire. Stay calm. No emotions. Ing Shur growled, landing another punch on Ing Shur's face, forcing out more white mist and black blood. Ing Shur gritted his teeth. Your physical therapy is making it hard to stay unemotional. The more emotional you get, the harder it is to clear the mist. Ing Shur remained unfazed, delivering another punch at a tricky angle to Ing Shur's ribs. Another mouthful of black blood mixed with white mist spewed out. Lan Lao didn't need Yi Bai to explain. He understood the situation. From the moment they met, Yi Bai and Ing Shur had executed a perfect plan. They had noticed that Ing Shur was heavily tainted by the mist, putting him in extreme danger. Yi Bai first hid in Lan Lao's shadow to ensure safety, then created distance to give Ing Shur an opportunity to act. Finally, Ing Shur subdued Ing Shur. All of this happened in a flash. By the time Ing Shur realized what was happening, the situation was entirely under control. Lan Lao nodded slightly and said softly, Ashura, quite the talent. Yi Bai teased, Lan Lao, if you want to compliment me, you can speak up. At this moment, Ing Shur was ruthlessly beating Ing Shur. Outmatched and caught off guard, Ing Shur had no choice but to follow Ing Shur's instructions, trying to control his emotions and endure the beating. After the last mouthful of black blood was expelled, Ingshir's whole demeanor deflated, and the mist within him was thoroughly cleared. Breaking the spell with force never fails. Ingshir picked him up like a chicken and tossed him into the shadow at his feet. Rest well. With the crisis averted, Yibai sighed in relief. All right, let's take a break and then move on. Besides Ingshir needing to recover and Lan Lao needing rest, Yibai had many things to sort out himself. They had been in the seamless abyss for several hours, and the Ashura Sea at the Eternal Tower had now stabilized. The two skills Yibai had learned earlier, Ashura Sea and Shadow Sea, were now at his disposal. Yibai began to study the effects of his skills. Ashura Sea could summon an Ashura Sea projection, altering the surrounding environment based on existing elemental properties. Simply put, it was a major area buff. Yibai couldn't help but recall the battle with Fengdong. Fengdong had evidently already established an Eternal Sea, at least in its nascent form. As someone who had made it to the top 50 on the killing steel, Fengdong's strength was undeniable. It was not unusual for someone to establish an Eternal Sea before reaching the War King level. Otherwise, the human genius would lose face. Yibai was secretly relieved that Fengdong had held back. The true power of the Eternal Sea had not been fully displayed, only a superficial application. At this moment, Yibai had mastered 6 elements: thunder, wind, fire, water, wood, and shadow. Among them, water and shadow belonged to the Azura Grand Magician template. This meant that Yibai's Azura Sea now had the enhancement of both water and shadow elements. As for the other 4 elements, they would require corresponding precious materials to be effective within the Azura Sea. The higher the quality of the materials, the stronger the effects of the Azura Sea. Money makes you stronger, Yibai thought with a bitter smile, feeling a headache from the enormous expenses of the Azura Sea. He wished that there was a kind-hearted person who could cover the costs, and for a moment, he even missed Amungzi. Soon, Yibai figured out the abilities of the water and shadow elements. Upon activating the Azura Sea, water spheres would randomly generate around him. These water spheres could move at high speed according to his commands. If an enemy touched a water sphere, they would suffer damage and negative effects like slow, bind, and reduced healing. Conversely, if Yibai touched a water sphere, he would receive healing, shields, and purification effects. The refresh rate of the water spheres remained constant at 20 per second, with a maximum of 200 at any given time. This meant that the smaller the affected area of the Azura Sea, the denser the water spheres. Ignoring magical resistance, each water sphere could deal 200,000 points of damage or healing, and this would increase with the expansion of the Azura Sea. If Yibai's health was at full, the water spheres would provide 100,000 points of shield value. When activating the Shadow Sea, shadows would randomly appear around Yibai. These shadows had 3 effects, of which he could choose one. 1. Swap places with Yibai and take the next 20 of the damage. 2. Mimic Yibai's actions, casting the same skills at 20 effectiveness for 3 seconds. 3. Mimic the enemy's actions, casting the same skills at 20 effectiveness for 3 seconds. The refresh rate of the shadows was lower than that of the water spheres, generating 2 per second, with a maximum of 10 at any given time. Both the water and shadow elements would become stronger as Yibai's level increased, expanding the scale and enhancing the grade of the Azura Sea, while also adding new effects. Activating both the Azura Sea and Shadow Sea simultaneously would produce a synergy, allowing shadows to freely swap positions within the water spheres, greatly increasing mobility. However, such powerful abilities came with significant consumption. According to the Eye of Insight, Yibai could currently maintain either the Azura Sea or Shadow Sea within a 100-meter radius for 120 seconds, but activating both simultaneously would only last for 30 seconds in the same radius. During these 30 seconds, if Yibai continuously consumed shadows and water spheres without hitting the cap, he could refresh a total of 600 water spheres and 60 shadows. This would undoubtedly be a huge help in battle. It's worth noting that these figures were achieved with a 100 blessing from the Azura Sea. Even limited by Yibai's level of 200, the effects of the Azura Sea and Shadow Sea far surpassed those of an ordinary first-tier Battle King, and even a second-tier Battle King's Eternal Sea. Yibai felt a surge of joy, knowing that once he returned to the Eternal Tower and invested heavily to upgrade the grade, these 2 skills would become even more powerful. Putting away the skill descriptions, Yibai was clearly in a good mood. The Azura Sea and Shadow Sea skills were more focused on survival, while the output aspect was somewhat overlooked. In fact, having 10 shadows simultaneously cast skills like Raging Sea and Spark would result in considerable damage. Alternatively, accumulating 200 water spheres could instantly deal 40 million damage. However, these seemed insignificant compared to being on the 30th floor, ready to unleash. Aside from these 2 skills, Yibai had one more skill awaiting learning. He looked down at the Heavenly King's sword on his waist, recalling the 5 skill books that the strongest Wu Hin had entrusted to Xue Ming to deliver to him. He had already learned one move, Water Severance, while the remaining 4 were stored in the Heavenly King's sword. Among these 4, the The lowest required level to learn was 200. Yi Bai had just reached level 200 before setting out, but the learning conditions had not yet been met, so he had to put it on hold. At this moment, a skill book appeared on the Heavenly King's sword. The pen strokes were as sharp as a sword, unrestrained and youthful. It was the familiar tone and style of his second brother, always boasting with ease. On the cover of the skill book, it read, "When I reached level 200, I fought a cunning demon war god who transformed his body into countless stars, hiding among them to evade my sword. In an instant, I comprehended a strike and severed him. This sword is called Star Pluck. Star-picking sword. It sounds incredibly powerful." Yi Bai murmured to himself, his eyes fixed intently on the skill book in his hand. As he continued to read, the formidable nature of the star-picking sword technique gradually unfolded before him. The move was divided into two stages. First, the user would dash towards the target like a phantom, dealing massive damage. Second, after a brief pause, the user would forcibly return to their original position. The most crucial aspect was that if the target was successfully killed, the cooldown would reset. Yi Bai's eyes lit up as he began to envision various strategies. He quickly calculated that at his current level, he could attack targets within a 2,000-meter range, dealing tens of thousands of damage. If the target was a phantom-type enemy, the damage would surge to nearly 100,000. This is practically tailor-made for me, Yi Bai thought excitedly. He immediately considered the potential of combining the star-picking sword with his other skills. With 30 layers of readiness, paired with lightning blessing, and then adding star-picking sword and heavenly thunder, it would be the perfect combo. However, amidst his excitement, a hint of doubt surfaced in Yi Bai's mind. This move seemed perfectly suited for him, but it didn't appear particularly powerful for his second brother. He recalled his second brother mentioning that the water-cutting flow could slay a battle king, and he speculated that these techniques must be related to his second brother's SS level talent. Just as Yi Bai was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly noticed stars appearing in the mist. This was precisely the condition for learning the star-picking sword slashing towards the sky under the starlight. Yi Bai turned to Shadow Tin and asked, "I'm about to slash out a sword, and it might cause quite a commotion. Is that okay?" Shadow Tin frowned slightly. "You want me to cover the noise?" "No," Yi Bai calmly analyzed. "The bigger the commotion, the more it will attract Xue Ming and his team. I'm saying it might get a bit rough." He was acutely aware that since they had already picked up Old Lawn, the next step was to rendezvous with Xue Ming and others to find a way to escape. If they could also deal with the demon seed and purify the Son Abyss, that would be even better. But all actions had to be based on ensuring their safety first. Yi Bai took a deep breath and tightened his grip on the sword. As the starlight flickered, a new adventure was about to begin. It wasn't that Yi Bai was merely trying to survive, but rather that the current advantage lay with the human race. Time was also on their side. As long as they proceeded steadily and developed in secret, victory was within reach. Ingshir's gaze pierced through the shadows, landing on Ingshi hidden within. He carefully assessed their conditions. 5 more minutes, at least recover to 80%, he whispered. 80%? That's not enough. Yi Bai frowned, looking at Ingshir in confusion. Being at 80% is practically being severely injured. After a moment's thought, Yi Bai suggested, "Let's wait another 15 minutes. I have some items here that can help Ingshi recover." With that, he pulled out a collection of healing supplies he'd prepared and passed them to Ingshir's shadow through Lan Lao's shadow. "Thank you, Ingshi," came a low voice from the shadows. Yi Bai waved his hands dismissively. "No need to thank me. Just transfer the money to my account later." He paused, then added, "Actually, never mind. I'll have Juyi deduct it directly from your salary." "All right," Ingshi responded succinctly. With the healing items provided by Yi Bai, Ingshi's condition improved to 95% after 15 minutes. Although still slightly injured, this was the best state possible under the circumstances. Time ticked by, and Ingshi finally emerged from the shadows, with Yi Bai following suit. He quickly returned to Lan Lao's shadow, while Ingshir took on the task of protecting Yi Bai. Even without a 9th-tier war god by his side, Yi Bai was fearless, ready to unleash a world-shattering strike. He gazed at the starry sky, holding the star-picking skill book in his left hand and the heavenly king's sword in his right. Taking a deep breath, he slowly exhaled and softly declared, "My second brother has a sword that can pluck the stars." Gripping the sword, drawing it, and striking. "Watch my sword." Slash. In an instant, the skill book transformed into countless starlights, merging into Yi Bai's body. His speed reached its peak as he slashed toward the stars. Boom. At first, there was a barely noticeable white gleam, followed by a terrifying white beam shooting skyward, transforming into a roaring white dragon that soared through the heavens, finally resembling the descent of a heavenly king. At this moment, Ingshir was completely thrown out of Yi Bai's shadow, staring ahead in shock. Although he had anticipated the extraordinary nature of this strike, he never imagined that Xiao Luo could unleash such a stunning blow. This was no longer just Yi Bai's strike. It was the Heavenly King's sword guiding Yi, unleashing boundless sword energy. With heavenly might, wielding the sword like a king. This was the Heavenly King's sword. This sword could even slay a Heavenly King. Meanwhile, in the Seam Abyss, the team rescuing Lan Lao was struggling through their journey. As soon as Yi unleashed his earth-shattering strike, someone sensed the anomaly. Look, sword energy. Su Qingfeng pointed at the distant white gleam, casually remarking. It's just sword energy, what's the big deal? Someone responded dismissively. A sword? Stronger than Ingzhe's blade? Another person chimed in. There's nothing worth his attention except Wu Hin's sword, not even Lan Zhexian's. As a ninth-tier war god, Su Qingfeng had the authority to speak such words. Feng Dong stretched his neck, staring at the shifting sword light, musing. It seems like the Heavenly King's sword's energy. He had seen images of the Heavenly King's sword and couldn't be mistaken. The words, Heavenly King's sword, instantly caught the attention of the two ninth-tier war gods. Impossible. Xue Ming suddenly looked up at the sword energy in the sky, witnessing the white dragon of sword energy transform into a Heavenly King, executing the star-picking strike. Whether it was the sword or the move, Xue Ming was intimately familiar, yet in this moment, felt utterly alien. Xue Ming's face was filled with shock, his entire being in a daze, repeatedly muttering, impossible, absolutely impossible. In his stupor, the giant hammer in his hand slipped to the ground, creating a terrifying crack. Feet, caught off guard, fell into it. How could this be? Xue Ming roared in near despair, undergoing an atavistic transformation, flailing his limbs, the Heavenly King's sword. How could the Heavenly King's sword be in Xiao Luo's hands? That's the Heavenly King's sword. Xue Ming had made countless trips to the Eternal Forest, racking his brains to take the Heavenly King's sword. Time and again, he was rejected, returning in vain, increasingly dejected, only to start anew. He couldn't fathom how the Heavenly King's sword had ended up with Xiao Luo. In the end, I was wrong. The entire Seam Abyss echoed with a heart-wrenching cry following Yi Bai's earth-shattering strike. No, the rifts of the abyss. The sword's brilliance was so intense that it not only drew the attention of the team rescuing Elder Lan, but also alerted the monsters in the vicinity. The demon gods, who could have orchestrated events from behind the scenes, found it unnecessary to intervene as the creatures swarmed towards the source of the sword's light on their own. The sheer power of this earth-shattering strike was so overwhelming that it threatened the very stability of the abyssal plane. The will of the abyssal plane would not tolerate such a formidable presence and would defend itself at any cost. In an instant, countless monsters surged forth like a tidal wave, launching a frenzied assault on Yi Bai and his companions. Su Qingfeng ignored the out-of-control Xue Ming and instead focused on the gradually subsiding sword light, his brows furrowed. With the perspective of a ninth-rank war god, he easily discerned the current crisis. The sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. They might not be able to hold out. Just as Su Qingfeng was worrying, he suddenly turned his head and saw Xue Ming about to jump into a crack in the ground. This crack had been created earlier by Xue Ming's hammer, and it seemed someone had fallen in. Su Qingfeng's heart skipped a beat had Xue Ming lost his composure, unable to withstand the pressure. However, as soon as Xue Ming jumped down, he threw a shadowy figure back up. It was Feet, covered in stone armor and barely clinging to life. Su Qingfeng's pupils contracted. Feet was not weak and ranked among the top 3 in the squad in terms of defense. For him to be severely injured in an instant, this was no ordinary peak war king level monster. Feet managed to write with his index finger in the air. There's a war god level monster underground. It's very strong. Don't go down. Half of his body had already turned to stone, and this layer of protection was the only reason he survived the monster's onslaught. In fact, the crack alone wouldn't have caused Feet to fall, but a rope had pulled him down the moment the crack appeared. Faced with unknown danger, Feet immediately activated his second form, which saved his life. Even in his extreme rage, Xue Ming quickly realized something was wrong and decisively jumped into the crack to rescue Feet. Had he been a moment slower, Feet might have perished. Once Feet was rescued, several beams of light immediately fell on him, healing his injuries and restoring his health. The partially petrified parts of his body could not be healed for now, a side effect of overactivating his abilities. Retreat. Su Qingfeng, sensing imminent danger, quickly organized everyone to move away from the crack. As they retreated, they anxiously asked, Deputy Leader, aren't we going to rescue the captain? Are we just going to leave Xue Ming in the underground rift? Even though he's also a 9th-rank war god, we don't know how many enemies are down there. Isn't it too dangerous? Running at the rear, Su Qingfeng gravely explained, Rescue Xue Ming? You still don't understand the situation. We're running now to avoid the aftermath of his battle. Struggling to find the right words to express his feelings, he could only sigh. He's too fierce. Watch out, it's coming. Before Su Qingfeng finished speaking, a terrifying, sinister pillar of blood-red light shot up from the crack, its pressure surpassing even that of the previous sword strike. A massive shadow instantly enveloped everyone, causing them to freeze as waves of fear washed over them. Boom! To block the bloodlight, Su Qingfeng quickly arranged everyone in a straight line, positioning himself at the rear to face the impact directly. Bang! The wind shield around Su Qingfeng shattered instantly, and the folding fan at his waist broke in response. His face turned from pale to flushed, and he quickly wiped away the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth. Su Qingfeng felt frustrated. As a dual-element wind and space user, he considered himself only slightly less powerful than Xueming in terms of ultimate destructive force. However, when it came to enduring attacks, Su Qingfeng couldn't compare to Xueming. He excelled in precise, surgical strikes, whereas Xueming fought like a reckless butcher. In other environments, Su Qingfeng could use his spatial abilities to mitigate damage, avoiding such a dire situation. But here, he was at a loss. The Abyssal Rift, a place weakened countless times over to trap Lan Lao, became an unexpected battlefield for Su Qingfeng. The compounding unfavorable factors made it exceedingly difficult for him to withstand the mere aftershocks of Xueming's battle. After the aftershocks subsided, Su Qingfeng forced himself to swallow a mouthful of blood, his right hand uncontrollably trembling. He decided to keep it behind his back. Turning to face the 8 people he had protected, Su Qingfeng was about to speak when a gush of black blood surged uncontrollably, staining his shirt in an instant. The scene became extremely awkward. The other 8 members of the squad tactfully turned their heads, pretending not to see anything, except for Feng Dong, whose mouth twitched uncontrollably. Su Qingfeng coughed lightly twice, signaling for everyone to turn back. When Feng Dong looked at Su Qingfeng again, he was astonished to find that, in just a second, Su Qingfeng had changed into a new outfit, even switching to a different folding fan. Feng Dong marveled inwardly, truly impressed by the prowess of the strongest war god of the Wind faction, who could change clothes in an instant. Is everyone all right? Su Qingfeng asked, but before he could finish, another wave of black blood surged up his throat. This time, everyone saw a blur, and the war god had changed into yet another outfit, looking as calm as ever. Feng Dong couldn't help but softly advise, nephew, if you can't hold it in, just let it out. You'll feel much better. Su Qingfeng, however, smiled faintly and shook his head slightly, as if he didn't understand Feng Dong's words. He seemed to believe that as long as he didn't feel embarrassed, the embarrassment would be someone else's. Finally, Su Qingfeng managed to suppress his internal injuries and spoke calmly. This is an old injury from being struck by Lord Ingzhou back then, and now it's been triggered again. Let this be a reminder to all of you. Once you become a 9th rank war god, never challenge Lord Ingzhou. Feng Dong's mind was filled with silent complaints. Nephew, you were clearly dueling in the Eternal Core City back then. If you're going to make up a story, at least get the background right. Saying you were struck by the demon god Feng Qi would be more believable. And revealing your own embarrassing historieto, you really think that will divert everyone's attention? But out of respect for his nephew, Feng Dong kept these thoughts to himself. At that moment, the terrifying blood-red beam of light slowly dissipated, and a burly figure wielding a blood-red war hammer emerged. Xueming's face was expressionless, his mind serene, as if the full-force strike that could obliterate all subterranean demons and even war god-level beings was nothing out of the ordinary. Watching Xueming approach, Su Qingfeng couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. He was relieved that Xueming was an ally rather than an enemy. Since entering the war god realm, Xueming had been unmatched among his peers, except for the supreme beings, and fighting above his rank was a common occurrence for him. Su Qingfeng sighed, speaking to the group with a tone of resignation. Take a good look at the man walking towards you. Remember this figure. He is the person who has slain the most demons in the past 30 years now, in the past century of human history. For a century, humanity's most prolific demon slayer, Xueming, emerged from the flickering blood-red glow, casually carrying a blood-stained hammer. His appearance, perfectly narrated by Su Qingfeng, painted a vivid picture that etched itself deeply into the souls of everyone present, leaving an indelible impression. Feng Dong furrowed his brow in thought, puzzled. Why did his nephew suddenly switch to commentary? Something seemed off about this scenario. Was there a problem somewhere? Su Qingfeng quickly stepped forward to greet Xueming. With his back to the crowd, he lowered his voice and said, I said everything you told me to. Enough is enough. Using blood energy to aggravate injuries is just too shameless. It turned out that Su Qingfeng's previous public displays of spitting blood weren't due to his own issues. Someone had been manipulating things behind the scenes to coerce him into saying good things. Xueming blinked his innocent eyes and responded with a face full of sincerity. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Just now, I think I heard someone call me handsome. Su Qingfeng was about to retort when his eyes suddenly widened. Wait, you're at level 981. He gritted his teeth in anger, realizing that Xueming had leveled up. After level 600, one could only advance by slaying powerful demons in the abyss, and it required defeating beings of equal or higher level, a daunting task. For most, it was better to return to the Eternal Tower to level up slowly, but for Xueming, it was a walk in the park. Xueming's expression turned serious. I need to talk to you about this. The demons underground are completely different from those on the surface. They don't have damage immunity buffs. They might not have been born in this plane but have been hiding here all along. The surface here blocks the mist and our detection, so we never found them. Hearing this, Su Qingfeng's face showed concern. Xueming continued, there was a 9th level war god demon hiding in that chasm just now, carrying a demon god seed. If I'm not mistaken, at the right moment, the war god demon could swallow the seed, significantly increasing its power, potentially reaching the demon god level. And from what I sensed, there's more than one 9th level war god in the passage. Su Qingfeng frowned, realizing that the mysteries of the Stitched Abyss were far more complex than he had imagined. The demon gods had laid multiple traps in this plane, and as it evolved, its level cap kept rising. Xueming pointed behind him and said, I have to chase down the 9th level war god demon in the passage. Leaving it alive is too dangerous. You lead the team to where the swordlight is. That strike just now killed the surrounding demons and cleared the mist. Leading the team alone won't be too difficult for you. Besides, my recent actions have caused the Stitched Abyss to start rejecting me. Wherever I go, the demons will attack me furiously. Xueming meant to split up. Ignoring the underground demons would indeed cause significant trouble at critical moments. Humanity had 4 top-tier 9th level war gods in the Stitched Abyss: Shadow 10, Shadow 11, Xueming, and Su Qingfeng. Now that Xueming had drawn aggro, acting alone and letting the others stay together was the best strategy. After a brief consideration, Su Qingfeng nodded in agreement. All right. He wasn't worried about Xueming's safety. Even without his 2 supreme foster fathers, Xueming was astonishingly powerful. In fact, the demon gods had tried to trap and kill Xueming multiple times. To break through to the transcendent war god level at 990, Xueming always fought in the most dangerous places, risking his life. The demon gods didn't fear humanity gaining another supreme warrior. What they couldn't tolerate was another transcendent war god. More supreme warriors made the supreme demon gods wary. An additional transcendent war god put immense pressure on ordinary demon gods, especially one like Xueming. With the combat prowess he displayed as a 9th level war god, becoming a transcendent war god would be catastrophic. The title of the first transcendent war god among humanity would be undisputed. It is precisely for this reason that the demons have very mixed feelings about Xueming in private. Despite his status as the adopted son of 2 supreme beings, they still wish to see him dead. In the eyes of the demons, the most terrifying supreme being is Xiaoyao at his peak, while Nightmare and Wuhan are no longer threats they need to fear. Su Qingfeng stared at the crack in front of him, his brows furrowed. This pit is not simple, he said in a deep voice. The timing of the crack's appearance is too coincidental, and it has a connected passage. This is likely a strategy to lure away our strongest, Xueming. Xueming, upon hearing this, could only smile wryly. Of course, I understand that, he said. But I have no other choice. His gaze sharpened. I can sense that there are at least 2 9th-tier war gods on the other side of the passage. If I don't go after them, their target will be Lan Lao. Putting aside the lure, the demons clearly showed sincerity to make Xueming take the bait willingly. These 2 9th-tier war gods were just an appetizer for him. If the sincerity was insufficient, Xueming would have enough time to kill the demon war gods and then regroup with Lan Lao and the others. Enough talk. I'll go deal with those 2 9th-tier war gods. Xueming hefted his giant hammer and leaped into the crack, his figure quickly disappearing into the darkness. He had to hurry, or he would lose track of them. Su Qingfeng watched Xueming's departing figure, deep in thought. For some reason, he felt slighted. Why do I feel like this guy is just making excuses to avoid seeing Shura? He muttered to himself. After all that talk, it boils down to not wanting to see Shura. He suddenly realized, of course, the heavenly sword is in Shura's hands. Xueming would be envious, leading to nothing but impotent rage. Better to avoid meeting altogether. Let's go. Su Qingfeng called to the others. We need to quickly rendezvous with Lan Lao and Shura, and then find a way to escape this realm. With that, he led the group swiftly toward the remnants of sword energy. Meanwhile, in another part of the Abyss of Seams, the area where Yibai, Lan Lao, and the others had become a vacuum. The sword energy that had surged earlier not only slaughtered the surrounding demons, but also eliminated a demon seed. Now, they were temporarily free from the threats of demons and the fog. Quick, set up defenses. Lan Lao decisively ordered. Shadow 10 remained on guard, while Shadow 11 quickly set up formations and traps around them with various items and tools. The blood-red pillar of light in the distance caught Yibai's attention. Is Xueming really that powerful? Yibai looked at the pillar, his eyes gleaming with a strange light. Does that mean he'll be even richer after this battle? Shadow 10 looked at Yibai, puzzled. Richer? Hasn't Shuiming always been wealthy? Putting aside Shuiming's wealth, there were more pressing matters to attend to. Lan Lao seized this brief period of calm to ask again, have you collected any data on the Abyss of Seams? Shadow Tin shook his head. The situation arose suddenly. I'm not very good with these devices and only brought a simple detector. He handed the detector to Lan Lao. Lan Lao took the detector, frowning slightly. His previous calculations were based on Shadow 11 manually gathering data, which, although somewhat accurate, were too vague. The precision of the instrument Shadow Tin brought was also lacking, making it difficult to meet the needs. As Lan Lao felt disappointed, Yi Bai, hiding in the shadows, suddenly spoke up. Data? Lan Lao, what data do you need? Ask me. Don't you know I have the eye of insight? Yi Bai suddenly felt like he was a natural for research. While others collected data, he only needed a glance to understand everything. Almost forgot about you. Lan Lao chuckled lightly, then turned serious. At most, I can create a temporary S-level research team to study the Abyss of Seams. The team budget won't exceed 100,000 War God merit points, and a research report and related materials will need to be submitted to a specific committee for approval. Depending on the value of the research results, the temporary team might be upgraded to a formal project team, with a budget potentially reaching SS level, where there will be no upper limit. He paused, then turned to Shadow Tin. Shadow General 4399, are you interested in joining the research team? Shadow Tin's shadow nodded vigorously, responding excitedly, interested, please let me join your research team. Yi Bai, on the other hand, remained calm. I'm not interested in money, he said. I just want to contribute to research. Stitching the Abyss. During the brief respite provided by the sword Aura's clearing, Old Master Lan seized the moment to start his calculations. Shadow Tin brought over a low-end computer with a 3090 GPU and said helplessly, it's not much, but it'll have to do. Initially, assisting Old Master Lan with his research wasn't part of the plan, so no special preparations had been made. This computer was usually used by Shadow Tin for gaming, so its performance was nowhere near that of a supercomputer. Fortunately, the functions Old Master Lan required weren't overly complex. Seated at the computer, Old Master Lan began a series of rapid-fire questions, which Yi Bai answered promptly. Current density of abyssal miasma? S level. Expected to rise to SS level in 30 minutes. Magnetic field status? Yi Bai drew a pattern with his shadow, and Old Master Lan glanced at it, nodding to continue. Current number of demon seeds? This QA session lasted for several minutes until Shadow 11 returned, prompting Old Master Lan to stop and ponder. Something's still off. What's missing? Old Master Lan swiped back and forth on the touchscreen, feeling like he had overlooked something. Suddenly, Yi Bai had a realization. Right, there are also demons beneath us. Old Master Lan hadn't inquired about the ground, probably unaware of the situation. Yi Bai explained. The soil here is more resistant to monitoring than the mist. The Eye of Insight can see up to 10 kilometers through the mist, but only about 500 meters below us. There are demons and tunnels below, but most of those demons are dormant and not born from the stitched abyss. Hearing this, Old Master Lan's eyes lit up. I get it now. Yi Bai almost heard a detective's theme song playing in his head. Old Master Lan, please proceed with your performance. Old Master Lan adjusted his glasses and turned the computer screen towards the group. I've been wondering why the stitched abyss, which is about to fully evolve into a mid-air abyssal plane, was misjudged as a small abyssal plane. Why are the spatial restrictions so severe, requiring the spatial passage to be opened at specific times? On the screen, Old Master Lan drew a rough sketch. Look, the true shape of the stitched abyss should be like this. The diagram resembled two hands squeezing a book from both ends, causing the pages to arch outwards and form an irregular tubular passage. Shadow 11 immediately grasped the concept. A double-sided clamp formation. Everyone present nodded in agreement. A red dot appeared on the simulation map, marking the group's location. Old Master Lan explained, we are actually inside the inner layer. The soil beneath us is the outer layer. The starry sky above us is fake. If we ignored all spatial restrictions and flew straight to the other side, we'd find ourselves on the other side of the stitched abyss. The three of them exchanged glances, somewhat understanding but growing more confident. They spoke in unison. So that's it. I get it now. Yi Bai attempted to summarize. So, there are two stitched plane segments, like bread slices with a gap in between, right? That's one way to put it. Old Master Lan nodded. As the evolution process continues, the gap will get smaller and smaller until the space collapses, and the two segments completely merge. He suddenly clapped his hands. Bang. Everyone instantly understood that only a ninth-tier war god might survive this impending catastrophe. Old Master Lan remained optimistic. The good news is, at least we now understand the structure of the stitched abyss plane, giving us time to devise a countermeasure. Shadow Tin raised a concern. Can't we reopen the spatial passage and leave the stitched abyss plane? Old Master Lon pointed to the red on the diagram. That's the tricky part. We're in the inner layer, separated by a plane segment. The people outside have no idea where we are. Opening the passage is like opening a blind box. It can only be done at specific times, randomly, just like when you arrived. And once the passage is open, there's a strict time limit. The approach from the outside isn't working. After a moment of contemplation, Shadow Tin proposed. What if we try to break through from the inside out? Old Man Lon nodded slightly, a hint of approval in his eyes. That's indeed a viable option. Preliminary estimates suggest that if we can strike a blow similar to the one 4,399 did, but 10 times stronger, we might be able to open a passage. Hearing this, Yibai felt deflated. He spread his hands helplessly, like a lost cub. With a bitter smile, he said, that strike was more of a fluke, not my true strength. It was more like the Heavenly King's sword resonating with the moment. Replicating that strike, let alone making it 10 times stronger, is impossible. Unexpectedly, Shadow Tin's eyes lit up. If that's the case, Shuiming can do it. Yibai was taken aback, his face full of questions. Seriously? Is Shuiming that powerful? He began to reflect on whether he had been too hard on Demengzi. But then again, Yibai felt he had done nothing wrong. He thought proudly, maybe it was his constant pushing that led to Shuiming's achievements today. He silently noted to himself, increase the pressure. Old Man Lon cleared his throat, interrupting Yibai's train of thought. I haven't finished. We need to strike at a specific time and place, targeting the weakest point in the space, to open the passage. He tapped his finger on the computer screen, looking serious. To achieve this, we need to eliminate as many demon god seeds as possible. Don't forget, we're only on one section, which means there are still 9 demon god seeds on the opposite section. Everyone fell silent, realizing the difficulty of escaping the abyss of stitching was far beyond their imagination. Old Man Lon pulled up the data from the Eye of Insight, outlining a preliminary strategy for everyone. Explore the abyss, purify the monsters, and kill the demon god seeds. Find the designated location at the critical time, and have Shuiming open the spatial passage. He added solemnly, any mistake in any part of this plan, and all efforts will be wasted. From the shadows, Yibai spoke up calmly. I have an idea. We should split up. Shadow 11 immediately shook his head in opposition. That's too dangerous. According to Shura's plan, the risks he'll face will increase tenfold, even 100-fold. Old Man Lon hesitated, falling into deep thought. Only Shadow Tin, familiar with Shura, nodded in agreement. It's worth a try. Turning to Old Man Lon, Shadow Tin said seriously, throughout this journey, although brief, I've witnessed Shura's actions and decisions. I trust him. If he proposes such a plan, he has a way to execute it. Despite Shadow Tin's assurance, Old Man Lon remained hesitant. After all, the matter of the Supreme Seed was of utmost importance. Shadow Tin continued to persuade, Old Man Lon, before we left, Master Jio told me he treats Shura like his own grandson. Even if you don't trust me, you should trust Master Jio's judgment and the person he endorses. Listening to this, Yibai felt something was off but couldn't pinpoint what. Finally, Lon Tianchi was convinced and slowly nodded. All right, I'll trust Brother Jiu this time. Master Lon approved Yibai's proposal, marking the official launch of the action plan. Before setting out, Yibai began a series of meticulous preparations. He first took out a large amount of, or from his storage ring, and handed it over to Ing 11 and Master Lon. Here are 6,000 tons of a grade ore and 1,200 tons of scrade ore, Yibai said as he passed the heavy ring. You'll need these to build the defense line, so make sure you keep them safe. Shadow instinctively clutched the ring tightly, while Ing 11 stood there, stunned and unsure how to react. Seeing this, Yibai sighed and said, I know you need to keep it safe, but you have to let go of it first. Master Lon coughed twice to break the awkward silence. Ahem, the amount of ore consumed will be reimbursed at wartime prices, which is the highest price at which ore was sold in the past 7 days. Upon hearing this, the storage ring quickly landed in Ing 11's hand. His expression was complex, as if he wanted to say something but didn't know where to start. Yibai, pretending as if nothing had happened, took out another storage ring. Here's some scrolls and items, gifted by a kind junior. No need to pay for these. He spoke lightly, as if discussing a trivial matter. In addition to the supplies, a special item was handed to Master Lon. Master Lon curiously examined it. What is this? A magical conch, Yibai explained briefly. Besides transmitting sound, it can open a portal for two-way travel when blown. It works even in the abyssal plane. Yibai added, somewhat embarrassed, to be honest, without this, I wouldn't dare to venture out with Brother Zhongshan. Exploring the abyssal plane and finding weak points in space would be much less efficient without the Eye of Insight. Although Yibai was always cautious with his life, he understood the urgency of the current situation. Delaying would only put him in greater danger, which would be foolish rather than cautious. Master Lon nodded slightly. That's for the best. With the magical conch, people like Shura could escape any danger at any time. Ing 10 also handed a batch of supplies to Ing 11. Before setting out, we considered the possibility of long-term combat in the abyssal plane and prepared ample supplies, especially for enhancing mental defense. Not only can Ing 11 use these, but we also made a special batch for Master Lon. Yibai continued, by the way, Master Lon, once you meet up with the small team, it would be best to set up a temporary fortress. As he spoke, he quickly drew a design for a fortress capable of withstanding attacks from war god-level creatures. This way, even if there's a beast tide, they won't have to worry about safety. The fortress, made with high-grade ore, will be strong enough for defense. After making all the arrangements, Yibai pointed east and said, the rescue team will come from this direction, about 10 kilometers away. Then he pointed in the opposite direction. To reach another sector, Brother Zhongshan and I will head this way. It's closer. There are fewer beasts now, making it easier to travel. Let's set out. Ing 10 stood up, preparing to head west. Master Lon also stood up and reminded him, be careful and don't overextend yourself. He looked down at Ing 10's shadow and smiled. You're only at level 200. You don't need to bear such a heavy burden. Our race has fought for 30 years and struggled for 100 more so that the younger generation can live easier lives. How did it end up the other way around? Letting you come to the abyss is just Nine's folly. Master Lon was probably the only person in the world who dared to calling Nine's actions folly. Anyone else would risk getting cut down by Nine. As for why Nine wouldn't cut down Master Lon, if Ing 9 dared to attack, Lon Tianchi would dare to die beyond the help of even the strongest healers. Ing 10's shadow sheepishly scratched its head and smiled. Master Lon, please stop. If you keep talking, I won't want to go anymore. I've finally mustered the courage to take a few more steps, and now I'm already regretting it. Despite his words, Ing 10's movements did not falter as he resolutely headed west. Master Lon waved goodbye and said, next time we meet, I have something to tell you about Brother Nine. Ing 10's shadow suddenly stretched several dozen meters, darting in front of Master Lon with a pointed end. Master Lon, what a coincidence to see you again. Master Lon closed his eyes naturally, groping in front of him with both hands, muttering to himself, this illusion is getting stronger. I can't see a thing anymore. It was truly a meeting of equals. Yibai gave up trying to extract information from Old Man Lon. His shadow retracted back to his side like a spring. Old Man Lon slowly opened his eyes, watching Yibai and Shadow 10 walk away. The smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by deep concern. His brows furrowed, and his eyes flickered with worry. Shadow 11 noticed Old Man Lon's unusual demeanor and softly asked, Old Man Lon, what's wrong? Old Man Lon sighed deeply and shook his head. Instead of answering directly, he asked, did you see that pillar of blood energy earlier? Shadow 11 nodded in confirmation. Yes, that was Xue Ming's doing without a doubt. Old Man Lan's gaze turned profound as he began to explain his analysis. I watched Xue Ming grow up. I know his character well. He's meticulous despite his rough exterior, not someone who acts recklessly. Even in a fight with a demon god, he wouldn't cause such a commotion. He paused before continuing. When Shura unleashed that sword strike earlier, it likely provoked the abyss's will, causing the monsters to target him. To alleviate Shura's pressure, Xue Ming released a stronger aura to draw the abyss's attention. Even so, Shura is under significant pressure. When he suggested splitting up, in reality, Old Man Lan's voice trailed off, leaving the sentence unfinished. Lon Tianchi scoffed and sat back in his chair, muttering to himself, scholars are useless in battle. This feeling of helplessness always surfaced near the battlefield, especially during the 30-year war. He had thought he would never return to the battlefield or feel this way again. Yet today, in front of an 18-year-old, he felt as he had in his youth. At that moment, the conch in Lon Tianchi's hand gently shook. He looked down and saw 60 silver coins lying quietly on the ground, caught by a shadow. These were the coins Shura had used to prove his identity earlier, which Old Man Lon had told him to keep. Now, they had returned to him. Old Man Lon looked westward, his vision obscured by mist, but he seemed to vaguely see the figures of Shadow 10 and the young man walking side by side. He shook his head with a smile, thinking, I must be mistaken. Shura couldn't have easily walked out of the shadow. However, that image seemed etched into Old Man Lan's mind. Under the starlight, the young man cloaked in the wind of nightmares, holding the Heavenly King's sword, full of spirit and vigor. Lon Tianchi couldn't help but hum a nameless tune softly. It feels like I was 18 years old again, dreaming of riding a horse with pride, dreaming of a beloved girl with a face as beautiful as a flower. The melody gradually faded, and the figures in the mist disappeared. Memories receded like the tide. The wind and sand stung his eyes, and Lon Tianchi rubbed them, reflecting, over 100 years old, yet letting kids under 20 lead the charge. He bent down to pick up the 60 silver coins and took a deep breath. An indescribable spiritual strength seemed to awaken within his aged body. Lan Tianqi's gaze became grave and resolute, carrying immense determination as he looked toward where Shura had disappeared. He spoke each word with conviction. I, Lan Tianqi, will one day lead the charge ahead of everyone. One day. After sending off Shilua and Ingshi, Old Lan soon welcomed the rescue squad. Even though there was no fog around, both sides maintained a safe distance, verifying identities through shouted questions. Following Old Lan's instructions, Ingshi asked loudly, Su Qingfeng, when Ninth Brother cut you back then, was he holding the knife in his right hand or left hand? Su Qingfeng instinctively responded, right hand? No, it was the left hand. Old Lan slowly nodded, a slight smile flashing in his eyes. So prideful, it must be him. Let them come over. Old Lan thought to himself, Ingju using his left hand? Su Qingfeng, a ninth-tier war god, wasn't worthy of that. Although Old Lan's power wasn't on par with Ingjiu, Nightmare, or Kinghua, his knowledge of secrets far surpassed that of ordinary people. Ingjiu wasn't just left hand. The difference between Ingjiu wielding a knife with his left hand and his right hand was like night and day. After Su Qingfeng and his team joined Old Lan, they immediately began constructing the defensive line. With the high-quality minerals and detailed blueprints left by Shilua, the efficiency of building the fortress greatly improved. Feng Dong noticed the peculiar state on feet and said, Feet, the quality of this earth coating on you is pretty good. Hang in there. As he spoke, he decisively tore off a large piece of the earth armor. Feet's skin was immediately covered by a new layer of earth armor, and once the new armor solidified, Feng Dong tore it off again. This process repeated, much like tearing off the scabs from a wound. To save his life earlier, Feet had overactivated his innate ability and was now in a semi-petrified state, almost losing his combat capability. To quickly get through this period of weakness, the earth armor needed to be constantly shed. While this process was somewhat inhumane, it was crucial for Feet's recovery. Setting aside Feet's pain, the defensive line established by the squad soon faced an attack from the monsters. Supported by high-quality minerals, various mechanical tools played a significant role. Under the barrage of intense firepower, the monsters were turned into sieves before they even saw the defensive line. The continuous rattling of the Gatling gun gave Feng Dong goosebumps, once again overwhelmed by psychological trauma. Inside the defensive line, a mechanic eagerly worked on manufacturing ammunition, exclaiming, 6,000 tons of A-grade minerals, 1,200 tons of S-grade minerals, we could plow through an entire dimension. I've never fought such a well-funded battle. During a brief lull in the battle, Su Qingfeng exchanged information with Old Lan and discussed the next steps. After a brief conversation, Su Qingfeng frowned and asked, So, Shilua and Xueming are both attracting the monster's attention, taking the initiative to clear out the demon god seeds? That's right, Old Lan confirmed. Su Qingfeng's expression changed, and he urgently said, But the enemy has a ninth-tier war god among the monsters. Xueming can handle it, but Shilua is only at level 200. Old Lan, summon Shilua back quickly. Upon hearing this, Old Lan suddenly laughed and changed his tone. Qingfeng, do you know the battle achievements of our human race's strongest seeds at level 200? Su Qingfeng was taken aback and honestly replied, I am from the same generation as the strongest, Wu Hin, and have heard a bit. It is said that he slew 13 war kings. In the era when Wu Hin rose to fame, the 30-year blood war had ended, and humanity officially launched a counterattack on the abyssal plane. Wu Hin, with just a sword, made a killing spree on the front lines, causing a sensation. Old Lan took a sip of tea and slowly said, The strongest, Nightmare, at level 200, once trapped and killed the son of the fifth demon god, equivalent to slaying a third-tier war god. The strongest, Wu Hin, at level 200, comprehended the star-picking sword in battle and slew a fifth-tier war god monster. The strongest, Xiaoyao, at level 200, traveled the abyss, and several demon war gods went missing, their whereabouts unknown, including an 8th-tier war god. Putting down the teacup, Old Lan dismissively said, Is it too much for our human race's 4th strongest seed to kill a 9th-tier war god of the demon race? Su Qingfeng gasped, suddenly feeling it wasn't excessive at all. For the strongest seeds, level 200 was indeed a qualitative transformation in strength. Besides, Shilua had the 9th-tier war god Ingshi with him, not fighting alone. A mere 9th-tier war god monster didn't seem like much of a threat. Meanwhile, far away, Shilua wasn't as composed as Old Lan and Su Qingfeng. He spoke very seriously to Ingshi. A 9th-tier war god is targeting us. Brother Zhongshan, I miss Old Lan. Let's go back. We can explore the area ahead later. That was a 9th-tier war god, a whole 780 levels higher than Yi Bai. Shilua's genuine fear was evident. Ingshi nodded in agreement. All right. 9th brother had instructed him to follow Shilua's orders in everything, and Ingshi was steady. He also felt it was time to go back. Being targeted by a 9th-rank war god of the demon clan, Ingshir's heart was on high alert. He knew he wasn't like Xueming, a freak of nature. Battles between ninth-rank war gods often erupted in an instant, with a few moves revealing each other's strength. However, determining life and death would require a prolonged and intense fight, lasting 10 days or even half a month. Ingshir calculated silently. The demon lurking in the shadows was likely not as powerful as he was. Besides, there was Shura, who seemed useless but would certainly be a concern in any fight. At that moment, Yi Bai, hidden in the shadows, spoke again. Don't rush. I have one more question. Ask. Ingshir responded curtly. Yi Bai asked directly, how much is it worth to kill a ninth-rank war god? The question struck Ingshir like a hammer to the heart. He instantly realized he couldn't answer truthfully. Knowing Shura's temperament, if she found out the truth, she might go berserk on the spot. After a moment of silence, Ingshir cautiously replied, I've never killed one, so I'm not sure about the market price. Yi Bai chuckled inwardly. While Ingshir might not know, he was well aware. Killing a first-rank war god earned 4,000 war god merits, while killing a ninth-rank war god was worth a staggering 36,000 war god merits. These war gods were the elite of the Demon Legion. Wild demons, like the Hellhound, were less valuable due to their lack of legion training and demonic blessings. 36,000 war god merits. Yi Bai exclaimed in his mind, his eyes widening in shock. He couldn't help but calculate Xueming's potential earnings. Yi Bai had to toil for days in the mines to earn just over 30,000 war god merits, while Xueming could earn the same amount by casually killing a ninth-rank war god. At that moment, Yi Bai felt his own labor was severely undervalued. However, a question quickly arose in Yi Bai's mind. Given that Xueming had killed numerous demon war gods, why was he still so poor? Ingshir found Yi Bai's confusion puzzling. Poor? When did Xueming ever become associated with poverty? He explained, there's something you might not know. 90% of Xueming's merits from slaying demons go directly to the Nightmare Legion, 9 to the Wuhan Legion, and only 1 remains with him. Ingshir emphasized that this was just a rumor and had nothing to do with him, adding, it's said that the Supreme Nightmare claims to be safeguarding Xueming's merits. As for the Supreme Wuhan, it seems to be due to Xueming's lack of swordsmanship skills. Upon hearing this, Yi Bai couldn't help but gasp, feeling the pain of having his New Year's money taken away. He had always thought he was the one exploiting Xueming the most, but it turned out that Xueming's elder brothers were the real culprits. The seemingly glamorous adopted son of the Supreme, Xueming, had actually sacrificed much more in silence. Yi Bai sighed inwardly. There's no such thing as a supreme adopted son, just a sheep being fleeced. As the topic of Xueming came to a close, Shura's voice emerged from the shadows. Brother Zhongshan, how about we split the merits from killing the ninth-rank demon war god, 70-30? Ingshir sighed inwardly, just as expected. To Shura, a ninth-rank demon war god was like a walking bag of war god merits, impossible to resist. Facing Shura's proposal, Ingshir slowly nodded and said in a deep voice, 70% is yours. Yi Bai initially wanted to take all the profits for himself, but ultimately decided to keep 70 and leave 30 for Zhongshan. After all, even with the advantage of a sneak attack, he wasn't confident in killing a ninth-rank war god in a single strike. Even though the Thunder Strike, empowered by 30 layers of preparation, could deal trillions in damage, and with the added blessing of lightning reaching tens of trillions, it still might not be lethal to a ninth-rank war god. To better prepare for the upcoming battle, Yi Bai sought advice from Zhongshan. Zhongshan, I haven't killed a ninth-rank war god before. Is there anything I should be aware of? Upon hearing this, Ingshir furrowed his brow. Are you being polite? I'm also a ninth-rank war god. Do you want to practice on me? There was a hint of displeasure in his tone. Ninth-rank war gods are top-tier combat power in any force. How can you talk about them as if they're as common as roadside cabbages? Realizing his faux pas, Yi Bai smiled awkwardly. Ingshir cleared his throat and began explaining in detail. War King rank beings can create an eternal sea, which the demons call the Abyssal Sea. A War King rank demon will have a gemstone embedded in their forehead, with each gemstone representing 1 rank. The Abyssal Sea is usually hidden within these gemstones. During a fight, it can be summoned to assist them. Until the Abyssal Sea is completely shattered, the demon won't die. Yi Bai listened intently, nodding occasionally as if mentally noting the key points. Ingshir continued, War God rank demons can melt all their gemstones into one, forming an abyssal pearl, which they embed somewhere on their body or equipment. That is their true weak point. You must first destroy their body, deplete their health bar, and then locate and shatter or seal the abyssal pearl to completely kill a demon war god. At this point, Ingshir's expression grew serious. And that's just for a first-rank war god. A ninth-rank demon war god can have up to 9 abyssal pearls. Yi Bai raised his hand to ask, if we destroy the demon war god's body, won't the location of the abyssal pearls be obvious? Ingshir lifted his right arm, which glowed with a golden light. This is the eternal pearl corresponding to the abyssal pearl. Can you see where my eternal pearl is hidden? Yi Bai's eye of insight caught a glimpse of a pearl's shadow hidden in Ingshir's right pinky finger, and his shadow subtly twitched its left pinky finger. Ingshir clenched his fist, and Yi Bai saw the golden pearl rapidly moving throughout his entire arm. Ingshir explained, besides being able to move quickly, the abyssal pearl has many other effects, making it very difficult to completely destroy even if you find it. A first-rank war god is equivalent to having one top-tier abyssal sea, while a ninth-rank war god is like having 9 of them simultaneously. The difficulty is more than 9 times greater. After hearing the explanation, Yi Bai felt his chances of success were less than 90. However, they were unaware that a 9th-rank demon war god was secretly observing them nearby, completely unnoticed as the harbinger of death loomed behind them. Yi Bai glanced at the ambushed 9th-rank demon war god, who seemed to be hesitating on whether to attack. He had already pinpointed the locations of the 9 abyssal pearls and was calculating his strategy. This 9th-rank war god could reduce 95 of shadow damage, 90 of lightning damage, and 80 of fire damage. Yi Bai realized that the stronger the opponent, the harder it was to mitigate the damage. He recalled encountering a war general rank demon that could generate powerful buffs to immunize against higher level damage. A king-tier monster can have 100 immunity to lightning. However, when it comes to a god-tier monster, the situation dramatically reverses. As Yi Bai shared this unexpected information with Ingshir, he pondered silently. God-tier monsters, due to their immense power, actually find it harder to achieve complete damage immunity, Yi Bai explained. It's like how children are often more flexible than adults. It's the same principle. Ingshir listened, furrowing his brow as he digested the information. Yi Bai continued, it's easier to understand lightning and fire damage reduction since abyssal monsters have been competing with each other for ages. But 95 shadow damage reduction? That makes you wonder what kind of existence could leave such a deep psychological scar on abyssal monsters. Realizing something, Yi Bai exclaimed, no wonder you said you weren't confident about defeating it earlier. Fighting with a 95 damage reduction is frustrating for anyone. As Yi Bai explained, Ingshir's expression shifted from shock to fear, even making his scalp tingle. He couldn't help but ask Shura, how do you know so much? Who is the true 9th-tier god? Yi Bai didn't answer directly but said meaningfully, information and intelligence are the most crucial preparations before a battle, bar none. Initially, Ingshir felt uncertain and anxious about the outcome. However, with the intel Yi Bai provided, his confidence surged. While he couldn't guarantee they would defeat the opponent, he was at least confident he could protect Yi Bai during the fight. Yi Bai understood that engaging in a battle between 9th-tier gods entailed enormous risks. Holding back cards wasn't wise. It could lead to disastrous consequences. If the inside eye hadn't shown a 99.99 full health victory rate, he wouldn't have considered stepping in. Even so, that 0.01 chance kept him cautious. Thus, Yi Bai decided to reveal about half of his hidden cards. As he explained, Ingshir grew increasingly silent. Finally, he couldn't help but exclaim, is this really achievable at level 200? Even at level 600, I wasn't this strong. The Supreme Seed is truly terrifying. Such talent must be preserved. After hearing Yi Bai's plan, Ingshir nodded slowly and said, when the battle starts, I will merge into your shadow and cast a shadow armor on you, which can block all sources of damage. Yi Bai was taken aback by this and thought to himself, brother, why didn't you mention this skill earlier? If I had known, I wouldn't have hidden in the shadows. I could have walked out confidently. No wonder Master Ju sent Chongshan with me. Chongshan truly is as reliable as a mountain. Unaware of Yi Bai's inner thoughts, Ingshir continued to give some final instructions. The agreed battle strategy was, Ingshir would engage in direct combat to shatter the abyssal orb, while Yi Bai would support, look for opportunities to strike, and provide intel. After all, the abyssal orb's location was the hardest to pinpoint and the key to defeating a 9th-tier god. That's about it, Ingshir concluded, then asked, so, how do we lure the monster out? With everything ready, the two were poised for action. Hidden in the shadows, Yi Bai wore a gentle smile and softly said, first, let's start a fire. Stitching the abyss. Amidst the scattered rocks, a small fire flickered to life. 3 thick logs formed a makeshift campfire, the flames weak but crackling. The air was filled with an aroma that was both enticing and repulsive. After lighting the campfire, Ingshir did not linger and continued deeper into the fog. However, the abyssal creature that had been following him, named Ice Spike, did not dare approach the flames. Ice Spike, hailing from the 5th abyss, had been a carefree 6th-tier war god just a few days ago. Ice Spike reminisced about his past life, bullying lower-tier creatures, being bullied by higher-tier ones, occasionally wandering near the human defenses, and spending most of his time hiding in corners to slack off. After clocking in, he would return to his lair to continue oppressing those weaker than himself. Such a life, wasn't it more carefree than that of a demon god? However, fate took a turn on that day. The The boss eagerly told Ice Spike about a big opportunity, which left Ice Spike both touched and wanting to refuse. Everyone knew the boss wasn't too bright, but no one dared to say it. Those who did either got eaten by the boss or were sent to duel with Xueming, a fate possibly worse, leaving not even a whole corpse behind. Whenever the boss mentioned a big opportunity, it always meant death. The creatures lived and died in cycles. This time, it was Ice Spike's turn. In front of the fifth demon god, he had no right to say no. At that moment, Ice Spike felt a kinship with all the human warriors, cursing in his heart, "Damn the demon god." He had long known that the fifth demon god was no good, sending a reliable subordinate like himself to die. Yet all he could say was, wishing the boss long life and sweet dreams. Rage filled Ice Spike's heart. Upon returning to his lair, he vented by devouring all the creatures under his command, which barely calmed him down. He couldn't understand. What kind of creature would be so cruel as to send a loyal subordinate to die? It was sheer madness. Under the boss's orders, Ice Spike forcibly advanced to a 9th-tier war god using the power of the abyss. However, this power came at the cost of his life. He had only 7 days left to live. 4 days ago, he completed his power-up, meaning Ice Spike had less than 72 hours left on his life clock. Following the boss's instructions, Ice Spike had to find something called the Divine Seed in the Stitched Abyss. Only by devouring the Divine Seed could he break through to a higher level, his only chance of survival. After aimlessly searching the Stitched Abyss for days, Ice Spike found nothing. He had encountered the Divine Seed 3 times, but each time, it was guarded by powerful 9th-tier war god creatures. Those formidable beings were beyond Ice Spike's ability to handle. Worse, they eyed him greedily, seemingly wanting to devour him to enhance their own power. This terrified Ice Spike, forcing him to flee. Ice Spike vowed that once he broke through to a higher level, he would wipe out these 9th-tier creatures. He fantasized about freezing them and then throwing them into boiling oil, making them into crispy, fried ice pops. But for now, his only thought was survival. To survive, he had to find the Divine Seed. This cursed place was full of obstacles. The underground was dark and damp, and the surface was shrouded in fog. Ice Spike was driven from one section to another, clueless. Until just now, when he suddenly found new hope. "Hush, look at what I found," Ice Spike whispered to his minions, a fresh human 9th-tier war god. Although Ice Spike had only 72 hours left to live, he knew he wouldn't last 72 seconds against a human 9th-tier war god. Weighing the risks, Ice Spike decided not to take the chance but didn't leave immediately either. He noticed something special on the human warrior, something seemingly loathed by the will of the abyss. Ice Spike instantly realized that this human must have killed more than one Divine Seed to evoke such strong rejection. The cunning war god Ice Spike immediately understood. Following this human would lead him to the Divine Seed. Although he lacked the courage to ambush the human war god, he had plenty of courage to use the human to find the Divine Seed. He cautiously followed the human warrior's steps. The human walked intermittently, suddenly leaving a campfire on the ground before hurrying away. Ice Spike followed the human while directing his minions to test the campfire. A few war king-tier creatures cautiously approached the campfire and were instantly incinerated. Cunning humans. Ice Spike spat in his heart, despising the human's deceit. Luckily, he was smart enough to avoid this trap. Icicle keenly sensed the shift in the situation. In the midst of the fog, the enemy had found the Divine Seed, the treasure he had long coveted. What puzzled him even more was that the evidently powerful human war god displayed unusual caution, refraining from making a move himself and instead sending a dog to handle the situation. Hiding in the shadows, Icicle's eyes burned with intensity as his mind raced. It could be a trap. The enemy might have already detected his presence. But he had no choice. The temptation to devour the Divine Seed was too great. It would make him the chosen one of the abyssal plane, granting him immense resistance. Icicle calculated in his mind. Although the enemy was a 9th-tier war god, so was he. Even if he could be instantly killed, the 9 abyssal pearls would significantly enhance his survival chances. Remembering how he had once escaped a wind element human war god's pursuit, when he was only at the 6th tier, Icicle felt more confident. The war god before him seemed more defense-oriented, and likely slower than that guy named Su Qingfeng. After weighing his options, Icicle decided to take the risk. He repeatedly simulated the plan in his mind. Rush out, swallow the Divine Seed, and escape. Even if there was a 9th-tier war god hiding in the enemy's shadow, he had an 80% chance of getting away. Moreover, he could clearly sense that the guy in the shadow was only at level 200, posing no real threat. In an instant, thousands of shadows surged from the ground. Icicle commanded all his minions to charge toward the Divine Seed, hiding among them and using the fog as cover. He was confident the enemy couldn't immediately pinpoint his position. However, this played right into the enemy's hands. A young man emerged from Ingshir's shadow, while Ingshir melded into the young man's shadow. Dark armor covered the young man's body, and he lightly tapped his staff. Heavenly thunder. With a deafening roar, vicious red lightning tore through the fog, striking Icicle precisely. Star pluck. Windless distance. The young man teleported in front of Icicle, the terrifying lightning completely shattering Icicle's body. The 9 abyssal pearls began to spin wildly, about to bring Icicle back to life. At that moment, Yibai quickly reported the positions of the 9 abyssal pearls. The bonfire Ingshur had set up earlier suddenly exploded like a grand firework, casting a huge shadow over Yibai, which conveniently enveloped the 9 abyssal pearls. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous explosions shattered the abyssal pearls one by one. Ingshur was secretly astonished. This demon was so weak, far from the strength of a 9th-tier war god. But he had no time to ponder, destroying all the abyssal pearls within 0.5 seconds. Yibai immediately ended Star Pluck and returned to his original position. The 9th-tier demon war god Icicle had fallen. Yet, the battle was not over. Yibai left the Hellhound at the scene, quickly took out a magical conch, opened a portal, and jumped in. A single deadly strike, then a swift retreat. Few Yibai, wearing a mask, shadow armor, and with Ingshur, returned unscathed to Elder Lawn. He patted his chest, still shaken, and said, "That was close, almost got killed." Ingshi scrutinized the young man before him, the child's eyes filled with confusion. He observed the youth's condition closely: full health, good status, and intact shadow armor. The only thing that puzzled him was the source of this counterattack. Lan Lao remained calm, as if accustomed to such situations. He softly asked, "Taken care of?" Yibai nodded slightly and succinctly replied, "1." As he spoke, a few polygonal shards, lightly frosted, emerged from his shadow. These were broken abyssal pearls, already sealed, the most valuable items from the demon war god. Lan Lao turned his head and, after just a few glances at the shards, felt discomfort. Ingshi stared at the shards and said, "These look like they belong to the demon war god Ice Thorn from the 5th Abyss. 21 years ago, I saw Ice Thorn being chased by Su Qingfeng on the Abyss battlefield. I think I heard someone praising me." Su Qingfeng walked into the room with a smug look, but his expression froze when he saw the icy shards on the ground. "These abyssal pearls look familiar. Where did they come from?" Yibai responded casually, "Just killed. Old Su, do you want them?" Only then did Su Qingfeng notice the young man in the room, covered in shadow armor, and with his face hidden behind a custom-made lone wolf mask. This young man could only be one person Azura. Su Qingfeng instinctively wanted to greet him but felt it would be too forward, so he stepped back, perhaps to ensure Azura's safety. He even ignored the fact that Azura called him Old Su. You?" Su Qingfeng stammered, finally calming down. "Can I have them?" The shards of the demon war god's abyssal pearl were highly attractive to Su Qingfeng. As a war god specializing in wind and spatial elements, Ice Thorn's abyssal pearl could help him trap enemies and absorb damage, compensating for his weaknesses. These shards, both in quality and attributes, were exactly what he needed. As long as the price was right, it was a deal he couldn't lose. Of course. Yibai agreed readily, a sly glint in his eyes. "Money talks. Let's discuss the price." If Xuemeng were here, he would undoubtedly shout to Su Qingfeng, "Run! Run as fast as you can. Stay away from Azura, or you'll be cursed." Unfortunately, reality has no ifs. Some people seem destined for misfortune. At this moment, Su Qingfeng was like a naive lamb walking into the wolf's embrace. Yibai began introducing the shards. "These are from the 9th-tier war god Ice Thorn, but the quality is flawed, so they are at best 7th tier. "Wait, Ice Thorn became a 9th-tier war god?" Su Qingfeng was astonished. "The last time we fought, he was only 6th tier. That was just 21 years ago." Yibai explained, "The advancement of abyssal creatures is different from humans. Some creatures are born with demonic god levels, like Feng Qi. Others remain stagnant all their lives, also like Feng Qi. Legends become legends because they achieve what ordinary creatures cannot." Facing Su Qingfeng's questions, Yibai nodded. He probably had an epiphany after fighting you and broke through. Su Qingfeng's face darkened, his expression unreadable. This kind of embarrassing history couldn't get out. A 9th-tier wind war god failing to kill a 6th-tier demon war god, who then broke through. If this spread, wouldn't Su Qingfeng become the laughingstock of all 9th-tier war gods? No way, absolutely not. Su Qingfeng roared internally and then waved his hand. "I'll take all these shards. Name your price." This was exactly what Yibai was waiting for. He immediately launched into a detailed pitch. "Look at this shard, full and of excellent quality. Similar shards were sold for 800 war god merits at the All Things Pavilion, and this one's record was 650 war god merits. I'll give you a discount, 645. And this one, I wouldn't part with it if it weren't for you, a flat 888. You win, I win." Azura's prices were indeed fair. Su Qingfeng, a seasoned war god, wasn't a gullible mark. He carefully considered his options, ready to negotiate. Xiao Luo's pricing is always spot on, as if he has a magical eye that sees the true value of goods. His mastery over pricing leaves Su Qingfeng with no room for complaints. Yi Bai meticulously listed the prices of the fragments and concluded, a pile of Abyss Pearl fragments totals 3,453.8 War God Merit points. Let's round it off to 3,453.5 War God Merit points. Would you prefer to pay by card or cash? Su Qingfeng nodded approvingly. The price was within his acceptable range. Card, please, he said, calculating his recent earnings in his mind. The recent war between the two clans had earned him over 10,000 merit points, and this SS level mission added another 3,000 points, making his pockets quite full. After purchasing the fragments, Su Qingfeng planned to use most of them for equipment enhancement and crafting, while the leftover bits would be internally consumed to ensure his dark past remained hidden. He deemed this investment well worth it. Once the transaction was completed, Yi Bai, as agreed, handed 1,100 merit points to Brother Chongshan and kept 2,353.5 points for himself. Ingshi silently accepted the money, calculating that if he had sold it to the Wanwu Pavilion, he would have gotten at most 2,200 points. Xiao Luo's skill had earned them nearly 50% more profit. As the spoils were converted into merit points, Yi Bai began to recover from the shadow of nearly being counterkilled, and his mindset gradually stabilized. At this moment, Ingshi spoke up. Bing Ci left 3 coordinates before he died. Everyone looked curiously at the coordinates floating in the shadows. Ingshi continued, there was a note next to the coordinates saying he wanted to treat us to fried ice sticks. Yi Bai examined them carefully and said slowly, these 3 coordinates are locations of demon god seeds, each guarded by a 9th-rank demon war god. Everyone gasped, wondering if this was a trap to send human warriors to their deaths or a desperate attempt to take the demon war gods down with them. Regardless, Bing Ci was already dead, and the consequences of these coordinates were no longer his concern. Yi Bai sternly said, these coordinates are too dangerous. We must not go near them. Then he asked, is there any way to send these coordinates to Xuemeng? Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Xuemeng was swinging his giant hammer, smashing demon creatures one after another, thoroughly enjoying himself. Being far from Xiao Luo, he felt incredibly happy. Suddenly, Xuemeng sneezed and paused to look around. All he saw were the remains of demon creatures, with not a single human in sight. Who's thinking about me? He muttered to himself, feeling a premonition that something good was about to happen. Seal the abyss. Rescue the squad's fortress. Send these 3 coordinates to Xuemeng? Shura's proposal brought a moment of silence in the meeting room. After a brief pause, everyone nodded in agreement, as if this decision was not only reasonable, but also the best course of action given the current situation. Yi Bai furrowed his brows, pondering how to safely transmit the coordinates to Xuemeng. Previous attempts to communicate through the fog had all failed, clearly disrupted by the demon god. Su Qingfeng noticed Yi Bai's concern and immediately explained, no worries about that. Xuemeng carries a special device that ensures smooth communication, as magical as a conch shell. Before he finished speaking, Shura eagerly volunteered, let me do it. I haven't contacted Brother Xuemeng for a long time. Let me handle this communication. Su Qingfeng gave Shura a meaningful look and nodded in agreement. It seemed the rumors were true. Xuemeng and Shura had an extraordinary relationship, with Xuemeng often footing the bill for Shura's indulgences. Su Qingfeng handed a message to Yi Bai, instructing him to contact Xuemeng. However, a hint of doubt arose in Su Qingfeng's mind. Why was Shura so enthusiastic about just transmitting coordinates? Could he somehow profit from Xuemeng remotely? Meanwhile, on the front lines, Xuemeng felt the message device on his waist vibrate. He struck the ground with his hammer, instantly killing or wounding numerous monsters within a kilometer radius. Taking a moment to check the message, he was thrilled to see the exact coordinates of a 9th-tier war god. However, his excitement quickly faded when he saw that each coordinate cost 888 war god merits. Killing a 9th-tier war god only earns me 360 merits. Spending 888 for a coordinate is a huge loss. Xuemeng was about to refuse when a new message popped up. The cost of purchasing the coordinates would be deducted as an operational expense before awarding the war god merits. Even more exciting, the message was guaranteed by Old Land's signature. Xuemeng's spirits lifted as he began to calculate. At market value, killing a 9th-tier war god earned 36,000 merits. The top boss took 90, the second boss took 9, leaving him with just 1, or 360 merits. If 888 merits were deducted as an expense, he would actually receive 351.2 merits, losing only 8.88 merits, while the top and second bosses bore 99 of the cost. As Xuemeng hesitated, another message arrived. Grand opening special, spend 888 merits or more and get 15 back in materials, appraisal, forging, and other hard currencies. Xuemeng's eyes lit up with excitement. Buy. I have to buy. Ming thought excitedly. Spending 888 and getting 120 merits back was like killing one-third of a ninth-tier war god. The best part was that this money didn't have to be shared with the top or second boss. It was his private stash. Ming immediately replied, "How many coordinates do you have?" The response came, 3, bundled for 1888 merits in a special promotion. Ming smirked and decided to purchase them separately. After some haggling, he secured the 3 coordinates for 3,000 merits. With the coordinates in hand, Ming felt elated and set off towards the destination, hammer in hand. 3,000 merits, 15 cashback, 450 merits in the pocket. More private money. Ever since meeting Shura, I've been almost broke. This is great. Meanwhile, in the rescue squad's fortress, Yibai put down the message device and fell into deep thought. It was the first time he had seen Ming proactively raise the price to buy something, a scene that left him deeply contemplative. Yibai had never seen a scene like this before. He stared, wide-eyed and dumbfounded, at the transaction taking place in front of him, overwhelmed by a sense of shock. Ming's bold kickback maneuver made Yibai marvel at the allure of such underfeedable deals. However, a flicker of worry crossed his mind. Would there be any trouble if Big Brother and Second Brother found out about Ming's actions? Yibai shook his head, forcing himself to stop thinking about it. Putting aside concerns for Ming's safety, the recent transaction had taken place under the watchful eye of Old Lon, technically exploiting a loophole within the rules. Old Lon had even advanced Yi by 3,000 war god merits. Yibai thought, since it was deducted from Ming, it shouldn't be a big problem. After a quick calculation, Yibai took out a black card. "We'll split it 70-30, 765 war god merits for you. Zhongshan bro, keep it safe." He handed the card to Ingshur, who accepted it silently, feeling a mix of emotions. Ingshur quickly did the math in his head. Materials sold for 1,100, 3 coordinates for 765, and a kill share of 10,800 points, totaling 12,665 war god merits. Ingshur was astonished to realize this was his first time seeing a 9th rank war god make money like this. Even more shocking was the fact that Shura's earnings were at least double this amount. Ingshur suddenly realized that Shura's money-making speed was terrifying. Yibai contentedly checked his balance, having made a tidy profit of 29,338.5 war god merits. He couldn't help but marvel at how lucrative being a 9th rank war god was. Once he was mostly recovered, Yibai prepared to set off again. Using the magical conch, he and Ingshur returned to the side of the Hellhound. Yibai praised it. "Well done. Extra chicken leg for dinner." Yibai quickly checked the status of the demon god seeds. During the previous battle, Ingshur had used earth magic to kill one, leaving 9 remaining. Seeing the current immunity abilities of the demon god seeds, Yibai felt a headache coming on and quickly closed the information panel. Next, Yibai began planning his next move. He had Ingshur emerge from the shadows, while he himself hid within. At level 200, he feared being ambushed by demon gods, and in this bizarre stitching abyss, walking around openly would surely attract the attention of 9th rank war gods and risk exposing his identity as Shura. Ingshur was completely convinced by Shura's abilities and was fully on board. He firmly believed that following Shura's instructions would not only keep him safe, but also make him a lot of money. Yibai slowly spoke. "If we can confidently eliminate a demon god war god with a success rate of over 95, we'll do it ourselves. Even if we could sell the coordinates to Ming, the profit wouldn't be as much as doing it ourselves." Ingshur didn't quite understand what Shura meant by success rate, but he trusted that following Shura's lead was the right call. "If it's too difficult to kill, we'll sell the coordinates to Ming as a middleman," Yibai added. Ingshur had no objections to this arrangement. The two of them, along with the Hellhound, began making their way to the edge of the abyssal plane, guided by the Eye of Insight. They needed to cross this section to reach the opposite side and search for the remaining demon god seeds. Additionally, the Eye of Insight indicated that to open a spatial passage and escape the stitching abyss, they had to head to the opposite side. "Charge, charge, charge." Yibai, hidden in the shadows, urged the Hellhound to move at full speed. "Can't you hear it? The war god merits are calling me." The Hellhound, seemingly infected by its owner's enthusiasm, let out a sound that was more of a meow than a bark. A burly figure walked through the mist, with the surrounding monsters cowering in fear, not daring to approach. Beside him was a 3-headed beast, ferocious and menacing. Ingshur and Yibai had been walking side by side, leaving the fortress half a day ago. During this time, they hadn't encountered any war god level monsters, but they had faced several war king level opponents. In one skirmish, Ingshur and Yibai worked together to leave a war king level monster on the brink of death. Yibai, clad in shadow armor and fully charged with the blessing of thunder, swiftly released 3 consecutive thunder strikes, bringing his health and shield levels to a safe range. He then moved forward to engage in a fair duel with the nearly defeated war king. With a sharp gaze, Yibai flashed forward, executing his star pluck and water break combo. Break, he muttered, his sword slicing towards the already cracked weapon of the War King level monster. The weapon couldn't withstand the powerful blow and shattered instantly. After breaking his opponent's main weapon, Yi Bai's eyes fixed on his own weapon, the Tianwang sword. He thought to himself, using this sword to break a War King level monster's main weapon should fulfill the second obsession, right? After all, it's reasonable for a seasoned warrior's main weapon to break. However, the Tianwang sword remained unchanged. Yi Bai stared intently for a full 30 seconds, as if silently questioning the sword. Finally, the Tianwang sword seemed to react to the intense scrutiny and began to change. A new attribute panel appeared. Equipment, Tianwang sword. LV.200. Grade, SS. Attributes, Strength 3500, Constitution 2100. Physical attack, 10800. Traits, Armor break. Ignores physical defense on the first physical attack against an enemy, with the same target only affected once every 3 hours. Indestructible, durability always at 100, never taking damage. King's Might. When wielding only the Tianwang sword, attributes provided by the sword are increased by 150. Sword? Increases the effect of sword skills by 25. Obsession. Complete by using sword skills to kill a full health war god. Progress. 72 completed. After unlocking the second obsession, the Tianwang sword's attributes surged, with physical attack exceeding 10,000. In addition to the strengthened existing traits, a mysterious new trait, sword, appeared, clearly not fully unlocked yet. At the same time, the requirement for the third obsession became particularly demanding, killing a full health war god. Yi Bai pondered. Without absolute certainty, he wouldn't act rashly. Unlocking the third obsession would have to wait, perhaps until he reached level 600, or even level 900. Putting away the Tianwang sword, Yi Bai turned his attention to another treasure, the Shadow skill book. He could only use one book every 24 hours, and it had been a whole day since he last learned a skill. With this thought, Yi Bai couldn't help but sigh. Ingshur curiously asked, "Hey Sean, what's with the sigh?" Yi Bai answered honestly, "Just thinking about not getting an SSS rating in the Eternal Tower today makes me feel uneasy." Ingshur pondered and said, "To be fair, as a neutral observer, not getting a 4S rating is indeed a significant event for the human race. Since the Shura appeared, humans have consistently achieved 4S ratings, sometimes even 3 or 4 consecutive times, and the 10th level even had a 5S rating. At this moment, the top headlines were all about the missing 4S rating. However, people were mostly just discussing and watching for fun. After all, there had been so many 4S ratings before Shura, with accumulated buffs that were hardly ever used. It was time to take a break. Yi Bai picked up the Shadow skill book titled Ghostly Mirage and began to learn it. The new skill's attributes appeared. Ghostly Mirage. In corporeal form, creates 2 to 99 indistinguishable phantoms. The user can switch places with a phantom, which follows the user's movements attacks, taking 500 damage and dealing 10 damage. Phantoms do not inherit the user's buffs. In shadow form, increases movement speed by 100 to 10,000, ignoring terrain restrictions. The speed boost lasts until the skill is cancelled. Cost, none. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Note, skill strength depends on the user's level. At Yi Bai's current level, he could create up to 6 phantoms or increase his movement speed by 200. This new skill would undoubtedly add more variables and possibilities to his combat strategies. The release of Ghostly Shadow Trickery comes in 2 states, the main body and the shadow. At this moment, Yi Bai is hidden within Ingshur's shadow. When he releases Ghostly Shadow Trickery, it only increases his own movement speed. An interesting phenomenon follows. When Yi Bai maximizes his movement speed while Ingshur strolls leisurely, the shadow sprints at an astonishing speed, leaving the main body far behind, creating a spectacle of separation between person and shadow. However, in terms of survival, the effectiveness of Ghostly Shadow Trickery is less than satisfactory. In terms of accelerated displacement, it is inferior to Wind's No Distance and even less effective than Wind Slash. As for phantom survival, Yi Bai, possessing the Eye of Insight, is well aware of the fragility of phantoms. He understands that if he can see through phantoms, his enemies might have similar abilities. Despite this, Ghostly Shadow Trickery still holds special value for Yi Bai output. By summoning 6 phantoms to simultaneously release Spark of Stars, the Starfire mark can quickly stack up. The phantoms release Wind's No Distance and Star Pluck in different directions, and Yi Bai continuously switches positions. After finishing Star Pluck, the movement distance is maximized, and the damage of Wind's No Distance is exponentially increased. The existence of the phantoms provides Yi Bai with more flexible combat methods and output means. Of course, these tactics are mainly suitable for battles within Yi Bai's tier. With his current strength, he can easily confront a Demon Clan Battle King Hedon, but facing a War God level opponent, it is wiser to avoid them. Putting aside his thoughts on Ghostly Shadow Trickery, Yi Bai reflected on the gains from this abyssal journey. Not only did he earn war god honors, but he also helped Heavenly King Sword unlock the second layer of obsession, reaping significant rewards. Zhongshan bro, once we cross this mountain, we'll reach the other section, Yibai said to his companion. Guided by the eye of insight, the two of them had traversed half a day of arduous trek and finally reached the other section. Yibai let out a long sigh of relief, feeling that the journey was more than halfway complete, secretly hoping to return soon. However, when they crossed the mountain, the sight before them left Yibai speechless. Standing halfway up the mountain, the view of Ingshur and Yibai suddenly cleared, sweeping away the mist and revealing the entire scene of the section below. What lay before them was a vast and majestic ocean, an ocean composed of countless war god tier, battle king tier, and even battle general tier demonic creatures. These creatures had lost their sanity and were engaged in frenzied slaughter, devouring each other and growing stronger, akin to a massive process of nurturing goo. War god-tier creatures continuously fell, while even stronger creatures were born, forming a terrifying cycle. The entire scene was filled with madness, horror, chaos, and loss of control, like a surging demonic sea, making one's blood run cold. Faced with this suffocating spectacle, Yibai and Ingshur couldn't help but hold their breath, realizing that their journey was far from over, and even greater challenges awaited them. Gazing at the endless horde of monsters, Yibai and Shadow Tin fell silent. The air was thick with tension, and the worry in their eyes was unmistakable. Yibai's mind raced, analyzing the situation. Clearly, the demon god behind this had realized the gravity of the situation. They had torn away the veil of illusion and were now pushing the monster's respawn rate to the limit. This desperate measure had one goal: to create the most powerful monster and accelerate the growth of the demon god seed. After the intense battles they had faced, Yibai had a decent understanding of the mechanics of the Stitching Abyss plane. He realized that relying solely on the demon god seed to evolve into a demon god would take an incredibly long time. A more effective method would be to prepare a 9th tier war god level monster in advance, which could devour the demon god seed when it was near maturity. This would not only inherit the immunity effects of the seed, but also potentially break through to a higher level. Yibai frowned, contemplating their next move. Although a demon god born this way would have inherent weaknesses and relatively lower combat strength, it would still be an insurmountable threat for Yibai and Xueming at this stage. No matter what, they had to eliminate this danger before the demon god could fully emerge. Yibai never gave his enemies a chance to grow. His gaze swept over the vast army of monsters, and he suddenly asked, "Does Xueming have fire immunity?" Shadow Tin was momentarily puzzled by the connection between the two but answered honestly, "Not sure. At his level of strength, it's difficult to have complete immunity. It's better to ask him directly." Yibai nodded and took out a communication token. For convenience, each of the Mazura, Xueming, and Su Qingfeng had one. He quickly typed, "Support. Hi, are you there? Xueming. Hold on. Busy killing monsters." Xueming done. 3 9th tier war god level monsters are dead. Only 1 demon god seed left. Do you have the coordinates? Seeing Xueming casually mention killing 9th tier war god level monsters, Yibai couldn't help but feel like it was overkill. He took a deep breath, adjusted his mindset, and continued to inquire. "Support. Do you have fire immunity?" Xueming. "I can activate it temporarily with special means, but it consumes fire abyssal gem fragments." "What's up?" Support. "How long can you maintain fire immunity, and how effective are the fire abyssal gem fragments?" Support. "Thanks for your cooperation. Stay healthy and best wishes." Putting away the communication token, Yibai rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. He wanted to incinerate all the monsters in front of him, but the problem was that those with fire immunity would inevitably survive. Worse, the cumulative damage from the fire would be terrifying. Yibai and Shadow Tin could distance themselves from the battlefield and watch from afar, but what about Xueming, who was fighting on the same front? They couldn't just roast their teammate. Asking Xueming to retreat wasn't realistic either. Without his continued pressure, killing the demon war gods would only worsen the situation. The fire marks also had a limitation. If they landed on fire-immune monsters, they would extinguish quickly, like hitting a firewall. Someone needed to eliminate all the fire-immune monsters to allow the fire marks to spread again. Xueming was undoubtedly the best candidate for this task. Yibai shook his head. 80 minutes of fire immunity was too short. Given the endless sea of monsters, the battle could last for days, and Xueming's limited fire immunity was hardly enough. "Brother Chongshan, let's go find some fire war gods to kill," Yibai said, activating the inside eye to start locating targets. Without the fog suppression, the inside eye's detection range expanded several times over. Shadow Tin silently followed, thinking to himself. After spending so much time with Azura, even he had started to believe that killing war gods was easy. Guided by the inside eye, the two silently approached a third-tier fire war god monster. Yibai stuck to his usual strategy. First, max out his health and shield to ensure he wouldn't be counter-killed. Then, He stacked up his readiness and lightning blessings, preparing to launch a fatal strike. Heavenly thunder, star pluck, boundless wind. With a thunderous shout from Ibai, terrifying red lightning struck the demon clan's war god. The war god's body exploded in a flash of electricity, splitting into 3 blazing fireballs that spread in different directions, attempting to escape. Over there, Azura pinpointed the location with precision. Shadow 10 struck like lightning, shattering the abyssal orbs with 3 swift blows. The third-ear demon war god fell, and the system notification chimed. Ding ding 12,000 war god merits earned. The 3 abyssal orbs shattered into 5 uneven fragments, with the rest turning to dust. Yibai, quick-eyed and nimble, swiftly collected the fragments while shouting, "Not enough! Gather more for Xue Ming." Yibai immediately called out the next coordinates, and the two continued their hunting journey. They mainly operated on the edge of the sector, where the demons were relatively weaker. Even the war gods here were mostly low-tier, with the strongest no higher than 4th tier. After consecutively hunting 3 fire-element demon war gods, Yibai's collection of abyssal orb fragments grew to 13, 8 of which were related to fire. He calculated in his mind that these fragments, combined with Xue Ming's previous stock, should grant Xue Ming over 3 hours of fire immunity. Next came the trading phase. Yibai started promoting through the negotiation system, special sale on fire-element abyssal orb fragments, starting at 350 war god merits. Xue Ming feigned disinterest. "Why would I need that? I can kill demons myself if I need to." Yibai continued to persuade. To prepare for the upcoming battle, purchase fire-element abyssal orb fragments. Consider it a combat expense, deducted from unpaid merits. Plus, we're running a clearance promotion. Spend 500 war god merits and get 20 cash back. Xue Ming immediately changed his tune. "I desperately need those fire-element abyssal orb fragments. Please sell them to me." After some haggling, the 13 fire-element abyssal orb fragments sold for a high price of 7,000 war god merits. For Xue Ming, the actual cost was just 70 merits, with a 1,400 merit cashback, an unbeatable deal. Yibai, on the other hand, sighed inwardly, regretting not asking for a higher price. After the transaction, Yibai returned to the fortress through a portal and solemnly reminded Elder Lawn and the others to be cautious of fire, suggesting everyone acquire fire immunity. Although the specific reason was unclear, implementing short-term immunity was not difficult. Ensuring everything was foolproof, Yibai returned to the battlefield. Standing at the edge of the battleground, he took a deep breath, donned his shadow armor, and raised the power of nature. Shadow See. With his shout, dark light spread out, and shadows began to refresh randomly. Seeing this, Shadow 10's eyelid twitched, thinking, Azura is only level 200, and Eternal Sea is already this powerful? After 10 shadows emerged from the Shadow Sea, Yibai cast another spell, Phantom Mirage. 6 more shadows were summoned. Under Yibai's command, all 16 shadows followed his movements and cast spells simultaneously. Wind Fury. Spark of Stars. In an instant, a dozen starfire marks appeared on a war general level demon. Heavenly Thunder. With a deafening roar, the starfire marks on the fallen demon doubled and rapidly spread across the battlefield, stacking up. After completing this series of attacks, Yibai immediately turned and retreated to the previous mountain. He overlooked the battlefield, watching the fire grow stronger as countless demons perished in the inferno. Yibai shook his head and sighed. A fire on the mountain. Xue Ming will hold a grudge against me. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for Xue Ming, who was fighting amidst the flames. Ignited with determination, Yibai stood at the edge of the battlefield, his gaze sweeping over the spreading flames. He didn't idle. With a wave of his staff, terrifying red lightning danced across the battlefield. This was his trump card, Heavenly Thunder. Though each leap of the lightning reduced its damage by 50, it was still enough to annihilate 99.99 of the monsters. Suddenly, a sense of urgency gripped Yibai. He remembered something crucial. Damn, I forgot to ask Xue Ming if he has lightning resistance, he muttered in frustration. While he wasn't worried about Xue Ming's safety after all, he wielded the mighty wand King. Missing the chance to sell Xue Ming the lightning abyssal shard fragments pained him deeply. With sparks flying and heavenly thunder striking, Yibai no longer concealed his intent. I'm here to kill you all, he declared, standing on a hillside. The Shadow Sea appeared beside him, and ghostly shadows prepared to strike. Raising his staff, he began to chant, Wind Fury, Ocean Rage. A minute later, countless waves surged forward, layer upon layer, dealing massive damage to the monsters. Although the individual damage wasn't high, the thousands of layers of Ocean Rage were catastrophic for monsters below the King tier. The massive casting range caused more damage than even the Heavenly Thunder. After casting his spells, with his shadows depleted, Yibai moved swiftly along the battlefield's edge, occasionally assessing the situation. Despite his high health cap and shield value, as a level 200 newbie, he remained cautious to avoid being counterattacked, maintaining a safe distance. With 3 successive attacks, Yi Bai had slain over 10,000 monsters. However, from a bird's eye view, the area he covered was less than 1,000th of the battlefield. This battle was destined to be far longer than he had anticipated. Yi Bai continued to unleash various skills at the battlefield's edge: sparks of fire, star pluck, boundless wind. The flowers of slaughter blossomed beneath his feet. During a brief respite, he communicated with Ing Shi. Brother Zhongshan, I still feel uneasy. Let's find Brother Xue Ming. Ing Shi hesitated for a moment, then asked, there's one thing, your sword. It's really the Tianwang sword, right? After receiving confirmation, he shook his head. Then you can't stay too close to Xue Ming. Yi Bai was puzzled. What did Xue Ming do to the Tianwang sword? Ing Shi hesitated, but eventually revealed the truth under Yi Bai's persuasion. He had once been Ing Qi, tasked with guarding the eternal forest. The Tianwang sword had been hidden there, and Xue Ming had repeatedly tried to take it, only to be chased and attacked by the sword each time. Hearing this, a comical image of Xue Ming running for his life flashed through Yi Bai's mind. He speculated that it might be related to when Wu Hin entered the eternal forest and casually took another sword, ignoring the Tianwang sword. This neglect had likely turned the Tianwang sword from an eager follower into a cold goddess, making Xue Ming its frequent target. This melodramatic story made Yi Bai shake his head in disbelief. The battle raged on, and the origin of the Tianwang sword seemed to add another layer of complexity to the chaotic conflict. Yi Bai suddenly frowned as a sense of foreboding washed over him. He carefully recalled the previous conversation, his frown deepening. Wait a minute, he muttered to himself. If things go on like this, won't I end up being the one to pick up the pieces? Images flashed through his mind. The SS-ranked Heavenly King's sword being heartlessly abandoned by the scumbag Wu Hin, rejecting the pursuer Xue Ming, and finally, in despair, coming to him, the so-called fallback guy Shura. Yi Bai couldn't help but roll his eyes. What kind of ridiculous plot is this? He looked down at the Heavenly King's sword at his waist and took a sharp breath. Considering you're an S-ranked piece of equipment with a chance to upgrade to SSS, I'll put up with it, he said through gritted teeth, calculating his next move. After some deep thought, Yi Bai had an epiphany. It seems I really can't get too close to Xue Ming, he murmured. Otherwise, Xue Ming will suffer misfortune. Though he felt a tinge of regret, Yi Bai decided to give up the chance to get closer to Xue Ming. Just as he put that thought aside, another question popped into his mind. He turned to Ing Shi and asked curiously, Brother Chongshan, if you don't mind me asking, you were Ing Qi before, now you're Ing Shi. Why is your rank lower than the current Ing Qi and even Ing Ba? Yi Bai chose his words carefully, deliberately avoiding any comparison with Ing Jiu. Everyone within Ing knew that Jiu Ye's strength was unfathomable. Even Ing Yi, Ing Er, and Ing San combined might not be her match. Ing Shi didn't directly answer Yi Bai's question but instead explained, there are 2 types of existences within Ing. One type is those who have shadow-related professions, and the other is like me. Jiu Yi can explain the specifics to you. He paused before continuing. For the former, their level is based on their own strength, regardless of ranking. For the latter, the level is fixed according to the ranking, and it changes with the ranking. Ing Shi added, by the way, big sister, second brother, second sister, and third brother are all part of the former. Officially, they're 9th rank war gods, but their true strength is known only to themselves and Jiu Yi. Yi Bai was left bewildered. There are 4 people in the top 3 of Ing? That's as absurd as having 5 heavenly kings. Seeing Yi Bai's confusion, Ing Shi decided to explain everything in one go. Within the top 10 of Ing, ranks 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, and 11 belong to the latter category. The last one in the top 10 is Ing Shi Yi, as everyone excludes Jiu Yi. After listening to Ing Shi's explanation, Yi Bai nodded thoughtfully, starting to grasp the situation. He immediately thought of another question. Brother Chongshan, can Ing Shi's level be upgraded? If the level is always fixed, doesn't that mean the top combat power of Ing can't get stronger? That can't be right, Yi Bai exclaimed, clearly unable to accept this setup. Ing Shi, already dreading where this conversation was heading, reluctantly replied, it can be done, but it requires 10 times the effort to level up. As expected, Yi Bai's interest was piqued. He pretended to ask casually, I'm just curious, asking for a friend. Ing Shi's heart sank, sensing trouble. Yi Bai then earnestly asked, how many War God merit points are rewarded for raising Ing Shi's level from 980 to 981? Facing Shura's question, Ing Shi found himself in a dilemma. He knew that even if he remained silent, Shura would eventually uncover the truth. However, revealing it directly might drive Shura to madness. After weighing his options, Ing Shi finally decided to disclose the answer. 200,000 War God merit points. Before Shura could react, Ing Shi quickly added, once this mission is over, I'll challenge my way up again. Whether my rank increases or not doesn't really affect you. I'm confident I can defeat Ing Qi, or even Ing Lu, and get promoted soon. Hearing this, Yibai had a different thought. But money matters to me, he worried silently, his mind flashing to the gold-devouring Shura high at home. The cost of raising such a creature was staggering. It had already consumed a favor from Juyi and 6,000 war god merit points from Yibai. To make matters worse, Yibai was burdened with the Poseidon's Curse 2.0. This meant any upgrade for Shura required double the materials, and Shura High's capacity would increase by 100. In simple terms, Yibai's expenses would be quadrupled. Reflecting on the rewards from the Abyssal Stitching mission, Yibai made some rough calculations. Including various kill rewards, the conversion of Abyssal Pearl fragments, and the wool he had pulled from Xue Ming, he had earned nearly 70,000 war god merit points. There was still 10,000 to be claimed from Juyi. Adding the over 20,000 he had saved through frugality, his wealth barely surpassed 100,000 points. However, this seemingly considerable fortune was nothing compared to the colossal demands of creating a top-tier Shura High, let alone Yibai's ambition to forge an SS-grade armor, which would cost an astronomical amount. At that moment, an excellent opportunity to make money presented itself. Helping Ingshur level up could earn him 200,000 war god merit points. How could Yibai miss such a golden chance? He eagerly asked, Chongshan, tell me the conditions for leveling up. Ingshur sighed and explained, I can't enter the Eternal Tower, so I have to level up by killing monsters, and it's 10 times harder. Normally, a level 980 warrior needs to kill one monster of the same level to level up. I need to kill 10. So far, the previous Ingshur has killed 7 level 980 monsters. Including the recently killed 9th tier war god being CI, I still need to kill 2 more level 980 monsters to level up. Yibai quickly picked up on a key piece of information. Ingshur couldn't enter the Eternal Tower. This deepened his understanding of the mysterious nature of the shadows. He recalled what he had learned before. There were countless lone wolves among the humans, each accompanied by a shadow. Juyi was in a half-dead state. The strong within the shadows were keen on funding soul research. These clues led Yibai to a bold hypothesis. Beings like Ingshur, and possibly Juyi, might have some kind of soul-level defect, requiring special means to sustain their life and combat capabilities. This would also explain the numerous restrictions they faced. However, Yibai had no time to delve into these complex issues. At the moment, he had only one thought: making money. Only by becoming stronger could he hope to solve the problems plaguing Juyi and the others. Yibai's eyes gleamed with excitement as he calculated in his mind. 9th tier war gods, find a way to take down 2. The battlefield before him was undoubtedly a natural killing ground, a perfect place to fish in troubled waters. Seeing Yibai so eager, Ingshur had no choice but to agree temporarily. He wasn't worried that Shura would be blinded by money and recklessly hunt 9th tier war gods. From his understanding of Shura, Ingshur knew that without a 99% chance of success, Shura would never act rashly. Since that was the case, Ingshur had nothing to worry about. If the upgrade succeeded, it would be beneficial for him too. Chongshan's upgrade plan, activate. Yibai, filled with high spirits, began scouring the battlefield for suitable targets. Half a day later, Xiao Luo and Ingshur discovered a newly emerged 9th rank demon war god on the outskirts of the battlefield. This formidable opponent specialized in spatial magic, but under the suppression of the Sown Abyss, he could only utilize about 30% of his power. The two coordinated seamlessly, engaging in a fierce battle. Despite his limited power, the demon war god still displayed astonishing strength. Each of his attacks carried destructive force, pushing Xiao Luo and Ingshur to their limits. However, with their combined efforts, the formidable enemy eventually met his end. The victory came at a cost. The Hellhound perished in the battle, marking Yibai's first loss since entering the Sown Abyss. Looking at his loyal companion's corpse, Yibai felt a pang of sorrow, but he quickly consoled himself another Hellhound would be reborn in 25 minutes. While clearing the battlefield, Yibai collected all the spatial abyssal pearl fragments. He and Ingshur returned to the fortress with their spoils, ready to trade with Su Qingfeng. Old Su, do you want some spatial abyssal pearl fragments? Yibai asked with a smile. This time, it's exactly what you need. Su Qingfeng was overjoyed. As a powerful warrior, he rarely had the chance to slay a 9th rank war god, let alone obtain such precious abyssal pearl fragments. Usually, most of his gains from following the Legion had to be handed over, leaving him with little for himself. In his excitement, Su Qingfeng rushed to Lan Lao's study, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Yes, I want them. This battle yielded a total of 13 abyssal pearl fragments. 9 of them were sold to Su Qingfeng for 9,800 war god merits each. Ingshur also bought one for 1,300 war god merits. Yibai kept one large fragment for himself and gave a smaller one to Zhongshan. Yibai calculated his earnings with satisfaction, having made a tidy profit of 32,970 war god merits. Feeling in top form, he took a brief rest before heading back to the battlefield with Zhongshan, aiming to find another 9th rank war god. If successful, Zhongshan would level up to 981. and according to their previous agreement, Yi Bai would receive 140,000 out of the 200,000 war god merits. Su Qingfeng, holding his newly acquired abyssal pearl fragments, was overjoyed. He already envisioned crafting an S-grade folding fan. With this weapon, he felt confident he could withstand 3 strikes from Lord Ingjiu. However, amidst his excitement, Su Qingfeng realized his wallet was getting thin. In just a few days, he had spent over 10,000 war god merits on Xiu Luo. The rapid expenditure was alarming, but Su Qingfeng didn't mind much. He believed money was meant to be spent, as long as it was worth it. Meanwhile, outside the Sone Abyss, Ing Jiu and Ing Yi were closely monitoring the situation inside. 4 days had passed since Xiu Luo and the others entered the Sone Abyss to rescue Lan Lao, and they were supposed to break through the spatial passage within 36 hours. Suddenly, Ing Jiu noticed the black mist within the Sone Abyss churning violently. Startled, Ing Yi asked nervously, Master Jiu, is the human race facing extinction? Should we pack up and escape with the Eternal Tower? Ing Jiu responded irritably, shut up. Something's happened to Ing Shi. Ing Yi was shocked, her voice trembling. What? Is your grandson all right? In truth, she wasn't too worried about Ing Shi's safety. As long as Master Jiu was alive, Ing Shi wouldn't die permanently. He would just take some time to resurrect. She was more concerned about Xiu Luo's safety, knowing Master Jiu treated Xiu Luo like his own grandson. If something happened to Xiu Luo, Ing Yi feared Master Jiu might lead everyone into a desperate fight against the demon gods. From the black mist came an elderly, raspy, and disgruntled voice. It's related to that kid. I don't know what Xiu Luo is up to, but Ing Shi has leveled up. He's now at level 981. Ing Yi secretly observed Master Jiu's reaction. Despite his complaints, the old face hidden in the black mist was beaming with joy, unable to hide his happiness. She turned away, unable to bear the obvious contradiction. Immersed in his joy, Ing Jiu continued to mutter to himself. Ing Shi leveling up means I have to pay out 200,000 war god merits. If it were really going to Ing Shi, that'd be one thing, but most of it will end up with that kid. No way, I need to find a way to dodge this payment. Just a minute after Shadow 10 leveled up to 981, the Shadow group chat exploded with excitement. The group leader, Shadow 9, posted an exhilarating message. Congratulations to Shadow 10 for reaching level 981. Reward, 200,000 war god merit points. Immediately, a special command red envelope for Shadow 10 appeared in the chat. Members of the group expressed their envy. Weak Girl Shadow 1 level 989. So envious. Man Shadow 2 level 989. I'm officially jealous. Woman Shadow 2 level 989. I'm officially jealous. Self-destruct Guy Shadow 7 future level 999. So envious. However, Shadow 9 quickly noticed something unusual. Where's Shadow 10? Why hasn't he come out to claim the red envelope? Meanwhile, on the other side of the little black box group chat, Shadow 10 noticed the commotion. He eyed the enticing special command red envelope, his heart racing. 200,000 war god merit points. Shadow 10 thought, even with a 37 cut, that's still 60,000. His slightly trembling finger moved to tap the envelope, only to be met with a frustrating message. You have been muted by an admin for 24 hours. Shadow 10 was stunned, his mind racing. The command red envelope was only valid for 24 hours, and he was muted for the same duration. Without entering the command, he couldn't claim it, and being muted meant he couldn't enter the command. Wasn't this a deadlock? Shadow 10 fell into deep thought, a notion flashing through his mind. Is there a chance that 9 actually doesn't want to give out the red envelope? After a few seconds of silence, Shadow 10 looked up at Azura with a bitter smile. The money has arrived. Should I transfer 140,000 war god merit points to you by card? Yi Bai couldn't help but roll his eyes. Arrived? My foot. Although his inside eye couldn't see the contents of the little black box, he had already guessed the truth from the expression on Brother Zhongshan's face. Yi Bai, feeling indignant, said, 9 is really not playing fair. I'll deal with him later, Brother Zhongshan. Don't worry about it. We'll get that money back, with 36 interest per day. Listening to Azura, Shadow 10 suddenly realized that when 9 said, I treat Azura like my own grandson, he probably wasn't joking. While Yi Bai was still lamenting the loss of the 140,000 war god merit points, the notice in his arms buzzed slightly. It was a message from Xueming. Yi Bai was puzzled, wondering what Xueming could want since he no longer had coordinates for 9th tier war gods or demon god seeds. The conversation on the notice began. Xueming. Hey, are you there? Customer service Yi Bai. Yes, I'm here. Xueming. I wanted to ask, since you're selling 9th tier war god coordinates, can you also help investigate certain coordinates? The investigation fee can be deducted as a cost. Yi Bai looked at the conversation, puzzled. He thought to himself, is Xueming getting smart? Creating a need to take kickbacks? This was an offer Yi Bai couldn't refuse. He quickly replied. Customer service. Sure. How much do you think the investigation fee should be? Xueming. Ahem. A friend of mine wants to know, how much is the cashback? Customer service. 30. Xueming. 3,000 no, 5,000. Xueming calculated in his mind. With 5,000 War God merit points as the cost, he could get a 1,500 War God merit points kickback, only spending 50 points. A net gain of 1,450 points, equivalent to the earnings from killing 4 9th-tier War Gods. He was pleased with his own cleverness. Soon, Xueming sent over 3 coordinates that had already been investigated. Yi Bai used his inside eye to scan them and replied immediately. However, just as he was entering the information, the names of the demon war god and demon god seed at one of the coordinates suddenly grayed out. They were dead. Xueming's efficiency in slaughtering was beyond Yi Bai's imagination. After investigating the 3 coordinates, Yi Bai earned 15,000 war god merit points and gave Xueming 4,500 as a kickback. Initially, Yi Bai planned to share 30 with Shadow Tin, but the latter firmly refused to accept it. Clearly, the matter of the 140,000 war god merit points still weighed on Shadow Tin's mind. 9 could default on the payment, but Shadow Tin felt it was necessary to keep his promise. Yi Bai didn't insist and pocketed the 10,500 war god merit points, feeling a bit more at ease. He sighed inwardly. What a tough life. Then, Yi Bai and Shadow Tin dove back into the battlefield. The recent battles had been quite rewarding for Yi Bai. Shadow Tin would specifically target weaker demons for Yi Bai, like 9th-tier war generals and 1st-tier war kings. Yi Bai decided to shift the battlefield to another area to give Shura and his opponent more space. He understood that the battles within the Eternal Tower were fundamentally different due to the lack of death risk. To truly hone combat awareness and skills, one had to engage in real life and death struggles. For safety, Yi Bai donned a layer of extremely low durability armor. He resolved that if the armor got damaged during combat, he would consider himself dead and then carefully review and reflect on the battle. Facing a War King level monster for the first time, Yi Bai's armor inevitably got damaged. However, as the number of battles increased, he became more composed. Under the guidance of Ing Shi, Su Qingfeng, and Ing Shi, Yi Bai's combat skills improved rapidly. Su Qingfeng couldn't help but marvel at Shura's terrifying learning ability, realizing that some talents couldn't be acquired through envy. He recalled that even with equal conditions, 2 of himself couldn't defeat Xueming. Lu Qingyan had once been proud for years for landing a punch on Xueming. This was because Xueming was incredibly strong, capable of taking on the entire grade by himself. Lu Qingyan was the only one who managed to land a solid punch on him. If Su Qingfeng had achieved that, he might have had it engraved on his tombstone, with his ashes forming the words, "I punched Xueming in the face." Both Xueming and Shura were geniuses, although Shura's talent in actual combat was slightly inferior. Time flew by, and on the 6th day of the rescue team's mission in the Fissure Abyss, Xueming had already eliminated 15 demon god seeds. The Eye of Insight revealed that the remaining 3 demon god seeds were clustered together, guarded by an extremely powerful 9th-tier war god. This was going to be a tough battle. Meanwhile, Yi Bai also discovered several weak points in the space within the abyss. The time was ripe to attempt opening a spatial passage for escape. Su Qingfeng immediately contacted Xueming through a communique, informing him of the evacuation plan and seeking his opinion. Xueming quickly replied, insisting on eliminating the last demon god seeds to prevent any adverse impact on the bigger picture. He mentioned that he had reached level 988 and that going all out might destabilize the entire abyssal plane, suggesting the others evacuate first. Su Qingfeng was astonished by Xueming's rapid progression, recalling his own experience of dropping from level 980 to 979 after being injured in a fight with demon god Feng Qi, and feeling somewhat unworthy of his 9th-tier war god title. He sent the coordinates of the demon god seeds to Xueming and began arranging the final evacuation. Shura, Old Lan, and others would leave with the rescue team, after which Xueming would immediately engage in the decisive battle with the remaining demon god seeds. After sending the evacuation countdown message, Su Qingfeng stood in front of the fortress, eyes locked on the spatial weak point, and drew the folding fan from his waist. He had been holding back throughout this mission, and now it was his time to shine. Snap! The folding fan opened, and Su Qingfeng smiled, murmuring, "Wind, rise." Boom! A gust of wind instantly tore through the spatial weak point, creating a passage. Just as Su Qingfeng was about to continue his display, a robust voice from behind, belonging to Ing Shi, called out, "The wind is tight. Let's scram. Move out." Su Qingfeng's handsome demeanor lasted only a fleeting 3 seconds. Shadow Ten's shout of "The wind's picking up, let's scram," hit Su Qingfeng like a hammer blow, almost causing him to spit blood as if he had suffered a serious internal injury. After yelling, Shadow Ten turned to chat with Shura Yi Bai in his own shadow. "Why shout like that?" he asked curiously. Yi Bai replied earnestly, "I saw it in a TV drama recently. They shouted that while escaping it had a certain heroic aura." Shadow Ten scratched his head, silent for a moment as he tried to grasp the meaning of heroic aura. He countered, Wouldn't it be more heroic to kill them all instead of running? No, that's Xueming's mission. Our job is to run, Yibai said, glancing back at the battlefield. From across a significant portion of the abyssal plain, Yibai could clearly see the brutal scene on the battlefield. Demon blood dyed half the sky red, while the other half remained pitch black due to Xueming's presence. The spectacular sight resembled a living rendition of the famous painting Red and Black. At Xueming's feet, demon corpses piled up like mountains. The area around him was a true sea of corpses and blood. The only two beings still breathing on the battlefield were Xueming, a 9th-tier human war god, and his opponent, a formidable veteran 9th-tier demon war god. This powerful demon, named Hu Yuan, was at level 989. True to his name, he had the head of a tiger and the body of an ape, with a detachable black and white tail that he wielded as a weapon. Hu Yuan's tiger head was massive, with 10-meter-long fangs. A terrifying scar ran from his forehead to his mouth, as if it could split his head in half. Hu Yuan's body was as imposing as his head, with an almost perfect 8-to-1 head-to-body ratio, creating a unique blend of violence and aesthetics if drawn on paper. Despite his immense power, Hu Yuan dared not act rashly against Xueming. His blood-red eyes locked onto Xueming, and he let out an earth-shattering roar, bringing with it a storm of blood and stench. Xueming, if it weren't for Lan Zhixian injuring my core with one sword strike, I should have been the one to ascend to demon god last time. Hu Yuan's roar was filled with rage and resentment. Xueming nonchalantly dug at his ear, indifferent to Hu Yuan's fury. He glanced at the direction where Su Qingfeng and the others were, where a spatial tunnel had just opened and needed some time to stabilize. Xueming couldn't go all out until everyone had safely retreated, as it might destabilize the tunnel. Hu Yuan had his own plans. He had already swallowed 3 demon god seeds and needed time to absorb them. The longer the battle dragged on, the more advantageous it was for him, potentially allowing him to ascend to demon god. Ascending to demon god. Have you forgotten something? Xueming sneered. Last time, the demon clan's new demon god. Fengqi, are you envious of him? Hu Yuan was momentarily stunned, realizing Xueming had a point. But he couldn't afford to lose in terms of momentum. Even knowing the truth in Xueming's words, he retorted forcefully, no matter what, not even your father could stop me from ascending today. After his harsh words, Hu Yuan's body began to shrink from a mountain-like size to a more human-like stature, just over 2 meters tall. However, his aura didn't diminish. Instead, it grew stronger as he frantically absorbed the power of the 3 demon god seeds within him. Suddenly, 2 loud bursts echoed bang, bang, as 2 large holes appeared on Hu Yuan's shoulders, rapidly sprouting flesh. To Yibai, watching from afar, it was shocking to see 2 ferocious heads grow from Hu Yuan's shoulders. 3-headed hellhound. I'm familiar with this, Yibai muttered to himself. At the same time, Hu Yuan's body underwent a startling transformation. 6 thick arms extended from his torso, and 8 legs formed a circle, resembling a giant crab from the sea. Why does he look so ugly? Xueming, staring at the 3-headed, 6-armed, 8-legged monstrosity before him, couldn't help but be taken aback. But as a top-tier 9th-tier war god, he quickly saw through Hu Yuan's condition. Are you looking to die? Xueming immediately discerned that Hu Yuan's combat power had more than doubled, but the cost was severe. Hu Yuan had opened his core directly to the demon god seeds within him, akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. In other words, the tiger ape wasn't devouring the demon god seed. It was being consumed by it. The 2 additional heads were manifestations of the demon god's seed's consciousness. Even if the tiger ape successfully advanced and became a demon god, it would no longer be the same tiger ape, just an empty shell. The only benefit of this method was that it could rapidly boost the tiger ape's power, giving it the confidence to face Xueming. However, even at the 9th-tier war god level, with the demon god seed's enhancement, the tiger ape could only achieve high damage reduction across various elements. Complete immunity to damage was still out of reach. The 2 newly formed heads on the tiger ape's shoulders opened their mouths, emitting a hoarse, obscure voice. Kill. The entire consciousness of the Stitched Abyss plane harbored extreme hatred toward Xueming. As the chosen one of the Stitched Abyss, the demon god seed had a singular mission to kill Xueming. Kill. 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 Driven by a frenzied desire for slaughter, a black and white long staff appeared in the tiger ape's hand out of thin air. Leaving after images in its wake, it charged fiercely at Xueming. In the blink of an eye, the man and the demon were locked in a fierce battle. Miles away, the spatial tunnel had stabilized. Once Su Qingfeng confirmed it was safe, he immediately organized the evacuation. Feng Dong, feet, and the others entered the spatial tunnel one after another, with Ing Shi and Lan Lao staying behind. This gave Yibai time to watch the live feed. It was clear that Xueming was holding back, ensuring that the aftershocks of the battle didn't destabilize the spatial tunnel. Despite this, Xueming's composure was evident. He even discarded his war hammer, fighting the tiger ape hand-to-hand on equal footing. It's time to go, Ingshi reminded, unsure of what Shura was doing. Let's go. Yi Bai, hiding in Ingshir's shadow, continued to watch Xueming's battle even as they entered the spatial tunnel. Ingshi stepped into the tunnel, followed closely by Su Qingfeng, who then sealed it completely. At the moment the spatial tunnel closed, Xueming's expression changed abruptly. It was an unmistakable, murderous look aimed at the demon. Boom. Xueming sent the tiger ape flying with a punch, then twisted his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. Enjoy the sound? Good neck joints. Xueming stretched and flexed his arms. Warm-ups over. The tiger ape glared at Xueming from a distance. In the previous fight, it had only used 30% of its strength. Xueming likely did the same. In a real life-and-death battle, the tiger ape had a 20% chance of advancing to demon god. If the battle with Xueming lasted half a day, its chances of advancement would rise to nearly 50%. Survive and endure. Once it became a demon god, the tiger ape would fear no one, not even Xueming, and could even seek revenge against Lan Zhixian. Xueming retrieved a long halberd from his storage space and stood still. Looking at the weapon, his eyes filled with eagerness and he sighed. What a fine weapon. Too bad I can't use it just yet. Level 989 is just around the corner. Gripping his blood-red warhammer, Xueming took deliberate steps toward the tiger ape. With each step, his aura intensified exponentially. Sensing the change in its enemy, the tiger ape's expression shifted dramatically. A primal instinct from deep within its soul screamed at it to flee. Cowardice before the battling unbearable shame for a ninth-tier war god and a future demon god. Rage and humiliation spread through its entire being, its body trembling with destructive power, clearly enraged to the extreme. Without a second thought, the tiger ape turned and fled. Facing Xueming's full power, the tiger ape felt an overwhelming sense of terror enveloping it. The Grim Reaper had raised his Scytheno, his war hammer. This primal fear didn't come from the tiger ape itself, but from the stitched abyss plane. It was a warning from the plane. Run? Xueming, with his seemingly straightforward appearance, had hidden depths beyond anyone's imagination. The tiger ape even doubted that it could defeat Xueming, even if it advanced to demon god. Unfortunately, there would be no chance to test that theory. Xueming wasted no time, catching up to the tiger ape in a few strides and swinging his blood-red war hammer down with force. 8. The tiger ape didn't survive the third 8. After being struck 3 times, its body was like a shattered porcelain vase, covered in countless cracks, ready to crumble with the slightest touch. Its life was at an end. Want to stick around? Xueming grabbed one of the tiger ape's arms with his left hand and a leg with his right, tearing it apart with a powerful pull. Ripped demonic blood splattered across the sky. The tiger ape was dead. Wait, I forgot my line. Xueming suddenly remembered something, hurriedly piecing the tiger ape's remains back together, his expression anxious as if fearing it would die before he could say his line. This won't take long. Don't die. Come back to life. The tiger ape's formidable vitality was evident as its remains slowly began to regenerate. Once the tiger ape had mostly recovered, Xueming repeated his previous action, tearing it in half again. This time, he shouted his line, his voice echoing through the heavens and earth. A true man born between heaven and earth cannot long remain beneath others. Majestic and imposing, full of grandeur. Grabbing the long halberd from the air, Xueming slashed the tiger ape's remains into dust, erasing its life completely. Xueming, with 3 strikes, annihilated the tiger ape, advancing to level 989. Having witnessed the entire battle, Yi Bai was left in shock for a century, his emotions unable to settle. Even after exiting the spatial tunnel, he was still in awe, only able to lift his thumb and exclaim, "Impressive." As Ingshi took Yi Bai through the spatial passage, Xueming dealt with the enemies and ascended to level 989. The battlefield was littered with corpses, and as Xueming surveyed the scene, he realized there was still cleanup to be done. The harsh environment of the stitched abyss was suffocating and unsuitable for human troops to station, posing a potential threat. He frowned, contemplating various ways to purify the land, ultimately leaning towards his expertise in physical therapy. Meanwhile, the others traversed the spatial passage only to find themselves in another abyssal plane instead of returning directly to Blue Star. Lan Lao, Ingshi, and Su Qingfeng were the last to pass through. The personnel ahead were busy setting up a life support system to ensure the 60th level Lan Lao could survive in the harsh environment. The toxic gases of the abyssal plane were exceptionally deadly to Lan Lao. A single breath could nearly kill him. Everyone understood that if something went wrong here, their previous near-death struggles in the stitched abyss would be in vain. Fortunately, those present were meticulous, considering every detail carefully. Once they finally escaped, Su Qingfeng immediately transformed into a breeze, scouting the area within a 1,000-mile radius. He returned and exhaled with relief, saying, "We should be in the ninth abyss, which is lucky. If we had been transported to the first, second, or fifth abyss, we'd be in real trouble." Despite spending nearly a week in the stitched abyss, everyone was in reasonably good condition, though understandably fatigued. However, just as they began to relax, they found themselves surrounded by another demon tide. Although the demons and monsters of the ninth abyss were relatively weaker, they were still formidable. The moment the ninth demon god sensed the intruders, the demon tide began to gather. The group knew that once the horde reached a scale of millions, even a ninth-tier war god could fall. Unlike the previous negotiation setting, this time Lan Tianqi was actively on the battlefield. The demon gods could use the demon tide to eliminate Lan Tianqi without personally intervening, thus avoiding a breach of the supreme agreement. Worse yet, the prolonged stay in the abyssal plane had severely damaged Lan Tianqi's body. He couldn't be carried out by Su Qingfeng nor withstand the pressure of traversing another spatial passage. Like a critically ill patient, he could barely survive on life support, unable to endure any intense external stimuli. Su Qingfeng, an experienced ninth-tier war god, immediately grasped the urgency of the situation. He decisively chose to seek reinforcements before the demon gods discovered Lan Tianqi. Although Yingshi, and Su Qingfeng were all ninth-tier war gods, their power was insufficient against a potential million-strong demon tide. With time running out, Su Qingfeng contacted reinforcements while searching for a healing war god. However, when his gaze fell on Yingshi, his brow furrowed. He realized that the real concern wasn't Lan Lao but Shilua. If the demon gods discovered Shilua on the battlefield, the consequences would be disastrous. Rumor had it that supreme seeds were a great supplement for demon gods, which added another layer of worry to Su Qingfeng's mind. Whether it was Lan Lao or Shilua, Su Qingfeng had to bring them back to Blue Star in one piece. Determination gleamed in his eyes as he quickly pulled out his communication device. Call for backup, always call for backup. Su Qingfeng muttered under his breath before sending a message. Air, get your ass over here now and bring more people. If you're late, just be ready to collect my corpse. From the other end of the device came a voice dripping with exaggerated femininity. What's the rush? I'm being chased by the second demon god's legion. No time. The voice quickly shifted to a deep male tone. Old Su, pick a nice urn. I'll cover the cost. Su Qingfeng's brow furrowed, clearly indicating his failure to call for reinforcements. The Nightmare Legion was currently too tied up. He immediately turned to contact the Fenglan Legion. As the former commander of the Fenglan Legion, he knew this unit's rapid mobility made them perfect for urgent support. Meanwhile, others were also busy. Yingshi took out a small, exquisite black box and reverently said, Master Jiao, your dear grandson is back. The black box soon received a reply. Jiao responded succinctly, the demon slayer is there. Yi has gone. Si to Yingqi have already set out. King Hua is guarding the eternal forest. Take good care of those two grandsons. In no time, except for Air and Master Jiao himself who couldn't make it, 5 ninth-tier war gods were dispatched from the Shadow Clan. This level of support was practically grandchild-level treatment. Of course, according to the Supreme Agreement, the number of war gods in each abyssal plane was limited. These reinforcements didn't need to fully enter the ninth abyss. Merely holding the perimeter could act as a deterrent, allowing for rotations and tactical exchanges. Moreover, outside the ninth abyss, numerous demon subordinates would also be arriving to disrupt the human rescue efforts. After 100 years of conflict, these strategies were no longer novel. Yingshi was also calling for reinforcements, but he didn't use the small black box. Instead, he took out a personal communication device. In the past few decades, Yingshi had never contacted the other party. It's me, he said directly. How long would it take for the entire Blood Sea Legion to airdrop into the ninth abyss? 15 minutes? Good. I'm waiting. It's urgent. With that, he sent the coordinates and decisively cut off communication. Su Qingfeng also finished calling for reinforcements and said, the Fenglan Legion will arrive in 5 minutes. The Legion originally stationed in the ninth abyss is too far to make it in time. When the Fenglan Legion and Blood Sea Legion enter the ninth abyss, we'll voluntarily retreat from some front lines, which won't violate the Supreme Agreement. Everyone's efforts resulted in 2 full legions and 5 ninth-tier war gods from the Shadow Clan being summoned. This lineup was almost comparable to a major battle. Anyone unaware might think the humans were planning another significant move. From the reinforcement responses, it was clear that the demon gods were unusually united this time. As soon as Lan Lao and the others escaped from the stitched abyss, the demon gods immediately took action, causing trouble everywhere to distract the human strongholds and legions. The demonic creatures in the ninth abyss had already begun to gather, numbering over 1 million, including war god-ear demons. A massive dark horde surged toward Yi Bai and his group. The great battle was imminent. Yi Bai lay in Yingshi's shadow, waiting for the impending struggle. he suddenly realized that when calling for reinforcements, he had no one to call. This was mainly because his identity as Shilua was kept too secret. The people he usually interacted with were now busy, like Master Jiao and Xueming, who each had their own tasks. Third brother, let's not bother calling anyone else, Yibai resolved silently. In the future, he needed to build good relationships with people like Su Qingfeng, so he would have multiple options for backup. You can't rely on just one person, like Xueming, for support. You need to broaden your network. Fortunately, Yibai wasn't the only one who couldn't call for reinforcements. Lan Lao hadn't called anyone either. Just as Yibai was thinking this, Lan Lao took out his phone and dialed the number. Dad, I'm out in the ninth abyss. Yes, okay. Before the call ended, the sky above the ninth abyss suddenly split open. A beam of sword light descended like a hanging galaxy from the heavens. Countless sword energies poured down, dazzling and obliterating everything in their path. From the sword light emerged a figure in white robes, carrying a long sword, with black hair and double pupils. Named Zhixian, he seemed like a heavenly being sent to vanquish demons. Standing sword in hand above the ninth abyss, Lan Zhixian looked down at the countless demons below and slowly spoke. Where is my son? Creatures from the abyss never wield swords. To them, a sword symbolizes death. 100 years ago, the Eternal Tower descended, and humanity welcomed a middle-aged man with heterochromatic eyes named Lan Zhixian. Known for his exceptionally brutal swordsmanship, he was hailed as the greatest swordsman in the world, capable of slaying gods and demons with ease. At nearly 50 years old, Lan Zhixian had a son named Tianqi. As time passed, the title greatest swordsman in the world gradually faded into obscurity, remembered only by the older generation who had endured 30 years of bloody battles. The disappearance of this title was due to the emergence of a white-clad swordsman named Wuhan. His sword strikes left no trace and were unmatched in power, causing no one to dare claim the title of the greatest swordsman again. Lan Zhixian once challenged the rising star Wuhan and suffered a crushing defeat. From then on, he followed Wuhan in campaigns across the land, fighting the abyss. Over 30 years, they fought countless battles and claimed numerous victories. Lan Zhixian held the title of the #1 war god of the 9th rank, 4 decades, surpassing even the later warrior Xueming. During this period, the supreme demon god awakened and disappeared after a fierce battle with the supreme warrior Nightmare, only to fall back into slumber. Seizing the opportunity, Wuhan broke through the 999 level barrier, achieving the status of supreme warrior and founding the Wuhan Legion. Lan Zhixian, as Wuhan's right-hand man, served as deputy commander, enjoying immense fame, until a new generation of supreme warriors emerged, such as Xiaoyao. After another battle with the supreme demon god, Wuhan retired from the front lines, and the supreme demon god went back into slumber. At this point, Lan Zhixian, who had fought demons for over 60 years, sheathed his sword, giving the stage to the new generation, including warriors like Xueming. 100 years flew by, and Lan Zhixian seemed to grow younger, almost like an immortal. In contrast, his son Lan Tianqi, though over a century old, had become frail. When Lan Tianqi fell into the ninth abyss, Lan Zhixian immediately rushed to the scene with his sword, which had not been unsheathed for 36 years. The moment Lan Zhixian appeared on the battlefield, Yibai truly understood the meaning of, one man guards the pass, 10,000 cannot get through. The massive horde of demons could not advance a single step before him, but this deterrence was not a permanent solution. The scale of the demon horde continued to grow, and a fierce battle seemed inevitable. Facing the impending demon horde, Lan Zhixian remained silent. Suddenly, a refined voice emerged from the rift behind him. Shall I? These simple words instantly shook the entire abyssal plane. A terrifying demonic pressure descended on the battlefield, making it hard for everyone to breathe, even causing Lan Zhixian's expression to change slightly. The ninth demon god spoke, Wuhan. There's no need to waste your sword on me. The white-clad swordsman outside the abyss nodded in agreement. Indeed, cutting down old Nine is a waste. Let them go. The ninth demon god straightforwardly proposed a deal. Realizing that killing Lan Tianqi was impossible with the world's greatest swordsman Lan Zhixian and the supreme warrior Wuhan present, he opted to negotiate for some benefits instead. Yibai observed that the demon gods were adept at changing their tactics, always seizing opportunities to benefit themselves at the expense of others. Speak. The ninth demon god set his terms. Which 3 targets will your next 3 strikes aim for? All right. Wuhan named his sword techniques. These 3 strikes will be aimed at the 5th demon god, the 5th demon god, and still the 5th demon god. Upon receiving the answer, the 9th demon god's presence withdrew, and the demon horde retreated, restoring peace to the world. Yibai let out a long sigh of relief. The crisis was over. It was only at this moment that everyone felt truly safe. The arrival of the 9th demon gods will have been the most perilous moment of their journey. At this point, the probability of Yibai surviving until tomorrow was now 100. Retreat. Without any hesitation, the group split into two teams and withdrew. Su Qingfeng led the rescue squad members back to Blue Star through the human defense line. The SS level mission has been completed without any casualties, a miraculous feat that will surely go down in history. They are true heroes. Yi Bai, Ying Shi, Ying Shi, and Lan Lao followed Lan Zhixian, riding the wind towards the location of the supreme warrior, Wu Hin. The ultimate goal of this journey was to bring Lan Lao to meet his second brother for a second talent awakening. Yi Bai felt elated, deeply appreciating the beauty of being alive, especially in full health. He was certain now that he was among the lucky 14.77 who could return to Blue Star unscathed. After leaving the ninth abyss, Lan Zhixian, who had been leading the way, suddenly stopped. Ahead, it seemed as if an invisible barrier had been set up, preventing passage. From within Lan Lao's shadow, the figure of Ying Shi slowly emerged. Shortly after, Yi Bai sheepishly stepped out from Ying Shi's shadow. Ignoring the peculiar look from Lan Zhixian, Yi Bai quickly walked over to Lan Lao and enthusiastically said, "Lan Lao, let me escort you a bit further." He secretly added in his mind, "and meet the second brother along the way." It was clear that this shadow barrier was not Lan Zhixian's doing, but rather the second brother's rule. As they were about to part ways, Yi Bai turned to Ying Shi and seriously asked, "Brother Chongshan, could you tell me your name?" Even a lone wolf shadow should have a name. Yi Bai knew that the current Ying Qi was called Zhao Zian, something he had easily discerned with his inside eye. But Ying Shi had more layers of concealment, making the inside eye ineffective. Upon being asked his name, Ying Shi's face showed a hint of nostalgia. He smiled and said, "It's been many years since I mentioned my name. Among shadows, we don't ask about the past. Within the shadows, we are all brothers and sisters, all wandering souls who shouldn't look down on each other." He paused. "I don't mind telling you, but could you keep it a secret for me?" Yi Bai nodded in agreement. Ying Shi slowly revealed his name. "I am Lu Qingyao." Hearing this, Yi Bai was slightly stunned. A thought flashed through his mind. Lu Qingyao? Lu Qingyan? The elder brother of the old fox? He recalled seeing Lu Qingjiao's name on the Death Will monument, with a message left for Lu Qingyan. No matter how much he calculated, Yi Bai never expected to encounter Lu Qingyao among the shadows. It was incredible that he was still alive. Regaining his composure, Yi Bai smiled and said, "Brother Qingyao, let's have a drink together sometime." "Sure," Ying Shi replied briefly. Meanwhile, Lan Lao was also giving some final words to Ying Shi. Upon returning from this trip, Ying Shi would leave as well, as per Lan Lao's wishes. Even if he still needed a shadow for protection, it was time for a change. Lan Lao looked at Ying Shi with a tone of gratitude. "Shi, thank you for accompanying me for 20 years. This person, who always kept his face hidden in the shadows, had never shown his true self. Over the past 20 years, they had not spoken much, but who said that silence couldn't forge a deep bond? Through the journey and companionship, Ying Shi had saved Lan Tianqi's life, and he felt deeply grateful. Bowing deeply to Ying Shi, Lan Tianqi struggled to straighten up, but the shadow quickly stepped forward, gently supporting his arm to help him rise. Lan Tianqi coughed twice and spoke again. "At this parting moment, I also wish to ask, could you tell me your name? You know, cough. The second awakening, I might really die." After enduring countless hardships to reach this point, Lan Tianqi still couldn't escape the shadow of death. The success rate of a second awakening was less than 1 in 10. If it failed, given Lan Tianqi's current state, the chance of survival was slim. Ying Shi fell silent before finally speaking. "On the day I awoke in the shadows, I made a vow. For the rest of my life, I will no longer show my true face or mention my name. Let death be my rebirth." Ying Shi's voice was low and resolute, refusing to divulge more information. Lan Lao frowned slightly, having long suspected Ying Shi's true identity, especially after learning of his contact with the Blood Sea Legion. However, Lan Lao still chose to ask directly, unwilling to waste more energy on guessing. "Not even I, Lan Tianqi, can ask?" Lan Lao's tone carried a trace of barely perceptible weariness. The question struck Ying Shi like a hammer, shattering his emotional defenses. Ying Shi remained silent for a moment. The black mist slowly dissipated, revealing a wrinkled, aged face. Lan Zhixian and Lu Qingyao gasped in astonishment as they recognized his identity. "Convicted General Ying Jinghua." Ying Shi uttered the words with difficulty, his voice trembling as if each syllable drained all his strength. He lowered his head, shoulders hunched, his entire being resembling an ostrich trying to bury its head in the sand. Ying Jinghua's heart was filled with regret and shame. He felt he owed too much and was unworthy of facing the world. Even though Jiu Yi had saved his life, it couldn't untangle the knots in his heart. He chose self-imposed exile, distancing himself from the battlefield, shadows, and lone wolves. Despite possessing greater potential and combat prowess, he willingly took on the role of Ying Shi, silently protecting Lan Lao. Lan Tianqi slowly walked over to Ying Jinghua and gently helped him straighten up. "Jinghua, You have never been a convicted general of the human race. If anyone were to judge your sins, none among us would be without fault. Lan Lao's voice was gentle yet firm. The crowd fell silent, listening intently to the conversation between these two centenarians. Ing Jinghua, consider this your last promise to me. Lan Tianqi patted Ing Jinghua's shoulder, his eyes sharp and clear. From this moment on, stand tall. Let your heart be filled with boundless light, and bear no shame. Ing Jinghua slowly raised his head, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Lan Lao's words were like a warm ray of sunlight, dispelling the gloom that had clouded his heart for years. He took a deep breath and softly responded, "My heart is bright, and I am unashamed before the world." Ing Jinghua, a name that might be unfamiliar to many, was etched in Yi Bai's memory as clearly as if it were carved in stone. He recalled everything about the former leader of the Blood Sea Legion. Ing Jinghua was once a 6th-rank war god, commanding the Blood Sea Legion. During a deployment in the Blood Sea Abyss, the Legion was ambushed by demons, suffering devastating losses and nearly being annihilated. Ing Jinghua himself perished in the battle. His most famous and cherished disciple was Lien Can, whose son once used Ing Jinghua's story to persuade his father to betray the human race. Yi Bai pondered the meaning of sinner as uttered by Ing Jinghua. As the Legion commander, Ing Jinghua's oversight led to this catastrophic defeat, which resulted in the deaths of over 10,000 soldiers and shocked the entire human race. The Blood Sea Legion, a seasoned elite force that had fought for 30 years, was almost completely decimated and needed to be rebuilt from the ground up. To avenge this, Xue Ming ventured into the Blood Sea Abyss alone and utterly destroyed it. This feat became one of Xue Ming's most renowned achievements. Even though he survived with the help of Ninth Lord, Ing Jinghua could never forgive himself. Watching his former comrades turn into something neither human nor ghost tormented him deeply. What broke Ing Jinghua's spirit even more was the betrayal of his beloved disciple, Lien Kansas. Not only did Lien Can join the demon sect, but he also betrayed his comrades and ascended to war god status through the power of the demon god. If it had been anyone else, Ing Jinghua would have torn them to pieces. However, when Ing Jinghua awoke, it was all too late. Lien Can knelt, begging for death. Ing Jinghua initially intended to kill him before taking his own life. But the appearance of a white cloud changed everything. Although the content of the conversation between Xiaoyao and Lien Can was unknown, Ing Jiu was certain that Lien Can would eventually die by his own hand. Afterward, Lien Can rose rapidly in power, becoming a 9th-rank war god and the 4th leader of the demon sect. Ing Jinghua, on the other hand, went into seclusion for many years and eventually became Ing 11, guarding Lan Lao for 2 decades. One day, news broke from the Eternal Tower of an SS level clearance, heralding the emergence of the human race's strongest contender, Shura. Lien Can knew his end was near. That night, the main stronghold of the demon sect was breached, and the sect leader fled with severe injuries, setting off a series of events that Yi Bai would later experience. These secrets were known only to Xiaoyao, Ing Jiu, Lien Can, and Ing Jinghua. With limited information, Yi Bai could only speculate that Lien Can's change in attitude was related to Ing Jinghua. Ing 11's identity revealed some of the Shadow Organization's secrets. Yi Bai realized that many in the shadows might be fallen warriors kept alive in a special way by Ninth Lord. Their souls were incomplete, forcing them to live in the shadows, which explained the shadows' focus on soul-related research. Yi Bai made a firm decision to choose a soul-related class next time, believing it would complement his eye of insight and yield greater results. A certain talent protested, unwilling to be outdone. The time for farewells finally arrived. Lan Zhixian led the way as Yi Bai helped Lan Lao walk slowly forward. Before leaving, he turned to wave goodbye to Lu Qingyao and Ing Jinghua. Soon, their figures disappeared into the void ahead. Shadow 11's face was once again obscured by black mist, and he fell silent. Just as the two were about to pull out the small black box to contact Jiuyi, a red figure suddenly streaked across the sky. A rare urgency colored the voice of a frail woman. "Zhong Shan, where is Shura?" Shadow Tin paused for a moment and answered honestly. "He went with Lan Lao and Lan Zhixian to see Wuhan." "Idiot!" Shadow 1 stomped her foot in anger and cursed. "You were supposed to keep an eye on Shura, not give him a chance to be alone with Lan Lao, let alone meet Wuhan." Shadow Tin remained silent, offering no further response. Shadow 1 couldn't tell if Shadow Tin genuinely didn't understand Jiu Ye's intentions, or if he was just pretending to be clueless. She shouted furiously, "You've ruined Jiu Ye's plans." The red figure began to change colors frantically, shifting from red to white to black. Shadow 1 exclaimed in horror, "This is bad, really bad. If Jiu Yi gets angry, people will die. Maybe I should consult with Lao Er and Lao San and make a run for it with the Eternal Tower." Shadow Tin quietly looked in the direction where Shura had disappeared. As a shadow, there were things he couldn't tell Shura. It was his duty. But Lan Lao could. Or rather, Lan Lao was the only person among the human race who could tell Shura these things. Meanwhile, Yi Bai was supporting Lan Lao and cautiously asked, "Lan Lao, I'm feeling stifled. Can I take off my mask? Lan Lao chuckled. You have another human skin mask underneath. Whether you take it off or not, what's the difference? Yi Bai was momentarily speechless and fell into silence. Lan Lao raised an eyebrow. You really do? Huh? Yi Bai became even more silent. Being with Lan Lao had countless benefits, but there was one downside: it always made people doubt their own intelligence. This feeling of being intellectually crushed was quite unpleasant. Yi Bai felt he needed to communicate more with Shadow 7 and Lu Qingyan to regain his confidence. Lan Lao didn't continue to tease Yi Bai and said seriously, you want to ask that question, right? Yi Bai replied respectfully, please enlighten me, Lan Lao. Sure, this matter is very important, and you must remember it clearly. Just as Lan Lao began, Lan Zhixian, who was leading the way, stopped and asked, Father, are you sure you want to tell him now? He needs to know, Lan Lao insisted. Xiaoyao once told me that Shura's growth rate is different from every previous time, and he must be prepared in advance. Suit yourself, Lan Zhixian said and looked behind him. A red figure was sneaking up. Lan Zhixian warned coldly, take one more step, and you can try your luck. The sword on his back trembled slightly, ready to strike. Shadow 1 was unwilling but had no choice but to retreat. It wasn't Lan Zhixian she feared, but the man behind him. This was the Abyss battlefield, and Wuhan was the one who truly held the power of life and death. If Shadow 1 offended Wuhan and got killed, it would be in vain. Speak. You have 5 minutes, Lan Zhixian said as he stepped aside, leaning against a wall with his eyes half closed. Shura, listen carefully, Lan Lao began. My ninth brother, also known as Shadow 9, you're Ju Yi. Lan Lao's grand introduction left Yi Bai momentarily speechless. First, you must understand that he means you no harm. Listening to Lan Lao's words, Yi Bai nodded. He could tell the difference between friend and foe. Ju Yi was a good person, someone he could trust. Lan Lao continued seriously, my ninth brother has always wanted to obtain something from the Supreme Seed, something called the Supreme Mark. He failed with both Wuhan and Xiaoyao, but I know him well. He will never give up. The Supreme Mark? Yi Bai had never heard of it before. Lan Lao went on. The Supreme Mark is now in Xiaoyao's hands. After the battle with the Supreme Demon God, Xiaoyao will pass the Supreme Mark to you. That will be the only chance for my ninth brother. You must guard the Supreme Mark and never let him get it. Hearing this, Yi Bai's expression grew serious. He understood the Supreme Mark as a legacy among the Supreme Beings, but he had no idea what it actually did. He also didn't know why Ju Yi wanted it. The Eye of Insight offered no answers, and Yi Bai had many questions. Lan Lao shook his head and said helplessly, my strength is limited, and that's all I know. I can tell you 2 more things. First, most of the shadows exist because of my ninth brother. If he dies, they will cease to exist. Second, and this is my speculation, if the Supreme Mark falls into my ninth brother's hands, the other shadows might be fine, but he will definitely die, with no chance of revival. Yi Bai fell silent, and a silent prompt appeared before his eyes. Both pieces of information are true. Seeing the prompt, Yi Bai slowly nodded and said solemnly, all right, I promise, even if I die, Ju Yi will not get the Supreme Mark. Because Yi Bai wouldn't die, Shadow 9 would never get the Supreme Mark. Any problems with that? None at all. Lan Lao's explanation left Yi Bai with only a partial understanding. Even Lan Lao himself had only pieced together a vague outline through a century of observations and guesses. The true nature of the Supreme Mark remained shrouded in mystery. Yi Bai made a firm resolution in his heart. Once he returned to Blue Star from the Abyss, he would meet with Xiaoyao to uncover the truth, even if it meant risking his life. Just as Lan Lao was about to elaborate further, Lan Zhixian, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. 5 minutes are up. Yi Bai was taken aback and instinctively checked the time. Big brother. It's only been 1 minute and 21 seconds. Lan Zhixian remained composed, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, as he pointed behind him. He's coming. Yi Bai followed Lan Zhixian's gaze, but saw nothing. He was puzzled. Who is he? I'm a Supreme Seed Azura, with my second brother watching over and a 9th level war god guarding me. Even if a demon god showed up, there's nothing to fear. What's there to be afraid of? No sooner had he finished speaking than several alerts flashed before his eyes. 9th Lord once stormed through the abyssal plane in a fit of extreme rage. Current distance, 3 million kilometers, 2.6 million kilometers, 2 million kilometers. 9th Lord is exceeding speed limits. 9th Lord is on a rampage. Yi Bai's heart skipped a beat. He steadied himself, supporting Lan Lao as they continued forward. Lan Lao, however, keenly sensed something was amiss and remarked, your hand is shaking. Feigning nonchalance, Yi Bai replied, old habit. Just thinking about meeting the 9th Lord gets me all jittery. Yeah, this is definitely something he would do. As they walked, Lan Lao continued, there are different opinions about your rapid growth. Some believe it should be slowed down. Yi Bai understood the underlying message. The speed at which an Asura grows directly impacts the awakening of the supreme demon god. Typically, the supreme demon god awakens before a supreme seed reaches level 999. Once awakened, a battle between the supreme demon god and the human supreme, Xiaoyao, is inevitable, and the outcome of that battle is uncertain. In other words, if the Asura's growth is slower, it could delay this critical battle that determines the human race's fate. Currently, humans and demons are evenly matched, with humans slightly ahead. Extending this period would be beneficial for humanity. Lan Lao went on. In this matter, the Ninth Lord and his apprentice hold differing views. Xiaoyao gives me the impression that he believes your growth rate will be astounding, surpassing that of the previous 3 supreme beings, leaving little time for the supreme demon god. The Ninth Lord, on the other hand, might prefer you to grow more slowly. Yi Bai realized that the Ninth Lord probably wanted him not just to grow slowly, but also to be weaker. With the supreme mark in Xiaoyao's possession, the Ninth Lord had no way to act. His only chance was to strike at the moment the supreme mark was passed to the Asura. Therefore, for Ingjiu, it was acceptable for the Asura to have self-preservation abilities, and he was willing to protect the Asura, but the weaker the Asura, the greater his chance of seizing the supreme mark. Thinking of this, Yi Bai muttered, "No wonder the Ninth Lord withheld 280,000 war god merit points from me. Annoying. I must get those 290,000 war god merits back from him." Clearly, Yi Bai had calculated this debt meticulously, determined not to lose a single point of the 300,000 war god merits. "We're here." Lan Lao's voice interrupted Yi Bai's thoughts as they reached their destination. The guide, Lan Zhixian, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Unknowingly, the 3 had arrived at the edge of a profound chasm. Yi Bai's eyes lit up with excitement. "Is second brother just ahead?" he asked eagerly. Lan Zhixian's expression grew solemn, his voice trembling slightly. "I can't go any further. The closer we get to Wuhan, the harder it is to control the sword on my back." He pointed to Yi Bai's waist. "It's not just me. Your Tianwang sword is showing signs of losing control too." Yi Bai looked down and saw the Tianwang sword shaking violently. If it weren't for the nightmare wind enveloping it and forcibly suppressing it, it would have already unsheathed itself. Lan Zhixian continued, "Shilua can take 10 more steps forward, and you can take 18. With that, he stopped in place, watching the 2 of them move ahead. Yi Bai glanced at the Tianwang sword quivering like mad at his waist and thought to himself, "If I take a few more steps, even the nightmare wind might not be able to hold it back." He recalled Lan Lao mentioning his trembling hand earlier and finally understood the reason behind it, feeling a wave of warmth in his heart. Supporting Lan Lao as they walked forward, after just 4 steps, it was Lan Lao who ended up supporting Yi Bai. Lan Lao smiled and said, "This is as far as I can take you." He pressed down on Yi Bai's hand. "Thank you for everything along the way." Yi Bai chuckled. "No need to be so formal, Lan Lao." "Not at all, Yi. In the future, try to sleep less in class," Lan Lao said with a playful tone, causing Yi Bai's smile to freeze. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Yi Bai felt a twinge of regret. Some people go to great lengths to hide their identity, only to have it completely exposed. This damned intelligence gap makes me feel like a naive fool in front of Lan Lao. Lan Tianqi waved his hand with a smile, as if to brush off his final jest. His gaze became profound, as if traversing through time and space. "This path has been long and heavy. From the day the Eternal Tower descended to this very moment, I've walked for a century. No matter the outcome, I have no regrets." Looking ahead, even Lan Tianqi's calm gaze couldn't help but waver. He felt a mix of tension and determination. He didn't know what awaited him, but he knew he had to keep going. 14 steps, second awakening. Taking a deep breath, Lan Tianqi wasted no time and stepped forward. The rest of the journey, he would walk alone. At that moment, a dark shadow rushed forward at an incredible speed, leaving behind terrifying spatial cracks. Lan Zhixian's eyes flickered with a brief, suppressed heat. He had always wanted to test whether his sword was faster than Ingjiu's blade. However, it was clear that Ingjiu had no such intention at this moment. Even from 10,000 miles away, Lan Zhixian could feel the suppressed anger within the black mist. He did not draw his sword, merely watched in silence. The shadow darted past Lan Zhixian in the blink of an eye, merging directly into Yi Bai's shadow. A familiar hoarse voice whispered in Yi Bai's ear, "Kid, you've got guts. Bringing the Tianwang sword to meet Wuhan. Are you looking to die?" "Master Jiu, I missed you so much." Tears welled up in Yi Bai's eyes, and his voice was full of genuine emotion. This wasn't a pretense, it was a heartfelt cry. Without Master Jiu by his side, Yi Bai had lived each day in constant fear, devoid of any sense of security. Shadow Jiu ignored Yi Bai's enthusiasm and instead released a cloud of black mist, precisely targeting the nightmare wind and the heavenly king's sword. Instantly, the 2 pieces of equipment settled down, and Yi Bai's trembling hands finally steadied as he gripped his weapons. "Not bad, kid. You've gotten more capable in a few days, huh?" Master Ju said coldly, helping Shadow Tin level up and bringing the Heavenly King sword to Wuhan. Yibai scratched his head awkwardly and smiled. Thank you for the compliment, Master Geo, but it wasn't just my effort. Compliment, my foot. Shadow Ju snapped irritably. Didn't I tell you before? Wuhan didn't take the Heavenly King sword back then, so the sword holds a grudge and wants to settle the score. Can't you use your brain before acting? Where's that survival instinct of yours? No matter what Master Ju said, Yibai nodded repeatedly in agreement. He didn't dare to respond with a sarcastic, yeah, right? Being cheeky with Master Geo could easily result in a flash of a blade and a chilling sensation below the waist, turning him from cheeky to castrated in 3 seconds. It's just that you weren't around, so I didn't think it through, Yibai explained with an embarrassed laugh. Shadow Ju snorted, but didn't press further. As cunning as Yibai was, there was no way he would forget something so important. But instead of delving deeper, he lowered his voice and said, whatever Xiaolin told you. I can only say he was wrong about the supreme mark. Yibai fell silent, not responding. Right and wrong sometimes depend on perspective. Shadowjo continued, you're too weak right now. When you reach level 600, I'll tell you the truth. All right. Both of them tacitly agreed to pretend the supreme mark didn't exist. Level 600 was still a distant goal for Yibai, but he had already made up his mind. As soon as he got back, he would find third brother Xiaoyao to exploit a bug and level up to 600. Concerning the supreme mark, Yibai realized he couldn't just rely on Master Geo and Elder Land's words. He had planned to ask second brother, but Master Geo had arrived too quickly. Now, it seemed he could only seek answers from Xiaoyao. Setting the matter aside for now, Yibai counted his steps, taking 6 more forward, and gazed at Elder Land's back. An invisible barrier seemed to separate him from Elder Lan, making the latter's figure appear somewhat blurred. Yibai thought to himself, does even the space around second brother warp? Elder Lan stopped at the last step, and a cane appeared in his hand out of nowhere. You're here? A figure in white suddenly appeared before him. Upon seeing that white figure, Yibai wanted to shout, second brother, I'm your fan. It's me, Shura. But he held back, leaving the stage for Elder Lan. Lan Tianqi nodded. Yes, I'm here. As he had said before, the journey wasn't easy. It had taken him a century to get here, and he still had decades to go before his second awakening. This process was destined to be perilous, and Lan Tianqi was prepared to risk his life to achieve it quickly. He had come with that resolve. Even so, when the moment truly arrived, very few could remain calm and collected. But Lan Tianqi could. He had seen life and death, and even more situations worse than death. Old Jiu, Crazy Hua, Nightmare, Wuhan over the past century, whenever disaster loomed, someone always stood up to turn the tide. The current state of the human race wasn't achieved with mere words. It was built with countless blood and sweat. Lan Tianqi was like a living fossil. He had witnessed every significant event of the human race in the past century and every awakening of the supreme demon god. Each upheaval deepened his understanding of his own weakness and powerlessness. He had been a spectator for 100 years, watching the play unfold. Even when he did what little he could, he always felt it wasn't enough, not nearly enough. In the dead of night, he too would fall silent, struggling to calm his restless heart. An old steed in the stable still aspires to gallop 1,000 miles. Lan Tianqi thought he would never get a better chance in his lifetime. Until recently, during an ordinary class, Lan Tianqi had uncharacteristically arrived late. In class, a student stared at him with a look of surprise. There was something inexplicable about that gaze. At that moment, Lan Tianqi found this student named Yibai intriguing. After class, Lan Tianqi casually flipped through some materials and keenly discovered more issues. He set the documents aside, deciding not to delve further. Just as he was about to enjoy some tea, Ingjiu suddenly appeared before him, urgently explaining the conditions for a second awakening of his talent. Ingjia's anxious demeanor inadvertently revealed the true identity of Shilua. Despite understanding the risks, Ingjiu chose to disclose this information because he knew Lan Tianqi was equally desperate. Lan Tianqi, a century-long observer, once filled with passion, had gradually cooled. He had witnessed countless individuals fall short, never reaching their goals. Now, an opportunity lay before him to gamble, to fight for his life, to achieve a second awakening. Resolutely, Lan Tianqi embarked on his journey. From that moment on, every decision made by the human leaders focused on one goal: ensuring Lan Tianqi's safe arrival before Wuhan. The escort mission was fraught with danger, with the Nightmare Legion and Wuhan's forces launching full-scale assaults. The battles outside the Abyss of Stitches were particularly brutal. Nevertheless, they succeeded. Standing before Wuhan, Lan Tianqi skipped the pleasantries. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes, then opened them with determination and said, let's begin. To his surprise, Wuhan turned slightly, a hint of curiosity in his voice as he asked, what did you say? That sword stroke is already over. Did you think you could perceive my sword? Lan Tianqi's pupils contracted as he looked down at his withered hands in disbelief. He had just steeled himself, only to be told that everything was already complete, like a surgery finished before it even began. Wu Han explained that he had already executed 2 sword strokes. The first stroke cut away decades of Lan Tianqi's life, bringing his age to 200 years. The second stroke, cutting through the spring wind for an old friend, infused Lan Tianqi with new vitality. Lan Tianqi felt the spring breeze on his face, his wrinkles smoothing out, his silver hair taking on a gray hue, as if he had reversed the aging process. At 200 years old, he finally achieved his second awakening. Wu Han softly recited, "I cut the spring wind for an old friend. 100 years pass unnoticed in a dream. The world changes, yet I remain." Lan Tianqi stood in place, feeling a moment of disorientation, as if he had traveled back 100 years. Scenes of his initial awakening flashed through his mind. An grade talent called scholarship, which increased the effect of skill books by 1. Now, as time passed, he was unexpectedly presented with a second chance at awakening. New talent information appeared in his mind. Grade talent, heaven rewards diligence, which increased the effect of any skill used by 0.01, up to a maximum of 20. Lan Tianqi's heart trembled. Upgrade talent. According to human research on the Eternal Tower, the worst second awakening talent was at least grade. Lan Tianqi's luck seemed as peculiar as ever. On one hand, he always received the lowest grade. On the other, he consistently performed steadily. However, faced with this grade talent, Lan Tianqi wasn't the least bit disheartened. Instead, he was filled with determination. He secretly planned. With upgrade talent, becoming a war god within 30 years was feasible. By the time the next supreme seed emerged, he could have his second awakening and break the level 60 barrier. While Lan Tianqi was satisfied with his future prospects, those around him had different opinions. Shadow Nine's voice reached Yi Bai's ears, asking what talent Lan Tianqi had awakened. When Yi Bai responded with grade talent, heaven rewards diligence, his voice quivered slightly. Upon hearing this, Shadow Nine was instantly enraged. They had expended so much manpower and resources, even battling the great demon god, only to get upgrade talent out of Lan Tianqi? Black Mist roiled as Shadow Nine coldly declared, "Wu Hong, let's join forces to send him back and see if we can trigger another second awakening." Wu Hong was slightly taken aback, but nodded in agreement after a moment's thought, cautioning that it might be dangerous. Shadow Nine was indifferent, believing that even if Lan Tianqi died, it could be considered a first failure. He was determined to exploit the system until its grade talent or higher appeared. The scene descended into chaos, and the Lan family seemed to lose their voice in the matter. At that moment, the long-ignored Yi Bai roared, "Can you all listen to me for a second? You old geezers, do you have any respect for this supreme seed? Do you even understand the value of an SS grade talent like Inside Eye?" Drawing his blade, Shadow Nine coldly commanded, "Speak." Yi Bai immediately changed his tone, respectfully saying, "Got it." He then urgently explained, "Elderland's talent allows for a third awakening, and the condition is to be 800 years old." This news was like a bombshell, shocking everyone. Without Yi Bai's inside eye, who could have guessed such an awakening condition? Moreover, without Wu Heng's intervention, Lan Tianqi would have to wait another 600 years for his third awakening. Lan Zhixian's expression turned complex as he pondered his son's unusually long-lived talent. After a brief silence, Shadow Nine sheathed his blade and coldly said, "You decide for yourself." Just as Lan Tianqi was about to nod in agreement, Shadow Nine suddenly growled, "I can ensure he won't die." The black mist spread across the ground, and Shadow Nine's shadow elongated, ready to strike at any moment. A sigh from Wu Hong echoed through the air. Only Lan Zhixian remained indifferent, as if he had foreseen all of this. When Wu Hong drew his sword, if anyone could notice, he wouldn't be called Wu Hong. As soon as Shura finished speaking, Wu Han's sword was already out of its sheath. Lan Tianqi stood at the center of the crowd, with 800 years flowing past him like a river. The air was thick with tension, as if even time itself had frozen in that moment. Suddenly, Ing Jiao broke the silence. "Missed the mark?" His voice carried a hint of doubt. "Let the talent soar for a while. Wait for the third awakening of the talent." Yi Bai's gaze wandered among the people, a strange sense of familiarity washing over him. He turned to look towards the void where Blue Star stood, a towering structure rising high. At the top of this eternal tower lived a Taoist, whose daily life was monotonous and dull. At that moment, the tower slightly trembled. A voice filled with resentment echoed from the 99th floor, "Zhang Xiaoyao, are you humans courting death? Have you forgotten what I told you 100 years ago?" Awakening 2 SS, level talents simultaneously. The one who was sealed can't resist such temptation and will choose to awaken immediately. The Taoist frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, then picked up a brush. Golden characters floated from the 100th floor, hovering in front of him. He gently touched the brush tip, erasing NS from a line, turning SSS into S. It's done, the Taoist said wearily, waving his hand. Go. 1,000 miles away, Lan Tianqi, who was waiting for his third talent awakening, yawned, looking somewhat drowsy. The people around him watched nervously. Wu Hin gripped his sword tighter. Ingju raised his blade, Lan Zhixian drew out a vine, and Yi Bai held a bowl and chopsticks. Suddenly, Yi Bai's body shook, and the chopsticks and bowl fell to the ground. Old Lan, the third awakening has happened, he exclaimed. A notification of the third talent awakening appeared. S-level talent, ease in the mortal world. Talent effects, ease, dedication to learning, establishment, no confusion, knowing destiny, hearing without obstruction, following one's heart without overstepping bounds, in the mortal world. Yi Bai stared at the information, deep in thought. A bold idea flashed in his mind. Is it possible that Old Lan's awakening is actually an SS-level talent? After awakening his talent for the third time, nothing happened. Lan Zhixian frowned slightly and asked, "How do you feel?" Yi Bai shrugged indifferently, a bit weak. Lan Tianqi, with a serious expression, added, "Among the S-level talents I've come across, this one is relatively weak." Hearing this, everyone's expressions dimmed, their disappointment evident. Lan Zhixian, unwilling to accept it, pressed on. "How weak?" "Even weaker than Su Qingfeng," Lan Tianqi replied bluntly. "Well, that's that," Yi Bai said, spreading his hands with a hint of sarcasm. "Poor Su Qingfeng, always getting a bad rap. It seems he's at the bottom tier of S-level talents." Without holding back, Lan Lao began to introduce his talent, as there were no outsiders present. The talent is called Human Freedom, and it must be activated while in the human realm. Shadow 9 immediately asked, "How is the human realm defined?" On Blue Star, clearing 4 serrated levels in the Eternal Tower and above is considered the human realm, Lan Lao explained. Hearing this, Yi Bai's eyes widened, as if he realized something important. "This talent is a perfect match for the legendary 4S rating Azura," he said excitedly. "Without my 4S rating runs, Lan Lao's talent can't be activated. True power leveling. This Azura really deserves the credit." Yi Bai continued to analyze. In other words, Lan Lao will always be one step behind me in the Eternal Tower. Without Azura, even with an S-level talent, Lan Lao would be stuck on Blue Star. He wouldn't be able to use it for clearing levels or in the Abyssal Plane, just for home defense. He gave an analogy. It's like a hero in the Rift whose passive is useless outside the range of the turret. Essentially a duo with the turret. After hearing the explanation, Shadow 9 nodded for Lan Lao to continue. Lan Lao slowly said, "So far, I've only unlocked one effect, Freedom, which allows casting without incantations. The next effect, Aspire to Learn, unlocks at level 150, but I don't know what it does yet." "Well, casting without incantations is indeed strong," Yi Bai frowned, "but it doesn't seem strong enough for an S-level talent." He analyzed further. Many skills are already instant cast, and with increased elemental affinity, you can achieve the same effect. For swordsmen like Second Brother and Lan Zhixian, who strike without warning, incantations don't matter at all. Plus, these effects are limited to the human realm, further reducing their value. After Lan Tianqi's explanation, Shadow 9 turned to Yi Bai, a sly look in his eyes. "Why are you just standing there? Can't you see the full effects of Lan Lao's talent?" Yi Bai was enraged but quickly calmed down. "Do you think such a crude provocation would fool the great Yi Bai? If I reveal it, can I get back my 360,000 War God merits?" Shadow 9 was momentarily stunned. 360,000? Where did that come from? He quickly understood, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Seeing this, Yi Bai hastily said, "Revealing it could save my life." Before Shadow 9 could raise his blade, Yi Bai voluntarily introduced the future effects of Lan Lao's talent. There are 8 more effects to unlock. I'll summarize them. Aspire to Learn. Increases the effect of skill books knowledge items by 50 and allows learned skills to be transcribed into skill books. Unlocks at level 150. Established. Increases attributes, health, and mana by 50 upon leveling up. Unlocks at level 300. Unconfused. Ignores illusions mental attacks from enemies of lower levels. Unlocks at level 400. No Destiny. Increases the effect of prophecy skills by 50 and judgment skills by 50, with success rates doubled. Unlocks at level 500. Ears Follow. Increases the effect of scouting skills by 50. Unlocks at level 600. Follow Heart's Desire. Allows the Eternal Sea to accommodate materials of any type. Unlocks at level 700. Not Overstep. Allows casting within the human realm to ignore casting distance, and the Eternal Sea can appear anywhere in the human realm. Unlocks at level 800. In the human realm, designates any location as part of the human realm. Unlocks at level 900. After finishing, Yi Bai added, "That's about it. Nothing more to add." After hearing the Azura's introduction, everyone fell silent again. Shadow 9 broke the silence first, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Is that it? I thought a 3-time awakened talent would at least be S level in name but SS level in reality. Yi Bai keenly sensed the underlying meaning in Shadow 9's words, tinged with envy. He thought to himself, could it be that Shadow 9 actually has S level talent? Lan Zhixian nodded in agreement, his tone disappointed, still very weak. At level 800, it's on par with Su Qingfeng, and at level 900 it's just slightly better. Yi Bai thought, Su Qingfeng can't catch a break today. Some people aren't here, yet they always manage to be mentioned, like Feng Qi and Su Qingfeng. Second brother Wu Hin coldly remarked, not even as good as Azura. Yi Bai didn't expect that he would become the center of attention. In front of him were 3 people, Wu Hin, Ying Jiao, and Lan Zhixian, standing at the pinnacle of talent, critiquing Lan Lao. Yi Bai had to admit that among the 5 present, Lan Tianqi's talent was indeed the weakest. The talents of the 3 were already the best of the best, and Yi Bai's so-called trash talent, the Eye of Insight, was genuinely SS level. In comparison, Lan Lao's talent paled. Yi Bai couldn't help but make comparisons in his mind. Effects that needed to be unlocked in Lan Lao's talent, like no confusion and hearing harmony, were things he had from the first awakening, and they were exponentially stronger. Lan Lao had to reach hundreds of levels to unlock them. While the effect of standing firm was decent, Lan Tianqi's class template was only level, inherently weak. In subsequent class advancements, Lan Tianqi would need to upgrade his class template before standing firm could fully manifest its effects. At the same level, Lan Tianqi's attribute panel couldn't match Yi Bai's. Aside from freedom, the truly strong effects in Lan Lao's talent were the last 3, following the heart, not overstepping, and in the mortal world, especially in the mortal world, unlocked at level 900, which would allow Lan Tianqi to have a complete S-level talent, fully realizing its potential. Yi Bai secretly calculated that Lan Lao wouldn't get a 4th awakening, while his Eye of Insight could awaken 9 times. The second awakening of the Eye of Insight could easily surpass the level 900 freedom in the mortal world, not to mention that even the first awakening could. As Yi Bai was feeling smug, Wu Hen spoke, delivering a final verdict on Lan Lao's talent. Among S-level talents, it's one that shows its strength later. But its upper limit isn't high, just above average, which is quite awkward. Listening, Yi Bai couldn't help but add in his mind. Someone like Xuemeng had a typical late-blooming talent, but excelled among his peers due to his exceptional combat awareness and terrifying class panel. Su Qingfeng's talent was consistent throughout, but lacked strength in the later stages. However, Yi Bai quickly realized that these were just theoretical strengths. The true measure of talent depended on the individual. To the Abyss Demon God, Lan Tianqi with his mid-tier S-level talent was a significant threat. His mind was Lan Tianqi's most terrifying talent. Just then, a message from Zhang Xiaoyao arrived. Wu Hin immediately spoke. Zhang Xiaoyao says to send Lan Lao back to the Eternal Tower within 15 minutes. Yingju nodded and slipped into Lan Tianqi's shadow, not forgetting to tease Yi Bai. I'll keep this kid safe for now. Yi Bai was secretly delighted. The mighty seed of the powerful Azura was being treated like this. He only had 2 words. Great. Arranging Azura's security detail, Yingjiu was about to take Lan Tianqi away but suddenly remembered something and said nonchalantly, oh, by the way, this kid wants to learn lifting the sky. Make sure you teach him well, preferably multiple times. With that, Yingjiu disappeared with Lan Lao. Yi Bai stood there, his expression gradually turning blank. He finally realized. He had been tricked. He thought he had a sure win, only to fall into Jiu Ye's trap. No, to be precise, Jiu Ye had used a borrowed sword to harm. It was a psychological blow. A bright red prompt flashed before Yi Bai's eyes. Probability of returning to Blue Star with full health and full status, 0. Yingjiu, enveloped by the blue sky, darted through the air as a shadow. Soon, the 2 returned to Blue Star and arrived at the foot of the Eternal Tower. A pure white cloud held Lan Lao, hovering outside the 99th floor of the tower. From within the tower, a calm and carefree voice spoke. Teacher. Lan Lao, what's going on? Yingjiu, shrouded in black mist, frowned slightly, sensing something was amiss. As someone with heightened sensitivity, he could feel the unusual aura around Lan Tianqi. After listening to Yi Bai's introduction, everyone present realized that Lan Tianqi's talent was extraordinary, but they all tacitly chose to remain silent. Yingjiu thought to himself, ordinary talent wouldn't have so many effects. 9 awakenings seem more like an SS-level talent, but the effects are too weak, barely qualifying as S-level. How can such a talent be compared to Su Qingfeng? Facing Yingjiu's doubts, Xiaoyao paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts. He slowly began. I mentioned to my teacher before, 100 years ago, I made a deal with a certain being. Lan Tianqi remained silent, content to stay out of the matter. This was between the master and his disciple. It wasn't his place to intervene. Yingjiu nodded, indicating he remembered. Xiaoyao continued. I help it 3 times, and it helps me 3 times. Today, I used the second opportunity, Ingju said coldly. If I recall correctly, you've already done 2 things for it?
Yes.
I'll find some time to kill it, so you won't have to do the last thing? Lan Tianqi was stunned. Is this how people exploit glitches now? If you can't exploit the mechanism, just do it physically? Xiaoyao shook his head. It still needs to help me one more time. Suit yourself. The conversation between the master and disciple ended there. Xiaoyao turned to Lan Tianqi. Lan Lao, thank you for your efforts. Speak freely. Clearly, Lan Tianqi's 3 awakenings came at a cost. Xiaoyao slowly said, from today on, you can't leave the Eternal Tower. During the day, you can stay on the floors you've cleared, in the Eternal Core City, and in your exclusive space. From midnight to 6:10 a.m., you can challenge the tower, but the rewards will be halved. Everyone present understood the consequences of leaving the Eternal Tower before reaching level 990, even without Xiaoyao spelling it out. Exploiting glitches always comes at a cost. Lan Tianqi breathed a sigh of relief. I thought I wouldn't be allowed into the tower anymore. For him, this just meant embracing the identity of an Eternal Tower recluse. Known for his research on the tower and creating guides, he didn't mind this lifestyle. He could challenge the tower to improve his strength when he could. Otherwise, he'd research other floors and complete guides. All right. Xiaoyao finished speaking and split off half a cloud to send Lan Tianqi back to the 8th floor of the Eternal Tower. Ingjiu didn't leave immediately. He reminded, Shura will come to ask about the Supreme Mark. Xiaoyao nodded. I know, I'll tell the truth. Ingjiu frowned. Can't you lie? Xiaoyao remained silent. But Ingjiu seemed to hear the word boring. Do as you please. Ingjiu abandoned the topic and said, release the news about Shura's class change tonight. That kid still has half a day in the abyss. All right. Silence fell once more upon the cloud. Meanwhile, after Ingju took Lan Lao away, Yibai felt like he had been set up. His feeling was soon confirmed. Wu Han's voice came. Exiled Immortal. Share your insights on the skill Heaven's Collapse with Shura. Lan Jixin nodded and succinctly said, learn it, but don't use it. Yibai thought, if I'm not supposed to use it, can I just not learn it? Relax, I haven't drawn my sword yet. Hearing his second brother's words, Yibai felt relieved. However, the next moment, his health bar plummeted. Instantly, Yibai's million health points dropped to just 1. There was no sensation of being cut, nor any pain. It felt like undergoing a painless, minimally invasive surgery, leaving him only pale-faced. The system notification sounded. Skill, Heaven's Collapse learned. Heaven's Collapse. When hit by a fatal attack, locks health at 1, and performs a forward slash, dealing 1 damage. Health lock lasts for 5 seconds, during which shields and healing cannot be received. After unlocking the life lock, Yibai felt a wave of weakness wash over him. His physical and magical defenses dropped to 0 instantly, and this fragile state would last for a full 10 minutes. Frowning, Yibai checked the skill description. No cost, no cooldown, but it could only be used once every 24 hours. His eyes lingered on the damage value, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself, high damage, my foot. It's just 1 point. Fortunately, Yibai had long understood that his strength didn't lie in dealing damage through Wan Tianqi. However, aside from the low damage, the skill came with numerous negative effects. No healing or shield gain for 5 seconds, and both defenses reset to 0 after 5 seconds. Yibai couldn't help but complain. Cool for 5 seconds, then weak for 10 minutes? Staring at the description of Wan Tianqi, Yibai fell into deep thought. Using this skill in the Eternal Tower was fine since death there meant revival. But in reality or the Abyss Plane, if he couldn't defeat the enemy within 5 seconds, he would be in extreme danger. He had to admit that Lan Jixin was right. This skill was indeed one to learn but not use. Even so, as a skill that locks health, having it was better than not. Yibai analyzed 2 proper ways to use Wan Tianqi. 1. During the 5-second health lock, quickly take down all surrounding enemies. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about the side effects. Even with just 1 HP left, he could survive. 2. Use the 5 seconds of health lock to swiftly retreat from the battlefield. As long as he ran fast enough, he wouldn't have to worry about losing health. Yibai realized that the former might have been Wu Han's original intent in creating the skill-typical aggressive style. The latter was more suitable for cautious individuals. But Yibai was different. He was both reckless and cautious. In his hands, Wan Tianqi had only one outcome. First, eliminate all enemies, then immediately flee. If he didn't kill all the enemies, he would be uneasy while escaping. If he was left with only 1 HP, not running away was not an option. At this moment, a pale-faced Yibai weakly asked, what are we doing now? Although he had been slashed by his second brother, leaving him with only 1 HP, it didn't seem to have caused any substantial harm to his body. It was as if his vital organs heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys had been cut out. Yet he was still alive and well. What he found hardest to accept was the mental blow. To Yibai, losing 1 HP, and having only 1 HP left was essentially the same. Either way, he was in a near-death state. But now, he really was down to his last breath. The white-clothed swordsman walked ahead, showing Yi by his back, and said calmly, "Taking you to the abyss for a stroll. The 5th demon god still owes me 3 strikes. A debt must be repaid, that's only fair. Keep up." Yi couldn't help but gasp. He thought, only his second brother could talk about slashing a demon god as casually as going out for a walk or buying groceries. Taking a deep breath, Yi firmly responded, "Second brother, let's go." Second brother led the way, with Lan Zhixian and Yi following closely behind. Ever since encountering Lan Zhixian, Yi had felt an invisible force enveloping them, as if the influence of the eternal sea allowed him to walk effortlessly through the void. In his mind, Yi pondered that Lan Tianqi was Lan Lao, and Lan Zhixian was Lan Tianqi's father. Calling him Old Man Lan seemed appropriate. Instinctively seeking a sense of security, Yi subconsciously wanted to get closer to Old Man Lan. However, just as he took a step forward, the long sword on Lan Zhixian's back emitted a warning hum, as if cautioning Yi not to act rashly. Old Man Lan was accustomed to this and spoke calmly. "When you reach level 600, you can try your sword." Yi responded earnestly, "Isn't that unfair? It would be more balanced if we were the same level. I don't have an SS level talent." Old Man Lan shook his head and continued, "If you can defeat me, I'll help you find a sword box to nurture your Tianwang sword to a stronger state." Yi Bai's eyes lit up. He remembered that the Tianwang sword was S-level equipment, and a clumsy master blacksmith from the Demon Clan had once said it had the potential to rise to SS level. "If you put it that way, then I'll agree." Yi decided to fully embrace his opportunistic spirit and asked, "If I don't win, can I still get one?" Old Man Lan was taken aback for a moment, finding this young man interesting. He nodded in agreement. After all, giving a sword box to a fellow swordsman was a gesture of mutual respect among heroes. Moreover, Shura had significantly contributed to Lan Tianqi's triple awakening of his talent. Compared to that, gifting a sword box was nothing. Upon receiving a positive response, Yi sincerely said, "Then I surrender. Can you give me the sword box now? I'm really short on SS level equipment." "No, I really want a sword box." Lan Zhixian stopped and seriously looked at Shura for the first time, finding him quite amusing. To Yi surprise, Old Man Lan actually accepted his crafty behavior. However, Yi immediately regretted it the next moment. Lan Zhixian turned to the void and said, "Record." A sword servant appeared out of thin air, emotionless, holding a bamboo scroll. Lan Zhixian continued, "In a certain year and month, Lan Zhixian restrained himself, suppressed his level and fought Shura, achieving a great victory." The sword servant inscribed each word onto the bamboo scroll as Lan Zhixian spoke. When Yi saw the sword servant, a prompt suddenly appeared before his eyes. Sword incarnation, non-humans level equipment, level 899, third-ear war god power. Yi was shocked to realize that the sword servant was the incarnation of a sword. He recalled the 3 major forces created by the strongest beings, and, although he had interacted with shadows the most, he had never imagined that the sword servants were such entities. After Lan Zhixian finished, the sword servant respectfully presented the inscribed bamboo scroll. However, Old Man Lan shook his head and said, "Take it to the Wanwu Pavilion for auction. Name it 3 Tales of Lan Zhixian and Shura. No matter how much someone bids, outbid them by 1 gold coin. This item is not for sale." Yi was stunned, thinking, is this even allowed? No wonder Old Man Lan could raise someone like Lan Tianqi. The Lan family's bloodline is indeed extraordinary. The sword servant took the bamboo scroll and disappeared into the void. Suddenly, Wu Han spoke. Zhang Xiaoyao said that his teacher wants him to spread the news about your job change. Yi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood Jui's intention. Currently, Yi had not returned to Blue Star, and the demons knew that Lan Tianqi had escaped from the fused abyss, with Shura leaving as well. If news of Shura's job change spread within the Eternal Tower, it would imply that Shura had returned to the Eternal Tower and successfully changed jobs. In reality, Shura's true body was still in the abyss. This small deception would add an extra layer of security for Yi in the abyss. Yi nodded. All right. He knew that Xiaoyao was a serious person, and since he had agreed to delay the news, even if his teacher demanded its release, Xiaoyao would first consult Shura. Naturally, Yi dared not disagree. "Then there's nothing more," Wu Han said. "We've arrived." Unbeknownst to them, the 3 had already reached the 5th abyssal plane. What Yi imagined was somewhat different. The gate to the 5th abyss was wide open, offering no resistance to Wu Han. Rubbing his chin, Yi mused, "The 5th demon lord seems desperate for death. It's almost like they're rolling out the red carpet for us." A comical scene popped into his mind. The 5th demon lord holding a banner that read, "Warm welcome to human supreme Wu Han for guidance at the 5th abyss," while countless abyssal creatures cower on the ground, shivering as if awaiting the start of a grand feast. Dressed in white, Wu Hin walked forward to confront the demon deep within the abyss. Meanwhile, Old Man Lan stopped and stood outside the fifth abyss with Yi Bai. Watching from a distance is enough. Getting too close could be deadly, Old Man Lan cautioned. Watch closely and learn well. Yi Bai nodded obediently, for he had never witnessed such a scene before. Yi Bai thought to himself, although his second brother had vowed to defeat the fifth demon lord with 3 strikes, he hadn't explicitly said he would take its life. Recalling the last great battle, the humans had even skipped over the fifth demon lord, causing the third, fourth, and sixth demon lords to fall, leaving only the fifth demon lord still alive. This demon had been tormented by nightmares for over 70 years, living a life of utter misery, likely wishing for an end. From the depths of the abyss, a colossal monster let out a series of booming laughs, followed by an arrogant taunt. Wu Hin, do you dare to defeat me with 3 strikes? Unmoved by the fifth demon lord's provocation, the swordsman in white remained calm. When Wu Hin spoke, the entire fifth abyss fell silent, as if he alone ruled the world. 18 sword slaves appeared, meticulously recording every word he said. Wu Hin began his historical lesson, recounting a tale known as the Dream of Nank. The story was strikingly similar to the version Yi Bai knew from before he crossed over, originating from the Tang dynasty's Li Gongzhuas, the governor of Nank. Listening to Wu Hin, the fifth demon lord in the shadows fell silent. It seemed to realize that things were not going well and attempted to flee. However, at the moment the demon conceived the thought of escape, Wu Hin's sword flashed. I have just comprehended a new sword technique, Wu Hin said calmly, called Nank. A crisp snap echoed, as if a dream shattered. Struck by the Nank sword, the fifth demon lord instantly fell into a deep sleep, only to awaken swiftly. No, its anguished scream echoed through the abyss, far more harrowing than any cry from Xue Ming. In that brief instant, the demon experienced countless dreams. Each dream was wonderfully beautiful, each dream was warm and comforting, and in each dream, it ascended to the highest divine throne, becoming the supreme demon lord. Yet, in every dream, there was an inescapable figure, the man who was its eternal nightmare. In those myriad dreams, the man would always appear, with a chilling smile, asking, tell me, do you have nightmares? A fleeting dream, as if a lifetime has passed. The mournful wails of the fifth demon god echoed hauntingly in the air, lingering for days. Yi Bai stood rooted to the spot, witnessing it all, his hair standing on end as a chill ran through his heart. He couldn't help but close his eyes, but fearing he might miss something, he quickly opened them again. The breeze gently brushed against his pristine white robe as he spoke softly, 2 more strikes. The fifth demon god finally ceased its wailing, its immense will turning cold and merciless. In a sinister tone, it growled, Wu Hin, you can't use the same sword technique on me twice. Yi Bai raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, is there such a restriction for second brother? It must be an after effect of fighting the supreme demon gods. Seems like a nerf. He couldn't help but mock himself. I almost forgot if you hadn't mentioned it. Facing the fifth demon god's taunts, Wu Hin remained unperturbed. He spoke again, his voice calm. According to the pillow book, Lu Sheng once met a Taoist. Yi Bai's expression turned peculiar, and he thought in surprise, no way, no way. Is second brother about to comprehend a new sword technique again? Wu Hin continued narrating the tale of the yellow millet dream, his voice drifting with the wind. The fifth demon god fell silent after listening, warily eyeing Wu Hin. Don't be nervous, it's just a story. I haven't figured out the sword technique yet, Wu Hin said nonchalantly. The fifth demon god, still on edge, thought to itself, a sword technique isn't something you can just comprehend instantly. Even if it were as common as cabbage, you still need a break between meals. Wu Hin tilted his head slightly, tapped his temple with his finger, then straightened up. Now I've got it. This sword technique is called yellow millet. Strike. With a flash of the sword, he slashed at the demon again. History seemed to repeat itself. First came the dream of Nank, then the yellow millet dream. These 2 strikes left the fifth demon god in agony, yet it survived, for even the longest dream must eventually end. Whether it was the dream of Nank or the yellow millet dream, they only served to prolong the torment for the fifth demon god. The mere collapse of a demonic heart was insignificant to it. After enduring 2 strikes, the fifth demon god's aura didn't weaken but grew stronger. It sneered, Wu Hin's sword, nothing special. The fifth demon god continued, whether it's yellow millet or Nank, the pain is real, but through endless cycles of torment, I found a moment of clarity. A dream is just a dream, and reality is reality. No matter how many nightmares I endure, they can't harm me. Listening to the fifth demon god's words, Yi Bai slowly nodded, thinking, as expected of a demon god, tough as nails. This guy might have the toughest mouth of the supreme demon gods. Feels even tougher than second brother's sword. He couldn't help but mock inwardly, If the fifth demon god hadn't been writhing in pain and wailing just now, I might have actually believed it. Yibai had to admit, the torment was real, but after enduring 2 dreams, the fifth demon god had indeed gained something, finding an alternative way to resolve its affliction. Like a long-suffering patient becoming a skilled doctor, every nightmare it endured weakened the lingering power of the dream. The fifth demon god calculated in its mind. Another 30 to 50 strikes of yellow millet, and there would be nothing to fear. For it, cleanly resolving the root of the problem was ideal. But the humans were clever, keeping the fifth demon god alive no matter what it did. If death wasn't an option, then enduring more nightmares to wear down the residual influence was the next best thing. Thus, the fifth demon god even looked forward to Wuhan's third strike, as if it had become an old M. The white robe fluttered in the air, and Wuhan remained silent. Suddenly, Old Man Lon beside Yibai spoke, emphasizing once more, watch closely and learn well. I have a feeling that the next strike will be the pinnacle of Wuhan's swordsmanship. Lan Zhixian's words reached Wuhan's ears, and he smiled slightly, since I became supreme. Which strike hasn't been the pinnacle? Lan Zhixian nodded slightly in agreement. Listening to their conversation, Yibai fell into deep thought. He couldn't help but muse, do you always flatter each other like this? Is there a possibility that Xue Ming can't use a sword, not because he's bad at it, but because his words are too clumsy? Unable to join the pinnacle swordsmanship praise group? Yibai's thoughts continued to wander. If I teach Xue Ming a few flattering words, would he have a chance to join the group? How much should I charge him per word? At this point, Yibai quickly gave himself a mental slap, banishing these far-fetched thoughts from his mind. Second brother was about to unleash his third strike when he suddenly got distracted, thinking of Xue Ming. Yibai shook his head silently, thinking, how can he lose focus now? There's always time to make money, and Xue Ming isn't going anywhere. Wu Hin began his usual history lesson. First came Huang Liang, then Nank. These 2 strikes were tailored for the fifth demon god, he explained. In real combat, forcing someone to sleep or momentarily lose focus can be fatal 1,000 times over. Yibai took mental notes, secretly admiring the elegance of the move, and resolved to learn it someday. Wu Hin continued introducing the third strike. The last emperor of the southern Tang, Li Yu, once wrote in Lang Tao Sha, in my dreams, I do not realize I am a guest, indulging in fleeting pleasures. The next strike I'm about to comprehend is called in my dreams, I do not realize I am a guest. He detailed the effect of this strike. After being unleashed, there is no pain, and consciousness shifts between dream and reality, making it hard to distinguish between the two. The duration could be an instant, or it could be eternal. Yibai was stunned, wondering how such a sword technique could be mastered. The fifth demon god, on the other hand, was fully focused and on high alert. Unexpectedly, a few seconds later, Wu Hin simply turned and walked away without drawing his sword or making any move. This scene left both Yibai and the fifth demon god puzzled. Wu Hin's sword techniques were always as fast as lightning, nearly impossible to capture. They couldn't help but question whether the third strike had really been executed, or if Wu Hin had truly mastered it. For Yibai, it didn't matter much. The real impact was on the fifth demon god. If the strike were real, the fifth demon god would never be able to distinguish between dream and reality, trapped in eternal confusion and torment. Even if it were fake, the fifth demon god wouldn't dare to take the risk. He had been tormented by nightmares for years, and now he had an additional psychological burden. The fifth demon god was filled with regret, lamenting his decision to heed the words of the great demon god and cooperate with the second demon god's actions. But now, it was too late for regrets. At that moment, Lan Zhixian timely asked Wu Hin, did you really comprehend the strike in my dreams? I do not realize I am a guest? For a swordsman, such a realm is beyond imagination. Wu Hin's lips curled into a slight smile as he chuckled and replied, guess? The words real and fake echoed above the fifth abyss. Can you guess? The swordsman in white and the sword servant silently departed, as if they had never been there. The fifth demon god sat on the throne, his face as dark as iron. Real, fake, real. His thoughts swung between these extremes, unable to decide. In a moment of sudden clarity, he finally understood the true meaning of in a dream, one is a guest unaware. Unfortunately, this realization came too late. Lan Zhixian and Yibai walked side by side, following behind Wu Hin. Yibai couldn't help but exclaim, cool? Lan Zhixian's lips curved slightly, there are even cooler things. Yibai's eyes lit up, show me? Sure. Lan Zhixian nodded seriously. You know, Wan Tianqing has 4 ways to draw a sword. Upon hearing this, Yibai's face turned pale. If you're going to talk about that, I'm going to fall asleep. I'm out of here. He thought to himself, Wan Tianqing has 4 moves? That's insane. Are they trying to make it overly complicated? Learning one move of Wan Tianqing is already a huge burden. Knowing one move of Wan Tianqing would leave a significant psychological shadow on a level 200 top-tier seed. Wu Han's voice came from ahead. When the Heavenly King's sword appears in the first abyss, I'll teach you again. Yi Bai's scalp tingled, but he could only agree reluctantly. All right. Through this journey into the abyss, Yi Bai deeply realized his own weakness. Whether it was Xueming, Zhu Yi, Xiaoyao, or Wu Han, they were all renowned powerhouses for many years. In terms of both strength and talent, these people were among the top. Among them were two supreme beings. Compared to them, Yi Bai could only feel overshadowed for now. It's time to go back, Lan Zixin said. Yi Bai wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but Wu Han's already blurry figure ahead seemed to become even fainter. Lan Zixin stepped in front of Yi Bai, blocking his view, and made a gesture of invitation. This way, please. During their time together, Yi Bai had roughly figured out some of the relationships. The relationship between Lan Zixin and Wu Han was probably like that of Zhu Yi and Nightmare, mutual confidants and comrades. After battling supreme demon gods, the supreme beings of the human race would inevitably have some issues. The ones who truly managed their forces and handled various urgent matters were those who followed them. Zhu Yi managed the shadows, Lan Zixin managed the sword servants. As for the Wanwu Pavilion, it was managed by the pavilion master Zhao Qian. As a 9th-rank war god, Zhao Qian was not very famous, except for his dealings with the Shura in the trade realm. It was said that he was only interested in money. From these three, one could see the deep foundation of the supreme beings. Among the three, Zhu Yi was undoubtedly the strongest, Lan Zixin second, and Zhao Qian the weakest. The ranking of their forces should also be in this order. As Yi Bai was being politely seen off by Lan Zixin, he didn't forget to shout in the direction of Wu Han. Second brother? See you later. My desk mate and I are both your fans. Second brother? Hearing Yi Bai's address, Wu Han was first taken aback, then quickly reacted, a slight smile forming on his lips. Interesting kid. Not like that dull Taoist. After Lan Zixin took Shura away, Wu Han wandered alone in the void, with sword servants constantly appearing around him. Whatever he did, a sword servant with a bamboo scroll would record his every word and action. This habit also influenced Lan Zixin, who would occasionally have the sword servants record a thing or two. For instance, just now, Lan Zixin's victory over Shura. Wu Han suddenly stopped, and all the sword servants halted as well. Record, he said. I have made some progress in my swordsmanship, passing down several moves to my adopted son. As soon as he finished speaking, the swordsman in white disappeared, and the sword servants followed. On the remnants of the stitched abyss, Xueming swung his Fangtian halberd, shouting excitedly, 160, 160. He thought, if a hammer is 80, the Fangtian halberd must be double the joy, 160. Each strike caused a part of the abyssal plane to collapse in the void, and the primordial force dissipated. The stitched abyss, which was about to evolve into a large abyssal plane, had shrunk by half in an instant. At Xueming's pace, it wouldn't take half a day to completely purify it. Suddenly, countless white sword auras crisscrossed, reducing everything to dust. The remaining abyssal plane was instantly purified. At the center of this storm of sword auras, a figure in white slowly emerged. Second uncle? Xueming instinctively hid his Fangtian Huaji behind him, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. Wu Han seemed oblivious and casually asked, nice weapon. What's it called? Who gave it to you? Xueming swallowed hard and answered honestly, it's called Fangtian Huaji, a gift from Shura. He quickly added, I bought it, not a gift. Recalling that Shura had only ever gifted him 3 bills, Xueming couldn't help but smile bitterly. Especially the 1/3 of the 4th demon god turtle, which had bankrupted him. The price of this Fangtian Huaji was beyond his imagination. Fortunately, he had made good money in the abyssal seam this time, enough to catch his breath. Wu Han didn't press further and suddenly said, watch closely. With a flick of his wrist, sword light burst forth. This sword is Nank, and this one is Huangliang. Xueming instantly focused his mind, eyes fixed on the 2 sword lights until they dissipated into the void. Got it. Xueming nodded. Got it? In terms of swordsmanship talent, Xueming was second to none. He was the only one who could learn Wu Han's over 30,000 sword techniques. Of course, there were only a few in the entire human race whom Wu Han was willing to teach. Wu Han then slashed out 4 more swords, each accompanied by a phrase. This sword in dreams, I did not know I was a guest. This sword, a brief indulgence. This sword, falling flowers and flowing water, spring has gone. This sword, heaven and earth. Xueming frowned in thought, his hands moving unconsciously. He realized these phrases were from the poetry of Li Yu, the last emperor of southern Tang. He began to wield his Fangtian Huaji, slashing again and again, releasing waves of blood energy. Sweat soaked through his clothes, steam rising, until he stopped and softly said, got it? Good. Wu Han nodded, his figure gradually fading until he disappeared completely. Xueming was long accustomed to his second uncle's elusive nature. He hefted his Fangtian Huaji, grabbed his blood-red hammer, and headed towards Blue Star, a joyful expression on his face as he muttered, "This time, I've hit the jackpot. Home, here I come." Yi Bai felt the scenery around him blur as they sped past, the wind howling. Lan Zixin spoke, "Old Nine is already waiting for you on the other side of the portal. I'll have Xue Ming deliver the sword case I promised you." "Thank you." Yi Bai expressed his gratitude politely. They quickened their pace, and Yi Bai thought to himself that every minute earlier he returned to Blue Star, the safer he would feel. Finally, they reached their destination. Yi Bai called out, "Uncle Nine, I'm back." Meanwhile, in the Eternal Forest outside the Eternal Tower, Shadow Nine was puzzled as he left. It was unusual that Crazy Hua hadn't come out to provoke him. However, he didn't dwell on it. The priority was to pick up Shura. With a nightmare keeping an eye on things, Crazy Hua shouldn't be able to stir up much trouble. Deep in the forest, a terrifying aura spread, making even a war god-level expert soul tremble. A black coffin lay overturned on the ground, with its lid carelessly tossed aside. Inside the black coffin, it was empty. When Yi Bai saw Jiuyi, he immediately noticed an unusual glint in Jiuyi's eyes, as if something was weighing on his mind. Before Yi Bai could ask, Jiuyi spoke bluntly, "Aren't you looking for Xiaoyao? Come, I'll take you to him." Yi Bai was taken aback, his mind racing with countless thoughts. Was Jiuyi colluding with Third Brother to deceive him? No, that couldn't be. While Jiuyi might have the motive to deceive, Xiaoyao had always been honest and would never partake in such schemes. Jiuyi's unusual behavior must hide some deeper intent. After some consideration, Yi Bai tentatively asked, "Can we go a bit later? I haven't showered in hours, and it's not polite to meet the strongest of the human race in this state, right?" Before he could finish speaking, a sharp blade slashed through the air, narrowly missing Yi Bai. Jiuyi coldly asked, "Are you clean now?" Yi Bai immediately understood Jiuyi's resolve and quickly changed his tone. "I can't wait to see Xiaoyao. Let's go, Jiuyi." Jiuyi snorted and said no more. Yi Bai calculated in his mind. Meeting Xiaoyao might be dangerous, but facing Jiuyi's blade Heaton was even more foolish. Given the choice between two risks, he knew which one to take. As Yi Bai had anticipated, the situation was far beyond his imagination. Upon returning to Blue Star, a pure white cloud had been waiting for him. It gently lifted him and shot into the sky, arriving at the 99th floor of the Eternal Tower in the blink of an eye. Inside the tower resided the enigmatic recluse and supreme powerhouse, Xiaoyao. Outside, Yi Bai was startled to find another supreme seed, Shura, waiting there. Even more unsettling was a shadowy figure left behind, not departing with the white cloud. At that moment, a portal shimmered, and Lan Zixin emerged, his expression grave. He turned to the shadow and asked, "Old Jiu, you mentioned something happened to Madman Hua. What did you mean?" Lan Zixin continued, "Madman Hua in the black coffin is a genuine celestial war god, one of the top tier among them. Human celestial war gods are rare, and any one of them is an unmatched expert. The black coffin is placed in the Eternal Forest, with Madman Hua guarding it as per Nightmare's orders. With both Nightmare and Xiaoyao overseeing it, what could possibly happen to a celestial war god? Did he break through to level 1000 and leave Blue Star?" The shadow did not answer directly but rasped, "Follow me," and sped towards the depths of the Eternal Forest. Lan Zixin followed closely, and they soon arrived at the Death Will Monument. The black coffin had been righted, and its lid was placed to the side. Shockingly, two corpses lay on the lid. One was mangled and unrecognizable, while the other was extremely aged, vaguely familiar, and bore a striking resemblance to Madman Hua, with a horrific knife wound on his chest. Lan Zixin pointed incredulously at the aged body and asked, "Is this?" Shadow Jiu coldly replied, "100-year-old Madman Hua. I personally killed him after noticing his anomaly." Lan Zixin then pointed to the other body. "And this one?" "A 17-year-old Madman Hua," Shadow Jiu said with a hint of anger in his voice. "He went on a killing spree in the Abyss battlefield and was brought back by Shadow One." Lan Zixin's expression grew more serious as he pressed, "What's going on?" Shadow Jiu paused, organizing his thoughts before speaking. "This starts with Madman Hua's talent. His talent is called 9 Lives, No Regrets, an S-level ability awakened twice. Every time he experiences life and death, struggling on the brink, his strength increases significantly." Lan Zixin was stunned, hearing this for the first time. Recalling the past, Madman Hua always led the charge in battles, never satisfied until he was half dead. Each time he recovered from severe injuries, he became even stronger. It all made sense now. Shadow Jiu continued, "After Nightmare's battle with the Supreme Demon God, Madman Hua started acting strangely, secretly plotting something. After Wuhan fought the Supreme Demon God, he began crafting the Black Coffin. Interestingly, the Black Coffin, though a supreme creation, was actually requested by Madman Hua himself." Lan Zixin nodded slightly, deeply shocked. It was as if a long-hidden mystery had finally been unveiled. If Madho's talent is dying 9 times without regret, then his past years have undoubtedly been a true dance between life and death. The longer he stays in the black coffin, the stronger he becomes after his fake death. Once he returns to normal, his strength will skyrocket. Given his personality, it's not surprising he'd do something so insane to become stronger. Lan Zhixian seemed to sense something and asked, "So, Madho went crazy on the 95th floor?" Ingju nodded in confirmation. "Yes. I suspect my apprentice was involved in this." Back then, Madho knew the 95th floor was extremely dangerous, but insisted on breaking through. After failing, he drove himself insane. If it wasn't for Xiaoyao saving him, he would have died there. Later, he caused havoc on the Abyss battlefield, worsening his injuries and nearly dying. Eventually, he was sealed in the black coffin. Pointing to the black coffin, Ingju said solemnly. When the black coffin opened, Madho split into 9. Each version of Madho has a different age, with strength corresponding to each age. It's like seeing Madho at different stages of his life, all at once. 9 Madhos? Lan Zhixian felt a headache coming on. One Madho was already troublesome. Now there were 9. He muttered. What is this madman planning? Ingju pointed to the body on the ground. The escaped Madhos must be fought and defeated by someone of the same age and brought back to the black coffin. Killing them doesn't matter. They won't truly die. What happens when all 9 are gathered? I have no idea. Lan Zhixian glanced at the body in the black coffin, then spoke up. Is this Nightmare's doing? There's a powerful figure behind the black coffin setup. Now that Madho has split into 9, it couldn't have been done without Nightmare's involvement. A madman alone couldn't plan something so intricate. Heiwu looked towards the Eternal Tower. Probably not just that. His apprentice played a significant role too. The relationship between Ingjiu and Xiaoyao was straightforward. If he didn't ask, Xiaoyao wouldn't tell. Clearly, after Shura's emergence, most of Jui's attention was on nurturing the strongest seeds and acquiring the strongest marks. Who would have thought that an old madman lying in a coffin for years could cause so much trouble? It was like piercing the heavens. In fact, more than half of what Ingjiu just explained was told to him by Xiaoyao. After discovering Madho had escaped the coffin, Ingjiu quickly figured out the situation with Xiaoyao's help and managed to retrieve 2 of the Madhos. But that's all Xiaoyao knew. Lan Zhixian was silent for a moment before speaking again. You said Madho split into 9. We have 2 here. Where are the remaining 7? Whatever Madho is planning, gathering all 9 is the priority. Ingjiu pointed to the forest's outskirts. 4 of them are guarding different positions in the Eternal Forest, all at the 9th tier war god level. These 4 won't run. The shadows can handle them. All right, Lan Zhixian nodded. The real trouble is the 3 missing Madhos. As they spoke, a portal outside the Eternal Forest opened, and a powerful figure emerged, exuding a bloody aura. Both immediately sensed something unusual. Madho's aura? Ingjiu and Lan Zhixian instantly moved to the portal. Why is it you? Ingjiu frowned, momentarily confused. Xue Ming, carrying a long spear on his back and a figure on his shoulder, looked curiously at the 2. Uncle Jiu, Uncle Lan, what a coincidence. He casually tossed the figure to the ground, showing no intention of boasting, and said, Uncle Jiu, I ran into someone pretending to be Uncle Ho on my way back. Uncle Ho raised me like his own son. He even named me. How could I not recognize him? Pretending to be Uncle Ho in front of me? I knocked him down with 3 punches. Xue Ming gave himself a thumbs up and grinned. Am I awesome or what? Ingjiu and Lan Zhixian exchanged a glance, understanding each other. 9 Madhos had escaped the coffin. 4 were in the Eternal Forest, and 3 had been retrieved. If this was Madho's meticulously planned escape, then his intelligence had significantly declined in his half-mad state. The escape plan was mostly thwarted before it even began. Both had the same thought, 2 more to go. Find the remaining 2 Madhos and bring them back. No, they meant to help complete Madho's escape plan. Ingjiu and Lan Zhixian both smirked. They suddenly felt that Madho's escape might not be such a bad thing after all. Outside the Eternal Forest, Ingjiu briefly introduced Xue Ming to the story of Hua Madman. Xue Ming was shocked upon hearing it, and quickly squatted down to examine the figure he had previously thrown to the ground. It's cold. Uncle Hua, Xue Ming cried out in anguish as he held Uncle Hua's lifeless body. I didn't know, just 3 punches could kill you. Uncle Hua, you used to curse the heavens and the earth, and no one dared to talk back. I always thought you were tough. I didn't mean to do this. Ingjiu and Lan Zhixian exchanged glances, both feeling that Xue Ming deserved a beating. Putting aside the fact that Xue Ming killed Hua Madman with 3 punches, Ingjiu placed Hua Madman's 3rd corpse between the bodies of an old man and a child in front of the Monument of Death. This corpse appeared to be in its early 60s, possessing the strength of a 9th rank war god. It wasn't surprising that someone of the same rank would lose to Xue Ming. In fact, Xue Ming's intention with his 3 punches was merely to seriously injure Hua Madman, not to kill him. Hua Madman had chosen to die near the Eternal Forest. A raspy voice came from the black mist. Two more are still missing. Lan Zhishin suggested. Shall we ask Azura for help? As one of the most powerful humans, Lan Zhishin didn't know Azura's true identity but had some idea about his talents, suspecting it had something to do with his eyes. He also knew that Azura's name contained the character Yi. Ingju shook his head. It's difficult. He pointed to the sky. My apprentice helped a madman conceal his whereabouts. Azura may not be able to detect the clues. Lan Zhishin frowned. So, the remaining two are the hardest to find? Ingju shook his head again. Not necessarily. This kind of concealment is just to fool Azura's eyes. I have a feeling a madman will brazenly show up in front of us in some form. He looked into the distance and muttered, he's a lunatic. He's capable of anything. Lan Zhishin nodded and prepared to leave. Before departing, he reminded, leave one madman in the eternal forest for me, the strongest one. All right, Ingju replied, and a small black box emerged from the black mist. In the group chat, Ingju issued the command to return to the eternal forest and warned that those who didn't respond would have their monthly performance deducted. Everyone quickly replied received, except Ing Yi and Ing San, who were muted for 24 hours and had their performance deducted for not responding in time. The chat was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Meanwhile, on the 99th floor of the Eternal Tower, Yibai sat on a white cloud, smiling. He politely greeted, hello? Not good, feeling a bit sleepy. A familiar voice echoed from within the tower. Xiaoyao spoke calmly. The teacher said you have some questions for me? Yibai nodded. Yes, I wanted to ask about the supreme mark. He briefly explained Lan Lao's previous speculations. Xiaoyao shook his head. Lan Lao got it wrong. Yibai raised an eyebrow and asked, what was wrong? Lan Lao's information is limited, so it's normal to make mistakes. Xiaoyao slowly explained. The teacher did want the supreme mark, and Wu Hin indeed didn't give it to him back then. But I did. Yibai took a sharp breath. Those 3 words hit him like a bolt from the blue. Lan Lao thought Ninth Master had failed to acquire the supreme mark from both Wu Hin and Xiaoyao, and thus concluded that Ninth Master must not have it. According to Lan Lao's deduction, once Ingjiu obtained the supreme mark, he would be dead. But now, Ninth Master was still alive and well, suggesting he didn't get the supreme mark. In truth, given the relationship between the master and apprentice, if Ninth Master really wanted something, wouldn't it just take a word? Even for the supreme mark. Although, to this day, Yibai still didn't know what the supreme mark was for. Yibai's brows furrowed slightly, his confusion growing. He looked up at Xiaoyao and pressed. If Jui really got the supreme mark, wouldn't Lan Lao's worries be unnecessary? Xiaoyao gently shook his head and explained, at that time, Master couldn't control the supreme mark, so he eventually returned it to me. Hearing this, Yibai breathed a sigh of relief, a joyful smile appearing on his face. Since Jui couldn't control the supreme mark, I have nothing to worry about. However, Xiaoyao's next words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Yibai's head. Master can control the supreme mark now. Yibai's smile instantly froze, his brows knitted tightly. Wait a minute, 30 years ago Jui couldn't control it. How can he do it now? Did he secretly take some advanced classes? His tone was filled with confusion. Jui has been a renowned expert for years. Advancing his strength further should be nearly impossible. Besides, with Jui's power and status, even if he wanted to take classes, who could possibly teach him? Xiaoyao calmly replied, I taught Master. Yibai was momentarily speechless, finally squeezing out a sentence. A supreme mark tutoring class? Well, that solves it. To Yibai's surprise, Ji once had the chance to obtain the supreme mark but missed it. Since then, the master and disciple had worked together to overcome his limitations. In other words, if the supreme mark were presented to Ingju again, he wouldn't miss it. Yibai held on to a last shred of hope and couldn't help but ask, if Jui gets the supreme mark, will it kill him? Xiaoyao's answer was simple and direct. Yes. Yibai sighed inwardly, lowering his gaze. Lan Lao's reasoning, despite some flaws in the process, was completely correct in the end. After a moment of contemplation, he said, I have no more questions for now. I need to think more about the supreme mark. Determined in his heart, Yibai resolved that the best solution was to quickly improve his strength, secure the supreme mark, and prevent Jui from sacrificing himself. At that moment, Xiaoyao suddenly asked, Master said you learned Wan Tianqing? A sense of foreboding rose in Yibai's heart. He reluctantly replied, yes. Hastily he added, I'm too tired to see you off. No sooner had he finished speaking than the white clouds beneath his feet dispersed abruptly. Yibai felt his body lighten and began to plummet, free-falling from the sky. The space around the Eternal Tower had many restrictions, making it impossible for someone of Yibai's strength to fly. Only a handful of the strongest could fly near the Eternal Tower. All Yibai could do was adjust his posture midair to ensure a more graceful fall. After all, elegance is timeless. With Wan Tianqing in hand, Yibai wouldn't die from the fall, so his life wasn't in danger. It was at this moment that Yi Bai understood the true meaning of Jui's words back then. Why learn that ominous technique? Of all things, you chose one Tianqing? Yi Bai smiled bitterly to himself. This must be the trial of a supreme sea jumping from 99 stories high. The scariest thing in life isn't falling down. It's endlessly plummeting without seeing the bottom. This thought surged in Yi Bai's mind. A sentence stuck in his throat, but unfortunately, Xiao Yao could no longer hear him. The sky reversal is still on cooldown. Third brother. Yi Bai screamed internally, watching himself fall continuously. Clearly, third brother hadn't learned this skill. The conditions to learn sky reversal were extremely stringent. You had to be reduced to just one hit point, and then forcibly use the skill to master it. Yi Bai had just learned it recently, and it was still on cooldown, unable to be used. I'm going to die here. Yi Bai shouted in despair. Where are my teammates? Someone, help me. As Yi Bai free fell, he finally saw his bottom. At this critical moment, a roar echoed through the sky. Xiao San. Meow. With this call, a hellhound appeared out of thin air. It knew what was coming, another moment where it had to be more than just a dog. Ready for action, the hellhound waited for Yi Bai's next move. Yi Bai's hands moved swiftly, casting a series of skills. Thunder Spirit Etherealization. His body became intangible, immune to physical damage. Shadow Step. Phantom Trace. Azura Sea. After a series of preparations, Yi Bai turned into a shadow and merged into the hellhound's shadow. Boom. Yi Bai shot down tens of meters in the darkness before bouncing back. Amazingly, he was completely unharmed. Clap, clap, clap. From the surrounding black mist came the sound of applause. Bravo, bravo. Clearly, it was Jui's voice. Yi Bai couldn't help but quip. If I had died just now, would you have taken a nice photo of me, Jui? Jui, you're finally back. Yi Bai walked out from the hellhound's shadow. Greeting. Let's go. Let's go. Time to rest. This run has worn me out. Without your protection, I can't sleep soundly, Jui retorted. Do you even need sleep now? Yi Bai chuckled. The life of an 18-year-old. You old folks know a lot about it. He then turned serious. In the face of a blade, Yi Bai switches seamlessly. The black mist merged into Yi Bai's shadow as the two walked together. The sky began to lighten, the morning rays piercing through the mist to reach the boy's shoulders, casting a shadow. Yi Bai walked with his back to the east, his shadow leading the way. Along the way, Yi Bai kept muttering, Jui, don't forget the 10,000 war god merits you promised me. Jui responded briefly. And the 200,000 war god merits for upgrading Shadow 10. You're not young anymore. 200,000 merits are just a matter of gritting your teeth. It's not that much money. Jui remained concise. Yi Bai continued to ramble. Oh, and Jui. Rescuing Old Lan is an SS level mission. His second awakening should count for something, right? What about the third? I'm not being stingy here. It's just that my family is too poor to make ends meet. The black mist was silent for a long time before suddenly blurting out. I suspect that if the price is right, you'd even sell the supreme mark. Shadow 9 thought he had overcomplicated things. Dealing with Yi Bai, money was the simplest solution. If the price was right, there was nothing that couldn't be negotiated. Yi Bai immediately retorted, do you think so little of me? That's a supreme mark. He swallowed the words, add more money, with great effort. One must have principles. After a few seconds, Yi Bai spoke again, tentatively. I'm not saying I want to sell it, Jui, just curious. No other intentions, please don't misunderstand. How much are you thinking of offering? Shadow 9 coldly asked. Is your life worth enough? Feeling the chill of the blade, Yi Bai grumbled inwardly and begrudgingly walked back to the summer camp. Back at the C-block dormitory, Yi Bai had just settled in when Zhao Lin urgently knocked on his door. Bai, you're finally back. Zhao Lin exclaimed excitedly. He had been wandering around Eternal Core City when he received news of Yi Bai's return and immediately left Eternal Tower to come back. The Abyss internship lasted a week, and Yi Bai was one of the last to return. Zhao Lin had already finished his duty and had been climbing the tower these past 2 days. Their internship experiences were vastly different. Zhao Lin, as a member of the United Legion, mainly rotated positions in large abyss planes, participating in daily logistics and experiencing the battlefield atmosphere, with almost no danger. In contrast, Yi Bai chose the Lone Wolf faction, going to medium and small abyss planes to complete solo missions. Though human experts secretly protected him, the risks were still significant. Yi Bai appraised Zhao Lin, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, you look stronger. Returning from the abyss plane alive, Zhao Lin indeed looked more robust, finally resembling a warrior. As they walked and talked, Yi Bai began to recount his experiences. For instance, he exaggeratedly described a 9th-rank war god he encountered, Ice Thorn, as an evenly matched opponent. A mere level 80 monster, trapped and dispatched by Yi Bai in no time. A sly glint flickered in Yi Bai's eyes as he decided to add some drama to the tale. Taking a deep breath, He deliberately paled his face and began to vividly recount the thrilling battle. The monster was even stronger than I imagined. Yi Bai's voice trembled slightly. Its fangs were as thick as an arm, and each strike felt like it was tearing through the air. There were several moments where I almost lost my life. It was touch and go. He cleverly exaggerated the monster's level by 900, making it seem like he had truly faced a life-and-death struggle. Although he hadn't been in any real danger, Yi Bai's performance was flawless. His detailed description made it seem like you could hear the three-headed hellhounds roar and smell the sulfur it spewed. Zhao Lin listened, utterly engrossed, and couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Yi Bai. He was secretly relieved that Yi Bai had returned safely. Once Yi Bai finished his adventure, Zhao Lin eagerly shared what he had learned over the past few days. Bai, did you know? Wang Zheng actually took down a general-level monster. Zhao Lin said excitedly. Even though he got lucky, it's still incredible. Recalling the general-level demon he had glimpsed in the Abyss dimension, Zhao Lin still felt a chill. The scene was absolutely terrifying. Yi Bai nodded seriously. Indeed, facing a general-level monster requires extreme caution. Without a guaranteed victory, one should never act rashly. Zhao Lin continued with even more thrilling news, and get this. Lu Sueki also reportedly killed a general-level demon. A few people in our group have achieved such feats. I've heard that the higher-ups are now paying special attention to them. If they perform well, they might get transferred to the S-level talent training camp and become classmates with Azura. Hearing this, Yi Bai could only nod repeatedly, sighing inwardly. Becoming classmates with Azura? Not in this lifetime. Zhao Lin then mentioned Senior Fight's ordeal. When they returned from the Abyss dimension, they were ambushed, and Senior Fei was so severely injured that even the healing war gods were alarmed. Yi Bai raised an eyebrow, silently cursing. Old Su, you're really unreliable. Even with you around, Fei got heavily injured. This has made you both the disgrace of the S-level talent and a 9-rank war god. Looks like I'll have to find time to mentor Old Su and help him regain his confidence, shedding these shameful titles. Just as the two were chatting, hurried footsteps approached. Feng Dong rushed in, his face red with excitement. Bai, big news. Azura is simply unstoppable. Yi Bai's heart leapt with joy, ready to bask in the glory of his praise. Gasping for breath, Feng Dong continued. Azura just returned from the Abyss, completed an SS level mission in only 3 hours, and achieved his 3rd job change, skyrocketing to level 200. Yi Bai feigned calm analysis. Impressive. I reckon only the strongest seeds in history could reach this level. Zhao Lin looked puzzled. Isn't this already common knowledge across the server? Feng Dong took a deep breath and said seriously, that's not the main point. I just got word that today, people from the S-level talent special training camp are coming to Area C for an exchange. You guys might get to meet the real-life Azura. Dong Feng brought some explosive news, and a glimmer of interest flashed in Yi Bai's eyes. The legendary story of Shura was indeed hard to ignore. However, Zhao Lin quickly grasped the key point and asked with a frown, why Area C? There are so many areas in the summer camp. Why would an S-level talent training camp come directly to Area C? There must be something behind this. Dong Feng shook his head with a smile and explained, you should ask Brother Bai about that. You might not know, but Yi Bai's reputation has already spread among many of the senior students. Zhao Lin's interest was immediately piqued, his eyes lighting up as if he was about to pull out snacks and a small stool to hear the gossip. Dong Feng didn't keep him in suspense and directly revealed the reason. Brother Bai first made a name for himself by defeating Wang Zheng with a clever talent. After that, he led Area C to defeat Area A, seizing half of their resources and eliminating the bottom 10 of their members. Dong Feng gave a bitter smile and shrugged. Actually, those aren't the most important points. The key is that in the previous combat test, Brother Bai defeated me. Yi Bai defeated Dong Feng. These 6 words might sound ordinary, but their weight was significant. Among Yi Bai's opponents, Dong Feng was undoubtedly the strongest. As a prodigy with S-level talent, Dong Feng had reached the 30th floor of the Eternal Tower before the age of 21 and ranked in the top 50 on the killing steel. He was one of the 8 carefully selected members of the team to rescue Elder Lan, considered by many strong individuals as a future war god, potentially standing shoulder to shoulder with Su Qingfeng, the 9th-rank war god. Yi Bai's victory over Dong Feng in the combat test with his clever talent was nothing short of a miracle. This feat caught the attention of many instructors who approached Dong Feng to inquire about the battle details. It turned out that Yi Bai used a failed product made from the ashes of a wind qilin. This item was available for sale in the All Things Pavilion at a low price due to its low usage level and short effective duration. Yi Bai cleverly utilized this item, combined with various coincidences and his psychological grasp of Dong Feng, to achieve a counterattack. Although Yi Bai's hard power was inferior to Dong Feng's, his wisdom earned unanimous recognition. Now, Yi Bai had a new nickname, the Cunning One of Area C. Hearing this title, Yi Bai shook his head. feeling it was completely at odds with his upright image. The three of them had breakfast first and then headed to the training hall to meet up with others, waiting for the S-level talent trainees to arrive. Everyone had excited and expectant expressions on their faces, except for Yibai, who occasionally yawned, seemingly uninterested in the imminent arrival of Shura. However, he was quite intrigued by the origin of this fake Shura, suspecting it was the work of Jiuyi. Suddenly, someone shouted, "They're here." The people waiting in the training hall perked up, watching a group of individuals approach. Dong Feng whispered, "Look, the prettiest girl there is, the legendary Shura." Everyone was stunned. Yibai was even more shocked, thinking, "Since when did Shura become a girl? I had no idea." Following Dong Feng's direction, Yibai quickly spotted the so-called Shura girl. She was indeed very beautiful, with an outstanding aura and a mature charm. Her looks could easily surpass Yibai's by 5 points. As Yibai was observing her, a prompt suddenly appeared before his eyes. Shadow 2, Bad Woman, LV.1. Yibai felt something was off. Looking down, he saw that the shadow of the fake Shura was labeled Shadow 2, Bad Man, LV.989. Suddenly enlightened, Yibai understood Jiuyi and the others' plan. They had indeed prepared a fake body for Shura to attract attention, but the bait in the trap was none other than Shadow 2 himself. This was no ordinary bait. It was a man-eating shark. Based on Yibei's experience dealing with shadows, the internal rankings of the shadows were solid, except for some possible discrepancies with Shadow 9 and Shadow 7. This meant that the strength of this fake Shura was likely far beyond everyone's imagination. In the Shadow organization, it's well known that the lower the number, the stronger the individual. Those who rank in the top 3 are all fearsome monsters. Anyone foolish enough to ambush Shadow 2 inevitably falls into a pit of despair. Xue Ming once privately remarked that, if not for certain constraints, the top 3 Shadow members could reach the level of a celestial war god. These certain constraints clearly referred to the mysterious Ninth Master. Shadow 10 also once shared an intriguing piece of information with Yibai. The top 3 shadows actually consist of 4 people, with Shadow 2 being split into 2 individuals. This seemingly contradictory statement reveals an unknown secret. Yibai's gaze never left Shadow 2, the legendary Bad Woman and Bad Man duo. This pair of mysterious powerhouses had a combined level of 990, which they could distribute as they pleased. Their unique quirk was a minimum level 1 voice, and their true gender matched their appearance. While everyone was cautiously observing Shura, it was clear that Shura had noticed their stares. A stunningly beautiful woman slowly approached it, was the legendary Shura. However, when she spoke, her deep, masculine voice sent a chill down everyone's spine. "Kid, what are you looking at?" Shura said, her voice low and powerful. The people present finally understood why there were rumors that this nameless beauty might be Shura. Her voice was more masculine than a man's. At that moment, Yibai also realized why she was called the Bad Woman. Such a beautiful girl, but her voice destroyed all her charm. Truly bad. Just then, a delicate voice whispered in the Bad Woman's ear, a voice only she could hear. "Shura is among them." "Wait, Ninth Master has spoken." This voice belonged to Shadow 9, who always followed Shura closely. It was a secret known among the Shadow elites. However, given their power, it was nearly impossible to find Ninth Master unless he revealed himself. Ninth Master's mastery of shadow abilities surpassed that of everyone else in the organization combined. Upon hearing Ninth Master's words, the Bad Woman responded internally. "What did Ninth Master say?" The Bad Man repeated in the delicate voice. "Ninth Master wants you to get lost and stop disgusting him." "Oh, and Ninth Master also said your performance for the month is docked, while mine is doubled. Should I cancel all your orders from the Wanwu Pavilion?" The Bad Woman selectively ignored the latter part of his message and flashed a sweet smile. She spoke again in her deep male voice. "All right, I'll get lost." The fake Azura swept through like a sudden landslide, powerful yet fleeting, leaving an indelible impression on everyone. Among the crowd, someone sighed softly. If only he were mute. This comment drew unanimous agreement, with many nodding in concurrence. Standing amidst the murmuring crowd, Yibai's ears were filled with whispers about the landslide incident. Utilizing his inside eye ability, he gleaned more hidden information. A line of text appeared before his eyes. Combined level of the two is 990, with the highest single level being 989. Level up requirement: defeat 10 990 level monsters. Yibai couldn't help but gasp in awe. A level of 990 was already the realm of the celestial war god. But what was even more daunting was the challenge of defeating 10 such formidable beings, a task as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Yibai even doubted if the demon clan could gather so many 990 level creatures. The unique aspect of air lay in their ability to freely allocate their levels. As Yibai first witnessed, the Bad Woman was at level 1, while the Bad Man was at level 989. If they wished, they could swap levels at any time, making the bad woman 989 and the bad man 1. This flexibility effectively made them two ninth-tier war gods, and when fighting together, they could perform far beyond the sum of their parts. What made them even more troublesome was, according to the inside eye, as long as either the bad woman or the bad man survived, the other would not truly die. This near-immortal trait made them extremely difficult to deal with. No wonder they were assigned the position of the fake Azura. Even if a demon god intervened, they would still have a fighting chance. As Ibai pondered, the atmosphere in the venue grew more intense. The students from the SS talent training camp had come to Zone C mainly for exchange and learning, making combat duels an essential part of the event. Wang Zheng, Lu Sueki, and other outstanding students who had performed well in the abyss were all called out for challenges. However, Ibai remained unchallenged. Zhao Lin, puzzled, asked, weren't they supposed to be targeting Dubai? Why is no one challenging him? Ibai shot him a glance and retorted, what, are you happy to see me get beaten up? Zhao Lin was momentarily speechless. After all, a duel between an S-level genius and Ibai, who had only a clever talent, was inherently unfair. They might have already surpassed level 100, while Ibai had just undergone his second job change. Such a duel seemed overly one-sided. Feng Dong explained, no one is challenging Baigu because Azura hasn't made a move yet. It's like two groups agreeing to a duel, where the leaders face off and others can't intervene. Just as Feng Dong was about to continue, Fei Te interrupted, that's not Azura. Everyone looked at Fei Te curiously, not understanding her certainty. She simply shook her head and added, it's intuition. In the training camp, she prefers to be called Second Master. Clearly, Fei Te had done her homework on this supposed Azura. Alright, let's call her Second Master then, Feng Dong continued. Second Master is the strongest in the training camp, and they revolve around her. Since Baigu is the most famous in Zone C and led the previous team, he's Second Master's target, and no one else can touch him. Zhao Lin suddenly understood. So, Dubai is waiting for Second Master to beat him up? Ibai sighed, can't I avoid getting beaten up? Surprisingly, the students from the SS talent training camp did not display the expected arrogance on their first day. Instead, they were mild-mannered and easy to get along with. Clearly, the less amiable ones had already been disciplined by Second Master. She was known for straightening out the unruly and humbling the arrogant. Under her relentless efforts, all S-level talent students became polite and well-mannered. However, when it came to the combat tests, their formidable strength was unmistakable. Every duel ended in a victory for the S-level talents, boasting a 100 win rate. Even more astonishing was how effortlessly they won. Even Wang Zheng, an S-level talent who ranked in the top 3 in Zone C, stood no chance against an opponent of the same class. Within 10 moves, he was sent flying by a heavy punch, conceding defeat. Incredible, Yibai murmured, his eyes following Second Master's every move. At that moment, Second Master seemed to have drunk too much water and headed towards the restroom. Without hesitation, she walked straight into the men's room, showing no sign of indecision. A deep, masculine voice echoed from the bathroom. What's there to be shy about? Let's settle this like men, shall we? No sooner had the words been spoken than a boy, his face flushed red, bolted out of the restroom, as if fleeing some terrifying ordeal. The bad woman watched the scene, shaking her head lightly. Poor kid, she sighed. Whistling to herself, she muttered, another boring day. Why is it so hard to find some fun these days? She walked over to the sink, turned on the faucet, and began washing her hands meticulously. The water flowed over her hands, and she recalled Jiu Ye's teachings. Always wash your hands after using the toilet. Hygiene is important. And another odd rule, never eat in the restroom. Remembering the confusion she and the bad man had over this rule, she couldn't help but smile wryly. They had once naively asked, restroom be definition, it should be a very sanitary place. If you're supposed to eat in sanitary places, why can't you eat in the restroom? Jiu Ye's response had been simple and direct, raised a knife. No need for words, just action. Having finished washing her hands, the bad woman was about to leave when she suddenly collided with an invisible barrier. Her face darkened instantly, and she cursed under her breath, idiot, didn't even realize he was under attack. Ing Er had been trapped on human territory without even knowing it. At that moment, a hurried warning came from the shadows. Don't turn around, or you'll die. Before the words had fully settled, a fierce fist strike came from behind. The bad woman instinctively sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. The strike shattered against the invisible barrier, causing the entire space to tremble violently before quickly returning to calm. The bad woman felt a chill run down her spine. She hadn't been mistaken. The power of that strike was enough to easily kill a 9th-rank war god. The attacker had clearly missed on purpose, to trap her silently with the Eternal Sea and then deliver a strike capable of killing a 9th-rank war god. What terrifying strength. Damn it. Where did this monster come from? She thought, her heart pounding in fear, though she tried to maintain her composure. Behind her, A slightly childish voice, sounding like a sunny young man, spoke. I heard you're Azura? The bad woman forced a stiff smile, recalling Jiu Ye's teaching. Dying with a smile looks better. Tentatively, she asked, if I say I'm not Azura, can I avoid death? You misunderstand, the sunny young man said earnestly. I'm not here to kill you. I just want to beat you to death, or be beaten to death by you. He seemed to be talking to himself, mumbling, no, I can't kill you. Finally, he made a decision. Then I'll just beat you half to death. The bad woman and the bad man screamed internally. Quick, call Jiu for help. The bad woman, in a moment of desperation, even silently recited her bank card password, 539092. But the bad man responded in despair. Can't get the message out? Being targeted by a lunatic with power beyond that of a 9th-rank war god, with Jiu nearby but unaware, their lives were entirely in the enemy's hands. In this critical moment, the bad man inappropriately asked, if you die, besides your bank card, can I use your Wanwu Pavilion IOU? The bad woman was furious. Go to hell, you piece of trash. While they were busy bickering, the sunny young man, clearly dissatisfied with Azura's reaction, threw another punch. Everything in the space, except the bad woman, was reduced to dust, leaving nothing behind. This strike brought the bad woman to her senses. The sunny young man spoke. I heard you just had your third job change, level 200. I'll fight you at level 200. The bad woman's face darkened, knowing this was no time for jokes. She replied solemnly, all right. She quickly raised her level to 200, preparing for the impending battle. Before they could start, she hurriedly said, just so you know, even though I'm only level 200, I can summon a level 790 beast. That's fair, right? Before she could finish speaking, a heavy punch struck the back of her head. With a thunderous roar, she was tossed around like a leaf in a storm, violently hurled away. He's Hua Tianwang. After the third strike, Ing Er finally recognized the opponent's identity. In her mind, the bad man warned, I can't intervene. You know that. If he discovers our true identities. The bad woman steadied herself on the ceiling, wiped the blood from her mouth, and grinned. It'll be deadly. I'll have to rely on myself. A level 200 bad woman versus a level 200 Hua Tianwang. The bad woman propelled herself forward with a sudden burst of speed, racing towards this youthful version of Hua Tianwang. Countless black threads appeared between her fingers, each capable of slicing the space into pieces. As a bad woman, she knew well the allure of black threads. However, faced with her assault, the sunny young man had only one response: another punch. Boom. A true fighter, even when confronted with black threads, responds with an unyielding punch. With no distractions, his punches were divine. The bad woman was sent flying again, her face pale as paper, spitting blood. As she was flung back, she cursed, is this really level 200? Inside the training hall, Yi Bai's eyes were fixed on the men's restroom door for a full 5 minutes. Suddenly, he blurted out, isn't Second Master taking too long in there? Feng Dong was initially taken aback, but then raised an eyebrow and said, Bai, you shouldn't be worrying about that. Zhao Lin quickly added, it's been exactly 5 minutes and 46 seconds. Everyone turned to look at him. Yi Bai couldn't help but tease. Wow, you've been counting the seconds? Yi Bai pushed through the crowd and approached a blushing boy. He asked directly, what did Second Master say to you in there? Second Master? The boy was momentarily confused, then his face turned bright red. Oh, he stammered. She pulled out a metal rod from somewhere and said she wanted to spar with me, so I ran out. Yi Bai nodded. I see. He scrutinized the boy in front of him. No, more like a child. The kid looked too young, his frail body resembling a bean sprout, and his youthful face didn't seem like that of an 18-year-old. Turning his gaze back to the men's restroom, Yi Bai tried to communicate with Ingjio. Ninth Master, I have a bad feeling about this. Ingju sneered. Why don't you go check it out then? Check it out? Let's just leave and disperse the crowd. It's too dangerous, Yi Bai said, clearly sensing danger. He wasn't afraid of the metal rod or even Second Master, but there was something else he couldn't quite put his finger on and didn't want to find out. Ninth Master, could it be that the demon clan is here to assassinate the fake Azura? You should go help Second Master. Yi Bai asked tentatively. Ingjio remained unmoved. Yi Bai thought to himself, if it's not the demon clan, then it must be someone from the human clan. Could it be my enemy? Or is it Ing Er's enemy? Most likely, it's Ing Er's. Yi Bai focused intently on the men's restroom, muttering under his breath, youth mode, give me some strength. I'll arrange for the second awakening later. Youth mode trial version activated. Now streaming live. Second Master versus King Hua. Yi Bai gasped. What? The one inside is King Hua. Before he could get a clear picture, he asked in a low voice, Ninth Master, did you know King Hua is beating up your second brother? Ingju didn't deny it. Yes, I know. Yi Bai hesitated slightly before speaking again. Aren't you going to stop him? Ingjiu calmly replied, I did. I told him to hit harder, just short of killing him. Yi Bai was speechless. Classic Yu, Ninth Master. At that moment, the youth mode trial version fully activated. Yi Bai finally saw the scene he'd been eagerly anticipating. Inside the restroom, at the sink, a bright and sunny young man was holding Second Master's head and landing a heavy punch. The fist was as big as a small clay pot, rendering Second Master defenseless. The sunny young man, King Hua, angrily asked, Are you the Azura? The woman rolled her eyes and weakly replied, If I say no, that I'm neither Azura nor human, can you go die? The young man raised his fist again to use his sunlight fist technique. In a moment of desperation, the woman admitted, I am. So you are the Azura? Bam. King Hua's punch landed again. He asked in a frustrated tone, How can the Azura be so weak? Yi Bai, who was watching, took a step back. He felt a strong sense of dread. If he were to fight King Hua in this state, one thunder strike from him, and if King Hua survived, it would be Yi Bai who would suffer. The woman, unable to fight back, was so angry she wanted to curse. If she's not Azura, she'd get beaten to death. If she is Azura, she still gets tortured. Is there any justice? She's had enough of this miserable life. She wanted to rally Ying Yi and Ying San, form a sworn brotherhood, and overthrow Ninth Master. Sensing her wild thoughts, the man had the nerve to make a sarcastic comment. I told you to stop reading those ridiculous novels, but you wouldn't listen. The sunny young man stepped on the shadow and sneered, Sneaky little thing, just like old Nine. Yi Bai raised an eyebrow. Yi Bai's suspicion was confirmed. Jui could indeed perceive everything happening in the bathroom. His hand was already on the hilt of his sword, ready to draw it at any moment. The sunny, vigilant young man, sensing the threat, glanced outside without a second thought and leaped out of the window, disappearing in an instant. The sudden fight ended as quickly as it had started, much like the fleeting nature of a bathroom visit. The evil woman, who narrowly escaped, struggled to her feet and staggered out of the bathroom. The wound on her forehead had already scabbed over, thanks to her unique physique. It appeared that Huo Shenwang's earlier attacks had hit her, but in reality, the evil man had taken the blows for her. The evil woman never took the blame for others. A smirk played at the corners of her mouth, and disdain flickered in her eyes. She thought to herself, so what if he's the second most powerful war god of the human race? He still couldn't take my life. A surge of pride filled her chest. However, her glee lasted less than 5 seconds before the evil man's voice echoed in her mind. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you. I sent all your thoughts about climbing the Eternal Tower and declaring yourself ruler to Jui. He said your year-end bonus is gone and gave me a 200 war god merit reward for reporting you. She could no longer hear the rest of his words. Ugh, the evil woman felt a bitter taste in her throat and spat out a mouthful of dark blood. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Doctor, get a doctor. Yi is passed out. Yi Bai stood outside the emergency room, representing the onlookers. What's wrong with Shura? Someone asked. The instructor quickly responded. Yi is not in any life-threatening condition and will recover soon. The S-level training camp students showed expressions of disappointment, but quickly adjusted their attitudes. Finally got beaten. Wonder who did it. Must be a war god level expert. Yi has been causing trouble for too long. Someone should have dealt with her earlier. It was clear that the S-level training camp students had long harbored resentment towards Yi. Students from C District also joined in the complaints, and the two groups surprisingly bonded over their shared grievances. Complaining about Yi in private seemed to make them fast friends. Suddenly, Yi Bai remembered something. By the way, that kid Yi encountered in the bathroom earlier, which school is he from? He looks unfamiliar. Is he one of your training camp members? What kid? A 1.9-meter tall Hulk walked out of the training camp and said seriously, I'm the youngest here. Yi Bai was taken aback and then turned to Zhao Lin, Feet, and others, asking, do we have anyone like that in C District? Everyone shook their heads, indicating no recollection. The summer camp had strict regulations, prohibiting movement between districts. Not even the children of war gods could sneak in. A strange boy, neither a member of the S-level training camp nor a student from C District, appeared in the training hall. They looked around but couldn't find any trace of the boy. A chill crawled up Yi Bai's spine, and he couldn't help but gasp, feeling his scalp tingle. Could that kid actually be Huo Shenwang as well? When Yi Bai shared his suspicions with Jiu Yi fell silent. After a moment, he slowly responded, indicating that he couldn't rule out the possibility. Standing nearby, Jiu frowned slightly, seemingly unconvinced by Yi Bai's theory. Jiu had his own thoughts about the child's identity, but he chose to keep them to himself and not disclose them to Yi Bai. Sensing the tension in the air, Yi Bai deftly changed the subject and directly asked, Jiu, what's going on with Hua Tianwang? Has he lost control? Jiu then briefly explained Hua Tianwang's situation. He had split into 9 parts, with 2 of them missing. After pondering for a moment, Yibai summarized, "So, there are 9 Huatianwangs in total. The 2 missing ones have teamed up and are targeting me?" Ingju nodded in confirmation. Yibai immediately made his stance clear, his tone resolute. "Jiuyi, let's be clear, no amount of money will make me take on Huatianwang alone. We're talking about one of the top 2 war gods of the human race. Didn't you see how he obliterated your second-in-command without breaking a sweat? It was a complete mismatch." Evidently, the scene of Huatianwang thrashing the villain had left a deep impression on Yibai. With his keen eye, Yibai noticed a crucial detail. Huatianwang, claiming to fight with level 200 strength, had indeed restricted his level to 200. The reason the battle was so one-sided was that, although Huatianwang had limited his level, his talent was unrestricted. His second awakening ability, 9 lives unyielding, combined with countless life and death experiences, made him a force to be reckoned with, even causing weaker demons to avoid him at his peak. Yibai felt a surge of relief that his identity had remained well hidden. If his identity were exposed now, the threat from demons would be the least of his worries. Just a few punches from the crazed Huatianwang would be more than enough to handle. He sighed and spread his hands, saying, "This guy went to such lengths to get stronger that he drove himself mad and then hid in a coffin for years." Most people believed that Huatianwang was still recovering from severe injuries, and that when he did act, it was like a shooting star, brilliant but fleeting. Only Ingju knew that the Huatianwang who emerged from the black coffin was the most terrifying. Years of severe injuries and near-death experiences had only compounded his strength, making him increasingly powerful. If Yibai were to really encounter this, the consequences would be unimaginable. Second Master's commotion completely brought the morning training to a halt. In the afternoon and evening, the trainees attended the scheduled classes as usual. In the classroom, Yibai quietly awaited the arrival of midnight, the time when the Eternal Tower would reopen. He recalled that before heading into the abyss last time, he had just cleared the 19th floor and completed his job transition. The next level was the 20th, a place where he could achieve a 5S rating. Yibai felt a surge of anticipation, eager to challenge new heights. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Yibai, a heated discussion erupted among the shadows. "Chongshan, did you accompany Shura to the abyss this time?" Shadow 1, a delicate woman, asked straightforwardly. Shadow 10, Chongshan, answered succinctly, "Yes." Shadow 1 pressed on, "I have just one question. Does Shura have the potential to become the strongest?" Chongshan affirmed, "Yes." Shadow 1 continued, "Shadow 9, do you think Shura has the hope of becoming the strongest within 10 years? This question plunged Shadow 9 into deep thought. He was reluctant to answer but remembered his agreement with Shadow 1 from years ago, making it a question he had to address. Just as Shadow 9 was about to reply, Admin Xiaoyao sent a message. However, the message was quickly retracted by Shadow 9, and Xiaoyao was immediately removed from the group chat. Shadow 9 then spoke, "To those who saw that message, I have something to discuss with you. Recently, I developed a memory sealing technique that seems effective even against war gods." However, no one paid attention to Shadow 9's later words. The weakest among the shadows were all at the war god level. Their focus was entirely on Xiaoyao's retracted message. As Chongshan had previously explained to Yibai, there were 2 types of shadows. The first type were strong individuals who joined for various reasons, more like being taken in. Only under Shadow 9's protection could they survive. Shadows 1, 2, and 3 fell into this category. The second type were human strongholds like Lu Qingyao and Ing Jinghua, who were saved by Shadow 9 using secret methods when they were critically injured. Due to their damaged souls and the effects of the secret methods, they felt more comfortable among the shadows. Protecting the lone wolf was their voluntary choice. In fact, many shadows chose to sleep or live the life they desired. They even had their own city shadow fortress. Xiaoyao's simple 2 words drove countless shadows before the black box into a frenzy. The strongest seed, Shura, would become the strongest within a year. If anyone else had said this, no one would believe it. But it came from the most unlikely liar, the strongest existence Xiaoyao. Given Xiaoyao's character, every war god level existence knew he would never do something so trivial. The entire group chat fell into a bizarre silence. Everyone was excited, their minds racing, but no one spoke. They were all contemplating the implications of this news. The rise of a new generation of the strongest was a rare opportunity for many in the shadows, even a chance for complete resurrection. About a minute later, Shadow 5, Ingju, broke the silence, "Era of great strife." These 4 words resonated with everyone's thoughts. This era of the strongest was destined to be more insane than any before. The fact that the strongest seed, Shura, could become the strongest within a year meant that everyone had only a short year to become the right-hand man of the strongest, to gain the greatest benefits in the era of the strongest. Only the top-tier strongholds had the chance to go further. They had to gain more strength to face the impending era of great strife, to welcome the coming era of the strongest. Every war god level shadow fell into madness at this moment, driven by the desire to become stronger. Even Shadow 7, who wasn't particularly friendly towards Shura, couldn't help but be astounded by this news. In just 1 year, could Shura become the ultimate powerhouse? Ingqi touched the cold hilt of her knife at her waist, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. She made a silent vow to grow stronger, faster. There was no time to waste. Tonight, she would challenge Wu. As the second shadow, Ingqi could elevate her rank by challenging those above her. These challenges were conducted under the watchful eyes of Jiuyi, with both parties having equal strength, making the outcome purely a test of skill. Ingqi calculated that she had a 60 chance of defeating Wu. Given this brutal system and the shadow's insatiable thirst for power, an obvious scenario had emerged. Even with her intelligence, Ingqi could foresee it. The weakest shadow would become everyone's target. That poor soul would lose countless ranks, a truly pitiful fate. In this approaching era of ultimate power, enticed by the allure of a world in turmoil, all shadows were swept into a frenzy of competition. Each rank became a focal point of fierce contention, leaving no room for slackers. With just 2 words, Xiaoyao had forced all the shadow warriors into a relentless race for dominance. As Ingqi pondered, the small black box in her palm suddenly vibrated. The screen lit up, displaying a message. Ingshi has issued a cross-rank challenge to you. The challenge will take place in 15 minutes. Please prepare in advance. Ingqi was stunned. Chongshan was challenging her? Wasn't he her defeated opponent? She quickly found an excuse for herself. Maybe Chongshan had hidden some trump card, or perhaps she had gone easy on him last time. Ingqi comforted herself with these thoughts, firmly believing she was no slacker. However, before she could gather her thoughts, the black box vibrated continuously. Message after message flooded in. Ingshi has issued a cross-rank challenge to you. Ingshire has issued a cross-rank challenge to you. Countless challenge notifications bombarded her, throwing Ingqi into a frenzy. The black box slipped from her trembling palm, rolling a few times on the ground before coming to a stop. The side with the text faced up, clearly displaying current unread messages 99. Ingqi stared blankly at the black box on the ground, a storm of emotions raging within her. Putting aside the enigmatic Ingqi, who was challenged by all the war god's shadows, there exists a little-known mysterious group in a dark corner of the black box. This small group, named Tongtian War God 5 Shadows, includes only 5 members: Ing Yi, Ing Air, Ing San, Ing Jiu, and Ing Wu. The atmosphere in the group is eerie, with everyone subtly competing. The delicate Ing Yi smiled and said, "Ninth Master, I did a good job, didn't I?" The sinister Ing Air sarcastically chimed in, "Old Ginger is spicier. Just a few words from you, Ninth Master, and those guys are all stirred up." The wicked Ing San let out a cold laugh. As the old saying goes, the best way to spread a message is to retract it. The group leader, Ing Jiu, listened to the flattery and calmly said, "In terms of being a person, you all have a lot to learn." He continued to explain. Xiaoyao managed to stir up the competition with just 2 simple words. "If I hadn't been pulling the strings from behind, how could Xiaoyao have done such a boring thing? The real mastermind is me." The top hunter often appears as prey. Ing San suddenly raised a question. "Ninth Master, there's one thing I don't understand. How did you convince that liar?" Everyone else is curious too. Becoming the strongest in just 1 year is too exaggerated, isn't it? It's a lie, right? Ingjiu replied calmly. Xiaoyao didn't lie. This statement instantly made the atmosphere in the group tense. Ing San asked again, "Ninth Master, you previously mentioned that there are 4 avatars of Hua Tianwang in the Eternal Forest, each stronger than a 9th rank war god, right?" Ingjiu didn't answer directly but instead asked, "How much merit does killing him earn?" 1 million. As soon as Ingjiu finished speaking, a terrifying aura erupted above the Eternal Forest, with fierce winds sweeping through, scattering countless startled birds. Ing San coldly said, 3 left. Apparently, even the highest echelons of the shadows were starting to feel the pressure. Ing Yi asked, "The remaining 2 can't escape anyway. Ninth Master, who will handle the Hua Tianwang that escaped and attacked Air?" Ingjiu briefly replied, "Shilua will take care of it." Ing Air scoffed, "I don't believe, first, that Shilua dares to face such a terrifying Hua Tianwang. Second, I don't believe Shilua can take down Hua Tianwang." Ingjiu calmly said, "I'll offer a price he can't refuse." This statement carried the aura of an old godfather. The discussion about Shilua and Hua Fengzi ended there. Yi Bai finally finished his remaining courses and returned to his dorm. He began to tally the gains from this operation. Killing demons, teaming up with Ing Shi to take down a 9th rank war god, scamming resources from Demengzi, extracting funds from Lao Su, all adding up to an impressive 600,000 war god merits. Adding the SS level missions 10,000, Ing Shi's advancements 140,000, the 30,000 from trading ores and various materials for fortress construction, and the 20,000 he had before setting off, the total reached an astonishing 800,000 war god merits. How wealthy was Yi-Bai? He could afford to ignore even the last 3 decimal places. But the Eye of Insight provided an exact number, 803,146.25. Yi-Bai also remembered an unpaid sum Lan Lao had promised to establish a temporary research group to study the abyssal stitching, and the research contribution fees would take some time to be credited. Holding 800,000 in his hands, Yi-Bai was filled with emotion. It was all worth it. Reflecting on the numerous close calls, the times he hovered between life and death, even the moments when his health dropped to a single point, Yi-Bai felt that all these experiences transformed into invaluable life treasures. One word: exhilarating. There was still some time before midnight. Yi-Bai decided to further enhance the Eternal Sea. Due to the Sea God's curse, he needed to spend 2 units to achieve 1 unit of effect. Previously, Ninth Master had prepared 2 sets of materials for him, but that was far from enough. Yi-Bai needed to purchase 2 more sets of materials himself. He immediately contacted his goblin underling and arranged to meet in the trading secret realm. The goblin, seeing his long-missing 4th brother online, knew a big deal was coming. He greeted with a cheerful smile, "4th brother, congratulations on your fortune." When Yi-Bai listed his shopping list, the goblin was stunned. He took a deep breath, looked over the list twice, and asked seriously, "You want everything on this list?" Yi-Bai calmly replied, "Yes, 2 sets." Yi-Bai nodded, his eyes gleaming with confidence. He declared boldly, "Money's not an issue now." As soon as he said that, the goblin assistant standing nearby looked at him with admiration. The goblin skillfully pulled out a small POS machine from his pocket and placed it gently on the counter. "4th brother, 1 set costs about 150,000 war god merits, 2 sets will be 300,000. Will you be paying by card or cash?" The goblin assistant asked with a cheerful smile. Hearing the price, Yi-Bai's eyes widened in shock. 300,000? Why is it so expensive? He felt his brain go numb, and couldn't help but wonder if there had been severe inflation while he was away from Blue Star. The goblin assistant noticed Yi-Bai's confusion and quickly explained, "4th brother, the materials you want are the top-tier ones for opening the Eternal Sea. These items are scarce. Plus, the quantity you need is quite large." After hearing the explanation, Yi-Bai pondered for a moment. He knew that the powerful figure behind the Wanwu Pavilion was Xiaoyao, who had a reputation for fairness. If anyone else had said this, he might not have believed it. But since it was Wanwu Pavilion, there was no reason to doubt. Seeing Yi-Bai's silence, the goblin assistant continued, "3rd brother, we really aren't interested in the money." He then pulled out a list and began to explain earnestly, "Here's the thing, 4th brother. These materials usually go for around 100,000 war god merits. But starting this afternoon, for some reason, high-ranking warriors from the Shadow faction have been buying up everything like crazy. The prices for Shadow-related materials have more than doubled." Upon hearing this, Yi-Bai's expression turned grim. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it! Who's behind this, causing the war gods and the Shadow faction to start this madness? If I find out who it is, they won't get away with it. How dare they try to scam me, Shura? Unforgivable." Thinking back to how Ninth Master had prepared 2 sets of materials worth 200,000 merits for him, Yi-Bai felt even more heartbroken. What used to cost 200,000 now required 300,000. This was bleeding him dry. 100,000 war god merits, such a loss. Several 9th-rank war gods killed for nothing. Yi-Bai couldn't help but mutter to himself. Hearing this, the goblin assistant fell silent. He didn't quite understand Yi-Bai's words, but didn't dare to ask further. At that moment, a sudden idea struck Yi-Bai. He quickly retrieved a stack of thick books from his storage space and began to study them intently. Not long after, he excitedly pointed to a specific rule and said, "Got it. I found a way. It says here that if you complete an rank or higher mission, or if the mission duration exceeds 6 months, you have the right to make a purchase based on the prices during the mission period upon returning to Blue Star." The goblin assistant nodded but then pointed out, "I know that rule. But, 4th brother, look here, there's a spending cap. It's 50 of the mission's earnings. To buy things worth 200,000 war god merits, you need at least 400,000 war god merits officially recorded." Upon hearing this, Yi-Bai revealed a mysterious smile. He pulled out a card from his pocket, his voice trembling slightly, and said, "Charge it." Swipe the card. Yi-Bai took a deep breath and tightened his grip on the card. Only he knew the courage it took to utter those 2 words. But now, he made the decision without any hesitation. He handed the card to the goblin assistant, feeling a surge of unprecedented boldness. At that moment, Yi-Bai felt invincible, as if he could even challenge the legendary King Hua himself. The goblin assistant took the card and skillfully entered the necessary information. When the transaction amount appeared, his eyes widened in shock. 310,254 war god merit points. This was far beyond his expectations. He initially thought Shura had earned 400,000, but it turned out to be over 600,000. So, swipe 200,000 war god merits, the goblin assistant asked cautiously, his voice trembling a bit. This wasn't just 200,000 dragon coins or gold coins. It was an astronomical amount of war god merits. However, Ibai shook his head. Pointing to the list of materials in his hand, he asked, how much were the shadow materials on this list before the price hike? The goblin assistant answered truthfully, 100,000. A sense of foreboding rose within him, knowing that this man always managed to pull off financial miracles. Sure enough, Yibai began his money-saving plan. He asked, I have a 310,000 limit. Can I buy shadow materials at the lowest price within 7 days? After receiving a positive response, Yibai decisively said, all right, use the entire 310,000 to buy shadow materials. I'll keep 100,000 for myself and sell the remaining 210,000 worth of materials at the Everything Pavilion. He quickly explained his plan. Due to the spike in shadow material prices, what used to cost 100,000 now costs 200,000. By purchasing at the lowest price, Yibai could buy more materials with 310,000 and then sell the surplus 210,000 worth of materials for 420,000. This way, he would not only get the materials he needed, but also make a small profit of 10,000 war god merits. The goblin assistant listened in astonishment. He had never heard of such an operation. Yibai urged, hurry up, this loophole won't last long. If Jui finds out I'm exploiting it, he'll definitely patch it up. The goblin assistant immediately got to work, first swiping 410,000 war god merits to purchase the materials, then listing the surplus shadow materials as instructed by Yibai. To expedite sales, Yibai even offered a small discount. As expected, the materials were quickly snapped up once listed. With an account balance of 804,631.25, Yibai contentedly put away his card and materials. He chuckled. Honestly, this is the first time I felt happier the more I spend. Thanks, Juyi. Less than 5 minutes after Yibai left, Shadow Fortress issued a stern statement, condemning the price gouging of shadow materials and promising to increase production to stabilize the market. Following the announcement, shadow material prices plummeted. The goblin assistant, who was actually Zhao Qian, the master of the Everything Pavilion, reviewed the transaction records. He keenly sensed that a master manipulator was behind these market fluctuations. After thorough analysis, all clues pointed to one account. Shadow Geo. Hissed, the goblin underling took a sharp breath, his mind racing. Ninth Master had just pulled off a move that earned him at least 10 million war god merits. This staggering figure made the goblin wonder. Was Ninth Master planning something big with such a massive fortune? But he quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. After all, it wasn't his concern. No matter what happened, his boss could handle it. His boss had been carrying the weight of this world for 36 years. The scene abruptly shifted to a private space within the Eternal Tower. Yibai suddenly appeared, causing a stir among the surrounding crowd. Dracula, hiding a chicken leg behind his back, quickly stepped forward, his eyes welling up with tears. In a choked voice he said, Master, you're finally back. He had prepared 9 different speeches to welcome his master's return. Yibai glanced around. Seeing that everyone was present, he felt slightly relieved and asked succinctly, enough talk? How have things been? The group briefly reported the situation. Everything at the mines and mushroom forest was running smoothly. All efforts were focused on crafting SS-grade equipment, and no anomalies had occurred. The contingencies Yibai had set up hadn't been needed. All right, then return the prince-level blood essence to me, Yibai instructed. Under Dracula's watchful gaze, everyone pulled out small vials from their pockets and handed the blood essence back to Yibai, totaling over 1,000 drops. This much blood essence could turn a vampire prince into a dried corpse, but it was also enough to restore Dracula to prince-level strength. Dracula was momentarily stunned, his mind in turmoil. So much blood essence had been hidden right under his nose, and he had been preoccupied with eating chicken legs? He felt like he had missed out on a 50 billion lottery ticket. According to Yibai's plan, if Master Fool had shown any signs of trouble, this blood essence would have been handed to Dracula to help him regain his strength. This was the most Yibai could do. If even a prince-level Dracula couldn't protect everyone, Yibai's only option would have been to return and seek help from Xiaoyao. Dracula's emotions churned, and he wanted to grab Master Fool and ask, why didn't you rebel? He had suspected that Shura had some hidden card, but he never imagined that the hidden card was himself. Quickly regaining his composure, Dracula even had the presence of mind to make a small report. By the way, Master Fool has been in a bad mood these past few days. Might be his emotional cycle. Yibai was momentarily speechless and simply patted Dracula's shoulder, encouraging him, keep up the good work, and this blood essence will be yours in the future. Dracula nodded vigorously. Like a pecking chick, yes? Yibai then threw the collected precious materials into the Shura Sea, waiting for it to slowly absorb them. These materials were extremely valuable and hard to come by, so he let the Shura Sea consume them first. It would take at least 12 hours for the Shura Sea to digest these materials. The The Shura Sea had now grown into a tranquil little lake, its surface tinged with a faint red hue. In terms of both quality and size, it was top tier among the 200 levels. Having done all this, Yibai checked the time 11:57. 3 minutes left, might as well go say hi to Ninth Master, he thought. Back at the dorm, before Yibai could speak, Ninth Master said, "Kid, once you finish the challenge today, don't rush back if you want to stay alive." Yibai immediately sensed something and asked, "Are you going to find Kinghua?" Ninth Master, sharpening his knife, replied, "Yep, better to take care of him sooner rather than later." "Take care," Yibai said respectfully. Ninth Master knew Yibai's character too well. If he told Yibai there was a life-threatening danger, Yibai would definitely stay out of it. Without Shadow Nine's protection, Yibai wouldn't return from the Eternal Tower to Earth prematurely. Dong, the clock struck 12. Yibai called out, "If there's nothing else, I'll go get that 5S rating now." "Get lost?" Ninth Master grumbled, feeling that if Yibai stayed another second, he wouldn't be able to resist cutting him down. Swish, a flash of white light. Yibai returned to the familiar Eternal Core City without wasting any time, directly summoning the Eternal Core Crystal and placing his hand on it. "Target, the 20th floor." A white light flashed, and a familiar voice echoed in Yibai's ears. "Wishing you success in conquering the Eternal Tower." The Eternal Tower. 20th floor. A slightly salty sea breeze blew in, and in a flash of white light, Yibai's figure appeared out of thin air on the smooth ground. He stood firmly, his gaze immediately sweeping over the grayish-white surface beneath his feet. In Yibai's mind, the strategy guide he had studied earlier came to the forefront. The background story of this dungeon wasn't overly complex. In a desolate ice field, there was an isolated village where the inhabitants had lived off fishing for generations. In their culture, whales were sacred totems. The story took a turn during a routine fishing trip. A villager named Norman encountered an injured baby whale at sea. Risking his life, he rescued it from a sea monster and brought it back to the village to nurse it back to health. Though the plot seemed somewhat far-fetched, Yibai could only silently critique it in his mind as part of the game's narrative. After recovering, the baby whale stayed briefly in the village before returning to the vast ocean. However, the good times didn't last. The ice field soon faced a deadly cold wind, drastically worsening the living conditions and depleting the fish in the sea. The villagers, starving and freezing, found themselves on the brink of despair. In their hopelessness, the villagers gathered and prayed to their revered whale totem, hoping for a miracle. Their prayers seemed to be answered. The whale was ready to take action. Yibai looked down, and there it was, the whale that had once been saved. Its name was Simple Blue. Blue, huge bubbles rose from the water below. Even without any special abilities, Yibai could understand Blue's message. "Kind traveler, could you take me back to the village near the icy plains? This is my final wish." A system prompt popped up. "Blue is a blue whale. Would you like to accept the quest, Blue Whale Blue's request?" Yibai didn't answer immediately. In front of him appeared the exploration progress for 3 factions. Icy Village Faction Exploration, 0. Blue Whale Blue Faction Exploration, 0. Fisherman Norman Faction Exploration, 0. Yibai carefully analyzed the situation. The ways to gain exploration progress for these 3 factions were entirely different, even contradictory. Achieving 100 for all of them seemed nearly impossible. Gaining exploration progress for the Icy Village was relatively straightforward but extremely harsh. Solve their survival crisis: gold and hunger. This involved bringing Blue to the vicinity of the icy plains and letting the dying whale end its life. The term for a whale's death is whalefall. When a whale falls, all things thrive, meaning the whale's blood could dispel the curse of winter, and the fish living off the whalefall would provide food for the villagers. Though cruel, this choice was brutally practical. Successfully bringing Blue to the destination would be scored by the system, calculating the exploration progress. Gaining Blue Whale Blue's exploration progress was divided into 2 parts. The first part was its desire to repay the life-saving kindness by making its final contribution to the villagers with its dying body. Helping Blue fulfill this wish would grant 50 exploration progress. The second part involved fulfilling an agreement with Fisherman Norman. According to legend, there was a sea of life, and bringing back its water could completely lift the icy plains curse, rejuvenating the land. Norman dreamt of finding this mystical sea, but as an ordinary person, he couldn't achieve this on his own. He had mentioned this dream to Blue during their chats, and Blue remembered it well. If Yibai could take Blue to the Sea of Life, he would gain the other 50 exploration progress. However, the problem lay here. Yibai faced a tough choice. The Sea of Life and the Icy Village were in opposite directions. Blue was gravely injured and could only muster enough strength to head in one direction, with no certainty of reaching the destination. If Yibai chose to head to the Sea of Life, Blue might exhaust its life before arriving, leaving only its remains to be brought to the destination. Ordinary treatments were ineffective for Blue. Its injuries were too severe, requiring something precious to heal. Many soft-hearted players couldn't bear to let Blue die and tried their best to take it to the Sea of Life. Even if they succeeded, Blue would expend its last bit of life force there. Unfortunately, the Sea of Life's water had no healing properties. Yibai realized that all the storyline of the 20th floor revolved around Blue Whale Blue. This choice would determine the entire dungeon's direction. Yibai's top priority was to save Brew, the severely injured blue whale. He focused intently, and more information prompts appeared before him. The treatment required 15 liters of the elixir of life, a number that made Yibai frown. He recalled obtaining 100 liters of the elixir on the 3rd level, of which he had given 50 liters to the lizard brother. An idea struck him. Perhaps the lizard brother still had some elixir of life in reserve. With a thought, the lizard brother, who had been basking in the moonlight by the mine, suddenly appeared next to the blue whale. Ibi Baba? Yibai asked tentatively. Ibi Baba, the lizard brother responded. Using his inside eye, Yibai quickly communicated with the lizard brother. Confirming that it still had over 40 liters of the elixir of life, Yibai said earnestly, "Can I borrow 40 liters for now?" The lizard brother had no objections. It had been enjoying the food and water provided by Yibai and was living quite comfortably. Besides, with Medusa's curse lifted, it no longer needed the elixir of life to counteract the curse. Yibai placed a small bucket in front of the lizard brother. The lizard brother opened its mouth, and a stream of dark liquid gushed out, quickly filling the 15-liter mark. "Is this the elixir of life or crude oil?" Yibai exclaimed. Stop, stop. If you keep going, people might think you can spit out oil, and a helicopter will come to take you away." The lizard brother looked confused, clearly not understanding the joke. With the dark version of the elixir of life in hand, Yibai began treating Brew. He had the hellhound hold the bucket while he stood at a distance, coaxing, "Come on, open wide and drink the elixir of life." Brew made a reluctant sound. Blue, it complained. "It smells awful, and it came out of a lizard's mouth. I don't want to drink it." Yibai gently persuaded. "Think about it this way. Every year, countless people eat, drink, and even discharge waste into the sea. If you can drink seawater, what's a little elixir?" Brew still hesitated. Blue, how about you take a sip first? "Drink," Yibai commanded, and the hellhound immediately shoved the bucket into Brew's mouth. The dark version of the elixir of life began to take effect, and within just 10 minutes, Brew's injuries were completely healed. "Great, the first step of the exploit is done." Yibai nodded in satisfaction, sitting cross-legged on Brew's back. Pointing ahead, he declared, "Let's go. Destination, the Sea of Life." Sitting on the broad back of the blue whale, Blue, Yibai's mind raced as he delved into how to achieve a 5S rating on the 20th level. He organized the information in his hand. 3 factions: the frozen village, Blue the blue whale, and the villager Norman, and 2 critical wishes: Blue survival and the dispelling of the extreme cold curse, each contributing 50 to the exploration progress. Suddenly, a crucial point caught Yibai's attention. He frowned, realizing that there were 2 distinct curses on the frozen tundra: the winter curse and the extreme cold curse. Blue's blood could only dispel the current winter curse, temporarily alleviating the frozen village's predicament. The true source of the problem, the extreme cold curse, was hidden deep within the tundra, and only resolving it could fundamentally change the eternally frozen landscape. This discovery made the problem more complex. Yibai rubbed his temples, feeling a slight headache. There was a strict sequence to breaking the curses. The winter curse had to be resolved first before addressing the extreme cold curse. The methods to break them were also different. The winter curse required Blue's blood, while the extreme cold curse needed water from the Sea of Life. This contradiction put Yibai into deep thought. To fulfill Norman's second wish, did it mean Blue had to be sacrificed? He quickly considered possible solutions. First, take Blue to the Sea of Life to fetch water, then return to the frozen village to use Blue's blood to break the curse, and finally use the whale fall to solve the food problem. According to this plan, the exploration progress would reach Frozen Village 100, Blue 100, but only 50 for Norman. The key issue was Norman wanted to save Blue, and also wished to completely break the curse. Yibai gazed at the blue sea, and a bold idea gradually took shape. To glitch the 20th level, the key was to find an unconventional path. How could he completely solve the village's curse and food problem without sacrificing Blue? Although he didn't have a definite answer yet, a surge of inexplicable confidence filled Yibai. Just a glitch? Let's do it, he resolved, deciding to head to the Sea of Life first to obtain the water. Under the healing power of the Sea of Life, Blue recovered at an astonishing speed. In just half an hour, it had carried Yibai to the Sea of Life. Yibai surveyed the seemingly ordinary blue water in front of him, marveling at the unique nature of the 20th level dungeon. No combat required, more like a contest between man and nature. Blue let out a joyful call, swimming freely in the Sea of Life, its water spout reaching over 10 meters high. Complete Blue and Norman's agreement. Blue's faction exploration progress 50. The system prompt sounded. Standing on the back of the hovering Cerberus, Yibai pondered. Based on past experience, The top players who had cleared the level should have left some traces, but so far, he hadn't found any clues. This didn't match the style of his elder brothers. Suddenly, Ibai found the scene beneath him somewhat familiar. He instructed Cerberus to ascend several hundred meters, overlooking the entire sea of life. When he saw the full view, Ibai couldn't help but curse, "What the heck? This looks like a heart shape." From above, the outline of the sea of life formed a highly technical heart shape. Ibai's mouth twitched, and he was now certain this was undoubtedly the work of Nightmare. Can't say it's similar, it's exactly the same. Ibai had calculated everything, but he never anticipated that the sea of life would be connected to Nightmare. His heart surged with waves of shock as he recalled that Nightmare was among the first to enter the Eternal Tower and the fastest to clear its levels. This meant that only Nightmare knew the original state of the levels. A disturbing thought flashed through Ibai's mind. Some levels might have already been altered by Nightmare, and those who came later knew nothing about it. The sea of life before him was likely one such modified level. He secretly guessed that perhaps only a few people among humanity were aware of this astonishing secret. Standing at a higher vantage point, Ibai gazed down at the vast sea of life. He suddenly realized that distance offered a clear view of the whole, while proximity revealed the essence. This sudden philosophical insight made him chuckle. Who would have thought that his eye of insight, which had long failed to awaken a second time, would lead him to philosophy instead? Despite this, the insight did give Ibai an idea. Since he had already seen the full picture of the sea of life, it was time to dive in and look for any overlooked details. With this thought, Ibai decisively leaped off the back of the hellhound. The three-headed dog immediately understood, took a deep breath to inflate itself like a balloon, and used its limbs to wrap around Ibai, acting as a parachute to slow their descent. They landed steadily on the back of the blue whale, Blue. Before entering the sea of life, Ibai sternly instructed Blue, no peeing or pooping anywhere. Blue seemed to understand and nodded slightly. Taking a deep breath, Ibai leaped into the water. With a splash, he submerged completely, moving swiftly and agilely like a fish. Guided by the eye of insight, Ibai followed the route. Turn left 30 degrees, descend 1,200 meters, go straight 100 meters. Soon, he spotted his target on the left, a stone inscribed with familiar characters, clearly the work of Nightmare. Ibai took out his waterproof recording equipment, ready to start a new round of collecting Nightmare's dark history. This excited him even more than clearing levels. The text on the stone was clearly visible. "Norman, I've been searching the ocean with Blue for a long time but couldn't find the sea of life. I can responsibly say I've scoured this entire sea, and it seems the sea of life is just a legend. Sorry, brother, I might disappoint you." Ibai frowned slightly. This tone didn't quite match his brother's style. He continued reading. "Just kidding." Ibai breathed a sigh of relief. That was more like it. Something Nightmare would do. "I really couldn't find the sea of life. But since it exists in your dreams, I brought it out." Ibai's eyes widened in astonishment, his mind screaming, "Don't say the most amazing things in the most nonchalant way. Brother, how did you do it? I really want to learn this." Nightmare, at level 200, actually managed to permanently create the sea of life within the dungeon based on Norman's dream. Is this reasonable? This isn't reasonable. Ibai's gaze fell on the final part of Nightmare's message. Honestly, if it weren't for this mark, it would have been quite challenging to bring this sea out. Oh, by the way, I recently discovered a new secret. It seems that besides me, no other player gets the supreme mark when they enter the Eternal Tower. Is this a blessing for being the first to enter, or a curse? On the other side of the supreme mark, something seems to be awakening, and it gives me an uneasy feeling. I'm a bit hesitant about whether to continue exploring this tower. I'm running out of space, so that's it for now. The signature was still that familiar ugly heart. Whoa, underwater. Ibai took a sharp breath of cold seawater, his entire being plunged into shock, unable to calm down for a long time. The amount of information unintentionally revealed in this message was overwhelming. From the very first day Nightmare entered the Eternal Tower, he had mastered the supreme mark. This astonishing fact echoed in Ibai's mind, bringing endless shock and questions. The fact that the Nightmare had control over the supreme mark from the very beginning was nothing short of a bombshell. Ibai stood still, his eyes narrowed and his brows furrowed. Even with his immunity to lightning, this news left him silent for a few seconds. His mind raced, recalling everything he knew about the supreme mark. It turned out that mastering the supreme mark didn't require reaching level 1000. Ibai first learned this from Old Lon. However, Ji was always secretive about it, only mentioning that he needed the supreme mark for something significant, without delving into details. Ibai had a gut feeling that if he knew the truth, he would strongly oppose it. As for Xiaoyao, he merely shrugged with a knowing look, which only added to the awkward situation. Ibai had to rely on speculation for everything about the supreme mark. But one thing was clear: the importance of the supreme mark far exceeded his expectations, and the threshold to master it was much lower than he had anticipated. Yi Bai's gaze swept across the sea of life in front of him. This peculiar sea was brought from a dream by the nightmare, and its waters couldn't be taken away by conventional means. His eyes landed on the blue whale, Brew, frolicking in the sea, and a slight smile tugged at his lips. Brew, Yi Bai said softly, his face warm with a gentle smile. You're a mature blue whale now. Only you can carry the waters of the sea of life. Do you understand what I mean? Brew nodded its massive head and let out a low call of understanding. It naively asked, so I drink a mouthful of water and then hold my breath to swim back? Yi Bai shook his head and patiently explained, what are you thinking? Your lungs would burst. I have a good idea, but I need your cooperation to bring back as much of the sea of life's water as possible. Brew's voice was filled with joy. Really? He'll definitely cooperate. In front of Yi Bai, Brew was as innocent as a blank sheet of paper. Nearby, the hellhound muttered, here we go again. He's up to his tricks. Yi Bai seriously said, you drink a mouthful of water, and when you spout it out, they'll help guide the water back. You drink it again. This way, you can carry the most water back. It's like a person always breathing the same air. He added that he would solve the oxygen issue for Brew. Though Brew felt something was a bit off, Yi Bai's explanation seemed logical enough. It had no choice but to accept the seemingly absurd plan. After confirming no details were missed, Yi Bai directed Brew towards the frozen ice field. On the vast sea, the blue whale advanced while performing a large-scale water cycle, with Yi Bai constantly encouraging it. Almost there, just 20 kilometers to go. Yi Bai stood in midair, gazing at the village ahead. Nearly 100 households, most boats docked at the pier, and the villagers huddled in their ice houses, silently enduring hunger and cold. Yi Bai had Brew wait in place, sent Black Tiger to scout, and landed outside the village himself. He politely knocked on a door and asked, excuse me, is there a village chief or a clan leader here? After receiving a response, Yi Bai quickly found Norman's ice house, the only one willing to open the door for him. Stranger, you shouldn't be here, said Norman, with his white hair and frail body, shivering under a blanket. This place is cursed. You can't escape. Yi Bai got straight to the point. I'm here to break the curse. I need to know, besides whale blood, what else can break the winter curse? Norman looked at Yi Bai in surprise and admitted, actually, it's not whale blood that's needed, but enough hot blood. The greedy creature hidden beneath the ice field demands a great amount of fresh blood periodically. If it's not satisfied, the whole world will plunge into winter. Norman pointed to the sea, his eyes glinting with despair. The creatures in the ocean are almost extinct, and many people in our village have died. Whales? They are just mythical beings. There are no whales in the world. Don't waste your efforts. Yi Bai listened, calculating silently. He had considered various ways to avoid harming Blue and lifting the winter curse on the village, but now it seemed the situation wasn't as complicated as he thought. Enough blood? Just a moment, Yi Bai said, conjuring a small flame at his fingertip, which landed in front of Norman. The warmth enveloped Norman, bringing him an indescribable comfort. Before Norman could react, a richly dressed nobleman suddenly appeared before him. This nobleman had an almost perfect appearance and a noble demeanor. If not for the sycophantic smile on his face, Norman might have mistaken him for a king. Great master, the nobleman said enthusiastically, is there anything your humble servant Dracula can do for you? Yes, Yi Bai replied calmly. Dracula internally grumbled. I was just being polite, and now I'm going to be exploited again. Clearly, he was well aware of Yi Bai's demonic nature. Ignoring Dracula's internal complaints, Yi Bai asked, I have an academic question. Is vampire blood hot or cold? Dracula's mouth twitched slightly as he forced himself to answer enthusiastically, your servant's blood is filled with the warmth of loyalty and honor. Yi Bai sighed and clarified. I just want to know if the blood is hot or cold. In a physical sense, cold, Dracula answered truthfully. This answer made Yi Bai ponder. The being beneath the ice craved warm blood, yet Dracula's blood was cold. Two solutions flashed through his mind. Either drain Dracula's blood and then heat it, or cook Dracula and then drain his blood. Sensing danger, Dracula shivered and quickly added, but I can raise the temperature of my blood voluntarily. You should have said that earlier. I almost roasted you, Yi Bai said, patting Dracula's shoulder in a friendly manner. I have a small favor to ask. Dracula felt immense reluctance but obediently asked. What is it? Yi Bai pointed to the distant blue whale, Blue, and kindly said, can you give a bit of blood? Not much, just 10 tons. Internally, Dracula was collapsing, silently screaming. Please, just act like a human for once. Iron, water, chicken leg. The perfect trio for blood replenishment. Yi Bai had meticulously prepared it for Dracula, showing great consideration. Dracula, however, stared blankly at the blood replenishment set, resigned to his fate. He even took the initiative to ask, Master, What temperature should the blood be? Yibai thought for a moment and blurted out, 105 degrees? Realizing his mistake, he quickly corrected himself, I mean 55 degrees will do. Dracula was stunned for a few seconds before responding mechanically, understood. He then asked in a flat tone, Master, as a vampire without feelings, may I ask what you need so much blood for? Yibai nodded. You may ask. After a pause, he added, but I don't want to answer. Dracula hesitated, but remained silent. At that moment, village chief Norman led them to a frozen port. Pointing at the ice-covered harbor, he said, this is the place. The hot blood flows away from here. That being has a huge appetite. Dracula raised an eyebrow at this. He thought, craving blood, needing vast quantities, greedy, even insatiable. Isn't that describing a vampire? Could there be an ancient and powerful vampire sealed beneath the ice? With this in mind, Dracula immediately warned, Master, I don't mean to be selfish, but providing fresh blood to an injured vampire is never a wise move, especially with high-quality blood like mine. He couldn't help but boast, frankly speaking, I, Dracula, am undoubtedly a high-quality duke among vampires. Upon hearing this, Yibai patted Dracula on the shoulder. It's rare for you to be so considerate. Very good, very commendable. This gesture sent shivers down Dracula's spine. He knew this ominous habit of the demon lord meant trouble was coming. Yibai continued, I've thought about your concerns. Pointing at the ice, he asked, do you have a way to detect that being? Dracula shook his head. Without Norman's information, he wouldn't have noticed anything special about the ice. Yibai nodded. Exactly. The ice field is his domain. If he doesn't come out, even I can't do anything. A trap always needs bait. Dracula instantly realized he was the bait. He protested, Master, even if bait is needed, there's no need to spill 10 tons of blood. Just a little should suffice. Yibai remained unmoved and took something out of his storage ring. I've already considered that. Eat something to replenish yourself before you bleed. Dracula looked closely and saw that Yibai was holding a poisonous mushroom. Although it wouldn't kill him, the toxin would spread through his blood, significantly weakening him. In other words, after eating the poisonous mushroom, his blood would become toxic. The supplement had turned into a sacrificial offering. Yibai explained, the greedier the being under the ice, the more it consumes, and when the toxin takes effect, the stronger the backlash it will suffer. As for how to mask the poison in the blood, Dracula knew that well enough on his own. After hearing Yibai's complete plan, Dracula could only applaud. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. As expected from you, Demon Lord. Yibai enthusiastically laid out a pile of poisonous mushrooms in front of Dracula. Pick some yourself and see which flavors work best together. Dracula silently grumbled. It's the first time I've seen someone let the condemned choose their own executioner's weapon. How excessive. Despite his complaints, he stepped forward and quickly selected the best combination. 4 types of poisonous mushrooms together. Fire poison with petrification, plus severe hallucinations, should be enough. With everything ready, Dracula consumed the 4 poisonous mushrooms one by one, his face turning ashen. Even with his Duke-level strength, the combined toxins made his body tremble slightly. Yibai rolled his eyes, piercing through Dracula's act. Who are you trying to fool? The mushrooms haven't even digested yet. Quit stalling. It's about maintaining a sense of ceremony, Dracula muttered, his face suddenly turning green this time, genuinely poisoned. Simultaneously, he expertly cut open his artery, letting the 55-degree hot blood gush out. Limited edition. Hot blood vampire duke, now available. If you're a man, bleed 10 tons. Dracula gritted his teeth and persevered, while Yibai turned his head away, unable to stand the sight of such a gruesome scene. The blood dripped onto the ice, immediately melting it. Surprisingly, the blood didn't disperse but flowed straight downward without wasting a drop. Clearly, the being beneath the ice couldn't resist the presented feast. Yibai, seeing that everything was on track, instructed, you handle things here. I'll go check out the ice field. Dracula, with a chicken leg in his left hand and a piece of iron in his right, mumbled with his mouth full, don't worry. He nodded at Yibai and watched him leave. Once Yibai's figure vanished into the vast snowy expanse, Dracula turned his gaze to the ice, his eyes becoming deep and cold. He muttered to himself, could it be you? That undying wretch. Even through the ice, I can smell your stench. You're trapped in this endless cycle too. I'm very curious to see what you look like now. Far off on the ice field, subtitles suddenly appeared in front of Yibai, clearly displaying Dracula's inner monologue, including every nuance. This level of insight was a result of their soul contract. No one else could have such a privilege. Yibai chuckled and shook his head, thinking, this guy never changes. It was apparent that Dracula seemed to recognize the presence beneath the ice. Ever since learning about the bloodthirsty creature, Yibai had been pondering this issue. The three supreme beings had speculated that every 10th level might have a connected storyline. However, the stories of Blue Whale Bruce and the Eternal Night Castle seemed unrelated on the surface. It wasn't until the presence beneath the ice appeared that Yibai realized a possibility. The story of the Eternal Night Castle was a daily cycle, while the events on the ice field might be a longer temporal loop. Blue Whale Bruce repeatedly experienced whale falls, and the frigid village faced extinction time and again. Interestingly, the hidden boss of this level might be acquainted with Dracula. They could be from the same place. It was like 10 pieces of a puzzle trapped in a time loop. Only by achieving a 5S rating could the endless cycle be broken. When all loops were broken, what image would the combined puzzle pieces reveal? Yibai's thoughts came to an abrupt halt. He realized he had only been through 2 instances and had too little information. Trying to deduce the full picture of the Eternal Tower with such scant clues was nothing short of a fool's dream. The 10 instances plus the Zeroth level likely held the ultimate secret of the Eternal Tower. Yibai understood that he could only move forward step by step. On the ice field, there were no other signs of life besides Yibai. Even his footprints were quickly covered by the falling snow. Yibai wandered aimlessly across the boundless ice field, driven by an instinct to explore the map, even though he didn't know where his goal lay. The scenes from the Sea of Life were still fresh in his mind, a creation of his eldest brother's nightmares. As for what his third brother, Xiaoyao, had done on the 20th level, Yibai wasn't particularly interested. He was more concerned about his second brother, the one who always carried himself with an air of effortless coolness. Despite his flawless swordsmanship, his second brother must have left some traces here. Yibai, as his second brother's biggest fan, was determined to find these traces. With this question in mind, Yibai continued to wander the endless ice field. Suddenly, he stopped, looking down at a chasm that had appeared beneath his feet. The ice field had split open, revealing a gorge over 50 meters wide and seemingly bottomless. Moreover, the ice field ahead was shattered, as if someone had slashed it with a sharp weapon. More astonishingly, there were words carved into the ice wall on the other side. Shielding his eyes from the howling wind and snow, Yibai squinted to make out the familiar, aggressive handwriting. Why waste so many words? Just slash it. Slash it. The irritable voice of his second brother echoed in Yibai's mind, as if he were witnessing the imposing scene of the flawless swordsman. Yibai soared into the air, gazing down at the shattered ice field beneath him. The massive cracks and craters were clearly visible, undoubtedly the remnants of a cataclysmic battle. He couldn't help but wonder if the entity hidden beneath the ice had once clashed with his second brother. Recalling Dracula's fate, Yibai boldly speculated that this mysterious being had probably been slashed to death by his second brother as well. Unlike the meticulous nightmare and the carefree Xiaoyao, his second brother's approach to challenges could be summed up in one word: reckless. See something unpleasant? Slash first, talk later. Monsters and demons? Slash away. Yibai couldn't help but imagine his second brother reincarnated as a relentless warrior, cutting down anything in sight. No, it should be slashing anything in sight. Having found traces left by his second brother, Yibai felt it would be disrespectful not to leave something behind himself. After all, he was already here. Yibai quickly gathered energy, stacking it 30 layers high, and raised the Sword of Nature. However, his Tianwang sword at his waist suddenly trembled, emitting a sword cry. Reluctantly, Yibai had to change his plans and use the sword instead of his staff. Nature's power, so love does fade, right? Yibai murmured, raising the Tianwang sword in a pose that exuded a sense of age, resembling a physical mage. Heavenly thunder! With a low shout, the fully charged thunderbolts shot out from the sword's tip, striking the shattered ice field with immense force. In an instant, red lightning tore through the sky, countless arcs of electricity cascading like mountains across the ice field. Yibai directed the thunderbolts downward, attempting to reach the entity hidden beneath. However, as the bolts delved deeper, their power gradually weakened, evidently restricted by the rules of this place. Boom! Continuous explosions echoed from the depths of the ice field, accompanied by a faint, disdainful snort. Yibai estimated that his strike had at least a 30% hit rate. Miles away, Dracula, who was bleeding out at the dock, suddenly felt something amiss. Before he could stop the bleeding, the electric arcs followed his spurting blood, climbing from the water surface to his main artery, giving the vampire duke an unexpected electromagnetic pulse treatment. Sizzle! Dracula convulsed, lying rigidly on the dock, his main artery still gushing 55-degree hot blood, entering a state of complete physical paralysis. I won't deceive you anymore, master, Dracula stammered weakly. Next time, get me? Lightning immunity, please. When Yibai returned, everything seemed normal, except for Dracula's newly electrified hairstyle. What happened? Why this sudden explosion of hair? Yibai asked curiously. Dracula gave him a meaningful look, his voice trembling slightly. It suits my mood and style better now. He was on the verge of exploding. Yi Bai nodded in understanding. As long as you're happy. It didn't concern him anyway. While Dracula was busy draining blood, Yi Bai sought out the village chief, Norman, to inquire about solutions for the cold and hunger issues. Norman frowned and sighed. The winter curse can be dispelled, and the extreme cold curse can be lifted. I believe in your abilities. In fact, there was once a swordsman in black who accomplished such feats. Yi Bai was taken aback, not expecting his second brother to have had a period of wearing black. The most troublesome issue is hunger, Norman continued. Our only food source is the sea. There's no other way. If the cold is dispelled, can't you grow crops? Yi Bai tried to persuade the village chief to consider a change in their economic model. Norman let out a heavy sigh. This land is cursed. Any food you leave behind will rot within half a day. Seeds planted in the soil, no matter how well you tend to them, will never sprout. Our only hope is... Norman trailed off, but Yi Bai understood when a whale falls, it brings new life to the ecosystem. Is this the only solution? Yi Bai stood at the dock, his gaze piercing through the vast ice field, his thoughts drifting back over the past century. In countless cycles of day and night, it seemed the inhabitants of this frozen land had only one way to survive await death, then be reborn. When hunger claimed the last life, the cycle would begin anew. Norman would once again encounter Blue the whale and save it from the brink of death. In return, Blue would choose to end its life, nourishing the barren land with its own body. One whale fall sustained a period of time, until everyone starved once more, only to awaken again. This endless cycle was the cruelest torment of all. Yi Bai returned to the dock, gazing at the sea. Blue the whale was frolicking, spouting water playfully. Nearby, the three-headed hellhound had curled part of its body into a ball for Blue to play with. The whale had been trained to act like a dolphin who knew who taught it. Suddenly, Yi Bai asked, if you had an animal that you could never finish eating, would it solve your problem? Norman was stunned, instinctively finding the suggestion absurd. How could there be an inexhaustible creature? At that moment, Dracula's internal alarm rang. With his signature afro, a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Was he supposed to turn himself into a pig to solve the food problem for the villagers of this frozen wasteland? Even knowing that the demon lord was unpredictable, such cruelty was unimaginable, even for demons. Yi Bai had no such plan. Dracula, having consumed vast amounts of vampire prince blood and countless chicken legs, was now Yi Bai's top warrior. More importantly, as a key figure in the 10th layer, Dracula still held many unsolved mysteries, making him invaluable. Despite his unreliability, Dracula had proven to be a capable assistant time and again. A breeze from the nightmare realm gently stirred as Yi Bai slowly ascended, flying forward. He stopped at a certain spot, looking down. This was where Blue had chosen to fall, and where Norman had met Blue. Would you like to play the historical record? Viewer discretion advised for those under 18. The system prompt sounded. Yi Bai raised an eyebrow, clearly aware of who was accessing the footage. He chose to play it. A scene themed around death and rebirth unfolded before Yi Bai. The clarity was astonishing, as if he were truly there. Blue's death played out in slow motion, every detail vividly clear. Then the footage sped up, showing the growth, flourishing, and endless cycles of marine life. Whale fall after whale fall, life after life, flashed before Yi Bai's eyes, as if etching themselves into his soul. Suddenly, the footage stopped abruptly, and the world seemed to freeze. Yi Bai entered a mystical state, a spark of insight igniting in his mind, capturing something crucial. The lightning element appeared first before Yi Bai, his most attuned element. Then came wind, fire, water, and wood, elements colliding and merging. Yi Bai murmured, something's still missing, shadow. With the final element added, a new elemental cluster formed in Yi Bai's palm, then merged into his body. Time resumed its flow. Yi Bai was enlightened, understanding his brother's joy. He gripped the Heavenly King's sword with his right hand and slowly drew it, only to find it was no longer a sword. Returning the Heavenly King's sword to its sheath, the once rebellious blade was now unusually calm. Yi Bai raised the power of nature, floating above the ice field, overlooking the land and sea. He whispered, witness the whale fall. See the cycle of life and death. Comprehend the law. The staff tilted slightly, unleashing a torrent of elemental power, almost draining Yi Bai's mana. The Shura Sea flickered beside Yi Bai, forming its own realm. Even the opening move caused the weather to change dramatically. On the ground, Dracula looked up, his eyes filled with fervor, fixated on the godlike Shura. The power and rank of this move far exceeded Dracula's imagination, confirming that this was indeed a master worth following. This technique is called, the world fell silent, only Shura's voice echoing, creation of all things. Spring rains nourish the earth, summer days blaze with heat, autumn winds sigh, and winter trees decay. The cycle of the seasons continues endlessly, nurturing all life. Yibai stood on the icy plains, holding his staff, and released an invisible force field centered on himself. Within the influence of this Shura sea, a delicate rain began to fall, silently nourishing everything around. Yibai gently waved his staff, and the life cycle skill flowed from his fingertips. This powerful ability had 3 stages, each containing astonishing power. The first stage was the cycle of seasons. Yibai could switch between the effects of spring, summer, autumn, and winter at will. He could let the spring rain last for 30 seconds while the other 3 seasons appeared briefly, or he could let the seasons alternate in sequence, lasting for a full 2 minutes. Each season had its unique effects. Spring rain fell quietly, restoring 1000 plus 3 times his spell power in health per second to allied units. Additionally, all allies' health regeneration and healing effects were increased by 30, and the damage they received was reduced by 30. This gentle spring rain could last up to 30 seconds. Summer brought scorching heat waves that swept across the battlefield. Enemies took 1500 plus 3 times his spell power in fire damage per second, and all damage they received was increased by 30. This intense summer could also last for 30 seconds. Autumn winds sighed, and winter trees decayed. Though Yibai hadn't demonstrated the effects of these 2 seasons in detail, he knew they held equally formidable power. When the power of all 4 seasons had been displayed, the second stage arrived: Chaos Lightning. This lightning bolt, infused with the essence of all 4 seasons, dealt true damage equal to 30 of the total healing and damage from all seasons' effects to a single enemy. More terrifyingly, if this lightning killed the enemy, Yibai could immediately cast it again, up to 3 consecutive times. The third stage was the most mysterious reincarnation shadow. When all 5 effects were activated, each time Yibai cast Life Cycle, there was a 10 chance to cast this powerful skill again for free. Moreover, this probability increased with ongoing battle. Each enemy killed or ally saved increased the next trigger chance by 0.1, up to a maximum of 30. If Reincarnation Shadow was successfully cast, the next life cycle would be enhanced by 30. Yibai took a deep breath, feeling the surging energy within him. This skill combined attack, healing, and defense, and its strength was closely linked to the Shura Sea's rank. Currently, the Shura Sea only boosted life cycle by 30, but as it continued to upgrade, the skill's power would undoubtedly increase further. What excited Yibai the most was that this was the first skill he had comprehended since reaching level 200. Reflecting on his long journey to level 200, his heart was filled with excitement and pride. As Yibai cast his spell, the entire icy plain seemed to awaken. Spring rains fell, summer heat blazed, autumn winds sighed, and winter trees withered, all in an instant. Then, a bolt of chaos lightning tore through the sky, and the shadow of reincarnation flickered. When the spell's afterglow faded, Yibai's gaze fell upon the icy plain. A miracle had occurred. A tender green shoot broke through the thick ice, growing tenaciously in the biting cold wind. Norman, the village elder, witnessed everything, speechless with shock. His frail body burst with surprising strength as he rushed towards the sprout at incredible speed. The old man knelt, reverently kissing the cold ground, deeply breathing in the aura of new life. This tiny green shoot carried all their hopes and future. Tears streamed down Norman's face as he finally believed that the young man who created this miracle might indeed be the long-awaited savior. Yibai slowly descended onto the icy plain, and Dracula was about to praise him. However, Yibai's next words caught him off guard. "Did you record what just happened?" Yibai asked. Dracula was momentarily speechless. What? Record it? He thought. He had been too stunned to do anything, and silently cheering 666 in his mind was already challenging enough. He hadn't expected his master to have such high demands. Without even providing a camera, how was he supposed to record it? Yibai continued. "I heard that the vampire clan has a secret technique to imprint what they see into the river of blood." Dracula cautiously explained. "Master, that's a forbidden spell, and it consumes a lot of energy." Understood. Yibai nodded, a hint of disappointment in his tone. "Then you might as well stay on the icy plains." Dracula felt a surge of internal struggle. He gritted his teeth, steeled his resolve, and stomped his foot heavily. Dracula forced a strained smile, his face contorted with despair, as he said with difficulty, "How about you try again, and I'll record it for you?" His expression and tone were filled with resignation, embodying a sense of helpless compliance. Yibai snorted coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "Do you really think I'm that superficial?" Dracula hesitated for a moment before shaking his head resolutely. "Absolutely not." Yibai pointed into the distance, his tone serious. "Pay attention and learn." Following Yibai's gaze, Dracula saw a massive blue whale breaching the surface of the water. Beside it, 3 dog-like shadows were busily at work. One shadow was clapping its paws, another was patiently teaching the whale how to clap, while the third was transforming fluidly between N and B shapes. The bizarre scene left Dracula utterly speechless, thinking to himself, how can you be so doggedly persistent? Yibai noticed the unexpected prompt and was momentarily taken aback. He couldn't quite tell if Dracula was insulting him or the three hellhounds. As they chatted, the ice beneath their feet began to crack and break apart. A massive shadow slowly emerged from the depths, as if some terrifying creature was about to reveal its true form to the world. Being the top-tier beings on the scene, neither Yibai nor Dracula could ignore such an anomaly. Dracula's expression became conflicted, and he urgently said, Master, is it too late to confess now? Yibai replied calmly, it's never too late to confess. Before Dracula could feel relieved, Yibai added, whether I accept it is another matter. Sensing the increasingly powerful presence of his kin, Dracula gritted his teeth and said, Master, I can actually be killed, but only by a higher-ranking vampire. Yibai's face lit up with joy. Are you saying I'll have a stronger vampire baby? Dracula thought despairingly. You've really mastered the art of draining vampires dry. Yibai remained tranquil. Don't rush. Just watch carefully. He continued to stare at the increasingly clear shadow beneath the ice. He had a premonition that the boss they were about to face would exceed everyone's expectations. Hearing Yibai's words, Dracula calmed down. Like a loyal servant, he stood by Yibai's side, waiting quietly. If both were at their peak, Dracula wouldn't be afraid. But the problem was, Dracula had been weakened. With Wuhan, Xiaoyao, and now Yibai, three of the strongest beings had weakened him, a vampire. What a blessing that was. The shadow drew closer, finally breaking through the ice and emerging from the water. A gigantic pig appeared before them, its mouth open in a roar, revealing 2 rows of perfectly flat teeth, with no sharp canines in sight. Dracula's expression became a complex mix of surprise, shock, and a brief moment of joy, but ultimately, he was overwhelmed by deep sorrow. Tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. Without a word, Dracula understood everything. Looking at the enormous vampire pig before him, Yibai's lips curled into a slight smile, as if he had anticipated this all along. In his mind, he envisioned a Taoist leisurely strolling across the ice field, effortlessly locating the vampire prince hidden within. The Taoist said to him, You are a pig. The moment the vampire pig appeared, a dark shadow lunged at it. Woof! A sudden bark made Dracula doubt his ears. Before him stood a black tiger, so why was it barking like a dog? Before he could make sense of it, the vampire pig delivered a ferocious blow, shattering the black tiger and clearly demonstrating the vast difference in their strengths. Yibai watched his subordinate fall and felt a wave of sorrow, almost bringing tears to his eyes. He turned to Dracula, his voice trembling. Don't you want to avenge your fallen colleague? This question prompted Shura to retort. First of all, the black tiger is just a shadow summon. It didn't actually die but returned to the nightmare wind to recuperate. Secondly, you sent it to its death to test the enemy's strength. Doesn't that weigh on your conscience? Dracula, hearing this, silently reminded himself that Shura had no such thing as a conscience. He shifted his attention to the menacing vampire pig, his expression turning serious. Clearly, this creature had undergone a similar ordeal to Dracula's, its teeth ground down by Wuhan, turned into an unspeakable monster by Xiaoyao. Dracula had narrowly escaped with diminished powers, only transforming into a vampire pig when touched by psychological trauma. The one before him wasn't so lucky, having existed in this form for over 30 years. The vampire pig didn't act rashly. Its blood-red eyes fixated on Yibai. This mage, who hadn't yet made a move, gave it immense pressure and brought back memories, level 200. The 3 men who tormented it were all level 200. Every 30 years, they came and tortured it without mercy. Now, a 4th level 200 had appeared. Unable to bear it any longer, the vampire pig decided to strike hard, aiming to show this human mage the might of a vampire prince. Despite its severe injuries, it was still a prince, equivalent to level 900, a first-tier war god. For level 200 Yibai, this level of opponent wasn't much of a threat. Even with reckless bombardment, Yibai had the chance to kill it outright. But that wasn't his style. Through precise calculations with his inside eye, Yibai found there was a 0.58 chance of being counterkilled. He decided to adopt a more cautious, suitable combat method. Yibai beckoned Dracula closer and whispered a few words in his ear. Though Dracula found it odd why would the demon lord send him to ask questions in the midst of such intense combat, he had no choice but to comply. Spreading his small wings, Dracula fluttered to the center of the battlefield, clearing his throat in front of the vampire pig. My master has a question for you. The vampire pig snorted disdainfully. You, a disgrace to the vampire lineage, being commanded by a human? Dracula pretended not to understand pig talk and continued. My master wants to know. He imitated Shura's tone, enunciating each word. Do you have nightmares? Dracula didn't understand the significance of the question, but what happened next left him in shock. The vampire pig, a prince-level being, first stiffened, its eyes going vacant, and soon its blood energy began to uncontrollably disperse, its aura plummeting. Defeated without a fight, Dracula could hardly believe it. He had anticipated the outcome but was stunned by the simplicity of the process. The demon lord Shura always found novel ways to handle situations. From a distance, Ibai remained vigilant despite the vampire pig's mental collapse. Facing a Wargod-level opponent, he unleashed 3 powerful attacks in quick succession. Heaven's Thunder, Star Snatch, Wind Without Bounds. Dracula saw only a blur as Shura moved with the speed of the wind, the 3 attacks precisely striking the vampire pig, instantly obliterating it. With a resounding boom, the vampire pig shattered into countless blood mists, revealing a pale red river of blood. Within it, the shadow of an aged vampire prince slowly gathered strength. Master, retreat now, Dracula growled as he rapidly backed away, fear etched across his face. This guy has returned from the river of blood with the power of a 9-star prince, what you call a 9th-rank war god. Over 10,000 miles away, Ibai sneered, a glint of disdain in his eyes. A 9th-rank war god? I've killed one before. His voice brimmed with confidence. Dracula, if you're so brave, why run so fast? Before the words even finished, Ibai teleported back to his original position. He stood a kilometer away, gazing at the blood-red river. Despite his calm exterior, he knew this boss was no easy opponent. Returning with the strength of a 9th-rank war god made him nearly unbeatable. Even with all his tricks, Ibai couldn't defeat such a foe heathen. Ibai's return wasn't out of concern for Dracula, but to analyze the enemy's weakness. He activated his Inside Eye, a skill that required close proximity to be effective. The analysis progress soared quickly. 0, 50, 100. Purifying the river of blood with holy water during the enemy's return can weaken their power. Yibei's eyes brightened, silently applauding his Inside Eye's discovery. This was a major breakthrough, but a new problem arose. Where to find holy water? Yibai turned to Dracula, half-jokingly asking, do you have a habit of carrying holy water for emergencies? Dracula shook his head immediately. No, he replied, then explained, to counter a prince-level vampire, the holy water must be of the highest grade. Only the purest souls can carry such holy water. He glanced meaningfully at Shura. Yibai, however, smiled mysteriously, showing no sign of panic. This unusual calmness made Dracula frown, wondering if Yibai had another plan. Time was running out. The vampire prince was about to return. Yibai knew that with Shura's current performance, achieving a 4S clearance was certain. But to secure a 5S rating, they needed to handle the returning vampire prince. Previous tricks like turning enemies into pigs or giving them nightmares wouldn't work this time. In other words, Shura had to rely on himself. Yibai quickly approached Blue Whale Brew. The giant beast was still tirelessly circulating water. Come, help me with something, Yibai whispered, guiding Blue Whale Brew to the river of blood. The beast curiously eyed the unfamiliar river. Give Brew some sunglasses, Yibai instructed. The hellhound immediately understood, adjusting its transparency to the highest level, then stretched its body to form 2 lenses, placing them over Blue Whale Brew's eyes. With everything ready, Yibai pointed at the river of blood and said seriously, spray it. Blue Whale Brew nodded, somewhat understanding. In the next moment, a thick stream of water shot from its mouth, hitting the river of blood directly. The water from the Sea of Life touched the river of blood, and a dazzling white light erupted. The intense brightness illuminated the entire ice field, like a small sun suspended in midair, purifying everything around it. Dracula screamed in agony. The blinding light rendered him sightless, and his once wild hair turned into a frizzy mess under its threat. The vampire looked spirited yet was hanging by a thread. Dracula had endured far too much. The water from the Sea of Life was a vampire's nemesis, comparable to the highest quality holy water. Watching the 9th-rank vampire prince return, Yibai finally understood why breaking the curse required water from the Sea of Life. Specifically, it needed Blue Whale Brew, along with the Sea of Life's water. Without sacrificing Blue Whale Brew, there would be no pure soul to carry the holy water, making it impossible to defeat the 9th-rank prince. This level's 5S rating wasn't about sacrifice but salvation. The objective wasn't just saving the villagers on the ice field but rescuing Blue Whale Brew, who died repeatedly in countless cycles. Only by saving him could they achieve a 5S clearance. The previous top contenders faced a severely injured vampire prince with many restrictions, making their strength less overwhelming. However, a fully restored 9th-rank prince on the 20th level was like an unbeatable bug. Unfortunately for him, he encountered Shura, the ultimate Buge exploiter. When a bug meets a Buge exploiter, the result is predictable. Shura outplayed and triumphed completely. Wearing sunglasses, Yibai looked directly at the intense light, leisurely munching on popcorn, occasionally tossing burnt pieces to the hellhound. Why wear sunglasses if I've already activated sunglasses mode? The Hellhound asked, puzzled. Yibai answered seriously, it adds a certain joy of watching a 5D movie. The sense of ceremony is very important. Praise the holy light. Yibai popped the last piece of popcorn into his mouth and casually handed the empty box to the Hellhound beside him. Under the purification of holy water, the once vast river of blood had dwindled to a few pathetic drops. The once mighty 9th tier war god level vampire prince, now reduced to a mere level 60, struggled to even fend off an ordinary dog. As the vampire boss's form solidified, Yibai commanded, Shao-san, go. Avenge your brother. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a dark shadow shot out like an arrow. The Hellhound lunged forward, slamming the vampire to the ground with one paw. Its 3 ferocious heads descended simultaneously, tearing into the vampire's body with savage bites, leaving it riddled with wounds. How dare you? Roared the vampire, who had once rivaled the power of Dracula. He had never suffered such humiliation and immediately tried to retaliate, burning with rage. With Shura's approval, Dracula stepped forward slowly. He raised his foot and stomped hard on the vampire's disheveled face. You dare defy us? Dracula sneered, then began a relentless stomping, like a pile driver. Thud, thud, thud. The rhythmic thuds echoed as Dracula suddenly realized how delightful it is to not be human. He seemed to understand Shura's joy, feeling a surge of excitement. That's enough. Yibai stopped Dracula, his gaze falling on the nearly lifeless vampire. Killing him seemed a waste. As the boss of the 20th floor, this guy clearly had unresolved mysteries. Taking him back? They already had a Dracula at home. Dracula's daily role was as a backup blood supply, so this guy would just be a backup to the backup. That's overkill. Sensing Shura's hesitation, Dracula suggested, Master, the dungeon beneath our castle would be perfect for imprisoning him. Yibai recalled that the first basement level of the Eternal Night Castle indeed had a dungeon. Dracula continued, although his rank and essence have been severely damaged, he is still fundamentally a prince-level vampire. He can produce hundreds of drops of prince-level blood essence daily. Upon hearing this, Yibai made a decision. Take him back. We still have questions for him. Got it. With Yibai's permission, Dracula raised his right hand, and a blood-red magic circle appeared on his white glove. With a low chant, countless blood shackles materialized, binding the severely injured vampire. Then, a silver coffin was summoned, which Dracula used to trap the vampire inside. After securing the vampire, Dracula pulled out a sharpened wooden stake and drove it through the vampire's heart. A normal vampire would have perished from such treatment, but this one still had some fight left, his eyes glowing red and his mouth emitting muffled roars. The silver coffin then vanished into the void, returning to the Eternal Night Castle. Dracula prepared to follow, needing to keep a close watch on the prisoner. Before leaving, Yibai instructed, make sure you thoroughly investigate his background. I'll quiz you later. Dracula bowed slightly and respectfully replied, as you command, my esteemed demon lord. I will conceal nothing. With that, he vanished, his mission complete. With the vampire prince's departure, the winter curse that had enveloped the ice field naturally dissipated. The world seemed to awaken as warm sunlight bathed the ice field, causing the hard ice to melt and reveal the black soil beneath. Yibai pondered how to increase the exploration rate of the Frost Village. The key was to solve the problems of hunger and cold. For hunger, he decided to use his self-created spell Life's Genesis to rejuvenate the barren land. If he could make seeds sprout even under the curse, now was the perfect time. Yibai strolled across the ice field, each step infused with natural energy. Life's Genesis, he whispered. The Shura Sea appeared, and the seasons cycled through spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Thunder roared, and the power of reincarnation determined life and death. Wherever Yibai walked, a layer of green instantly spread over the black soil, bursting with life. This also allowed him to familiarize himself with the effects of Life's Genesis. The spell required water from the Shura Sea for each casting and could be used up to 3 times consecutively. Fortunately, the Shura Sea's water could replenish itself in its exclusive space, requiring no extra effort from Yibai. Using rare materials could speed up this recovery. In a sense, the Shura Sea functioned like another form of magical energy. After casting the spell twice, even Yibai felt a bit fatigued and had to withdraw the Shura Sea. However, with the blessing of the Shura Sea, all skills relying on it received a 100 boost in effectiveness. With the miraculous effects of Life's Genesis and the food Yibai had left behind, the Frost Village could survive its initial hardships. Satisfied, Yibai looked around at the once desolate ice field now turning green, a sense of accomplishment welling up within him. After that, whether they were farming or fishing, they could live a prosperous life. Suddenly, a semi-transparent interface appeared before Yibai, displaying the exploration progress of each faction. Frozen Village Faction, 100, Blue Whale Brew Faction 100, Fisherman Norman Faction 50. Huh. Norman still has 50 exploration progress left? Yibai muttered to himself, and in an instant, his figure flickered and disappeared. Moments later, Yibai reappeared at the dock. Norman was there, waving his skinny arms, greeting Blue Whale Brew in the distance. Noticing Yibai's arrival, Norman bowed slightly and respectfully said, "You have arrived, child of destiny." Yibai frowned and directly asked, "I don't like being called the child of destiny. Or rather, I don't believe in destiny. Is there something else you can't let go of?" Norman nodded, his gaze drifting towards the distant sea. "Yes, I've been waiting for you to come find me." The golden sunlight bathed his weathered face, contrasting with the azure sea. In the distance, Brew was playing with the hellhound, their joyful barks echoing. "May I see the sea of life?" Norman asked softly. Yibai pondered briefly and replied, "You may." He paused, then explained, "The sea of life is taken from your dreams. So, in a way, you were the first to see it. Is that so?" Norman squinted, lost in memories. "It's been 100 years. That man came and went, and 100 years have passed." Yibai raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you talking about Nightmare? Is he your brother?" Norman gave Yibai a surprised look and shook his head. "Probably not. Their auras are too different." Yibai didn't want to continue this topic and said simply, "Let's go." He led Norman to Brew, and the three of them set off on their journey to the Sea of Life. When Norman finally saw the sea, he was once again lost, his eyes filled with a daze. He murmured, "What an ugly heart." A system prompt sounded. Fisherman Norman Faction Exploration Progress 49.99. Norman took a deep breath and sincerely said, "This might be a shameless request, but could you take Brew with you? It's a pure child. It doesn't need to stay in this sorrowful sea." Yibai didn't immediately agree but looked at Brew. "What do you think?" The hellhound pressed Brew's head, making it nod, and even mimicked Brew's bark, "Brewber." Yibai lightly kicked the hellhound and gave a discreet thumbs up. "It agreed," Yibai said. As Norman said, "This is a sorrowful sea." In the past 100 years of cycles, Norman wasn't the only one with memories. The system prompted again. Fisherman Norman Faction Exploration Progress 0.01. Finally, Yibai had completed 100 exploration for all three factions, concluding the storyline of the 20th level. After sending Norman back to the ice field and settling Brew, he summoned the Eternal Core Crystal. A white light flashed, and his figure disappeared. Norman watched the direction where Yibai disappeared, recalling the four memorable people he had met in the past 100 years. The kind man who called himself Nightmare, the nameless swordsman in black, the silent old Taoist, and the violent mage he had just met. No such thing as destiny? Norman muttered to himself, recalling Yibai's earlier words. What Yibai didn't know was that 100 years ago, when Nightmare first came to the ice field, he had accompanied Norman in the search for the Sea of Life. They faced many setbacks, and Norman had once chosen to give up. "Maybe this is the fate of the ice field. An inescapable cycle, our fate," Norman had said. But Nightmare chose to set sail again. As he left, standing on a small boat, Nightmare shouted, "Even if there is such a thing as destiny, let it appear boldly before me." Norman asked, "Even if it appears, what can you do?" Nightmare grinned, his ever-sunny face without a trace of worry. "I would ask destiny one question." "What question?" Nightmare replied, "Tell me, do you have nightmares?" Leaving the 20th floor, Yibai did not return to the Eternal Core City but went straight to his private space. He knew the 5S server-wide announcement would take some time, as exploiting a bug isn't easily detected. During this brief window, Yibai decided to handle some personal matters. First, he went to the basement to check on the sealed vampire prince. Dracula's methods were indeed ruthless. The vampire prince was immobilized, completely powerless to resist. Yibai marveled at this as he glanced at the prisoner for a moment before leaving. Back on the surface, Yibai saw Bruce happily playing in the Azura Sea. Bruce's presence seemed to accelerate the digestion of materials in the Azura Sea. Despite the urgency, Yibai quickly scanned the area to get a general sense of the situation. Just as he was about to leave, Master Fool suddenly appeared. She exclaimed in surprise, "You've mastered a new skill?" Yibai, however, remained unusually calm, as if it were no big deal. Master Fool scrutinized Yibai and asked, "How many elements have you fused?" Seeing Yibai hesitate, she quickly added, "I'll pay for this information." Yibai's eyes lit up, and he made a gesture for her to stay calm. "You should have said so. Everything's negotiable. But I'm a bit busy right now. Let's discuss the payment later." With that, he disappeared in an instant. Master Fool stood there, murmuring to herself, a 200-level enlightenment skill. At least 2 elements fused, SS level talent. She snapped back to reality, a wry smile forming on her lips. The 4th generation. She sensed that once Azura became the ultimate power, all demons would face a severe challenge. That day seemed not far off. Back at his dormitory, Yibai looked around to confirm that Jui wasn't there. He immediately sprang into action, transforming into a shadow and quickly making his way to the eternal forest under the moonlight. Arriving beneath the eternal tower, Yibai cautiously infiltrated the area. This place should have been the most heavily guarded by humans, but Yibai slipped in effortlessly. This was mainly due to two reasons. First, as a former piece of Nightmare's equipment, the Nightmare Wind felt at home in the eternal forest. It had more authority here than many shadow inner war gods, perfectly concealing Yibai's presence. Second, the eternal tower's strongest guardian, Xiaoyao, was stationed on the 99th floor. Most demons, even if they broke into the eternal forest, would think only of escaping. No one would be foolish enough to charge towards the eternal tower except for Yibai, who would dare such a crazy act. Yibai patted his cloak and whispered, "Ready to fly?" The cloak began to ascend, but the rope around Yibai's neck choked him painfully, causing his eyes to roll and his legs to flail. Flying was possible, but whether Yibai would survive the journey was another matter. "Stop! Stop!" he cried. The Nightmare Wind immediately stopped flying and returned to the ground. Yibai untied the cloak and spread it out on the ground, sitting on it like a flying carpet. "Take off." Yibai began to ascend slowly. The repaired Nightmare Wind could fly regardless of any rules, a secret Yibai had never shared with anyone, not even Jui. Last night, when Yibai had free-fallen from the 99th floor, he could have easily flown with the Nightmare Wind. But he chose not to, opting for the thrill instead. After all, he couldn't die from the fall. A trump card must always be kept hidden. Even in front of Jui, Yibai held something back. This time, sneaking out to meet Xiaoyao was a meticulously planned move. With Jui conveniently absent tonight, Yibai seized the opportunity for a private meeting with Xiaoyao. Missing this chance would make it much harder next time. This had to be kept secret from Jui, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Yibai guessed that Jui would never dream he had the audacity to meet Xiaoyao in private. The flying carpet moved quickly, and soon Yibai reached above the 90th floor. At this height, the flight speed slowed down dramatically, changing from an express elevator to an escalator. However, Yibai wasn't worried. This was the upper level of the Eternal Tower, sparsely populated and mostly inhabited by allies, posing little risk. As Yibai was thinking this, he reached the 95th floor. There was a small window, and a child with clear eyes and clean brows was leaning against it, curiously peering outside. Yibai's gaze unexpectedly collided with a familiar figure. It was the little boy he had met at the training hall, now excitedly waving at him. Despite wearing his lone wolf mask, Yibai had been recognized. "It's you. The cool guy from the training hall," the boy cheered. "Did you make it to the 95th floor too?" Yibai was momentarily speechless. He was still 75 floors away from the 95th, but in his mind, that gap was negligible. He cleared his throat and coughed lightly. "Almost there." Quickly, Yibai shifted the topic. "Where's the older brother who was with you earlier?" He recalled the sunny, youthful version of Hua Tianwang and couldn't help but shiver. If Hua Tianwang were here, he might not hesitate to jump down. The boy's face showed a brief flash of worry. "You mean Brother Hua? He's sleeping. He's badly injured and needs a lot of rest." Hearing this, Yibai secretly sighed in relief. "I have some business to attend to on the higher floors," he said softly. "Don't tell anyone you saw me here. In return, I won't tell anyone you're here. Okay?" The boy nodded eagerly. "Okay." Looking at the child's innocent face, Yibai couldn't help but wonder if the once mighty Hua Tianwang had also been an innocent child. He quickly dismissed the thought. Using the Nightmare Wind, Yibai floated up to the 99th floor. Standing outside the door, he took out the doorbell he had prepared and pressed it gently. "Supreme Master Xiaoyao, are you awake?" Yibai cupped his hands around his mouth and whispered. No response. Not giving up, Yibai continued pressing the doorbell and repeatedly asked, "Are you awake? If you're asleep, I'll ask again in a few seconds." 5 minutes later, there was finally movement on the 99th floor. A tired voice responded. "What is it?" Yibai was overjoyed. "Great, I knew you weren't asleep. I have a question to ask you." In the dead of night, Yibai sought out Zhang Xiaoyao at the Eternal Tower, and Xiaoyao was indeed not asleep. Xiaoyao hadn't slept yet. He was startled awake by a rapid knocking at the door. Blinking his bleary eyes, he realized someone was visiting late at night. "Is this about clearing the 20th floor?" Xiaoyao asked proactively, his voice carrying through the heavy tower door. Standing outside the 99th floor of the Eternal Tower, Yibai shook his head, even though he knew Xiaoyao couldn't see him. "No, that matter isn't urgent. It doesn't matter if we don't clear it tonight." He took a deep breath, organizing his thoughts. "I wanted to ask you about the challenge on the 95th floor of the Eternal Tower. And what's the deal with King Hua?" Xiaoyao was silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating how to answer this unexpected question. Finally, he spoke slowly. "The challenge on the 95th floor is to battle against your own talent." Yibai furrowed his brow, his mind racing. "Battle against your own talent," he murmured to himself. Then something clicked. So, King Hua had to face his S-level talent, 9 lives unyielding, which is why he ended up gravely injured and half-mad? Xiaoyao patiently explained. Yes. King Hua split himself into 9 parts, 8 false and 1 true. The false selves appeared powerful but had no talent. The more false selves that died, the stronger his true self became. Once all 8 false selves were dead, he could even temporarily break through his combat limits. Yi Bai realized that King Hua's escape was no accident but a meticulously planned act. He couldn't help but speculate about King Hua's true intentions. Was he aiming to challenge Jiuyi? My questions are done, Yi Bai said earnestly. I have one last request, though it's a bit much. Could you keep my visit here tonight a secret? I can, Xiaoyao replied succinctly. Relieved by the promise, Yi Bai left the 99th floor on his flying carpet. Shortly after Yi Bai departed, Xiaoyao spoke again, this time to the empty space outside the tower. Teacher, was that explanation satisfactory? Yes, a voice replied from the shadows. A mass of black mist emerged, and Ingjiu floated in midair, looking down at the sneaky grandson lying on the 95th floor. Ingjiu had been tailing Yi Bai ever since he returned to the dormitory. As the top-tier war god of the human race, if he couldn't follow a level 200 Azura without being noticed, he might as well slit his own throat. The moment Yi Bai entered the eternal forest, Ing San, who was stationed there to recuperate, spotted him. But Ingjiu instructed him not to interfere with the sneaky lad. More importantly, without Ingjiu waking Xiaoyao, Yi Bai would have faced a sleeping Xiaoyao. The black mist roiled as Ingjiu silently watched Yi Bai's distant figure, saying nothing. Xiaoyao spoke again, his voice low and resolute. This won't fool Shura for long. Hidden within his words was a crucial piece of information, one that would temporarily confuse Shura. Although Xiaoyao hadn't uttered a single lie in their previous conversations, this concealed truth was enough to create a brief moment of chaos. Shadow 9 shook his head, his voice hoarse. I never intended to deceive him for long. I just need a little more time, just a bit more. His gaze fell once more on Yi Bai, a hint of pity in his tone. He's only 18. He doesn't need to know the truth so soon. Changing the subject, Shadow 9 asked, you mentioned earlier that there was some disturbance in the Supreme Abyss? Yes, Xiaoyao nodded in confirmation. When will it open? Xiaoyao responded seriously. One of the signs of the Supreme Demon God's awakening is the opening of the Supreme Abyss Plane. It could be as soon as a month, or as long as half a year. Shadow 9 fell silent upon hearing this, also lost in thought. The scene shifted to the 95th floor of the Eternal Tower. Yi Bai stood there, his gaze fixed on a child inside the tower. This was the same child who had been approached by the bad woman in the boys' restroom earlier. Back then, the woman with the large iron rod had wanted to spar with him, causing the boy to blush and run away in embarrassment. Recalling that scene, Yi Bai realized that no one had noticed anything unusual about the child at the time. It wasn't until later that he discovered the child didn't belong to the summer camp, but had appeared out of nowhere. What was even more surprising was that this child was acting in tandem with the sunny version of Hua Tianwang, both appearing on the 95th floor of the Eternal Tower. Clearly, their relationship was far from ordinary. Yi Bai thought to himself, that bad woman probably got beaten up so badly because she had tried to mess with little Hua Tianwang. He asked kindly, I'm 18 this year. How old are you? The child behind the stone window shook his head. I don't know. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he added, oh right. Brother Hua calls me Xiao Jiao. So maybe I'm 9 years old this year. Oh. Yi Bai was inwardly shocked. A 9-year-old Hua Tianwang? Who could bear to harm him? Could it be that Hua Tianwang had hidden his true form in a 9-year-old body? He quietly confirmed, Brother Hua is still asleep, right? Yes, Xiaoju nodded. Just as Yi Bai was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a thunderous heartbeat echoed through the 95th floor. Thump thump. The oppressive force of the heartbeat was terrifying, as if it wanted to synchronize with Yi Bai's own heart. In an instant, Yi Bai felt dizzy and almost couldn't withstand the overwhelming pressure of the mighty war god. Xiaoju urgently said, you need to leave, he's waking up. Struggling to stay composed, Yi Bai nodded, waved goodbye to Xiaojiu, and then leapt off the floor. As he fell through the air, Yi Bai found himself free-falling once again, unable to resist rolling his eyes. Falling from the Eternal Tower twice in one day was truly a dreadful experience. At the end of the chapter, the author briefly explained the reason for the late update. Usually, they wake up at 7, finish writing a chapter within an hour and a half, and then go out for breakfast. However, today the alarm didn't wake them, and they only got up at 8:20, causing the delay. The author referred to this as a sad story. Jumping into the Eternal Tower twice a day, Yi Bai always has a fresh experience. The familiar routines and plots still manage to surprise him. Under the cover of night, Yi Bai landed lightly, his figure ghostly as he silently slipped back into his dorm. He quickly activated the Eternal Mark, instantly returning to the Eternal Tower. This secret trip was not only a success, but also brought an unexpected discovery. King Hua was hiding on the 95th floor of the tower. Back in his private space, a sly smile played at the corner of Yi Bai's mouth. He had another guest to deal with. Fool, no, I mean master. Yi Bai found the fool master and asked, his eyes sharp, how much are you willing to pay for the question I asked earlier? The fool master was not surprised by Yi Bai's attitude. She pondered for a moment and suggested, how about you answer one of my questions, and I answer one of yours? That way, it's a fair trade. The fool master calculated in her mind. Talking money with Shura, she suspected, would lead to a significant loss. This guy was full of tricks, impossible to guard against. Besides, she had already asked her question, while Shura's questions could be anything, giving him a slight edge. Small gains like this were something Shura seldom missed. All right, Yi Bai agreed straightforwardly and immediately asked, who are you? The question caught the fool master off guard, but soon a proud smile appeared on her face. To be honest, I don't mind telling you. I am the first war god under the 13th demon god and the top forging master of the demon tribe. As she spoke, she puffed out her chest, her words filled with pride. Yi Bai's heart stirred. The 13th demon god? The one he swore never to step into the 13th abyss for, to protect his own life? Interesting. You're indeed a fool. Yi Bai sighed, shaking his head. Have you ever considered that being captured by my second brother might have been because the 13th demon god betrayed you? The fool master was stunned, her mind racing. Second brother? Who is Shura's second brother? Is he talking about Wu Hin? She shook her head vehemently. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Clearly, her loyalty to the 13th demon god was deeply ingrained. Believe what you want. Yi Bai shrugged and made to leave. Wait. The fool master hurriedly called out. What about our deal? One question for one question. Yi Bai turned around, blinking his innocent eyes. Yes, any problem? What about your answer? The fool master was afraid Yi Bai would forget and repeated. How many elements did you fuse in your skill? Yi Bai responded confidently. I said I'd give you the answer, not that I'd give it now. The fool master immediately realized she had been duped. Yi Bai sneered. Let's not play dumb. Can you swear that what you just told me was the whole truth? The fool master fell silent, and Yi Bai felt a surge of triumph. The tactic he learned from Old Lon worked like a charm. Of course, he knew it was unrealistic to expect the fool master to reveal everything. She was a bit foolish, but not entirely stupid. How about this? Let's make another fair trade. Yi Bai suggested. The demon master looked at him silently, clearly skeptical that the word fair had anything to do with Shura. Yi Bai laid out his terms. You mentioned that the power of nature had no room for improvement. What if it was reforged? The power of nature was gear Yi Bai had used since level 10, and if possible, he wanted to use it until level 1000. It's possible, the fool master replied carefully. Reforging it could potentially elevate the power of nature to SS grade equipment. This idea made her hesitant, worried it might be too dangerous. I'll do my best, the fool master finally agreed. After all, she was a forging master, not the supreme forging god. If she could forge SS grade equipment every time, she wouldn't be stuck in this place, enduring Shura's whims. Deal. Yi Bai said cheerfully after they struck an agreement. I fused 6 elements. The skill name, however, requires additional payment to unlock. With that, Yi Bai disappeared from his private space, heading to the wolf's nest, leaving behind a stunned fool master. 6 elements? How could it be 6 elements? Master Fool exclaimed, his eyes shining with disbelief. His voice trembled slightly with excitement. To comprehend a skill that fuses 6 elements on the first epiphany at level 200. This talent ranks among the top 5, maybe even top 3, of anyone I've ever known. Master Fool fell into a reverie, recalling the figure of Wu Hin. You have to understand, when Wu Hin first grasped swordsmanship, he was only at level 50 and only mastered the water element skill. Waterflow severance, he murmured. But the difficulty of fusing 6 elements is 1,000 times greater than a single element epiphany. He continued his analysis. With each additional element fused, the power of the skill increases, but the demands on the one having the epiphany become exponentially harsher. An epiphany isn't just about quantity, it's about quality. Master Fool shook his head. Constantly having epiphanies about useless skills is pointless. Of course, Wu Hin being the exception. Recalling Wu Hin's prowess, a hint of reverence flashed in Master Fool's eyes. Even the simplest sword moves become incredibly powerful in Wu Hin's hands. I once witnessed him in action. Some of his techniques couldn't even be called sword moves, just basic attacks. Yet he could effortlessly slay a 9th-rank demon war god. Master Fool's thoughts drifted to the human race's supreme warriors. The human race has produced 3 supreme warriors, Nightmare, Wu Hin, and Xiaoyao, who have kept the demon gods at bay. Now, the rise of Shura is unstoppable. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. A level 200 epiphany that fuses 6 elements. What terrifying heights could Shura reach by the time he attains the supreme mark at level 1000? At this thought, Master Fool couldn't help but laugh. Anyway, it's the other demons who will die. Not me, he muttered to himself. I'll help Shura strengthen his equipment a bit more. The sooner everyone dies, the sooner they can reincarnate. The scene shifts to Wolf's Den. Yibai sat in a corner, sipping bottled water and scanning the room for familiar faces. He hadn't seen Xueming for 2 days now, and was starting to miss his big brother. The water in his mouth lost its taste until a familiar burly figure appeared outside the wolf's den. Big Ming, you're finally back. Yibai waved excitedly at Xueming. I've missed you. Come on over. Get us a bottle of the best beer in Wolf's Den. However, the moment Xueming saw Shura, he felt an urge to flee. This 9th rank war god, invincible in the abyssal plane, now wanted to run away. Xueming could almost hear his wallet wailing in agony. Seeing Xueming frozen in place, Yibai waved again and said mysteriously, feeling distant, aren't you? I've got a lucrative deal. Guaranteed profit. No loss. The best beer from Wolf's Den was brought to the table. Yibai grabbed the glass and downed it in one go, his Adam's apple moving up and down before he let out a satisfied sigh. Xueming stared in disbelief at Yibai. So, you ordered a beer just for yourself, huh? Yibai nonchalantly waved his hand. Order whatever you like. Just remember to pay for yourself. Xueming's eyes lit up with excitement. Wow, you're really something. He eyed the mask on Azura's face and suddenly blurted out, can't you treat me to a drink? Surprisingly, Azura agreed readily. Sure. Xueming was stunned, doubting his ears. He thought to himself, did I hear that right? I get to mooch off Azura? Has Azura lost his mind in the abyss? He couldn't help but think, wow, thanks to the monsters, Azura is finally acting human. Yibai called out, 2 cheap beers on my tab. The beers were quickly served. Xueming hesitated, wary of a trap. Even with his anti-scam app, he felt he needed to stay cautious around Azura. Yibai noticed Xueming's hesitation and said seriously, drink up. It's on me, I promise. I made quite a bit in the abyss thanks to you, so a few beers are no big deal. Xueming finally decided and gulped down the beer. He was so moved he almost cried, thinking, this isn't just drinking beer. It's like drinking my own hard-earned money. After all this time, he finally managed to get something from Azura. Xueming turned to the counter, his voice trembling with excitement. I'm buying this glass. He planned to take it home and place it next to the demon skeleton. To him, this was the most valuable trophy he'd ever gotten, proof of Azura's humanity awakening and a symbol of his victory. Yibai watched Xueming gobble down the beer and couldn't help but say, why are you drinking so fast? No one's taking it from you. He pushed another beer towards Xueming. This one's on me too. Xueming was surprised again, thinking, double happiness? Without hesitation, he downed the second beer, feeling an unmatched satisfaction, even better than defeating the second demon god. He felt that even if he never became a top-tier warrior, it was worth it. Xueming shouted again, I'm buying this glass too. Then, he curiously looked at Azura and asked, aren't you drinking? Yibai nodded. I don't drink such cheap beer. Xueming thought. Still not acting human, huh? That's more like it. If Azura kept being nice, head suspect he was possessed by a demon god. Yibai changed the topic seriously. Let's talk business, money-making business. You know about King Hua's plan to raid the tomb, right? Xueming nodded, lowering his voice. I know. I only told you. On the way back, I encountered one of King Hua's men. We fought for 300 rounds and I won. Impressive. Yibai genuinely admired him. The trip to the abyss had given him a new perspective on Xueming's strength. After praising Xueming, Yibai continued, do you know what's on the 95th floor of the Eternal Tower? Xueming shook his head and explained, above the 90th floor, everything is top secret. We do have some information, but it's only disclosed to specific individuals before they attempt the floors. One of the conditions to pass the 90th floor is to become a top-tier warrior. So, I can't help you with the 95th floor. Yibai gave a mysterious smile. You don't know, but I do. To be precise, I know part of it. Xueming hesitated, wanting to ask but not daring to, feeling awkward. Yibai tapped his fingers on the table and organized his thoughts. I'll trade some known information for something else. You mentioned that King Hua almost became your godfather, right? Xueming nodded. Yes. He added that he was quite good at recognizing father figures. King Hua was considered a godfather because of his close relationship with Xueming's biological father. King Hua had no children, so he treated Xueming like his own son. Not a godfather, but almost like one. Yibai slowly said, then you should know him well. If King Hua could temporarily reach level 1000, who do you think he would target? The supreme demon god. Xueming answered without hesitation. Yibai frowned slightly. But that doesn't make sense. The supreme abyss hasn't been opened yet, so it's impossible. He thought to himself, the Supreme Abyss? Another new piece of knowledge. Xueming explained, before the Supreme Demon God awakens, the Supreme Abyss will open first. You can't face the Supreme Demon God without entering the Supreme Abyss. Yibai asked, so, what's the method to open the Supreme Abyss? Xueming explained, generally, when a Supreme Seed reaches around level 500, the Supreme Abyss should open. Yibai glanced at his own level of 200 and felt a sense of relief. He continued to inquire, besides the Supreme Demon God, what other targets does King Hua have? Excluding Ji Yi. Xueming frowned and thought for a moment before replying, the Great Demon God or the Fifth Demon God, one of the two. I think Uncle Hua would choose the Great Demon God. His tone suddenly became serious. Back then. Well, you just need to know that the Great Demon God has personal grudges with Uncle Hua, Uncle Jiao, and me, apart from the enmity between our clans. For the first time, a rare serious expression appeared on Xueming's usually carefree face. He said in a low voice, I, Xueming, will kill the Great Demon God in this lifetime. Hearing this, Yibai's expression also darkened. He recalled a character he had subconsciously ignored, Xueming's biological father. Rumor had it that Xueming's father was the war god Tongtian, but Yibai had never heard any legends about him. It seemed that the Great Demon God had harmed Xueming's father, thus offending 3 top human warriors in one fell swoop. Yibai fell silent for a moment before speaking again. So, according to you, King Hua's ultimate target is likely the Great Demon God. I still have too little information, but I suggest you first infiltrate the first abyss and wait for an opportunity. Xueming nodded in agreement. All right. I don't have much going on lately anyway. He turned to Yibai and rubbed his hands together. Infiltrating the abyss will require Ing San's help, and that costs. Yibai was unusually generous today and asked directly, is 10 war god merits enough? More than enough. Xueming was overjoyed. Earning 10 war god merits from Yibai was worth more than 100,000 coins. Yibai transferred 10 war god merits to Xueming and handed him a conch shell. This is a magical conch. Keep it safe. You can use it to exchange information, and it can also open a portal if necessary. Got it. Xueming carefully accepted the conch. With the matter settled, Yibai stood up to leave. I'll be going now. Stay safe, and keep in touch. By the way, I bought you 10,000 beers and left them at the front desk. Take as many as you want. No need to be polite. With that, he turned and left, leaving Xueming with a dashing figure. Xueming was stunned. Yibai was exceptionally generous tonight. He had earned 2 fine brews, 10 war god merits, and 10,000 beers from Yibai. It felt like hitting the jackpot. Just then, the front desk attendant conveniently brought over a bill. Brother Ming, here's your bill. Please sign it. Xueming casually signed, thinking it was just the cost of 2 drinks, which he could afford. But when he took a closer look at the bill, he exclaimed, what the heck? 50 war god merits for one. Are these cups made from SS grade or demon god's bones? The front desk attendant, well prepared, calmly explained. These 2 cups were consigned by a guest at the front desk, and that's their set price. Xueming asked, who consigned them? The attendant shook her head, sorry. We can't disclose the eternal ID of the 9th tier war soldier, the lone star of the war soldier tier. After all, we're not sure if his name is Shura. Xueming looked up, but Yibai was long gone. Yibai left quietly, leaving Xueming with a bill as a memento. He hadn't changed. He was still the same cunning youth who always found ways to benefit. Not long after Yibai left the wolf's nest, a notification echoed throughout the Eternal Tower, causing a stir. Congratulations to player Shura for achieving an SSS rating on the 20th floor. Player Shura has achieved a 5S rating for clearing the 20th floor, granting a buff to all humans in the Eternal Tower. Phoenix Rebirth. Permanent buff Sea of Life. Increasing the effect of holy water by 100 and healing potions by 50. Permanent buff Whalefall. Healing allies within a 500-meter radius upon death. Healing value equal to 50 of their own health. Usable only within the Eternal Tower. Permanent buff All Things Grow. Doubling the effect of All Things Grow for humans in the Eternal Tower. Phoenix Rebirth allows players to retain 30 of their progress from the previous attempt upon failing a challenge in the Eternal Tower. Applicable only below the 60th floor, and only once per floor. The server-wide announcement of the 5S clear echoed through every corner of the Eternal Tower. Yibai listened with an expressionless face, thinking to himself, it's not the first time. He knew this was the price of exploiting a bug. No need for Xueming to remind him again. Yibai sighed softly. He couldn't continue exploring the tower today, and his personal rewards would have to wait until tomorrow. He silently blamed himself, thinking, sorry for the trouble, Xiaoyao. He had clearly instructed not to rush the 5S clear, yet here they were. With nothing else to do, Yibai returned to his private space and carefully inspected his domain. The fragment of the 4th abyss plane was flickering in the corner, not yet fully integrated with the space. Yibai didn't mind. He was content to let it merge in its own time. As usual, Yi Bai found the foolish master of the demon clan to discuss the reforging of the power of nature. The foolish master picked up the power of nature, frowning deeply, and said with regret in his voice, "This piece of lightning-struck wood was excellent material to begin with, but it's been turned into this mess. It's like a shoddy product made in a rush." Yi Bai let out a couple of awkward laughs without responding. He knew well that the power of nature was bought cheaply from a goblin underling, likely crafted in haste. Enough criticism, let's talk about how to enhance it, Yi Bai said, knowing that if the power of nature were truly worthless, the foolish master wouldn't even bother to critique it. The foolish master handed the power of nature back to Yi Bai and said seriously, "This piece of lightning-struck wood is based on lightning and wood elements. The reforging must also be based on these elements. One of the conditions for reforging is that your eternal sea must be compatible with these two elements. To forge SS-grade equipment, you need the assistance of the eternal sea. Otherwise, why do you think I'm here?" Yi Bai suddenly understood. The foolish master was placed in his private space to utilize his eternal sea when forging SS-grade equipment. Currently, the Azura Sea only has two elemental types, shadow and water. The foolish master continued, "To add more elements, it's simple, throw money at it. First, the additional elements must be ones you possess: wind, lightning, fire, wood. Second, you must invest a massive amount of materials and resources. Lastly, don't forget that the Sea God's Curse 2.0 still affects your Azura Sea. At the same rank, you need to invest 4 times the materials to achieve twice the scale." After listening to the foolish master, Yi Bai pondered, "So, to reforge the power of nature, I need to add lightning and wood elements to the Azura Sea first?" The foolish master nodded in confirmation. "Ugh," Yi Bai gasped, feeling a chill. "That will cost a fortune. Maybe I should just forget about reforging. If the power of nature could talk, it would be telling you to shut up right now," the foolish master scolded. Yi Bai felt the sting for a full 5 seconds before finally sighing. "All right, lightning and wood elements, got it? I'll go buy a ton of materials." With a flash of white light, he entered the trade realm. Yi Bai spread out 4 anonymous merit cards, each worth 100,000. "Hey buddy, give me 2 sets of lightning materials and 2 sets of wood materials." The goblin underling helpfully presented a list. "Brother 4. My boss had these materials prepared for you. Please check the list. The total is 400,000 war god merits." Just hearing the number made Yi Bai feel like he was nearing the threshold for using the heaven-tilting skill. Clutching the merit cards, he made one last attempt. "Didn't your boss mention any discounts or promotional giveaways?" The goblin underling smiled wryly and shook his head. "Nope. Yi Bai, you can have this. This one really isn't available," the goblin underling said earnestly. "Brother 4, let go. It's been 5 minutes. Just a little longer, a little longer." Sometimes, love means letting go. 10 minutes later, Yi Bai took several deep breaths and finally released his grip. The transaction was complete. With a wealth value dropped by 50, Yi Bai felt a deep grudge against the sea god. Calculating it all, that guy owed Yi Bai a total of 1.56 million war god merits. Carrying the materials for the 2 elements, Yi Bai returned to his private space. To his surprise, he noticed that 1/3 of the shadow element materials in the Azura Sea had already been absorbed. After confirming multiple times that the materials weren't eaten by Blue, he realized that Blue's presence had accelerated the absorption of the materials. In other words, Blue was speeding up Yi Bai's wealth consumption. For a moment, Yi Bai had mixed feelings, both love and hate for Blue. Placing the materials into the Azura Sea, Yi Bai forced himself not to look. Otherwise, his state of mind might collapse. 400,000 battle achievements turned to dust, and Yi Bai's heart ached as if being torn apart. He glared at the force of nature, gritting his teeth and threatened, "If you can't become SS-level equipment, you'll be firewood." In his private space, Yi Bai was drenched in sweat as he continuously tried various skill combinations and combat setups. Time flew by until the notification for the end of the Eternal Tower Challenge rang, prompting him to stop. He summoned the Eternal Core Crystal. In a flash of white light, Yi Bai's figure vanished, returning to Blue Planet. In the familiar setting of the dormitory in Camp C's special training area, Yi Bai felt a slight sense of comfort. After a busy night, he stretched and greeted the shadow in the black mist with ease. "Good morning, Master Jia." Shadow Jia responded coldly. "Morning. You should know what I'm going to say, right?" Yi Bai immediately raised his hand to stop him, speaking firmly. "Hold on, no matter how much you offer, I won't risk my life against King Hua. This time, it's not about the money." He calmly analyzed. "King Hua can't kill me, but I will ultimately kill him. This youthful version of King Hua is definitely not the real one. It's the last of the 8 fakes and 1 real. If I kill him, the real one will temporarily break through the power limit, which is exactly what King Hua wants." Yi Bai continued to reason. The older generation of warriors who survived bloody battles are all cunning foxes. King Hua is making such a big move. His real self is surely planning to create chaos. Since I've seen through his plan, why should I play along? I'm not stupid. Shadow Jiu fell silent, clearly acknowledging the validity of Yi Bai's analysis. But soon, he offered a condition that Yi Bai couldn't refuse. If you take down King Hua, I'll reveal my true origins to you. This stunned Yi Bai, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. The two fell into an eerie silence. Following his daily routine, Yi Bai brushed his teeth and washed his face, neatly arranging his toiletries. He wore the heavenly sword at his waist, carried the force of nature, and donned the nightmare wind, with the Shura sea faintly visible. His aura steadily rose, quickly reaching its peak. Opening the window, Yi Bai's gaze pierced through the eternal forest, focusing on the distant eternal tower. His expression was indifferent. With a hint of killing intent in his voice, he asked, Master Jiu, King Hua is hiding on the 95th floor of the eternal tower. Should I pick a good burial spot for him first, or go straight to kill him? Listening to Yi Bai, Jiu in the dark mist spoke coldly, with a hint of mockery in his voice. Are you really that brave? Yi Bai didn't mind at all. Instead, he gave himself a thumbs up, a confident smile on his face. Are you kidding? I'm super brave. Just wait till he comes looking for you. Jiu's voice came again, this time with a serious tone. Hua the madman's last clone has only one wish to challenge the strongest seed. Until this wish is fulfilled, his clone won't die. Yi Bai was taken aback, his mind racing. That's a lot to take in, Jiu Yi. He carefully analyzed Jiu's tone and speculated. From the sound of it, Jiu Yi probably tried to kill Hua Tianwang's clone but failed. Suddenly, Yi Bai remembered the conversation he had with Xiao Jiu last night. Xiao Jiu had said, Brother Hua is seriously injured. Now it seemed that Jiu Yi had played a significant role in that. Yi Bai thought to himself, this strike was probably tinged with some personal grudge. Since Jiu Yi had said so, Yi Bai decided to let Hua Tianwang off for now. After all, in a real fight, the outcome was uncertain. Yi Bai confidently estimated, right now, I'm probably evenly matched with Hua Tianwang. A 50-50 chance. 50% chance Yi Bai wins, 50% chance Hua Tianwang loses. That adds up to 100%. Very reasonable. He even imagined the battle scene. There's a 50% chance Yi Bai wins with full health, and a 50% chance Yi Bai wins by a narrow margin. After freshening up, Yi Bai left the dorm and went to the cafeteria for breakfast. He noticed Zhao Lin still hanging out with Fit, enjoying the freshest ingredients. While eating, Yi Bai muttered to himself, Jiu Yi, don't you think Fit getting injured is a bit too strange? Back in the abyss of stitches, only Fit was seriously injured. Even after leaving the abyss and returning to Blue Star, Fit was still gravely injured by the creatures. It's not that Fit is weak. It's like those creatures were specifically targeting him. Jiu surprisingly agreed with Yi Bai for once. It is a bit odd. But around the strongest seeds, anything can happen. Yi Bai tossed his bread into the spicy soup and finished it in one go, letting out a long breath. The way you put it, I'm starting to feel like something special. He suddenly remembered something and asked curiously, Jiu Yi, earlier Lan Lao told me that if a shadow of the general rank speaks to their protector, each word costs 2,500 gold coins. Just out of curiosity, how much does it cost for a war god rank shadow to speak? Jiu snorted. 10,000 gold coins? Wow, literally worth its weight in gold. Yi Bai thought he should chat with Jiu Yi more often. It felt like mining for gold, reading a novel and earning money at the same time. Yi Bai then asked quietly, by the way, Jiu Yi, is that little black box brother Zhongshan had a standard issue for shadows? He's Shadow 4399, quite a promising general rank. How come he doesn't have one? Jiu replied impatiently, typically, generals don't have the little black box. Only war kings can possess one. Yi Bai perked up and asked, Jiu Yi, didn't the last SS level mission I completed earn me a war king rank? Jiu laughed coldly. How about we make you a war god rank? Yi Bai seriously considered the suggestion. Not a bad idea. After a moment of hesitation, he shook his head. Better not. Rising too quickly might seem like favoritism. Finally, Jiu Yi, clearly annoyed, tossed a little black box to Yi Bai and warned. Enter a number and username yourself. Don't bother me this morning. Got it. Yi Bai, satisfied, took the little black box, feeling like he had just snagged a free phone. He hesitated, deciding not to enter 17173. Too low in the rankings, not impressive enough, he thought. 4399, 4396, 7777? After much deliberation, Yi Bai finally entered 4 digits, 8888. 8888. A good omen. He hoped that in the coming days, he could earn back the 400,000 War God merit points he had spent. After entering the username, the screen displayed, Dead Song King 8888 has logged in. Yi Bai was momentarily stunned, puzzled by the screen. I entered the number 8. How did it turn into Chinese characters? He looked closely at the ID. suddenly feeling like someone with a stutter was calling him a jerk. Thanks, I feel so insulted, Yibai muttered to himself with a wry smile. Yibai urgently whispered, Master Geo, how do I change this number? Master Geo, I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I want to challenge Wang Yi. I want to take on 10 of them. However, no matter how much he pleaded, the shadowy figure of Master Geo remained unresponsive, showing no sign of acknowledgement. With no other options, Yibai continued to fidget with the small black box in his hands. Let's go with this for now. Time to get started, he muttered to himself. Under his manipulation, the small black box transformed into a sleek black smartphone, blending seamlessly with its surroundings. Yibai began to search for user information. User Zhong Shaning Qi, would you like to add as a friend? The prompt on the screen made him pause. Lu Qingyao became Ing Qi, and it's been less than 3 days. That was quick, he marveled. But considering Zhong Shan's hidden strengths, it makes sense. Zhao Ziyan losing to him isn't really a disgrace. Continuing his search, Yibai encountered another new prompt. User Wuming Ingshi, would you like to add as a friend? The unfamiliar ID made him frown. Wasn't Ingshi the one who used to guard Elder Lan, Wen Jinghua, the master of Linlianken? This doesn't feel right. How far has Ing Qi fallen in rank? Yibai couldn't help but think of starting his search from Ing 99, believing it might be quicker. The sharp rise in the value of shadow materials last night clearly indicated intense internal competition. The strong were rising, while the slackers were being ruthlessly suppressed. After a difficult search, Yibai finally found a familiar ID. User Self-Destruct Kid Ing Ershir, would you like to add as a friend? Seeing the ranking, he gasped. Dropping from Ing Qi to Ing Ershir was a staggering fall. What shocked Yibai even more was witnessing Zhao Ziyan's ranking plummet from Ing Ershir to Ing Sanshiliu in just 10 minutes. The speed of the decline was more brutal than a stock market crash, with no bottom in sight. As Zhao Ziyan's rank continued to drop, Yibai suddenly realized a business opportunity. If Lao Su was the disgrace of the 9th-tier warlords, then self-destruct kid Zhao Ziyan might soon become the disgrace of the shadow warlords. Did this mean both of them desperately needed his encouragement? With this thought, Yibai felt as if a new world had opened up, and his money-making ideas became clearer. He immediately picked up the small black box and sent a message. Death song? Soon, the screen showed. Self-destruct kid is typing. Moments later, the reply came. Ahem, it's been a while since we last met. I must admit, I've missed our interactions. Unfortunately, I was gravely injured in a recent battle and have had no time for other matters. Reading Zhao Ziyan's words, Yibai fell into silence. He couldn't help but wonder if this self-proclaimed old man had really been outmatched due to his lack of hidden strengths. What a pitiful shadow, Yibai thought to himself. Sitting in the multimedia classroom, Yibai was casually fiddling with his new phone while chatting with Zhao Ziyan. His eyes occasionally glanced at the screen, and he teased, haven't seen you in a few days, and you've already jumped to the War King rank. Impressive. Zhao Ziyan raised an eyebrow and retorted, oh, you still have time to worry about me? Shouldn't you be more concerned about yourself? Yibai smirked, a glint of mischief in his eyes. At the rate you're dropping in rank, I feel like it won't be long before we meet at the War King level. Suddenly, Yibai frowned, looking puzzled. Wait a minute, how did a once formidable girl like you drop so fast? Are you sick or something? He said, pretending to diagnose her like an old doctor. Seventh brother, Yibai said with mock seriousness, your injury seems quite severe. Maybe you should see a specialist. Clearly, being called seventh brother amused Zhao Ziyan. Her expression softened, and her rank at 14 stabilized for the moment. She took a moment to vent her frustrations to Yibai. It's a long story, Zhao Ziyan sighed. It all started when Shura created windless distance. Yibai was taken aback, his face full of surprise. Oh? How did I get dragged into this? With Zhao Ziyan's explanation, Yibai finally understood the situation. It turned out that almost all the war gods in Shadow had learned windless distance. This divine skill, even if unusable in major abyss battles, was worth mastering as a trump card. Zhao Ziyan, for the sake of her pride, claimed she hadn't learned it. Since she hadn't, she couldn't use it without losing face. Thus, a strange scenario unfolded. Everyone challenging Zhao Ziyan realized she truly didn't use windless distance, effectively fighting with a handicap. She couldn't use it, but others could. And given that Zhao Ziyan didn't have many other tricks up her sleeve, who else would drop in rank if not her? After hearing this sad story, Yibai fell into deep thought. Zhao Ziyan had raised a sharp question that he hadn't considered before. Windless distance, in a way, was a revolutionary skill that had significantly altered the status of wind mages, with far-reaching impacts. So, how should Yibai counter this move? Since windless distance was publicly available, Yibai's enemies could also obtain the skill book. He wouldn't be surprised if abyssal creatures learned it someday. But how to counter it? Yibai had no immediate answers. However, he knew someone who might. Yibai picked up his phone and quickly typed a message. Seventh brother, Do you remember the soul-related project we talked about earlier? Yes. Have you finished it? Zhao Ziyan quickly replied. Yes, I'll send you 10 articles right now. Could you pass them on to Old Lon for me? Yi Bai continued typing. As a favor, could you ask Old Lon for something on my behalf? Yi Bai briefly explained his request. On the other side, Zhao Ziyan was slightly taken aback, thinking, can it really work like this? She gasped in surprise, marveling at Yi Bai's cleverness. Shortly after, Zhao Ziyan received 10 soul-related articles and forwarded them, along with Yi Bai's request, to Old Lon. At that moment, on the 11th floor of the Eternal Tower, one of the two resident scholars, Old Lon, was diligently working on the corresponding strategy for that floor. He hadn't been this busy in decades. At night, he ventured into the Eternal Tower, and when he couldn't advance, he worked on strategies. In just a few days, he had progressed from the 9th to the 12th floor, rapidly reaching level 89. Suddenly, his email notification dinged. Old Lon glanced at it and saw that Zhao Ziyan had sent 10 soul-related papers. He thought, writing one soul-related paper would take me a long time, even if I did it myself. Writing 10 at once? That's impossible, especially coming from Zhao Ziyan, a typical underachiever. Most people might have ignored it, but Old Lon opened the email. His eyes quickly scanned the content, and his expression changed. These were written by Shura. The quality of the papers was unexpectedly high, even better than what Old Lon could produce. After quickly reading through all 10 papers, Old Lon fell into deep thought. Many concepts in the papers were highly enlightening, making it difficult for him to digest them all at once. If this is true, the problem that has been troubling the ninth brother might have another solution. Old Lon murmured to himself. At that moment, his eyes fell on the last line of the email, and his expression changed again. Looking for a way to counter the windless step, and keeping it confidential clearly came from Azura. After careful consideration, Blue Lao realized that the key to countering the windless step wasn't the skill itself, but the restriction of space. By limiting rapid movement, the effectiveness of the windless step would be significantly reduced. However, this approach had obvious drawbacks. It would harm both the enemy and themselves, which clearly didn't meet Azura's needs. Blue Lao pondered for a moment, then took out his phone and dialed Xue Ming. I have a request I'll send you. Take the request form and find your second uncle, he said briefly before hanging up and temporarily putting Azura's matter aside. His gaze returned to the 10 research papers in his email, and Blue Lao fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, in the multimedia classroom of Training Camp Area C, the morning class had just ended when Yi Bai's phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Zhao Ziyan. Suicidal guy, Blue Lao replied to the email. There's an attachment. I'll forward it to you, Zhao Ziyan said succinctly. Yi Bai opened the small black box and found a tightly sealed oil paper package inside. Even through the packaging, he could sense the sharp sword energy within. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be what he thought it was? Carefully unwrapping the oil paper package, Yi Bai found 10 skill books lying quietly inside, with the ink not yet completely dry. He examined the content of the skill books closely. Skill name, Tear Wounds. Effect, deals continuous bleeding damage of 120 physical attack 15 magic power per second when slashing, and applies the Tear Wounds effect, lasting 5 seconds. Tear Wounds effect. The target carrying this effect will lose blood continuously while moving, suffering additional physical damage equivalent to 30 of the displacement distance, lasting 5 seconds. Cost, none. Cooldown, 5 seconds. At the end of the skill book, there was a short note. I strolled through the first abyss. An old friend's letter enlightened me slightly. This familiar tone, this casual yet profound style, was undoubtedly from Wuhan. Yi Bai rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. The whole process felt like a complex project outsourcing. Front-end personnel Zhao Ziyan raised the question. The Black Heart client Azura outsourced the project to Blue Lao. The product manager Blue Lao then sought the Walking Sword Sage Wuhan for the requirement, ultimately resulting in this Tear Wounds skill book. Yi Bai thought. This time he wouldn't bother Xue Ming. Using his second brother's sword to take advantage of his second brother's godson seemed too much. Besides, Xue Ming had likely already mastered this skill, so there wasn't much to gain. However, Old Su and Old Zhao were different. Yi Bai immediately took out the Lone Wolf medal and sent a query to Old Su. Old Su, do you want a skill book? At the same time, he proposed the same question to Zhao Ziyan through the small black box. After reading the skill description, Zhao Ziyan's eyes lit up with excitement. I want it. This skill is practically the nemesis of the windless step. As long as it has nothing to do with Azura. Yi Bai set the price at 1500 battle god merits, and Zhao Ziyan agreed without hesitation. Looking at the merits in hand, Yi Bai couldn't help but ponder if making money was always this easy. At that moment, Old Su also replied. Is there really such a skill book? I'll take one. No, two. How much for one? Yi Bai replied honestly. I just sold one for 1500 battle god merits. Old Su responded immediately. I understand the rules, 2000 for one. Yi Bai was surprised by this message. It was the first time he had seen someone willingly offer more, practically begging to be taken advantage of. Old Su's eagerness truly amazed him. Soon, Yi Bai's Wolf Den savings card had an additional 4,000 Battle God merits. In just a few minutes, he had earned 5,500 Battle God merits. Looking at the remaining 6 skill books, Yi Bai suddenly felt he might have underpriced them. Meanwhile, in the Shadow Cross-Level Challenge Arena, Shadow 49 Suicidal Guy returned to the familiar battlefield. Her eyes were exceptionally determined, her right hand resting on the sword hilt like a predator ready to strike. She thought to herself, with tear wounds in hand, the world is mine. Tear them apart for me. Shadow, challenging the arena above his rank. With the sound of a wound tearing open, a powerful fighter fell unwillingly under the incredulous gaze of the crowd. The self-destructing Guy won. Zhao Ziyan's bracelet glowed and the numbers on it changed rapidly, finally stopping at 13. Shadow 13. Her eyes were firm, her blood boiling with excitement. This wasn't about proving how great she was, but about showing others that she would personally reclaim what she had lost. With the remaining time, Zhao Ziyan rushed to her opponent and urgently said, "Quick, swear." The person shook their head with a helpless smile and swore by their true name not to reveal any details of the fight with Zhao Ziyan, especially the game-changing move that dealt damage through movement. After the oath was made, both figures flickered and left the arena, returning to reality. Yes, Zhao Ziyan cheered, pumping her fist in the air. She had made it to Shadow 13 in one go. Should she challenge Shadow 12 or 11 next? Despite her excitement, Zhao Ziyan didn't forget the biggest contributor to her success. Making the opponent swear to secrecy was a tactic taught by Death Song, and it worked perfectly. She took out a small black box and typed, "Self-destruct Guy, Death Song. My injuries have healed, and I'm back to 13. Death Song. Impressive, impressive. Self-destruct Guy. I'm planning to challenge Shadow 11. I have a 60% chance of winning. Death Song. 60%? That's practically a guaranteed loss. Why would you fight?" Zhao Ziyan pondered over the message. Her grades in school weren't high, but she paid attention in math. Death Song's math seemed worse than hers. How could a 60% chance be a guaranteed loss? Death Song. A 60% chance means you've already lost 40% before the fight even starts. If you lose another 40% during the battle, you're left with only a 20% chance. Round that down, and it's nearly zero. Zhao Ziyan read the message 3 times and felt it made some sense. Self-destruct Guy. So, what do you suggest I do now? Death Song. Lay low and strike when the time is right. Yi Bai then detailed his combat philosophy, enlightening Zhao Ziyan. He concluded, spend the most money, hide the most cards, and live the longest. If you can win with 1 card, don't use 2. Self-destruct Guy. Your words have opened my eyes. Let's drink together someday, but first, I must go fight some monsters. She was still the same idealistic youth, unchanged. Yi Bai put away the black box. Zhao Ziyan's matter settled. Now he had to worry about King Hua, who was expected to show up by this afternoon. Yi Bai had an agreement with Old Nine. If King Hua came, Yi Bai would fight him, and Old Nine would keep his identity secret. During a break at the training center, Feng Dong approached with a beaming face. "Brother Bai, dinner's on me tonight." He pointed to the cafeteria and whispered, "My treat. We'll have a special meal." Curious, Yi Bai asked what had him so excited. Fei Te added from the side, "He just spent all his money." Yi Bai looked at Feng Dong in surprise, thinking he must be seriously ill to be so happy about spending all his money. Just a small amount. Feng Dong waved it off, unable to hide his excitement. "I just bought a skill book for my nephew. The effect, well, I can't say. But one thing's for sure, this skill book is from a powerful fighter." Feng Dong tried to be mysterious, unaware that his cards had already been seen through. Yi Bai said with a half-smile, "Even if it was created by a battle god, how much could a skill book cost?" Feng Dong casually replied, "Not much, just 4,000 battle god merits." Spit, Yi Bai almost coughed up blood upon hearing the number. Well, Lao Su. Zhao Lin gasped in surprise, staring at the thick-browed, Baiji Lao Su before him. "You actually make money as a second-hand dealer? Unbelievable. And so much?" Zhao Lin turned his gaze to Donggu, his voice filled with disbelief. "I heard that 1 war god merit is worth 1,000,000 gold coins." "Donggu, you must be loaded." "Yes," Fate explained calmly. "He spent all the rewards from the last SS level mission." Yi Bai stood aside, feeling his heart bleed. He quickly did the math. He sold 3 tier wounds books for 5,500 war god merits, while Lao Su sold one for 4,000. In total, Yi Bai lost 6,500 war god merits. Trying to calm himself, Yi Bai could only comfort himself internally. It's okay. There will be plenty of chances to fleece Lao Su in the future. As the disgrace of the 9th tier war gods, Lao Su has a lot of room for improvement. Even if he just collected his salary over the years, he wouldn't be poor. Suddenly, Yi Bai realized something. He could use Lao Su to fleece Feng Dong. Azura himself couldn't conveniently make the money. Lao Su could act as a first-level agent, distributing various precious items provided by Azura. This would not only help Yi Bai expand his market, but also fleece more effectively. The only thing to ensure was that Yi Bai himself got the lion's sharino, that the middleman didn't mark up the price too much. As Yi Bai was lost in thoughts of money, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a familiar figure. It was a beautiful girl who looked like a piece of iron scraping Yi, the bad woman, as they called her. Today was supposed to be the day for the S-level talent training camp and Area B exchange. But since Yi hadn't yet fought Yi Bai, they came again. The bad woman entered the training hall, but didn't immediately seek out Yi Bai for trouble. She glanced at the time and saw it was already 3 o'clock. Gotta pee first, she muttered to herself. This was something Ju Yi had taught her. Go to the bathroom at regular intervals to live more like a human. Ju Yi always had these quirky teachings, labeling them as the first step to being human. Don't ask why if you do. He'll draw his sword. Standing in front of the restroom, the bad woman hesitated. She still had some trauma from getting beaten up in the men's restroom yesterday. Ultimately, she chose the women's restroom, hoping to wrap things up quickly. Just as she stepped into the empty restroom, a cold voice came from above, sounding like a sunny boy. Azura, I heard you cleared 5S last night? The bad woman was startled and could only manage to say one thing. Can you avoid hitting my face? That's my only request, please. Before she could finish, a fist the size of a clay pot came crashing down. Boom! The beatdown began instantly. A few minutes later, Yi wobbled out of the restroom, her face untouched but the rest of her body swollen. She smirked, her face showing a mix of mockery, coldness, and indifference. What a load of crap about Hua Tianwang, the second war god of humanity, Zhu Ye's rival, the best boxer in the world. All nonsense, she grumbled internally. He went all out and still couldn't kill me. Twice. I'm so tough, I should be Yi. Her head buzzing with chaotic thoughts, she suddenly saw 5 identical people before her. Rolling her eyes, she ultimately couldn't withstand Hua Tianwang's beating and fainted again, unconscious. Sunshine Boy version of Hua Tianwang agilely climbed out of the window of the women's restroom and quickly walked to the corner. In a low voice he called out, Xiaojio, let's go. What gidge? A slightly childish voice responded. Hua Tianwang's face changed dramatically, his pupils contracting. Someone was beside Xiaojio, and whoever it was had managed to avoid his detection and silently approached Xiaojio. Near the eternal forest, very few could achieve such a feat. A beast-like growl emerged from Hua Tianwang's throat. Old Jio, get lost. Ha ha ha! Zhu Yi let out his trademark villainous laugh as black mist rose instantly, spreading rapidly in all directions. Everyone was forcibly pulled into another dimension. 4 figures appeared. The vigilant Hua Tianwang, the slightly nervous child, a young man clad in shadow armor, and Shadow Jio. Hua Tianwang stepped forward, shielding Xiao Jio. Xiao Jio tugged at his sleeve, worried. Huagij, are you fighting again? Hua Tianwang responded softly. It's nothing. He turned to stare at the young man in shadow armor, noticing the Tianwang's sword at his waist. You must be Azura. Hua Tianwang asserted. I could never mistake that sword. Yi Bai nodded, yes. He had been secretly observing Hua Tianwang's brutal beating of a villainous woman to gather more information on his enemies. It had to be said, Hua Tianwang's strikes were ruthless, earning him the title of bathroom battle god. Hua Tianwang snorted coldly. Enough talk. Since you and Old Jio are both here, are you planning to kill me and bury me here? At the mention of kill, anxiety flashed across Xiao Jio's face as he tried to step forward, but Hua Tianwang pushed him back with a precise motion that stopped him without causing any harm. Yi Bai noticed this detail and narrowed his eyes. Hua Tianwang's attitude towards Xiao Jio was more protective, like that of a parent rather than an older sibling. 95th floor, third brother. What are you hiding from me? Yi Bai thought to himself. Did that old man follow me all night? SS level talent. Without a second awakening, Yi Bai steadied himself and spoke calmly. I, Azura, have always been upright and honorable, never taking advantage of others. Hua Tianwang's expression became serious, showing a hint of admiration. Yi Bai continued. You are severely injured and just fought Shadow too. If I were to engage in a life-and-death battle with you now, wouldn't that be as despicable as the Demon Clan? These words were so convincing that even Shadow Ju almost believed him. Hua Tianwang also became solemn, full of respect, and clasped his hands in a salute. Well said, worthy of being the strongest seed of our human race. This magnanimity deserves a few more punches from me. He then changed his tone. So, in your opinion, how should we fight this battle? Yi Bai suddenly asked. Have you ever flipped a coin? Hua Tianwang frowned. What? Yi Bai patiently explained. A coin has 2 sides, heads and tails. The more times you flip a coin, the closer the results get to the true probability. Basic probability theory, you should know this, right? Hua Tianwang's expression froze for a moment before he regained his composure and nodded. Of course, he thought to himself. Never show fear. Never admit ignorance. That would make me look foolish. Yi Bai proposed. So, deciding the outcome in one match is too random. Let's fight 99 times and see who wins more. That way, we get closer to our true skill levels. How about it? Hua Tianwang and Shadow Ju sighed inwardly. Azura sure knows how to exploit the system. No. Hua Tianwang rejected Azura's proposal. After a moment of hesitation, he said, if we were from the same generation, I would agree without hesitation. Yi Bai sneered internally. Same generation? You wouldn't even know who I am. Fight 99 times? Dream on. Hua Tianwang slowly said, given my current condition, I can only fight you 3 times at most. Fearing that Hua Tianwang might change his mind, Yi Bai immediately agreed. Then 3 it is. 3 it is. Hua Tianwang agreed. Though unaware of Hua Tianwang's plan or Jiu Ye's scheme, Yi Bai was ready for whatever came next. Yi Bai was acutely aware of the gravity of the current situation. He needed time to enhance his abilities, time to uncover the secrets of the 95th floor, and time to understand the schemes of the 2 old monsters. He decided to employ a strategy of delay. The first match will be held in Area C tomorrow, Yi Bai suggested, a shrewd glint in his eyes. We don't need to fight in an unclean place like the restroom. He cautiously avoided Hua Tianwang's home turf, fearing it might be a trap. Hua Tianwang nodded slightly, indicating his agreement with the proposal. Yi Bai continued, I'll decide the content of the first match, and each subsequent match will be decided by the loser of the previous one. Regardless of the outcome, we will fight 3 matches in total. How does that sound? Agreed. Hua Tianwang responded readily. The prospect of battling a top contender for 3 rounds was satisfying enough for him. He secretly admired the fairness of Shura. Not only did he avoid taking advantage, but he also allowed time for recovery. Hua Tianwang was convinced that Shura was a righteous person, reminding him of a sunny, upright nightmare from his past. Farewell. With the matter settled, Hua Tianwang left with Xiao Jiao. Ying Jiao did not stop them, allowing the 2 to disappear into the black mist. Once Hua Tianwang was out of sight, a piercing laugh erupted from the black mist. Hehehe boy, if I didn't know your true nature, I might have actually been fooled by you. Noble and upright. Hehehe, do you even understand the meaning of those words? Yi Bai shrugged helplessly. What choice do I have? I'm pretty desperate here. If I were to fight Hua Tianwang now, I'd have an 80% chance of winning, which almost guarantees defeat. He thought to himself, the high EQ way to say it is I don't want to take advantage of someone in a vulnerable state. The low EQ way is I need to wait until Shura C fully assimilates the lightning and wood materials to boost my win rate to 95 before making a move. Yi Bai exhaled deeply, gaining a deeper understanding of Hua Tianwang's strength. This formidable opponent brought unprecedented pressure, the toughest he had faced since his debut, aside from the projections of supreme beings. Even though battles in Jiu Ye's black mist space allowed for resurrection, Yi Bai was still unwilling to take risks. Hua Tianwang was one of the top 2 war gods among humans, a truly elite warrior. Underestimating him would certainly lead to his own demise. A 20% chance of failure for someone like him meant miracles were almost routine. As the black mist dissipated, Yi Bai returned to the training hall for the afternoon session. During dinner, he devoured 3 large bowls under Feng Dong's hospitality, seemingly trying to eat back the 18,000 war god merits he had lost. He decided to keep the remaining 6 Tear Wound books for now, refraining from selling them. After dinner and the evening training, Yi Bai returned to his dormitory, waiting for the midnight chimes. When the clock struck 12, he greeted Jiu Yi and entered the Eternal Tower to start his challenge. Although the personal rewards for his 5S performance on the 20th floor had not yet been distributed, he had already received Jiu Ye's permission to proceed. Select floor. 21st floor. As Yi Bai's voice rang out, the core crystal of the Eternal Tower flashed with a white light, and a familiar prompt echoed in his ear. Wishing you success in conquering the Eternal Tower. Player Shilua achieved an SSS rating and cleared the 21st level, instantly earning multiple rewards. The Eternal Tower's human race buff, Rolling Thunder, descended upon him, granting a series of powerful enhancements. Ambidextrous allowed him to wield different weapons in each hand without equipment restrictions for 6 hours. Sweeping Weakness exempted him from the weakness period upon death when returning to the Eternal Core City, also for 6 hours. Experience Boost increased his experience gain by 20 for 3 hours. And Rolling Thunder gave him a 15 chance to cast lightning skills twice, lasting for 6 hours. A flash of white light, and Yi Bai appeared in the Eternal Core City. He was secretly pleased with the results of achieving a 4S rating through proxy play. The content of the 21st level was straightforward, involving traditional monster hunting and leveling up. Yi Bai spent an hour and a half exploring to 100, raising his level to 221. He estimated that he could achieve at least one more 4S rating tonight. Suppressing the urge to check his attribute panel, Yibai decided to wait until the end of tonight's challenges to review his progress. He had planned a series of 3 consecutive battles with Hua Tianwang, which could grant him up to 72 hours. This was enough time to reach level 300 and complete his second talent awakening before the third battle. While Yibai was contemplating, the system suddenly notified him that he had received a 5S personal reward for the 20th level, which was far better than expected. The frozen lake, the frozen village, and the river of blood. Without hesitation, Yibai returned to his exclusive space to inspect the situation. Inside, Dracula was arm-in-arm with a robust-looking Western man, chatting happily. The man was Norman, who had regained his youthful appearance after breaking the cycle of curses. Dracula was enthusiastically promoting this place as one without 996 work culture, overtime blessings, or vampire bosses. Yibai wondered if Dracula was subtly mocking him, but quickly shifted his focus to the new rewards. The frozen lake spanned over 10,000 acres, clear and tranquil. The frozen village housed hundreds of villagers, who were observing from a distance. Yibai briefly instructed the werewolf Jack to handle the villagers' settlement, while he turned his attention to the frozen lake and the river of blood. Learning that the treasures in the frozen lake could enhance the Azure Sea, Yibai's eyes gleamed with greed, eager to dive in and retrieve the treasures. He then asked Dracula about the river of blood. With a serious expression, Dracula explained, "The most powerful beings of the vampire race are called ancestors, rumored to be true gods." Upon hearing this, Yibai fell into thoughtful contemplation. "But I suspect that the ancestor never became a god, or at least was 1 or 2 steps away from it." Dracula rarely showed a sincere expression, and Yibai gestured for him to continue. Dracula took a deep breath and began to explain. "The so-called river of blood is essentially the same as your Shura Sea master. After becoming a duke, a vampire opens a river of blood and uses its power in battle. When they become a prince, known as a war god among humans, they can even use the river of blood to resurrect." He then changed his tone, his expression growing serious. "A long time ago, forgive me for not remembering the exact date, the rivers of blood of all prince-level vampires suddenly went out of control. They tried to turn us into slaves." Yibai frowned, a hint of doubt in his eyes. "Does this out-of-control situation have anything to do with the vampire ancestor?" "Yes," Dracula nodded, his voice low. "Some say it was a sign of the ancestor's ascension to godhood, that he would become the master of all vampires. Others claim it was the result of his failure to ascend. After failing, the ancestor couldn't tolerate any vampires threatening his position, so he contaminated the rivers of blood, trying to turn all powerful vampires into his slaves." Yibai crossed his hands, his right index finger tapping lightly on the back of his left hand. "Sounds like something a vampire would do. But you're getting off track. Tell me about the river of blood that just appeared in the exclusive space." "Enough with the history lesson. There's too much speculation and too little useful information." Dracula smiled apologetically and led Yibai to the lowest level of the Eternal Night Castle. Beside an ancient coffin, a small red stream flowed quietly in a continuous cycle. "I have 2 guesses about the origin of this river of blood," Dracula said, pointing to the stream, his voice trembling slightly. "First, it could be one of the rare rivers of blood that wasn't contaminated by the ancestor. Second, it might be the original blood river that the ancestor has been seeking, the key to ascension for vampires." His expression turned solemn. "Regardless of which it is, this river of blood before us is enough to drive all vampires mad." Dracula continued to explain that he was also a victim when the rivers of blood went out of control, leaving many hidden dangers in his body. These issues wouldn't normally manifest, but once he faced higher-level vampires, or even the ancestor himself, he would be defeated instantly. However, the river of blood before them could completely resolve his problems. Yibai observed silently for a while, not commenting on Dracula's speculations. He realized that he could use this river of blood in battle, summoning it to increase his health cap by 50 million, improve his life recovery speed by 200, and enhance healing effects by 100. However, it would also double the damage he took from light-based attacks. Yibai knew well that he was ultimately human and had no intention of turning into a vampire, so he would only borrow its power temporarily. The reason Dracula was so restrained was simple. He understood Shura's mindset. Though Shura's actions were complex, his principles were straightforward, reward and punishment were clear. As long as Dracula worked diligently, this river of blood would eventually become his. After examining the river of blood, Yibai had no other immediate tasks. He patted Dracula on the shoulder and said, "Keep an eye on the captives. I'll continue my challenge and come back to deal with it later." "As you wish," Dracula replied respectfully. With a flash of white light, Yibai disappeared from the spot, heading to the 22nd floor of the Eternal Tower. Dracula gazed at the place where Yibai had vanished and murmured, "I wish you success in conquering the Eternal Tower." The Eternal Tower, 22nd floor. A flash of white light, and Yibai appeared out of thin air in front of a massive magic mirror. He glanced around cautiously, understanding at once. This was the legendary mirror image floor. Invisible rules seemed to permeate the air. Here, every action must be mirrored perfectly within a set time, or face punishment. At best, he would lose health. At worst, he would be eliminated on the spot. Yi Bai's reflection in the magic mirror flickered, then vanished. The mirror gradually became transparent, and eventually disappeared altogether. Just as Yi Bai was adjusting to his surroundings, a group of small monsters appeared 230 meters to his left rear. Without hesitation, he raised his right hand, and a blazing white lightning bolt obliterated the monsters instantly. A few seconds later, he raised his left hand, releasing an identical lightning bolt at an empty spot to his right rear. Interesting, Yi Bai thought, intrigued by these peculiar rules. Suddenly, the marble floor beneath Yi Bai's feet began to tremble and slowly lifted him into the air. The entire slab carried him as it flew, while the surrounding space constantly shifted, randomly spawning various monsters. The mirror image rule meant that for every step Yi Bai took forward, he had to immediately take a step back. This made it impossible for him to stray far from his starting point, requiring constant vigilance to return to the marble platform. Complicating matters further, progress on this floor depended entirely on the number of monsters killed. The total number of monsters was fixed. To achieve 100 exploration, all had to be defeated. Each spawn monster had a limited existence time. If not killed in time, it would disappear, and the corresponding exploration percentage would be lost forever. The combination of mirror image rules, a flying platform, and time-limited monsters made the 22nd floor exceptionally difficult. Historically, only two top experts, Nightmare and Wu Hin, had achieved an SSS rating on this floor. While other levels had seen geniuses barely touch SSS, the full clear difficulty of the 22nd floor was unparalleled. Even Yi Bai felt slightly uneasy upon first entering the 22nd floor. He activated his inside eye, quickly identifying monster spawn locations and times, while mapping out the most efficient kill routes and simplest action sequences in his mind. Soon, Yi Bai adapted to the unique environment. He focused intensely, executing each action with precision, eventually ignoring the inside eye's prompts altogether. Without needing to foresee monster spawns, he adeptly handled the situation. Yi Bai's movements became increasingly swift, unleashing his skills like a torrential storm. Star Pluck, Windless Distance, and Spark flew in rapid succession, decimating monsters left and right. In fact, conventional strategies for the 22nd floor emphasize simplicity and efficiency. If one move could defeat an enemy, no second move was necessary. The mirror image rules demanded replicating every action within a limited time, and any superfluous maneuvers would only cause trouble. However, Yi Bai had entered a state of flow, his mind calm and unburdened by any constraints. His every move was fluid, seemingly spontaneous yet perfectly executed, never triggering the mirror image rules penalties. Meanwhile, his exploration percentage soared, 10, 25, 46, soon surpassing 90. With a thunderous crash, the previously vanished magic mirror reappeared and shattered into countless fragments. From each shard emerged ferocious monsters, swarming towards Yi Bai with the intent to tear him apart. This was the most challenging test of the level, a flood of monsters appearing simultaneously, with any misstep leading to chaos and defeat. Shadow. Mirror. In his state of flow, Yi Bai closed his eyes and casually swung his sword. The familiar sensation felt as though it had happened just yesterday. Shadow elements swirled around Yi Bai, and shadows multiplied at his feet, each mimicking his movements and dealing lethal damage to enemies. Soon, 9 shadows coalesced and began to merge. 9 shadows became one, and Yi Bai's eyes snapped open as he charged forward like lightning. Star Pluck, he muttered, the Heavenly King's sword in his hand blazing with light. Curiously, Yi Bai's shadow did not move with him but instead darted in the opposite direction. Star Pluck, the shadow echoed, wielding an ethereal sword. As Yi Bai and his shadow separated, he wielded the Heavenly King's sword with devastating force, while his shadow mirrored his actions, wreaking havoc in the opposite direction. Half a second later, the Star Pluck skill ended, and Yi Bai returned to his original position, reuniting with his shadow. The inside eye provided a timely notification. No need to replicate mirrored actions. A faint smile played on Yi Bai's lips. This new discovery undoubtedly gave him a significant advantage. Just strike. The Heavenly King's sword in Yi Bai's hand cut through the night sky like a meteor, its light flickering as if countless shadows were battling in the air. Star Picker. Limitless Wind. Tear the Wound. Water Sever. Each move flowed seamlessly, every strike precise. Then countless shadows merged into one, and Yi Bai stood firmly in place as the Heavenly King's sword slowly returned to its sheath. In the next moment, numerous bloodlines appeared on the surrounding monsters' bodies, and they began to disintegrate bit by bit. Boom! A loud explosion, and the monsters were reduced to dust. The exploration indicator showed 100, but Yi Bai didn't rush to settle. His gaze fell on his own shadow, and a flash of enlightenment sparkled in his eyes. During the recent battle, he had gained new insight. Enlightenment has come, Yibai thought joyfully. Since achieving the skill life of all things, this was his first taste of the joy his second brother experienced. The feeling of sudden enlightenment was so wonderful, it was addictive. Yibai knew well that mastering enlightenment skills gets easier with practice. Crossing this threshold meant his comprehension had reached a sufficient level, and future enlightenment would depend more on timing. Compared to the first time he fused 6 elemental powers to achieve life of all things, this time, entering a state of selflessness to understand shadow techniques was much easier by 100-fold. Eagerly, Yibai checked his newly acquired skill. Skill name, unnamed. Effect, creates a shadow that mirrors all physical and shadow skills. The shadow inherits 100 of the user's health, deals 60 damage, and takes 200 damage. When near the user, the shadow can absorb damage. If the shadow is destroyed, the skill enters a 5-minute cooldown. The user can swap positions with the shadow within a 10 kilometers range at any time. Cost, 3,500 MP to maintain the shadow. The user consumes an equivalent amount of MP when the shadow uses a skill. Cooldown, none. Yibai nodded slightly, remarking not bad. This skill combines survival, mobility, and damage output. While not top tier, it was quite impressive given the stringent rules of the 22nd floor. In team battles, it could double killing efficiency. In solo fights, its survival and mobility benefits were particularly valuable. However, having gained the skill, naming it became a new challenge. Yibai found himself in a dilemma. He recalled his second brother's enlightenment, where 3 parts effort went into mastering the sword and 7 parts into naming the moves. Those exquisite names seemed to enhance the power of the techniques. Yibai once didn't understand why someone would shout out skill names in the heat of battle, until he witnessed his second brother's mesmerizing swordplay. If a skill name was dull, it might be better left unspoken. But his second brother's swordsmanship, moves, and their names were all so impressive, instantly elevating the overall style. Why did Yibai want to learn Heaven's Collapse? For the sheer elegance of it. Naming a skill was crucial to its usage frequency and couldn't be taken lightly. If a skill were named Father Above, Son's Reverence, even if it could obliterate a demon god, Yibai would refuse to use it. Putting away the skill panel, Yibai decided to postpone naming the skill. He summoned the Eternal Core Crystal to settle his clearance score. Just then, a new announcement reached everyone within the Eternal Tower, leaving some already numb. Congratulations to player Azura for achieving SSS level clearance on the 22nd floor of the Eternal Tower. Player Xiao Luo cleared the 22nd floor with an SSS rating, triggering a system notification and a flood of rewards. The entire human race in the Eternal Tower received the Clear Mirror buff, enhancing scouting skills by 50, the Shadow Stealth buff, increasing Shadow-type skill power by 50, the Overall Boost buff, raising all attributes by 20, and the Experience Boost buff, accelerating experience gain by 20. Despite their allure, these buffs come with time limits of 6 or 3 hours. When Yibai returned to his designated space, he appeared right next to Master Fool, startling her. Even Yibai felt a bit exhausted after achieving 2 consecutive SSS ratings in just 3 hours, especially following an epiphany that left him feeling drained. You had another epiphany? Master Fool asked in surprise. Yibai scoffed. Is that so strange? With a hint of concern, Master Fool cautioned, you should pace yourself. Sensing an underlying message, Yibai immediately inquired, what do you mean by that? To gather more information, he offered a trade. I'll exchange the details of my latest epiphany skill with you, right here and now. After a moment of hesitation, Master Fool agreed to the deal. Yibai explained the new skill in detail, admitting it wasn't as extraordinary as the All Things Reborn skill. When it was Master Fool's turn to share, she elaborated, epiphany skills sound wonderful, and the first one is indeed powerful. But if misused, they can deplete your potential rather than benefit you. Human inspiration is finite. She used an analogy. It's like an artist who can either spend time and effort creating a masterpiece or repeatedly draw eggs every day. No matter how well he draws, it's still just an egg. Hence, quality over quantity is key in epiphanies. Just as she was about to continue, she paused and smiled without saying more. Sensing an opportunity, Yibai proposed another deal. You can enter the frozen lake, but you can't take anything from it, just observe. Swear by the name of the Supreme Wanderer. Master Fool agreed willingly. She continued, your best bet is to control your desire for epiphanies and try to integrate more elements into your self-created skills. If you can successfully merge at least 3 types of elements, your next epiphany skill will be immensely beneficial. Yibai nodded thoughtfully, impressed by Master Fool's insight. He recalled that Grandpa Ju hadn't warned him about overusing epiphanies, likely because he never expected Yibai to have them so frequently. Setting aside the matter of epiphany skills for now, Yibai began to review his recent gains. Clearing the 21st floor with an SSS rating had rewarded him with an S-grade Golden Dragon Bow, while the personal rewards for the 22nd floor had yet to arrive, possibly due to server lag in the Eternal Tower. Glancing at the golden dragon bow and realizing he had no use for it, Yibai casually tossed it to Master Fool. Yibai recalled the advice given by the foolish master. Dismantle the useless S-level equipment to reforge the power of nature. The foolish master explained that the S-level materials rewarded by the Eternal Tower were extremely precious and could be used to create 3 pieces of equipment of the same level. She added that other forging masters might charge exorbitant fees, but Yibai need not worry about that. Upon hearing this, Yibai immediately took out 2 pieces of S-level equipment, the Frost Fury and the Gluttonous Claw. He decided to invest all these valuable resources into reforging the power of nature, hoping to upgrade it to SS level. Yibai thought to himself, if this doesn't work, then there's truly no other way. The foolish master took the equipment and reported the current progress. The wood and thunder materials needed half a day more to be fully absorbed by the Sea of Azura. She suggested that Yibai bring the power of nature in half a day, and she could start the forging process, which would take at most 1 day. She solemnly promised that if the forging failed, she would personally create an SS-level staff from her own pocket. Even in the worst-case scenario, the reforged power of nature would be among the best of the S-level. Yibai acknowledged the foolish master's professionalism and then returned to the Eternal Night Castle, heading straight to the dungeon to find Dracula. He asked directly if Dracula had prepared the background story for that person. Dracula shook his head, admitting that when he tried to extract the soul, he found the person's memories to be chaotic and insane, but some fragments seemed unusually real and vastly different from his own memories. He suspected that his own memories might be flawed, recalling the time when the Blood River was polluted and caused a riot, affecting him as a prince. Yibai observed the vampire prince, who was trapped in a bronze coffin and weakened from continuous bloodletting, and suddenly asked, if we stop the bloodletting for 6 hours, to what extent can he recover? Can the dungeon still hold him? Dracula pondered for a moment, and replied that it could contain a 4th-tier prince. He explained that the dungeon had been reinforced by the foolish master, and was more than capable of handling a 4th-tier prince. Additionally, the blood river that Yibai lent to Dracula had given him a significant advantage in the internal struggles of the vampire clan. Yibai nodded and ordered the release of the man's restraints, stating that he would be useful today. He then asked if the man could be revived if killed. Dracula felt a chill and was momentarily speechless. Yibai waved it off nonchalantly and said, never mind, it doesn't matter. A vampire prince, if he dies, he dies. It's no big loss. His death is better than mine. Dracula sighed inwardly, thinking, when it comes to being ruthless, no one can match you, Demon Lord Azura. Clearing the 22nd level with an SSS rating, Yibai was rewarded with a magic mirror. He sat down on a soft chair in the rest area, taking a deep breath. His personal terminal lit up, indicating that the previous Force-level personal reward had been credited. Yibai opened his backpack and took out the newly obtained SS-level special item, the magic mirror. The magic mirror shimmered with a mysterious light as Yibai carefully read its description. When the mirror reflects an object, it creates a highly realistic replica that is indistinguishable from the original but has no real effect. It can be used up to 3 times a day, and items of too high a grade cannot be replicated. Yibai's eyes lit up as a bold idea flashed through his mind. What if I use the magic mirror on money? But he quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. Such a trick might work on demons, but using it on humans would be too risky. He could already imagine Ninth Uncle drawing his sword if he found out. Ninth Uncle was famously strict. After putting away the magic mirror, Yibai stretched and began to think about his next move. He opened the strategy guide and glanced at the information for the 23rd level, frowning. The bad news was that levels 23 to 26 were interconnected. The good news was that the challenge involved navigating a massive maze. Yibai recalled his experience in the 3rd level, where his inside eye practically turned him into a dog, even making him howl, and couldn't help but chuckle. With 3 hours left on the clock, Yibai decided against continuing his progress. Based on his experience, the interconnected levels often had complex backstories and would likely take around 6 hours to fully explore. Looking around, Yibai noticed that Demangzi had also gone to the first abyss, leaving him feeling a bit lost. He smiled wryly and muttered to himself, drawing my sword and looking around, I find no sheep in my pen. With no other options, Yibai decided to return to the 22nd level to grind. The monsters on this level scaled with the challenger's level, capping at level 299. With his newly acquired shadow skills, this level was the perfect training ground for Yibai. Taking a deep breath, Yibai gripped his sword tightly. With the upcoming battle against King Hua, he needed to seize every moment to improve his strength. Although replaying levels didn't grant additional rewards, the experience points gained were more than worth it. Over the next 2.5 hours, Yibai cleared the 22nd level 4 times in a row. Through continuous combat, he became increasingly proficient with his new skills. However, he still felt a slight gap in fully mastering them. It was like peering through a thin veil, unable to see clearly, which was frustrating. Yibai realized that the lack of pressure was likely the issue. He had initially discovered these skills in a state of intense focus while trying to clear the 22nd level. Now that he had the skills, the level posed no challenge to him. Recreating that state of mind seemed unlikely. He didn't force himself, knowing that such things couldn't be rushed. After all, he wasn't a walking enlightenment machine like his second brother. After this intense training session, Yibei's level increased to 284. He opened his attribute panel to carefully review his growth. Eternal ID, Shilua. Talent, Inside ISS level. Level, 284. Class, Grand Archmage of Fury Wind, Fire, Thunder, Wood SS level. Second class, Grand Archmage of Shilua Shadow, Water SS level. HP, 6, 254, 8006, 254, 800. MP, 12, 378, 90012, 378, 900. Strength, 68, 58112, 141. Intelligence, 145, 7, 1610, 577. Spirit, 127, 89, 18, 641. Agility, 57 of 4910, 034. Constitution, 49, 467, 11, 571. Luck, 17. Equipment, Nature's Force, Nightmare Wind, King's Sword, etc. Skills, All Things Alive, Shadow in the Mirror, etc. Status, Blessing of Shilua Sea, Curse of the Sea God, etc. Due to his second-class template and the bonuses from 3 job advancements, Yibei's attribute gains from leveling were immense. Each level up for him was equivalent to several, even 10, levels for an ordinary person. With his intelligence breaking the 150,000 mark, his weakest base stat was close to 50,000. Except for his thunder skills, Yibei's other abilities relied heavily on his attributes to deal significant damage. He didn't push to reach level 300 in one go, as the remaining time wasn't enough for him to gain 16 levels. He decided to save it for tomorrow. Closing his attribute panel, Yibai stared at the remaining 30 minutes, a plan already forming in his mind. He decisively summoned the Eternal Core Crystal and input a new level 14. With a flash of white light, Yibai found himself once again standing before the Slaughter Monolith. This monolith recorded the projections of top human warriors throughout history. Although these projections lacked the original's innate talents, their other attributes and combat styles were remarkably similar. Yibai's goal this time was clear King Hua. Before facing the real King Hua, sparring with his projection was undoubtedly a wise choice. However, there was a problem. Yibai neither knew King Hua's real name nor his eternal ID. He had no choice but to search along the inscriptions on the monolith, and soon he made a discovery. Challenge the world's number 1 LV.101. Exploration rate 27. This description instantly confirmed it for Yibai. He didn't even need to use his inside eye. He directly selected the opponent. Before entering the slaughter space, Yibai carefully set the conditions. Level cap at 101. Attribute limit at 100. This way, he would face King Hua's projection under absolutely fair conditions. Although the projection lacked talents, Yibai's insight eye was also rendered useless here. Inside the space, a cold snort reached Yibai's ears first. You want to challenge the world's number 1 too? The tone of the message was unmistakably that of the old King Hua. Suddenly, a blade's light cut through the air, and a hint of surprise flashed in Yibai's eyes. King Hua was a swordsman. This detail had never been mentioned to him before. Ever since King Hua's rise, he had been famous for his martial arts, so why was he using a sword in his level 101 projection? With a clang, although Yibai lost the initiative, he quickly steadied himself and drew his sword to engage. In an instant, blades clashed and various spells intertwined, making the battle fiercely intense. Soon, Yibai's agile tactics allowed him to gain the upper hand, gradually suppressing King Hua's projection and ultimately winning with ease. He shook his head, realizing that projections could never fully replicate a real person's combat talent, merely repeating mechanical moves. Exiting the slaughter space, Yibai decided to challenge again, this time lowering his own level and attributes, raising the difficulty to level 100, 99 attributes. Another battle, another victory. Next, he further adjusted the conditions to level 90, 90 attributes. And so, half an hour flew by. In his final attempt, Yibai barely defeated the projection at level 80, 45 attributes. Any lower, and his win rate would drop below 90, making further attempts unnecessary. Time exhausted, Yibai left the Eternal Tower and returned to Blue Star. Through the window, he looked at the rising sun and energetically shouted, "Good morning, Jiuyi." The young man slightly curled his lips into a smile and said, "Ready to go hammer King Hua together?" Summer Camp, Zone C. The training hall in the early morning appeared particularly desolate. A faint, dark mist continuously seeped from the corners, enveloping the entire space. This was the battleground agreed upon by Yibai and King Hua. Meticulously arranged by Shadow 9, utilizing some of the rules of the Eternal Tower to alter the space. Even if one were to die in this battle, they could easily be revived. Yi Bai sat cross-legged on the ground, quietly waiting. The morning light couldn't penetrate the thin mist, only casting a golden hue over the training hall, creating a somewhat sacred atmosphere. In stark contrast to the golden light outside, the dim lights inside flickered incessantly, the silence so profound it was almost intimidating. Suddenly, rhythmic footsteps shattered the silence. Yi Bai slowly opened his eyes, a glint of sharpness flashing in them. Two people approached, one with smaller, hurried steps, following nervously, the other with light, steady strides, breathing evenly, exuding an aura as imposing as a mountain. Shadow 9 followed closely behind King Hua. Yi Bai had yet to uncover the origins of Shadow 9, but he was certain that Shadow 9 was not King Hua's true form. That purity and innocence, like a child stepping out of a painting, seemed unreal. King Hua, this youthful and sunny version of a king, had an imposing presence even before he arrived. Yi Bai couldn't help but marvel. Had he been born in ancient times, King Hua would surely have become a formidable hero, renowned as the greatest. Even in the modern era, winning a world championship in boxing or wrestling would be a cinch for him. However, born in the era of the Eternal Tower's descent, King Hua encountered a host of extraordinary individuals. The Nightmare was undoubtedly the foremost among them, with an SS-level talent and the mark of the strongest. In his first battle, he killed the fifth demon god Sun and single-handedly faced the supreme demon god. Even more terrifying, the Nightmare not only possessed unparalleled personal strength, but also gathered a group of loyal followers. In the same era were Master Jia's blade and Lan Zhexian's sword. This blade and sword were so overwhelming they left people breathless. King Hua had barely managed to break through to the level of a supreme war god, temporarily surpassing Lan Zhexian, but still faced Master Jia as an opponent. Although King Hua was confident he could defeat Shadow 9, Shadow 9 refused to engage him. Just as King Hua declared himself the world's greatest, Wu Hin emerged. With one sword, he made gods and demons bow. Facing the supreme Wu Hin, King Hua was wholeheartedly convinced of his inferiority. After Wu Hin's departure, the supreme Xiaoyao appeared. King Hua eagerly went to challenge him, only to find that Xiaoyao resided permanently on the 99th floor. To challenge him, one had to reach at least the 99th floor. Ignoring all advice, King Hua forcibly unlocked the 95th floor, and as a result, went mad. Now, King Hua lies in a black coffin, seemingly dead, with only faint breaths echoing in the darkness. He waits, waiting for the appearance of the next supreme seed. He instructed his followers that the moment news of a supreme seed arises, they should immediately awaken him. Even if it meant shortening his lifespan, King Hua would relentlessly torment himself in the throes of death and chaos, teetering between madness and lucidity, just to witness the rise of the new generation's strongest contender. His eyes burned with an unyielding fire, determined to challenge these formidable seeds once more. This time, he had to win. And after winning, he had already planned a monumental act, something a true man should do, a grand achievement he had dreamed of completing decades ago. As the black mist receded like a tide, a passageway was revealed. Two figures, one large and one small, slowly emerged, appearing before Yi Bai. Though it was a short distance, to the young King Hua, it felt like he had traversed a long lifetime, his eyes filled with the weariness and reflection of years. He had finally reached this moment, standing before the supreme contender, Shura. Xiaojiu, step back. King Hua gently pushed Xiaojiu aside, his hand lightly resting on the back of his head. Xiaojiu reluctantly retreated, his eyes full of worry. Noticing Xiaojiu's concern, Yi Bai reassured him, "Don't worry, I won't be beaten to death." Yingjiu couldn't help but tease, "King Hua, please, Xiaojiu isn't worried about you at all, okay?" Xiaojiu's face turned red, and after a moment of hesitation, he politely said, "Handsome brother, you don't get hurt either." Yi Bai smiled and nodded, "Thank you." Dressed in a black short-sleeve shirt and canvas shoes, King Hua exuded the aura of a poised black tiger, ready to strike. He got straight to the point. "How are we fighting this?" Yi Bai, already prepared, responded directly, "No holds barred combat." "What?" King Hua doubted his ears. "No holds barred combat?" Despite his high standards, King Hua always respected his opponents. To him, the greatest respect for an enemy was to defeat them with all his might. He treated Shura no differently. During this period, he had meticulously studied Shura's every move, even obtaining a detailed record from Xiaolan. Shura's performance in the Abyss of Stitches, especially the line "close call," almost got counterkilled, had left a deep impression on King Hua. In King Hua's understanding, Shura seemed like a strategic thinker. Since they had agreed to 3 bouts, it made sense to use the rules to the fullest. Unexpectedly, Shura suggested a no-holds-barred fight. This could only mean one thing. Shura believed that an unrestricted battle would be more advantageous for him. A slight smile appeared on King Hua's lips, and a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. This is getting more interesting. All right, when do we start? Right now. Yibai clasped his hands in respect and said, Junior Shura, please instruct me. Old man Hua, the best in the world, let's go. King Hua raised his right hand, beckoning his opponent to make the first move. He thought to himself, since Shura suggested an unrestricted fight, he must have something up his sleeve. King Hua was eager to see what kind of ace Shura had that made him so confident. As soon as King Hua uttered go, Yibai suddenly turned to Jiu Yi and whispered, Jiu Yi, I have dirt on Nightmare from the 20th floor. Get him. The black mist trembled slightly, followed by a classic villainous laugh. King Hua was utterly confused. Translate. What the heck does no-holds-barred combat mean? No-holds-barred combat, it turned out, meant someone could use dirt on a supreme contender to call in reinforcements, without technically breaking the rules. King Hua suddenly understood and roared in anger. So this is what no-holds-barred combat means? The sword, unable to be restrained any longer, was drawn from its sheath. In the midst of the black mist, Ingjio slashed forward with his right hand. The blade glinted like lightning, and a terrifying energy instantly tore through the space, surging forth with destructive power. The force of this strike was so immense that even the space Ingjio had created began to tremble and collapse, unable to withstand the terrifying blade light. Yibai witnessed this earth-shattering scene and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Master Jio's strike is truly terrifying. However, when the blade light dissipated, King Hua stood there unscathed. Yibai, in disbelief, glanced at King Hua and then at Master Jio in the black mist, and couldn't resist commenting, Master Jio, did you change your name to No Trace? Your blade leaves no marks on the body? No harm in the mist? Ingjio coughed lightly, his face unchanged, and said, too bad, I missed. You all carry on. Remember to send me a copy of the materials for the Nightmare of the Supreme. This statement was undoubtedly proving to Yi by what it meant to take money without doing the job. Yibai sighed inwardly. Great, Master Jiu just freeloaded those materials. However, through Master Jia's recent move, Yibai confirmed another thing. Recalling the blade techniques of King Hua's projection he witnessed last night, Yibai pondered. What exactly is the relationship between Master Jio and King Hua? Both are masters of the blade, yet they are completely different. King Hua's strikes are ruthless and decisive, cutting through mountains and demons alike, always moving forward. Master Jio's strikes, on the other hand, are grand and domineering, exuding an aura of supremacy and disdain for all. Yibai knew well that while a person's character can be disguised, the blade never lies. As Yibai was lost in thought, King Hua roared, Dare to be distracted while facing me? Before the words even settled, he shot out like an arrow, leaving afterimages in his wake. In the blink of an eye, King Hua was in front of Yibai, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! The punch landed on Yibai's illusion, shattering it instantly. Yibai had already used his ghostly steps to create distance. King Hua snorted disdainfully. Sneaky tricks, not worth mentioning. Clearly, this blunt king had no qualms about showing his disdain for shadow skills. Ingjio, standing nearby with his left hand on his sword hilt, felt a tinge of regret. He thought to himself, if I had just chopped that lunatic Hua down with one strike, there wouldn't be any personal grudges. But then again, he would rather see that brat getting beaten to a pulp by Hua. After all, he could always cut down Hua anytime. But watching that brat suffer was a rare treat. Ingjio had to admit, Yibai's growth rate was astounding. In less than a month, he had already reached the power level of a war god. Give him another month, and level 500 would be a certainty. No, even half a month might be enough. The battle continued fiercely. King Hua's relentless punches shattered all of Yibai's illusions, leaving only his true form. Yibai fought back with all sorts of spells and skills. Heavenly thunder. As the terrifying red lightning was about to engulf King Hua, he remained unperturbed. Just before the lightning struck, he whispered, Thunder armor. A cyan shoulder guard appeared on his left shoulder, instantly negating all the lightning damage. Before Yibai could even be surprised, Ingjio leisurely explained, Did I forget to tell you? King Hua has made great contributions to the human race, always charging at the forefront in battles. To honor his achievements well, mainly to prevent this old fool from getting himself killed, Nightmare of the Supreme crafted an SS-class armor set for him. Oh, and by the way, lightning immunity is just one of the Thunder armor's features. It also reflects lightning damage. Yibai was left with nothing but question marks in his mind. His insight I provided more information. This SS-class equipment was incomplete, and the opponent could summon a maximum of 6 armor pieces. This is straight up cheating. What's the point in fighting? Yibai felt like surrendering on the spot. He had 6 elemental professions, but the opponent could summon 6 armor pieces to negate the corresponding damage. Yibai's frustration was palpable, as if suffocating. The battle raged on, with King Hua relentlessly pursuing. leaving Yi Bai struggling to keep up. This was no longer a back-and-forth fight, but a one-sided slaughter. Yi Bai knew full well that King Hua was unlike any opponent he had faced before. Others would suffer when Yi Bai got close, but if King Hua got close, it was a matter of life and death. You can go straight to the feast. King Hua roared, his fist smashing through the newly formed shadow in an instant. He stomped the ground, causing it to crack and spread like a spider web, sending debris flying. Azura, is running away all you can do? King Hua bellowed, his eyes flashing with a murderous gleam. Yi Bai smirked slightly. If I say yes, will you stop chasing me? Before he could even finish speaking, King Hua accelerated again, shooting towards Yi Bai like an arrow. His fists rained down like a storm, each strike accurately destroying the shadows Yi Bai created, forcing his true form to appear. Yi Bai's expression grew serious as he struggled to hold up against the relentless onslaught. Thanks to the power of the Azura Sea, he managed to endure King Hua's fierce attacks so far. Yi Bai keenly noticed that King Hua seemed unable to summon the Eternal Sea, possibly due to the cost of splitting himself into 9 parts. This realization brought a glimmer of hope to Yi Bai. Without the Eternal Sea, he had the home field advantage. Throughout the battle, Yi Bai continued to create shadows and water orbs. The shadows provided mobility, while the water orbs served both healing and offensive purposes. Paired with skills like Wind's Distance, King Hua found it difficult to pin Yi Bai down. Yi Bai attacked while retreating, continuously unleashing skills like Wind Fury, Ignite, and Wind's Distance. In response to these flashy moves, King Hua was unyielding, summoning Wind Armor and Fire Armor to join his Thunder Armor, forming a triple-layer defense. King Hua shattered the last shadow with a punch, aiming straight for Yi Bai's true form. This ends now, he roared. In that critical moment, a gleam of brilliance flashed in Yi Bai's eyes. He suddenly opened his exclusive space, and a coffin appeared abruptly between them. King Hua couldn't retract his punch in time, his fist piercing through the coffin. A furious roar erupted from within, and a mindless vampire prince of the 4th-tier warrior god level sprang out, entangling with King Hua. Under normal circumstances, King Hua could easily dispatch this vampire. But now, with his self-imposed level suppression, lack of Eternal Sea support, and the need to guard against Yi Bai's hidden attacks, the situation became precarious. Blood armor. King Hua growled, his right arm instantly covered in a layer of red armor. With a fierce swipe, the armor exploded, obliterating the vampire prince in an instant. King Hua pressed his advantage, charging straight at Yi Bai. Forced to prematurely release his unfinished raging sea, countless waves surged forth. But King Hua, unimpressed, shattered the waves with his bare fists. With each punch, his battle aura grew stronger. Realizing the dire situation, Yi Bai knew he couldn't continue this tug-of-war. He decisively drew the Heavenly King's sword from his waist, its light as sharp as snow, meeting King Hua Hiden. Star Pluck. Wind's Distance. Yi Bai moved like the wind, appearing on the other side of the battlefield. However, a dark shadow suddenly emerged behind him. Too slow. King Hua sneered, having deliberately slowed down earlier for this lethal strike. Boom! King Hua's long-prepared punch landed heavily on Yi Bai's back, dealing astronomical true damage. Yi Bai's armor shattered instantly, his health plummeting to the brink of death. In the nick of time, Yi Bai swung his sword backward with a flourish. Heaven's Reversal? This was the moment he had been waiting for, the deliberate opening to lure King Hua in. With Heaven's Reversal, Yi Bai had a lifeline. All things born. Spring rain. Summer flame. Autumn wind. Winter wood. The seasons cycled instantly, clearing Yi Bai of all negative statuses and granting him a massive shield through winter wood. Chaos Thunder. After the seasonal cycle, dark lightning crashed down, mercilessly striking King Hua and dealing terrifying true damage. 4 consecutive bolts of Chaos Thunder followed, overwhelming even the SS grade armor. This was Yi Bai's meticulously planned tactic. Feign weakness to draw King Hua in, then use Heaven's Reversal to survive and counter with Chaos Thunder. Such a combo would be deadly even to Yi Bai himself. Faced with the relentless Chaos Thunder, King Hua's expression darkened. There was no way to dodge or retreat. Defeat seemed imminent. Yet, in that crucial moment, King Hua suddenly unclenched his right fist, slicing forward with his hand like a blade. Yi Bai's pupils contracted. This move looked all too familiar. As the Chaos Thunder struck, King Hua stood unyielding in the sea of lightning like an undying war god. When the thunder finally dissipated, King Hua, exuding a burnt smell, spat out a puff of black smoke and revealed a set of gleaming white teeth. He smiled at Yi Bai and said, "So, you know Heaven's Reversal too?" Facing the soul-searching question from King Hua, Yi Bai had only one thought. I'm doomed. Both sides activated their Heaven's Fall ability almost simultaneously, and the remaining 5 seconds of locked health ticked away like a countdown. Yi Bai, leveraging the effects of Autumn Wind and Winter Wood from Nature's Bounty, not only fully restored his health but also gained a substantial shield. The bloodthirsty desire of nature's force further boosted his maximum health. This meant that King Hua couldn't kill Yi Bai within 5 seconds, but the reverse was also true. At this moment, Yi Bai finally understood what Master Jiu meant when he said, "Heaven's fall is a cursed skill." Using it was already bad enough, but facing an enemy wielding it was even worse. The battle was far from over. Yi Bai had planned ahead, precisely calculating the number of sure shots before activating nature's bounty to ensure a 100 trigger of Shadow of Rebirth. He didn't need to win with nature's bounty. He just needed to survive these 5 seconds. Autumn wind, Yi Bai shouted, and King Hua's figure momentarily stalled. The slowing effect gave Yi Bai a chance to breathe as he tried to create distance. But King Hua was relentless, his fists raining down like a storm. Boom, the first punch came, and Yi Bai immediately used Thunder Spirit phasing, thinking he could avoid physical damage. However, King Hua's furious punch struck his soul, causing Yi Bai to cancel the phase state in pain. Since he couldn't escape, Yi Bai decided to face the challenge heat. For the next 3.86 seconds, the two exchanged blows without defense. Although Yi Bai's close combat skills were inferior, wielding the Heavenly King sword, he met King Hua's punches heating every time. Bang, just before Heaven's Fall ended, Yi Bai was sent flying by a heavy punch. King Hua's aura surged, clearly preparing for a final killing move. But Yi Bai wouldn't give him the chance. Spring Rain, Summer Flame, Chaos Thunder. He unleashed his skills in quick succession, 4 bolts of Chaos Thunder targeting King Hua's health bar. Noticing that King Hua had lost his armor's protection, Yi Bai didn't hold back, pouring all his skills into the attack. However, a red barrier suddenly appeared, blocking all the damage. King Hua vanished instantly, reappearing right in front of Yi Bai and smashing down with his right fist. Crack, Yi Bai shattered into a shadow, saved by the prearranged mirror image. Star Pluck. Windless distance. Yi Bai, holding the Heavenly King sword, executed a swift counterattack, closing in on King Hua. Even though he fell for another trick, King Hua still countered with a punch, sending Yi Bai flying again. The collision sound alone indicated Yi Bai had lost a considerable amount of health. The battle raged on, growing more intense as these two formidable warriors clashed. If it weren't for his exceptionally high health and shield, Yi Bai would have been killed long ago. Hua Tianwang turned his head and glanced down, only to see a thin cut on his lower back with blood slowly seeping out. Yi Bai's final strike had drained the last drop of his health. The surrounding black mist surged like a tide, completely engulfing Hua Tianwang. In an instant, the mist dissipated, revealing a fully rejuvenated Hua Tianwang, brimming with vitality, standing before Yi Bai once more. In contrast, Yi Bai was battered and bruised. His body was riddled with soft tissue injuries, and the excruciating pain from his broken ribs made it nearly impossible for him to stand. His face was as pale as paper, and his legs trembled slightly, as if he could collapse at any moment. Although Yi Bai had ultimately won the battle, the cost was enormous. Yi Bai turned his head with difficulty towards Jui, who was shrouded in the black mist, and forced a bitter smile through his pain. "Can you heal me too?" He longed to be restored to full health. "All right," Jui replied succinctly. Before Yi Bai could react, Jui drew his blade and swung it at him. As the blade passed through, Yi Bai felt no pain. He wondered why those who had been struck by Jui before had screamed in agony. With eyes closed and then reopened, Yi Bai found his injuries instantly healed, as if reborn. This must be a Buddhist sword technique, meant to send people to reincarnation, Yi Bai mused, satisfied with Jui's treatment. He quipped, "Nice healing, but next time, no more of that." Hua Tianwang, looking at the fully recovered Yi Bai, spoke with a hint of pride. "You won?" Yi Bai was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Through this battle, he had deeply felt Hua Tianwang's suffocating close combat prowess. In pure hand-to-hand combat, Yi Bai stood no chance. This fight had pushed him to his limits, and he had barely avoided defeat. What alarmed Yi Bai even more was the suspicion that Hua Tianwang hadn't gone all out. Since they had agreed to fight 3 rounds, there was no need for Hua Tianwang to use his full strength in the first. It seemed Hua Tianwang's true intention was to push Shura to his limits, making him stronger before defeating him in one decisive strike. Having barely won the first round, Yi Bai had exhausted his potential and had no idea how to approach the upcoming matches. The battle had left him utterly drained, and he lacked even the energy to review the fight. All he wanted was to collapse into a deep sleep. As Hua Tianwang acknowledged his victory, the surrounding black mist began to gather, and Jui's figure merged into Yi Bai's shadow. Yi Bai respectfully looked at Hua Tianwang and asked, "Would you mind if I made a call?" Hua Tianwang nodded. "Go ahead." Out of combat, he once again assumed the kindly demeanor of an elder. Yi Bai took out a magical conch and tapped it lightly. "Hello, hello?" From the other end of the conch came Xuemeng's voice. "Hello, hello, can you hear me? 3 stripes?" Yi Bai was taken aback. "What 3 stripes?" The sound of jade clinking came from the conch, followed by a muffled voice saying, Pong. Yi Bai looked at the magical conch in confusion, and his eye of insight activated. He heard a rapid exchange of dialogue. Great demon god. Pong. Second demon god. 50,000. Fifth demon god. Kong. Win. All green. Self-draw with a flower. Each of you has to hit me 12 times. Huang Liang and Nan Ku each count as 6 hits. Second demon god. Take it easy. Don't break the table. It's worth more than your head. Yi Bai felt conflicted. I spent a fortune to get you into the first abyss, and now you're playing mahjong with the demon gods. He calculated that he needed to find a way to get something out of the demon gods. Luckily, the magical conch had a voice-changing function, so he wasn't worried about revealing his identity. Clearing his throat, Yi Bai said calmly, I just fought Huang. The other end of the conch fell silent. Yi Bai could almost see one human and 3 demon gods perking up their ears. Finally, Xueming couldn't contain himself and asked, So, what happened? The other 3 demon gods quietly praised him for asking the question on everyone's mind. Yi Bai didn't answer immediately. Instead, he pulled out 2 5 yuan bills and rubbed them in front of the conch. After a while, Xueming spoke again. They've all paid up. You can tell us now. Just as Yi Bai was about to answer, he suddenly said, the signal's bad. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. The great demon god quickly shouted, double, double, super double. Clearly, the 3 demon gods were extremely curious about the outcome, willing to pay extra for the information. The clash between the strongest human seed and a top-tier war deity was worth a fortune to them. Yi Bai spoke again. The signal seems to be back. Xueming pressed on. So, did you get knocked out in 3 punches? At that moment, despite his pale face, trembling hands, and a soul that seemed to be wailing, Yi Bai, looking ragged, replied in a calm tone, I won, decisively. I won. Overwhelmingly. Yi Bai's 3 words hit like a sledgehammer, plunging everyone on the other side of the mystical conch and the magic city into silence. This brief declaration caused the demon gods to spend 180,000 war god merits on him. The voice of the 5th demon god came through again, uttering just 2 words, whiteboard. Clearly, Shura was unwilling to provide them with more information. Yi Bai thought to himself, since that's the case, why not keep playing cards and find a way to make these beings end their own lives sooner? Mengzi, turn off the speaker. I have something private to discuss with you. Xueming held the mystical conch to his ear, listening to Shura's deep voice. Yi Bai urgently said, the great demon god has 2, 5, and 8 circles to complete. The 2nd demon god is working on 13 wonders. The 5th demon god is waiting on 5 and 8 characters. You should go for a single suit with strips. After giving his advice, he added, is it too much to ask for 90% of your winnings this round? Xueming nodded seriously, all right. He hung up the call and played his cards according to Shura's instructions. A few minutes later, Xueming laid down his hand. Pure suit, self-drawn, I win. Putting aside Xueming's mahjong game in the abyss, Yi Bai turned to the sunny young man, Hua Tianwang, with a sheepish grin. Senior, I was fooling them, he explained somewhat guiltily. They're all demon gods, very wicked. We can't tell them the truth, or we'll be exposed. Yi Bai's excuse actually made some sense. Hua Tianwang, not one to be petty, waved his hand dismissively, indicating he wasn't bothered. 3 words. Next time, hit Shura 18 times. And with that, the matter was settled. Yi Bai continued, as per our previous agreement, you get to set the rules for the next battle. In truth, Yi Bai was already prepared to forfeit the second match. Fighting under the enemy's rules? What a joke. Yi Bai never did such things. That's basically a death sentence. Hua Tianwang was clearly prepared. He laid out his plan. For the next round, we'll compete in weaponry and hand-to-hand combat. No skills allowed, level capped at 1. All attributes capped at 10, and infinite health bars. Special protective gear will be worn, and points are scored upon contact. The highest score wins. It sounded quite fair. Plus, with levels and attributes capped, Yi Bai wouldn't get beaten too badly. In other words, no beatings next round? Woohoo, let's go. Just as Yi Bai was about to nod, Hua Tianwang added quietly, no surrendering or forfeiting allowed. The bug has been fixed. Yi Bai snorted inwardly. Do they think so little of me, Shura? Am I the kind who would surrender or forfeit? No surrendering. Huh? Then let's go all out. Finding bugs in the system? That's child's play for Yi Bai. Hua Tianwang continued. If during the fight you dare to lie down and do nothing, I'll use my real skills and hit you 3 times. Still remember the pain from my rage punches? Yi Bai hurriedly nodded. Yes. It hurt a lot. Hua Tianwang was pleased with Yi Bai's reaction and continued. A full force punch from me would hurt 10,000 times more than those rage punches. Well, that settled it. Abandoning any thoughts of surrendering or slacking off, Yi Bai could only accept his fate. What about the timing? Tomorrow afternoon. All right. With that, Hua Tianwang called for Xiao Jiao and was about to leave. Wait. Yibai mustered his courage and came forward with a smile. Since you're out and about, why not stay a bit longer? I spent a lot of money to forge a new identity for you. You're now a member of the special training camp. Why not stick around and see how the new generation performs? You could also give them some guidance. Hua Tianwang hesitated for a moment. Xiao Jiu tugged at his sleeve, looking at him with pleading eyes. He seemed a bit scared of returning to the Eternal Tower. Hua Tianwang patted his head gently and whispered, "Don't be afraid. I'm here. No one will hurt you." After comforting Xiao Jiu, Hua Tianwang looked at Yibai and nodded in agreement. Take Xiao Jiu to get something to eat first. Got it. Yibai grabbed Xiao Jiu and walked away, casually chatting with him. Xiao Jiu, what do you like to eat? I don't know. Xiao Jiu curiously asked, handsome brother. Is there anything you want or something you wish to do? Suddenly, she remembered something and quickly added, oh, right, could you stop hitting brother Hua? Yibai looked at Xiao Jiu helplessly and corrected her. Xiao Jiu, please get it right. I'm the one getting beaten up. After training, Yibai and Xiao Jiu walked out of the training hall one after the other, while Shadow 9 and Hua Tianwang stayed behind. It was clear they had something to discuss. Yibai suddenly stopped after a few steps. Xiao Jiu asked in confusion, handsome brother, why did you stop? I'm waiting for someone, Yibai explained patiently. If I'm separated from my shadow for too long, I could die. Yibai was always cautious about his safety. Inside the training hall, Hua Tianwang also noticed something unusual outside. He asked Shadow 9, why isn't Xiao Luo leaving? Shadow 9 replied coldly, that coward is afraid of dying. Then he changed the subject and directly asked, Hua madman, where's your real body hidden? At the Eternal Tower, Hua Tianwang said without hesitation, even with a hint of provocation. Old 9, if you have the guts, go in. Shadow 9 chuckled sinisterly, if I can't even enter the Eternal Tower, and you, a piece of trash, can't even beat me? Then he looked outside the training hall, his voice changing slightly, Xiao Jiu, is it what I think? When it came to Xiao Jiu, Hua Tianwang's attitude softened noticeably. Yes, he answered briefly. Shadow 9 fell silent. After a moment, Hua Tianwang spoke, after I die, take care of Xiao Jiu. Join the shadows? Shadow 9 retorted. No. Hua Tianwang shook his head. Just let Xiao Jiu live like a normal person. The shadows you founded are not a place for normal people. He paused and continued, don't tell Xiao Jiu anything about me. This kind of thing, you old shadow dweller, should be best at. Shadow 9 snorted coldly, clearly displeased with this remark. Enough. The coward outside has eavesdropped enough. Let's go. With that, Shadow 9 turned into a shadow and merged back into Yibai's shadow. Yibai pretended not to notice, leading Xiao Jiu towards the cafeteria. But inwardly, he thought to himself, eavesdropping? I, Xiao Luo, am upright and aboveboard, never stooping to such lowly acts. I was openly and boldly listening with my head poked out. After breakfast, Yibai returned to the training hall. The morning session was a combat class. The instructor introduced a new member, named Hua Tianyi. The name Hua Tianyi sounded odd but didn't seem out of place in the training camp. Dressed in black combat gear, Hua Tianyi strolled casually through the hall, picking opponents at random and knocking them out with a single punch. Wang Zheng, sporting a black eye, came to the rest area. Brother Bai, who is this Hua Tianyi? He's so strong. He had just asked when he saw Hua Tianwang punch Lu Sueki's giant bird into a half-dead state, and then walk away nonchalantly. The healing instructor immediately rushed to provide aid. Hua Tianyi's methods were extremely brutal, making everyone dread him. Hua Tianyi. Yibai glanced at Hua Tianwang, who was wreaking havoc, and a slight, nonchalant smile appeared on his lips. Him? He's my defeated opponent. A person shouldn't stumble twice in the same place. Ing Eryi understood this well, and was determined not to get beaten up in the same restroom again. This time, she led the group from the S-rank talent training camp to the training hall in Zone C, fully prepared and brimming with confidence. Listen up, everyone. Ing Eryi's rough voice echoed around. She snarled. We're going to take down this place, and no one is allowed to use the restroom. After I beat that Yibai to a pulp, we'll swiftly move to Zone B, got it, everyone? The group responded weakly and half-heartedly. Got it? Ing Eryi spat on the ground in disgust. With this attitude, how do you expect to join me in rebellion? With that, she marched forward and kicked open the doors of the Zone C training hall. Her grand entrance immediately captured everyone's attention. The students in Zone C recognized her, and whispers spread through the crowd. It's Azura. Isn't she the one who mysteriously passes out in the restroom? Call a doctor. She might faint again. I heard the demons specifically ambush her in the restroom to prevent her from using it peacefully. Hearing these rumors, Ing Eryi's face darkened, and her mood worsened. She had been having a streak of bad luck recently, recalling an old saying, don't get close to the strongest seed. Misfortune will follow. She used to not believe it, but now it seemed all too real. Scanning the crowd, She thought to herself, Azura is among them. What's the chance that Azura is Yibai? A familiar voice echoed in her mind. Almost zero. Why? She retorted. The voice sneered. If Azura were that obvious, we would have been killed by Juyi long ago. By the way, I spent 5,000 war god credits to ask Chongshan. He said Azura values their life too much, so it definitely isn't Yibai. Ing Yi was slightly surprised, though. It's rare for you to do something useful and actually spend money. The voice replied generously, no problem, I used your card. Ing Yi almost fainted again. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she shouted, who's Yibai? I've got a lot of anger to vent. Come out and let me beat you up. All eyes turned to a handsome guy in the resting area, and a path was cleared. Ing Yi strode over. Well, aren't you a good-looking fellow? Are you Yibai? Yibai looked at Ing Yi and replied seriously, hello, Yi. Sweet talker. I'll go easy on you, she said, rolling up her sleeves. Hold on, Yi. Yibai said with an innocent look. Do you want to challenge me? Ing Yi nodded, yes. Yibai continued seriously. According to the rules, you need to defeat my subordinates first to earn the right to challenge me. Ing Yi was taken aback. You dare set conditions? Bold of you. It's just a few more fights. What's the big deal? Today, she felt unstoppable, even if Tian Wang showed up. Ing Yi nodded and looked around, asking loudly, all right, who's Yibai's subordinate? In the crowd, Wang Zheng was excited, ready to step forward. This was a rare and valuable opportunity to face Azura. He genuinely appreciated Yibai for giving him such a chance. In Zone C, only two people had truly lost to Yibai Fengdong and Wang Zheng. Before Wang Zheng could step up, Fengdong shouted, me. Recognizing the opportunity's value wasn't exclusive to Wang Zheng. Fei Te approached Wang Zheng and whispered, Fengdong is offering 200,000 gold coins for this chance. Wang Zheng, face red with anger, whispered back, I'll offer 500,000. Fei Te shook his head. Yibai said the minimum is 1 million. Wang Zheng upped the ante. I'll offer 2 million. Deal. While they were negotiating, Ing Yi had already knocked Fengdong down. He didn't even have a chance to use his Eternal Sea technique before she kicked him flying. The wicked woman was visibly excited, her face beaming with triumph. She shouted loudly, yes, this is the joy of crushing the weak. She scanned the crowd arrogantly and challenged, who else? From the crowd, a man named Wang Zheng stepped forward. He calmly announced, Zone C, Wang Zheng. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud bang shook the arena. Wang Zheng was instantly defeated, forced to type GG. The encounter lasted less than a second and cost Wang Zheng 2 million gold coins. Strangely, he didn't feel any loss. Instead, he wore a satisfied smile. Nearby, Ing Yi silently cheered, wanting to shout, behold, like lambs to the slaughter, but she dared not speak out loud. She knew well that if she dared to kill, Juyi would be the first to take her life. To others, Ing might seem like a warm, homely place. But to Ing Yi, it felt more like a prison, and Jiuyi was the unfeeling warden. Anyone who dared to break Jiuye's rules faced only one fate, death. The wicked woman continued to taunt. Who else? Yibai's defeated pawns are nothing. She released all the pent-up stress from recent days, playing with confidence, flair, and fiery intensity. Just then, a boy in black appeared before her. Ing Yi looked at him in confusion, a sense of familiarity flashing through her mind. Brother, have we met before? The boy in black replied indifferently, yes, in the restroom. Before he finished speaking, Tian raised his massive fist and smashed it towards Ing Yi. Under the power of this punch, the usually invincible Ing Yi was now like a helpless punching bag. 5 minutes later, well-trained medics arrived on the scene to treat Ing Yi. After examining her, the doctor said, it's not serious, just some minor injuries. You'll be fine in half an hour. Lying on the stretcher, the wicked woman stared blankly, her expression numb and silent. Her mind replayed the events of the past 3 days, 3 consecutive days of beatings from Tian. She couldn't help but cry out internally, how can I survive like this? At that moment, the wicked man's voice rang in her ear. I have good news and bad news. The wicked woman responded weakly. I don't want to hear it. I want to die. But the wicked man continued. I can confirm 100 that Yibai is Shura. Otherwise, Tian wouldn't be his defeated pawn. The wicked woman rolled her eyes and snapped. Do you need to tell me that Yibai is Shura? The wicked man's voice suddenly turned serious. The bad news is, Juyi is here. Hearing this, the wicked woman's expression turned tense. In an instant, they were pulled into a space created by black mist, with a distinctive laugh echoing around them. Heh heh, Ingzhou coldly said, do it yourself. You've done it many times over the years. The wicked man nodded in agreement, indeed. Sealed 183 times. The wicked woman was surprised. Wasn't it 66 times? Where did the extra 117 come from? As the two argued, Ingzhou glanced at his little black box, which clearly recorded, Ing air, memory sealed 579 times. After the process was complete, the wicked woman and the wicked man looked back at Jiuyi. Although they didn't know what had happened, it was clear that their memories had been sealed. They quietly awaited Jiu Ye's next command. Jiuyi coldly said, "You two, go to the first abyss and wait for my orders. Lao San will meet you there, and Ingyi is already there. The great demon god, the second, and the fifth demon gods are all in the first abyss, so be careful." After a pause, he added, "The opportunity you've been waiting for might be coming." Hearing this, the wicked woman and the wicked man fell silent, but their souls were boiling with excitement. They had always longed to break through level 990 and become true heavenly battle gods. The barrier wasn't the level cap or monsters, but Jiuyi. As long as Jiuyi didn't give the nod, Ing Yi, Ing Air, and Ing San didn't dare to step into the realm of heavenly battle gods. In some sense, the top three of Ing shared the same plight. However, Ing Yi cared the least about power. Ing San was the most scheming, and only Ing Air constantly clamored to break through to the heavenly battle god realm. At this moment, Jiuyi was straightforwardly telling them that the opportunity had arrived. Just as the wicked woman was about to leave, the wicked man suddenly asked, "Jiuyi, are you planning to risk everything?" Ing Jiu remained silent. The three shadows stood there, frozen. Ing Air refused to leave, and Jiuyi didn't speak. The air was thick with tension. After a long pause, Jiuyi slowly spoke with undeniable authority, "Mind your own business and get lost. Get lost if you want, but why yell so loud?" Yi roared, watching the troublesome woman walk away. As she left, the atmosphere in Zone C immediately lightened, as if a heavy stone had been lifted, and a sense of joy filled the air. Meanwhile, the legend of the ultimate seed, Shura, once again became a hot topic within the camp. Soon, the entire summer camp was buzzing with tales of Shura's exploits. "Did you hear? Yi got beaten up by Shura." A boy excitedly shared the latest gossip with his friends. "Wait, isn't Yi Shura himself? Did he get a split personality and beat himself up?" Another person asked, puzzled. "Stop talking nonsense," a well-informed girl interrupted. "Shura's real name is Hua. He wears black and is incredibly skilled in martial arts. He's been under special protection, training alongside the ultimate nightmare." "Yeah, that's right," someone nearby chimed in. "I also heard that Shura likes ambushing people in the bathroom. Yi got beaten up by him 3 times. "I've got a little insider info," a mysterious voice said. "Rumor has it that Shura is the grandson of some legendary war god." These rumors reached Bai's ears, and he could only shake his head in resignation. Not a single one was reliable. Taking advantage of the lunch break, Bai found a quiet corner to tally his recent gains. He silently calculated. "After asking me, Old Lon sold the Abyss Shura Chronicles to King Hua for 600 war god merits. Brother Chongshan said that Shadow Heir Yi inquired about it, spending 500 war god merits, but demanded a transfer of 5,000 and issued a 5,000 receipt." Seeing this information, Bai couldn't help but gasp. "That man is truly wicked," he thought to himself. Continuing his calculations, these two transactions total 1,100 war god merits. Plus, Fengdong and Wang Zheng each contributed 2 million gold coins. For million gold coins, I gave half to Fei as hush money and kept the other half for myself. So that's 1102 war god merits, and I only have 405,823.25 war god merits left. Bai shook his head with a bitter smile. Earning money is really not easy. After finishing his accounting, Bai looked at the shadow beside him and couldn't help but complain. "Jiuyi, your move today was really underhanded." Shadow just snorted. "Getting old. My memory's failing. How about I cut you once to help jog my memory?" Bai quickly waved his hands. "No need for that," he said, handing over a USB drive. "This contains information on the ultimate nightmare on the 20th floor." As he handed over the USB drive, Bai looked at the shadow expectantly, hoping he wouldn't walk away empty-handed. Even if he didn't make a profit, it would be a huge loss for Bai. And if Jiuyi took it for free, Bai felt he might stop breathing. Shadow Jiu pondered for a moment before speaking. "All right, I'll give you a brief review of this morning's battle." Bai's eyes lit up, and he immediately took out a pen and paper, ready to take notes. "Your strategy from beginning to end was quite good. You even managed to take the initiative and gain the upper hand at times." But Shadow Jiu's tone shifted, and Bai perked up, knowing the key point was coming. Shadow Jiu snorted. "Against someone like Hua the Madman, your tactics won't save you. No matter how many lives you have, they won't be enough." Bai raised an eyebrow, clearly not understanding what Jiuyi meant. Shadow Jiu explained. "What you faced was just a fake body of Hua the Madman, or rather, a manifestation of his obsession. Hua the Madman wants to fight the ultimate seed and win against it once. Even if I kill this fake body multiple times, it will keep reviving until his obsession is fulfilled." Bai slowly nodded, indicating he understood. He thought to himself, if Jiuyi could handle the fake body himself, he wouldn't have asked Yi Bai to step in. This made sense now. Since it was a fake body, an obsession, Hua the madman couldn't use the eternal sea, and even his talents were extremely limited. Shadow Joe continued, if it were a real life-and-death battle, remember, a fully healthy Hua the madman isn't terrifying. It's the nearly dead Hua the madman that's the most dangerous. After his second awakening, his S-level talent, 9 deaths, no regrets, means that as long as he's near death and doesn't regret it, he can survive that mental hurdle and won't die. Whoa, Yi Bai gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. Isn't that like having a cheat code for survival? Heh, you think it's easy? Ji seemed in a good mood today, having seen both Hua the madman defeated and Yi Bai getting beaten, a double delight. He spoke more than usual. Every time he's near death, all the regrets, frustrations, and remorse of his life come flooding back, challenging his mental fortitude. Simply put, every time 9 deaths, no regrets is triggered, Hua the madman has to relive all the pain he's ever experienced. Listening to Jiu Ye's explanation, Yi Bai fell silent. He began to ponder. If King Hua had a smooth career like his own, with no major setbacks, it wouldn't be so bad. Yi Bai would essentially have an unconditional trigger for 9 deaths, no regrets. But on second thought, Yi Bai realized he sometimes regretted not making enough money, though those were trivial matters. By comparison, King Hua's experiences were likely far more complex. As one of the earliest human warriors, King Hua led the charge in the 30-year Blood War, enduring unimaginable trials and tribulations. The regret and pain he bore would be enough to break an ordinary person even if they experienced just a fraction of it. Yet, it was his extraordinary resilience and cold-blooded determination that enabled King Hua to persist until he reached the 995th level before finally succumbing to madness. Yi Bai had no way of knowing the specific experiences King Hua had gone through over the past century, but the high casualty rate of the Nightmare generation, along with the half-dead state of Ninth Lord and the disappearance of Xue Meng's father, painted a grim picture. If the strongest of humanity were in such dire straits, how could the surviving King Hua be any better off? This realization hit Yi Bai hard. His approach to facing King Hua had been flawed from the start. Strategies, schemes, and counterattacks were useless against someone like King Hua. The only way to break through was with a single, lethal strike. Shadow 9, lurking in the shadows, fell into silence at this thought, while Yi Bai began to ponder how to turn the tide. He had 3 duels with King Hua. The first he had won, the second he had already conceded in his mind, and the third was crucial. Yi Bai needed to find a way to instantly defeat King Hua to claim victory. As Yi Bai was deep in thought, he felt a disturbance in his private space. Something subtle had changed in the eternal sea. The lightning and wood materials had been fully assimilated. His spirits lifted. Yi Bai gave Ninth Lord a brief explanation, left a substitute puppet, and quickly entered his private space. Thunder rumbled continuously over the azure sea, and the previous boulder was now covered in a faint green hue, with plants taking root and growing on it. The current azure sea combined the elements of water, lightning, shadow, and wood, having more than doubled in size. Master Fool had been waiting there for a long time, ready to help reforge the power of nature as promised. If successful, the power of nature could be upgraded to SS level equipment. Yi Bai felt anxious. The success rate was only 56, and the odds seemed slim. However, he knew that after dealing with King Hua's false body, the true body would launch a fierce attack. Before that happened, he needed to strengthen himself as much as possible, and the SS level power of nature was a crucial piece. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Bai handed the power of nature to Master Fool and ordered in a deep voice, "Fire up the forge and reforge." After the power of nature fell into the hands of the foolish master, Yi Bai finally got a breather. He seized this rare moment of respite to focus on examining the progress of the Azure Sea. Recalling the 400,000 war god merits he had spent on it, Yi Bai couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. This kind of extravagant expenditure was torturous for him, reaffirming his belief that if 9 lives, no regrets was indeed his innate talent, it would surely make him suffer immensely when triggered. The advancement of the Azure Sea had added 2 new systems to it, the Thunder System and the Wood System. Yi Bai carefully inspected the effects of the Thunder Sea and found that it not only possessed immense destructive power but could also effectively trap enemies. Within the influence range of the Azure Sea, golden lightning would randomly generate, striking enemies and inflicting significant damage, along with negative statuses like slowing and paralysis. Even more astonishing was that the Thunder Sea could form a lightning cage around a single target, preventing the use of displacement skills and causing massive damage to anyone who touched it. Yi Bai nodded slightly, quite satisfied with the performance of the Thunder Sea. Even without the augmentation of the power of nature, he would prioritize enhancing the Thunder Sea. Combined with his latent potential, the Thunder System skills would surely exhibit astounding power in his hands. Although Yi Bai currently lacked no offensive power, The presence of the lightning cage undoubtedly added a powerful tactical option for him. Next, Yi Bai turned his attention to the wood system's forest sea. This newly added system could generate wood-based shields for him, absorbing damage. More importantly, the combination of shadow, water, thunder, and wood systems opened up infinite possibilities for Yi Bai. For instance, the synergy between thunder and water systems could allow golden lightning to jump between water spheres, delivering a double strike to enemies. These potential combinations awaited Yi Bai's deep exploration and development. Despite the significant enhancement of the Azura Sea, Yi Bai chose not to continue purchasing materials for further reinforcement. This was not entirely out of stinginess, but rather because he knew that continuous enhancement could lead to an unstable foundation. He needed time to digest and consolidate the current progress before seeking higher-level improvements. Otherwise, a hasty investment of a large amount of resources might backfire. With the advancement of the Azura Sea coming to an end and the power of nature being sent for reforging, Yi Bai began to plan his next steps for improving his strength. Facing the impending threat of King Hua, he needed to quickly gain the power to protect himself. Yi Bai listed several possible directions: leveling up, a second awakening of his innate talent, repairing the nightmare wind, and enhancing the King's sword. After careful consideration, Yi Bai realized that to defeat King Hua in a short time, he needed to meet three key conditions. First, force King Hua to use Wan Tianqing early. Second, find a way to bypass King Hua's SS grade battle armor. And finally, deal an enormous amount of damage in an instant, at least 100 million, to ensure a one-hit kill. Although these conditions seemed as challenging as climbing to the heavens, Yi Bai already had a preliminary plan to overcome them. He took out the Lone Wolf medal, first contacting Old Lan and then through him, reaching out to Lan Lauda. With a glimmer of hope, Yi Bai sent a message: "Sword Immortal, could you do me a small favor?" However, Lan Zhixian's reply was unexpectedly brief and straightforward. "No." "Wow, ruthless." Yi Bai sighed inwardly. He was about to confront the fake version of King Hua when he encountered a small problem. He needed the help of a senior stronger than King Hua. Yi Bai quickly contacted Lan Zhixian and briefly explained his plan. After listening, Lan Zhixian's eyes showed a hint of interest, and he readily agreed to help. "You set the time. Meet at the Eternal Forest," Lan Zhixian replied succinctly. Yi Bai felt a surge of joy. It seemed that as long as it meant making King Hua suffer, Lan Zhixian was more than willing to lend a hand. He even suspected that Lan Zhixian might not only witness the entire process, but also find various ways to record King Hua's embarrassing defeat. A sudden thought crossed Yi Bai's mind. What if King Hua finds out and comes after me? He shook his head, temporarily putting that worry aside. In any case, with Lan Zhixian on board, a third of his plan was already successful. Back on Blue Star, Yi Bai acted as if nothing had happened, continuing with the routine of the special training camp. Eating, training, sparring with Zhao Lin. The day passed quickly, and night fell, bringing him closer to the anticipated challenge. Before midnight, Yi Bai made a trip to the secret trading realm and sought out the goblin subordinate of the Wanwu Pavilion. "Loan me a set of level 286 gear and a staff," Yi Bai said with confidence. He thought it was better to borrow than to buy. Tonight, he planned to clear several levels, and his level would definitely increase. Buying gear now would be a waste of money. The goblin was taken aback. It was the first time he had received such a request, but he couldn't find a reason to refuse. In the end, Yi Bai successfully borrowed the gear for 200,000 gold coins. Since the power of nature was still being reforged and needed half a day, Yi Bai switched to a lightning fire staff, which added fire damage to his lightning skills. In simple terms, it was like a trail of sparks and lightning. With his gear ready, Yi Bai quietly waited for midnight. Dong, the clock struck, and the Eternal Tower opened. Yi Bai took a deep breath, his eyes filled with determination. Target, 23rd floor. He planned to clear floors 23, 24, 25, and 26 in one go. As a maze dungeon, the difficulty was almost negligible for him. To be fair, just a passerby here, not looking for a fight. Neutral party, no issues, bro. The Eye of Insight seemed eager, ready to spring into action. Yi Bai was excited, not just for tonight's dungeon, but because he would reach level 300 tonight. The chance for a second awakening was finally here. Even Yi Bai himself started to have unexpected hopes for the ability he once called trash talent. What if it's really strong? He pondered. No what ifs, only certainty. Yi Bai clenched his fist, filled with confidence. He placed his palm on the Eternal Core crystal, and a familiar prompt sounded in his ear, wishing you a swift clearance of the Eternal Tower. At the entrance of the labyrinth shrouded in mist, moss and vines grew wildly, and the humid air made everything feel sticky. Yi Bai stood there, looking relaxed and composed. For a top player below level 300 like him, this kind of challenge was hardly daunting. Yi Bai surveyed his surroundings. His Eye of Insight ability gave him a significant advantage in maze-like levels. The entrance split into two paths, each fork hiding choices of varying difficulty. Some paths were dead ends, but there was more than one way to reach the goal. Yi Bai calculated in his mind. If he was lucky and chose the easy mode all the way, he could clear the level effortlessly. However, this approach wouldn't earn him a high rating. He recalled a human player with a luck value of 9 who did just that and ended up with an S rating. In contrast, Yi Bai's luck value was a whopping 17, coupled with the Eye of Insight, giving him an unparalleled edge. Just as he was feeling smug, a prompt from the Eye of Insight appeared before him. Left, a weak level 290 boss awaits. Right, a seemingly safe path, but hidden dangers lurk. Yi Bai frowned in thought. This prompt seemed off. Logically, the left path should be the harder mode, while the right should be safer. He quickly saw through the Eye of Insight's little trick-fighting monsters would allow Yi Bai to level up faster, and the Eye of Insight could awaken again sooner. I'm here to aim for a 4S rating, can you be more reliable? Yi Bai mentally scolded. Reluctantly, he chose the left path. After all, though the hard mode was perilous, it offered higher exploration points, crucial for achieving a 4S rating. Proceeding cautiously, he encountered the level 290 mini-boss within 10 Matursa giant skull. The skull roared thunderously upon appearing, its presence intimidating. Yi Bai, however, was puzzled, wondering how a skull without vocal cords could make a sound. Before the skull could act again, Yi Bai casually waved his staff, and a bolt of red lightning struck down. Heavenly thunder, he murmured, and the skull instantly turned to a pile of ashes. After slaying the boss, Yi Bai's level rose from 286 to 287.5, bringing him closer to level 300. He quickly collected the boss's dropped coins and materials, though not very valuable. He didn't want to waste anything. Continuing forward, Yi Bai suddenly found the path ahead broken, replaced by a pit filled with sharp blades. Faced with this unexpected trap, the Eye of Insight gave no prior warning until Yi Bai saw it with his own eyes. Wow, what's this? A blade pit. Analyzing. When flying over the pit, the blades will shoot up. Dodge accordingly. Planning flight path. Yi Bai's face remained expressionless, but internally he was tumultuous. He realized he had misjudged the Eye of Insight. It hadn't become useless, but rather a complete liability. Even with a flight path, he dared not attempt it lightly. With no other choice, Yi Bai used his mirror shadow skill. His shadow flew out, separating from his body. Whatever action Yi Bai took, the shadow did the opposite. Once the shadow safely crossed the blade pit, Yi Bai swapped places with it, and then recalled the shadow. The entire process was seamless and flawless. Yi Bai couldn't help but sigh. Ever since I got mirror shadow, my back doesn't ache, my legs don't hurt, and I sleep better. After crossing the blade pit, Yi Bai encountered other obstacles like a sea of fire. Although the journey was fraught with danger, he passed through unscathed. However, the trap-filled path significantly marred his gaming experience. Yi Bai stood at the crossroads, his gaze sweeping over the 3 paths before him. The left path was a dead end. The middle path led to an area where defeating monsters would earn him a hefty gold reward, and the right path offered nothing but dull scenery. Yi Bai's lips twitched as his internal struggle reached its peak. An initial estimate indicated that choosing the middle path could net him 68,888 gold coins. Despite his vast resources, he faced daily expenses for hundreds of people, not to mention the insatiable appetite of the Abyss of Shura, which could devour the wealth of a god of war. After weighing his options, Yi Bai decided to endure once more and chose the middle path. Gripping his staff tightly, Yi Bai stepped onto the middle path without hesitation. Explosions roared continuously, mixed with the occasional wails of monsters. Although the monsters were on par with Yi Bai in level, the gap in strength was immense. Yi Bai casually cast a small spark, instantly annihilating all the monsters in the room. Yawning and counting the gold coins he had collected, Yi Bai continued onward. As his level and combat power increased, he realized that fewer and fewer beings within the Eternal Tower posed a real threat to him. With SS grade talent, mastery of 6 professions, and a dual-class template, it would be a joke if he still found the challenges insurmountable. Easily reaching the next crossroads, Yi Bai now faced 4 paths. His current exploration progress was at 25. Before he could examine them closely, the rightmost path caught his attention. The remnants of water element on the wall seemed eerily familiar, as if left by a despicable foe who had once caused the death of his 2 daughters. Even Yi Bai was taken aback by his own words. Didn't that sound like a villain's line? The Eye of Insight, rarely serious, provided a hint. An old friend who owed him 1.95 million war god merits had prepared a gift for him. Choosing this path had a chance of evolving one of his class templates. The Eye of Insight also listed various probability assessments for Yi Bai to consider. Clearly, this path promised high rewards but also significant risks. Gift or trap? Heaven and hell were just a thought apart. Yi Bai's right hand gripped the sword of the king tightly, his lips pressed together, and a hint of excitement finally appeared on his face. Things were getting interesting, and he was curious to see what the sea god had in store for him. Let's see, Yi Bai murmured, stepping onto the right path. The sea god, that old trickster, is up to his antics again. Although Yi Bai chose to confront him, he remained vigilant. Planning before action and staying cautious in peace had become second nature to him. Yi Bai recalled their last encounter. The cunning old fox had tried to thwart his third job change by projecting himself at the last moment of the 19th level, attempting to sneak past. This small act had already exposed the sea god's cautious nature. Now, this sly deity left a gift in the Eternal Tower's level, supposedly to make Yi Bai stronger? Impossible. Yi Bai couldn't believe the sea god would be so foolish as to aid him. The only explanation was that Yi Bai's strength was somehow beneficial to the sea god. Speculation is pointless. Into the dragon's den and tiger's lair. I'll find out soon enough. Yi Bai thought to himself, then waved his hand to summon the hellhound. Xiao San, go. A dark shadow darted forward as the hellhound charged ahead to scout. In the past, it would glance back at Yi Bai meaningfully, but now it was numb to the task. With the hellhound leading the way and the ever-reliable inside eye for critical moments, Yi Bai was fully prepared as he advanced slowly. The maze-like corridor was peculiar. The walls and floor emitted a faint blue glow, rich with water elements. It was these elements that confirmed the sea god's identity for Yi Bai. However, the corridor was unusually hot, and the temperature rose as he moved forward. Sure as sea, water, Yi Bai muttered, forming a water sphere in front of him that turned into a water shield on his skin, insulating him from the heat. Isn't it the sea god? Why is the fire element so active? Yi Bai pondered, frowning. As someone with high fire affinity and a fire-based profession, he was highly sensitive to these elements. The simultaneous activity of both water and fire elements was far from ordinary. The hellhound moved unhindered, with Yi Bai following closely, delving deeper into the maze. After about 1,000 meters, the corridor opened up. Yi Bai stopped, warily eyeing the seemingly distorted space ahead. Suddenly, the sound of waves and the salty scent of the ocean filled the air as a familiar power descended. The sea god's projection appeared before Yi Bai. Thunderstrike. Yi Bai acted without hesitation. With a thunderous boom, the sea god's projection was shattered before it could speak. Yi Bai remained tense, not daring to relax. The projection had been powerful. If it had fully descended, it might have rivaled a 9th-rank war god. Water elements gathered again, and the sea god's projection reappeared, this time weaker, with the strength of only a 1st-rank war god. Thunderstrike. Yi Bai struck again, shattering the projection. This time, before dissipating, the projection wrote a line on the ground with water. Let's talk. The sea god's projection condensed for a 3rd time, its strength now at the peak of a war king, thinking it would be safe. Thunderstrike. History repeated itself. Despairing, the projection left behind a question mark, baffled by Shura's intentions. Yi Bai responded with a line on the ground. Within level 100, maximum of 9th-rank war soldier strength. In his temple, the sea god fell silent, realizing once again the formidable nature of his opponent. Being targeted by such a person meant no peace. Shura's actions only solidified the sea god's resolve. He had to complete this task to eliminate this dire threat once and for all. On the 4th descent, the sea god finally adhered to Yi Bai's conditions, limiting himself to level 109th-rank war soldier strength. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Yi Bai suddenly commanded, Xiao San, go. Roar, the hellhound charged, unleashing a relentless barrage on the sea god's projection. Witnessing the mad dog attacking the deity, Yi Bai had an epiphany. He understood what it meant to walk a dog without a leash. Essentially, the dog walks itself. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he realized he might have inadvertently insulted himself. The ferocious hellhound only ceased its attack when the opponent was barely clinging to life, obediently returning to Yi Bai's side. Yi Bai felt a surge of relief. Having such an ally significantly boosted his sense of security. He coldly stared at the barely breathing projection of the sea god, devoid of any sympathy. Yi Bai sneered internally. The first time this old trickster appeared, he seemed kind but harbored deadly intentions. Had Yi Bai not been well prepared and taken the initiative, the consequences of the fully manifested sea god projection with 9th-tier war god power would have been disastrous. Despite this, Yi Bai remained confident. Even if he had acted later, he was sure he could have defeated the sea god projection first. But Yi Bai was certain that the sea god bore him ill will. Such lofty gods are exceedingly arrogant and would never reason unless absolutely necessary. The weakened sea god projection spoke urgently. I am willing to make a deal with you. Yi Bai couldn't be bothered to listen and directly refused. I decline. The sea god projection, like a poor negotiator, tried to sweeten the deal. It will be highly beneficial for you, and there's money to be made. Yi Bai shook his head and refused again. Until you pay back the 2.15 million war god merits you owe me, I won't make any deals with you. It's a matter of principle. The sea god projection was momentarily speechless, looking utterly perplexed. When had he ever owed the Azura money? And more baffling, since when did Azura have principles? Yibai rhythmically tapped his fingers on his sword hilt and coldly continued. Even without mentioning the 2.24 million you owe me, we still have other accounts to settle. Your daughter caused havoc in the Eternal Tower. As her father, it's your fault for not teaching her properly. I helped cleanse your family's reputation. You should cover that cost. The sea god felt a surge of anger. He had never encountered someone so shameless. Killing his two daughters and still having the audacity to demand money? Yibai went on, and last time in the career change realm, you wasted over 2 hours of my time. This indirectly led to my severe injury in the abyss, nearly costing me my life. The medical expenses and emotional distress fees are substantial. Due to your curse, I had additional expenses in the Eternal Sea, spending 800,000 war god merits on various materials. After tallying up all the accounts, Yibai snorted coldly and demanded, "So, how do you plan to repay all this?" The sea god never imagined his interaction with the Azura would turn into such a farce. Rage welled up within him, fueling his courage. Boom! The sea god projection slammed into the wall, shattering into countless fragments and dissipating before Yibai. Yibai stood there, stunned and bewildered. They had been negotiating just fine. Why had the sea god become so agitated? Had he lost his composure? Suddenly, Yibai realized and was instantly enraged. Great Sea Lord, what divine majesty you have! Yibai gritted his teeth. Running off before paying your debt? The projection of the sea god suddenly vanished in front of Yibai, leaving him feeling humiliated. Just as he was wondering if the sea god was trying to provoke him, a familiar figure reappeared. The sea god's projection returned, still maintaining its level 100, tier 9 warrior strength. Before Yibai could react, the sea god's projection quickly raised a white shell and urgently said, "Let me finish what I was saying." Clearly, the previous lightning strike had taught him to be cautious. Curious, Yibai examined the shell in the sea god's hand. The shell slightly opened, revealing a pearl named Heart of the Ocean. The sea god explained that placing it in the Azura Sea would save the cost of water element upgrade materials up to level 600. Upon hearing this, Yibai raised an eyebrow and smiled warmly. He enthusiastically approached, kicking Cerberus out of the way and quipping, "A good dog doesn't block the path. Look at how you bit the sea god earlier. Your medical bills will come out of your dog food money." Cerberus grumbled, "Did you just come all this way to kick me?" Ignoring Cerberus's complaints, Yibai approached the sea god's projection, maintaining a safe distance. The sea god's projection, in a foul mood, briefly introduced the treasure in his hand and straightforwardly said, "Take this, and our previous debts are cleared from this moment on." Deal. Yibai readily agreed. To him, this transaction, although not enough to offset the 3.01 million war god merits the sea god owed, was still quite worthwhile. Yibai silently congratulated himself on his magnanimity, thinking, "Let bygones be bygones." However, the sea god's projection remained on high alert. He warned, "If this projection dies, the heart of the ocean will go with me. Don't even think about killing me for the treasure." Upon hearing this, Yibai immediately sheathed his heavenly king's sword and righteously retorted, "Do you take me for someone who would do that?" Nevertheless, the sea god keenly sensed a fleeting moment of murderous intent from Yibai. Composing himself, the sea god made a more significant demand. "For this deal, I swear by the Eternal Tower, and you swear by the name of your clan's Supreme Elder?" Hearing the title Supreme Elder, Yibai felt a bit unfamiliar, guessing it referred to Xiaoyao. He pretended to be troubled, rubbing his fingers together and saying, "Well, I'm not that close with our Supreme Elder. I've only met him 3 or 4 times. It's a bit difficult." Seeing this, the sea god sighed in resignation and proposed a new condition. "Below the 50th floor, you may summon my projection once to aid you in battle." Yibai immediately seized the opportunity to add a condition. "A level 995 projection, entirely at my command, unable to harm me." The sea god's projection shook his head repeatedly, finally compromising. "A level 900 projection, with no autonomous consciousness, under your control. How about that?" Fearing the sea god might backtrack, Yibai quickly agreed. Both parties made their vows, and the heart of the ocean ultimately fell into Yibai's hands, sealing the deal. Feigning regret, Yibai sighed. "Why not swear by my eternal true name? That would save you the transaction fee." The sea god thought to himself, "Yeah right, trusting in Azura is like expecting pigs to fly." Stowing away the heart of the ocean, Yibai looked at the sea god's projection and casually asked, "If there's nothing else, you can hang up now?" The sea god, still wary, pondered. "Could this Azura be planning to kill me right after taking the treasure? This isn't something you can just brush off with an 8020 split." The sea god's projection spoke again, pointing to the center of the room. His tone carried a hint of undeniable authority. "This is a gift, a token of our friendship." Yibai raised an eyebrow, chuckling inwardly. He had seen many instances of a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year, but a sheep giving wool to another sheep was indeed rare. Shui Ming was one such case, and now the sea god was joining the fray. Explain, Yibai said calmly, a trace of caution in his eyes. After confirming it was safe for the moment, the sea god's projection elaborated. This is a fragment of the void that I captured when the Eternal Tower was invaded by void demons during its flight through the void. Void demons? Yibai frowned, becoming more confused as he listened. He knew the Eternal Tower came from beyond the heavens, but it seemed the journey had not been smooth. Perhaps it was these void demon invasions that had weakened the seal of the supreme demon god, giving it a chance to reappear. Putting aside these distant matters, Yibai was more concerned with the present situation. What's the use of a void fragment? He asked directly. The sea god's projection smiled mysteriously. It can evolve elemental attributes into void attributes. As for the pros and cons, I won't elaborate. After all, you wouldn't believe me, would you? Yibai felt the agitation of the fire elements in the air and had a sudden realization. This void fragment, it's not water-based but fire-based? Exactly. The sea god's projection admitted openly. If you take the void fragment and fuse it with your profession, your fire attribute will evolve into void fire. However, this means you'll be in a death feud with the fire god, a true clash of divine titles. Between the fire god and the void fire god, it's a fight to the death. The sea god made no effort to conceal his scheme. Firstly, he wanted to reconcile with the Shura because he couldn't defeat him. More crucially, with the supreme human expert on the 99th floor, the sea god dared not descend forcefully to kill the Shura. As a deity within the Eternal Tower, they had certain privileges, but for various reasons, they couldn't act recklessly. Secondly, the sea god wanted to use the Shura to eliminate a rival. These calculations were laid bare, and Yibai saw through them clearly. You've read quite a bit of military strategy, he sneered. Since the sea god had shown his hand, Yibai didn't hold back, sending a bolt of heavenly thunder to dispatch the sea god. With his mission complete, the sea god's projection quietly faded away, leaving only the mysterious void fragment in the room. To take it or not? That wasn't even a question. Take it. Yibai's eyes burned with determination. He quickly made up his mind, thinking that even if the thing was dangerous, it would be worth it to experiment on Dracula with it. After making up his mind, Yibai's gaze locked onto the so-called void fragment of the fire element. This item had been placed in the maze by the sea god through some method, and Yibai had noticed the unusual fluctuations of fire elements since entering the labyrinth. The Eye of Insight quickly analyzed the method to collect the void fragment. Following the instructions, Yibai moved cautiously with every step. According to the sea god's introduction, this peculiar item neither belonged to Blue Star, nor was it a native object of the Eternal Tower. It was a relic left by the void demon that had invaded the Eternal Tower years ago. Yibai manipulated the water elements, forming them into a lotus shape, and then inverted it over the void fragment. As soon as the water lotus touched the void fragment, it evaporated instantly, sending a large amount of steam towards him. Unperturbed, Yibai once again condensed the water elements into ice and summoned more water lotuses. In theory, if Yibai could summon the Azura Sea, the efficiency of collecting the void fragment would more than double. However, considering the unknown origins of the void fragment, Yibai didn't dare to take the risk, fearing it might be toxic. The sea god, observing secretly, had a fleeting look of disappointment. If the Azura summoned the Eternal Sea directly, the void fragment would forcibly merge, leaving the Azura with no chance to back out. Unfortunately, this Azura, despite being exceptionally powerful, was overly cautious. Even when the sea god's projection descended, Yibai insisted on suppressing his power to level 100, 9th tier battle soldier, leaving no opportunity. With his power so heavily suppressed, the sea god couldn't use several prepared methods. Ultimately, he had to choose the most humiliating way, trading with the Azura and gifting the treasured void fragment. Finally, the 81st water lotus fell. The previous mist sparkled like a galaxy, transforming into a ribbon that wrapped around the fragment. In the center of the water lotus, a small flame quietly burned. This was the void fragment that Yibai had painstakingly captured. Out of caution, Yibai neither stored the void fragment in his storage space, nor placed it in his personal space. His intuition told him that this thing was quite eerie, and best kept at a distance with vigilance. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded in the labyrinth. A hellhound with a water lotus on its head slowly moved through the passage. The core of the lotus burned gently, containing terrifying power. Yibai supervised from the side, promising, "Shao San, do a good job, and I'll get you some dog food later." This promise had escalated from barbecue and chicken legs to premium dog food, significantly improving the hellhound's treatment. With the matter of the void fragment settled, the traces of the sea god also vanished. Yibai continued forward, summoning the black tiger. A nimble black cat left trails of shadows in the passage, exuding an imposing presence. Watching the black tiger's silhouette, Yibai couldn't help but think that the cat seemed out of place with their group. He mused, "You're so brave. Doesn't that make us look overly cautious?" After navigating this part of the labyrinth, Ibai arrived at another fork in the road. His current exploration rate reached 45. Strangely, this time Ibai had no choice. At the so-called fork, the left path was clear, while the right path was blocked by a giant boulder. Recalling the strategy guides he had read earlier, Ibai remembered mentions of such situations. Typically, choosing the left path would not affect the progress. The boulder on the right was part of the maze's scenery and couldn't be destroyed. This round boulder could be pushed, but it was incredibly difficult. The passage where the boulder was located sloped upward. Pushing the boulder continuously not only consumed great effort, but also required dealing with various traps and monsters along the way. The further one went, the harder it became to push the boulder. Once you let go, all effort would be wasted. The most critical point was that no one knew how long this path was. The lack of visible hope easily eroded one's willpower. Under Yi Bai's gaze, the eye of insight provided an answer. Push the boulder infinitely to clear the path. Yi Bai couldn't help but gasp. This hint was essentially useless, pushing the boulder endlessly. This story indeed feels like the punishment of Sisyphus, but with his vast experience in overcoming challenges, Yi Bai keenly sensed that this strange situation often hid deeper secrets. While other paths might also achieve 100 exploration, Yi Bai knew that taking this route would uncover something crucial. The so-called dark histories of the ultimate masters were actually the valuable footprints left by his elder brothers. Analyzing the situation carefully, Yi Bai understood. His eldest, second, and third brothers always rushed towards anything peculiar, stubborn to the point of absurdity. Some of these oddities might even have been created by the three brothers themselves. As a potential ultimate master, Yi Bai decided to follow their example, embracing the challenge heeded. Roar, the black cat, tried to push the giant stone, but it didn't budge. Clearly, only Yi Bai could move it. Placing his hands on the cold stone surface, he applied a bit of force, and the stone began to roll forward slowly. Thus, the unusual team of a cat, a dog, and a human started their uphill journey. As he pushed the stone, Yi Bai kept his eyes fixed on its surface. The stone was exceptionally smooth, impervious to any attack. However, Yi Bai knew that two people loved carving words onto stones. Sure enough, as the stone rolled, he finally saw the long-awaited message. Another day of hard work pushing this stone. Keep going, future challenger, follow my steps. The message was unsigned, marked only by a wobbly heart. Quickly, Yi Bai used his third hand to snap a photo of his elder brother's dark history. Since his eldest brother had been here, the second brother couldn't be far behind. While pushing the stone, various monsters continuously emerged from both sides, but they were effortlessly dispatched by the black tiger. As for the seemingly tricky traps, the black tiger filled them with shadows, rendering them harmless to Yi Bai. Suddenly, Yi Bai shouted, "Stop!" He held the stone in place, his gaze locked onto a certain side where a faint sword aura emanated. Perfect, I found it. Yi Bai adjusted his force and direction, turning the stone's surface with the sword aura towards him. A line of text was etched on the stone, the handwriting and tone unmistakably familiar, clearly left by his second brother. I found the way to clear this challenge, but there's not enough space here to explain. Yi Bai couldn't help but quip, who needs Fermat's last theorem in an eternal tower? This riddle master's got it down. As Yi Bai had predicted, both Nightmare and Wuhan had pushed this stone before. As for Xiaoyao, Yi Bai suspected he didn't even need to push it himself, just telling the stone to roll would suffice. Even among potential ultimate masters, there were differences in power. Lost in thought, Yi Bai noticed another small line of text below, also from Wuhan. Here I comprehended a sword technique, named the distance between heaven and earth. Yi Bai was stunned for a few seconds, then pulled out a notebook and diligently recorded it. The distance between heaven and earth. What a cool move. I must learn it, he muttered, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. With his notebook ready, Yi Bai continued to push the giant boulder forward. Having found what he was looking for, his actions grew bolder. He began using the skills Wind Fury and Windless Wind, which, while unable to destroy the stone, could increase its speed. As he repeatedly cast Windless Wind, the boulder rolled faster and faster through the passage, filling Yi Bai with a sense of power. He recalled that his older brothers had also pushed this boulder, proving the path was viable. Combining this with the information left by his second brother, he created a sword technique called Sky and Earth Within Reach, which sounded like a high mobility skill. Yi Bai speculated that by pushing the boulder a certain distance, incremental changes would eventually lead to a significant transformation. The Eye of Insight had previously hinted, push the boulder infinitely far to clear the level. Clearly, this infinitely far was not meant literally, or Yi Bai would never be able to complete it, no matter how exhausted he became. Sure enough, after about 10 minutes of pushing, the passage suddenly widened. A boss covered in black flames appeared in front of the boulder, ready to roar. At that moment, Yi Bai instinctively released Windless Wind. With a boom, the wind blade struck the boss, instantly depleting its health bar. From behind the boulder, Yibai didn't even notice the boss's death. Huh. Where did these coins and materials come from? Yibai wondered as he collected the loot and continued to survey his surroundings. He realized that the boss he had just one-shot was actually very powerful, an insurmountable challenge for players over level 200. Moreover, fighting while pushing a boulder added a significant constraint. On flat ground, many players could probably defeat a boss of this caliber. Yibai understood that if he slipped while pushing the boulder, it would roll back to the starting point. No wonder guides for this area were so scarce. However, with the Eye of Insight, it was like carrying a guidebook with him. Public guides or training camp exclusives were of limited value to him. His minimum goal was to achieve an SSS rating, and where could he find guides of that caliber? After defeating the boss, Yibai pushed forward a bit more until he heard a click. Looking down, he saw a groove in the ground where the boulder had gotten stuck, unable to move any further. The passage had become even wider, and Yibai circled around the side to witness a baffling scene. Another boulder was blocking the way. Are you kidding me? Yibai was about to get angry when he noticed something new. The boulder blocking the way was irregularly shaped and quite ugly. Suddenly, Yibai remembered something. He dug through the black history of the Nightmare of the Supreme, comparing it carefully until he realized, wait, the ugly heart shapes I saw before were flat. If they were three-dimensional, Yibai had to accept a harsh reality. The boulder blocking his path was likely left by the nightmare, and the groove was probably also the work of Nightmare Big Brother. As Yibai studied the boulder, a deep male voice came from the other side of the heart-shaped stone. This is where it ends. Go back. This is not a place for you. Someone was on the other side of the boulder? Yibai politely asked through the stone. Excuse me, did you meet my big brother Nightmare 100 years ago? The person on the other side was silent for a moment, then murmured. Has it really been 100 years? Yibai's spirits lifted, and he pressed on. So you did meet him. Can you tell me what my big brother left this stone for? The man replied irritably, he's your big brother. Ask him, not me, a sinner. Ignoring the man's retort, Yibai continued to ask, have you met my second brother, Wuhan? A swordsman who uses a sword. This time, the man was silent for even longer, as if lost in distant memories. Finally, he asked Yibai a question. Your big brother and second brother, are they from the same mother? No. Yibai quickly explained. That's a huge misunderstanding. We are sworn brothers with different parents. Yibai thought of Xueming and added, oh, by the way, my eldest and second brothers share the same adopted son. The man frowned upon hearing this, snorted coldly, and retorted, shared adopted son? What kind of nonsense is that? He asked sarcastically, do you also have a third brother dressed in a Taoist robe? Yibai's eyes lit up with surprise. What a coincidence. You guessed it right. He became even more certain that the man in front of him, a native of the Eternal Tower, must be a key figure in this level. After all, surviving encounters with 3 supreme seeds without dying suggested some form of acknowledgement. Otherwise, the hot-tempered brother Wuhan would have eliminated him long ago. The man was taken aback by Yibai's straightforward admission. Narrowing his eyes thoughtfully, he asked, if what you say is true, and you're like the 3 before you, all destined children of fate, doesn't that mean the children of fate have already failed 3 times? After a moment of contemplation, the man spoke again. Young man, I have a question for you. Yibai nodded, indicating for him to proceed. Go ahead. If you firmly grasped your destiny but found out everything was in vain, that it was all destined to be futile, what would you do? The man stared intently at Yibai. Yibai responded calmly, that's a big question. Sorry, I can't give you a complete answer right now. Both the process and the outcome matter to me. I want to firmly grasp my destiny, but I don't want it all to be in vain. In simpler terms, Yibai meant, I want it all. Hearing Yibai's answer, the man was somewhat moved. He had never expected such a ordinary response. Reflecting on the reactions of the previous children of fate, the man couldn't help but ponder. The first to arrive, Nightmare, said he would try and, if he failed, try another way. The second, Wuhan, didn't answer at all, and simply drew his sword in anger. The third, Xiaoyao, merely remarked, boring. In contrast, Yibai's response seemed a bit verbose. The man thought, compared to the previous 3, this guy sure talks a lot. The man spoke again, addressing Yibai's initial question. The stone in front of you seals a creature from the River of Styx, preventing the minions of the Underworld God and Death God from invading the labyrinth and protecting the layers beneath. Sealed? Yibai asked curiously. Then why not just purify the River of Styx? Purify the River of Styx? The man scoffed as if hearing an absurd joke. To purify that river, you need to have passed the Zeroth level, cleared what you call the hidden stage, received the eternal blessing, and opened the eternal sea. Meeting even one of these conditions is nearly impossible. Where would you find someone like that? The man shook his head. Even the strongest of your 3 brothers couldn't purify the River of Styx. It's not a matter of strength but of missing conditions. As the man spoke, A shadow stealthily squeezed through a gap beside the heart-shaped stone. Yi Bai, quick on his feet, swapped places with the shadow and instantly appeared before the man. Quick, where is the river of sticks? Yi Bai asked urgently, his eyes gleaming with excitement. My heavenly king's sword is already itching for a fight. Yi Bai scrutinized the man before him. The man was disheveled, with long, unkempt hair hanging loosely and shadows covering his face, resembling a prisoner from an ancient dungeon. Their eyes met, both sizing each other up, as if trying to glean something from the other. Suddenly, the man's gaze fixed on the heavenly king's sword at Yi Bai's waist, and his expression tightened. I know this sword, he murmured. Yi Bai's expression froze. This NPC, who claimed to be a criminal, actually recognized the heavenly king's sword? Yi Bai had always been curious about the sword's origins. According to Jiuyi, the sword was already in the eternal forest when Wuhan entered. The heavenly king's sword was at least a weapon once wielded by the war god. Among the known war gods of the human race, only a few predated Jiuyi and his peers. Who was the original owner of the heavenly king's sword? This question lingered in Yi Bai's mind. Of course, he couldn't dismiss the possibility that Jiuyi was lying again. Yi Bai rolled his eyes internally, always skeptical of the old trickster's words. As Yi Bai's strength grew, he encountered more information, and the flaws in Jiuyi's fabricated stories became increasingly apparent. He raised the heavenly king's sword and directly asked, Do you know the origins of this sword? Yes, the man replied without hesitation. Your elder brother took this sword. It's on this level. You didn't know? Yi Bai didn't feel the least bit embarrassed and nodded, saying, My elder brother prefers that I find things out on my own. He gestured for the man to continue. With the heavenly king's sword as evidence, the man's attitude towards Yi Bai improved noticeably. Although Yi Bai didn't seem entirely reliable, he was likely a child of destiny. The man recalled, Your elder brother said he took this sword to give to a friend. A friend? Yi Bai fell silent. Which friend of his elder brothers did he not know? Was it Lan Zhixian? As a master swordsman, Lan Zhixian was definitely a possibility. But Lan Laoba was still alive and kicking. If the heavenly king's sword had been in his possession, he wouldn't have returned it to the eternal forest. Lan Zhixian loved swords and wouldn't mistreat such a weapon. The man furrowed his brow, thinking for a moment and added, Your elder brother mentioned that the friend's surname was Shui. Yi Bai took a sharp breath, feeling a chill run down his spine. This was serious. The surname Shui, from the same era as Nightmare. Who else could it be? It was De Mengzi's father. A clear timeline began to unfold in Yi Bai's mind. 100 years ago, Nightmare took the heavenly king's sword from the 23rd level and gave it to Shui Meng's father. Under the dual influence of the Peak Era and the Demon Invasion, Shui Meng's father rapidly ascended in power, achieving the status of war god. He was likely one of the earliest war gods of the human race. This achievement was incredibly significant. Nightmare's generation was like a constellation of stars, with countless protagonists. Nightmare, Jiuyi, Madman Hua, Shui Meng's father, Lan Zhixian, and Lan Tianqiao were formidable. Even Lan Zhixian couldn't break through to become a war god, illustrating the immense difficulty of achieving that status. It required strength, talent, and opportunity, all in equal measure. Among those Yi Bai knew, aside from Nightmare, only 3 from that generation had become war gods: Jiuyi, Madman Hua, and Shui Meng's father. Ironically, none of them had met a good end. Jiuyi was half dead, Madman Hua's life was worse than death, and Shui Meng's father was missing, his fate unknown. This meant that Shui Meng's father was the first to break through, and had always been at the forefront. In Jiu Ye's generation, the strongest always led the way. Shui Meng's father's disappearance involved not only the great demon god's machinations, but also the necessity for him to accompany Nightmare, shielding those behind them. It was for this reason that the heavenly king's sword ended up in the eternal forest. Yi Bai suddenly understood. The heavenly king's sword wanted to re-emerge and appeared before Wuhan, only to be rejected. Shui Meng had repeatedly ventured into the eternal forest to retrieve the sword, but always failed. Besides wanting the sword, there was another reason. The sword was his father's relic. Yi Bai looked down at the heavenly king's sword, feeling that the plot had just become even more convoluted. The sword fell into his hands. Surely it wouldn't be a waste of talent now, right? Just as Yi Bai was thinking this, the Tianwang sword suddenly emitted a sharp cry, as if declaring its own unruliness. Yi Bai instantly understood the Mian Injit wasn't he who chose the Tianwang sword, but the Tianwang sword that chose him. Recalling his experience in the Eternal Forest, Yi Bai had taken the Nightmare Cloak but didn't choose the Tianwang sword. This evidently displeased the Tianwang sword, and it cleverly conveyed this discontent to Xiaoyao. Hence, Xiaoyao made an exception allowing each person to take 2 pieces of equipment, and the Tianwang sword seized the opportunity to force its way into Yi Bai's arms. Yi Bai suddenly realized that the Tianwang sword had chosen to follow him in search of an opportunity to strike at the supreme demon god. He gently stroked the blade and softly reassured it, No worries, we'll slice that bastard. Then he solemnly promised, "Your final strike will be the decisive one." The Tianwang's sword seemed quite satisfied with this promise, its blade vibrating slightly as if nodding in agreement, before settling into calmness. Yi Bai felt a sense of pride. When it came to making grand promises, he was a master. Whether dealing with high-level beings like Lan Zhixian and the Tianwang sword or deceiving subordinates like Dracula and the Hellhound, he always managed to make his promises sound grand and convincing. Having resolved the issue with the Tianwang sword, Yi Bai turned his attention to the man in front of him, continuing to inquire about the Nether River. The man hesitated for a moment and then began to explain. "Since you possess that sword, you indeed have the potential to purify the Nether River. The Tianwang sword is an essential part of the purification process." He continued, "This Nether River is merely a projection of the underworld god's power. I once tricked the god of death, and this is my punishment. The monsters within are formidable, and the final guardian is an agent of the underworld god, with a level surpassing 900. The man went on, pointing to a heart-shaped stone. This was left by Nightmare to block the Nether River's pursuers. Later, Wuhan came, and with a single slash, he kept all the pursuers at bay behind this stone. This effectively provided a double layer of security. Yi Bai nodded thoughtfully, summarizing, "All right, I think I got the gist of it. Once we enter the Nether River, we have to eliminate all the monsters within 45 minutes to completely purify it, right?" After receiving the man's confirmation, Yi Bai stepped forward. He thought to himself, the strongest monster is only level 900, nothing to worry about. If worst comes to worst, he could summon Poseidon to take the hit. Where there's a will, there's a way. If all else fails, there's always the option to exploit a glitch. Nothing to be afraid of. Wait, the man suddenly called out, hesitating before asking, "Why are you doing this? There's no benefit for you, and I have nothing to offer in return. It doesn't even seem to matter whether the Nether River is purified or not. With Nightmare's stone and Wuhan's sword suppressing it, why bother?" Yi Bai turned around, his face full of righteous determination. Reward? Meaning? If doing good requires a reward, what kind of good deed is that? "I'm just a good-hearted Shura who steps up when needed and doesn't leave a name. I want to do this, so I do it. No need for all that extra nonsense." After speaking, Yi Bai's tone shifted, a sly glint in his eye. "By the way, once I purify the Nether River, this stone will be useless, right?" The man was taken aback, struggling to follow Yi Bai's train of thought. He nodded, "Yes, it will be useless. Nightmare left it to block the Nether River's pursuers. Once the river is purified, the stone will naturally become redundant." "Great," Yi Bai said earnestly. "After I purify the Nether River, it shouldn't be too much to take this stone with me, right?" The man looked bewildered. "You can, but what do you need the stone for? To push it around?" Yi Bai explained. "I'll take it back to fortify my residence. I mean, to protect my place." The man was even more confused. "How big and dangerous is your place that you need such an ugly thing to protect it? And will it even work for that?" Ignoring the man's confusion, Yi Bai charged forward with determination. He was secretly delighted. Nightmare's blackmail material? I'll just take the blackmail out directly. To fleece the Ninth Lord, I'll go all out. Fearless Shura, unafraid of challenges. Charge. Yi Bai cheered himself on as he rushed into the unknown depths of the Nether River. The river of the underworld, nothing but water. Yi Bai stood before it, his gaze deep and contemplative. Before him, an invisible barrier, as clear as glass, held back the raging waters of the underworld river. Countless monsters struggled within, unable to advance even an inch. This is the distance between heaven and earth. The Eye of Insight provided the answer, startling Yi Bai. The power of this sword technique far exceeded his expectations. He recalled how his second brother had comprehended this skill while pushing a boulder, realizing that it saved him the effort of manual labor. Now, facing the underworld river again, a sudden thought struck Yi Bai. Could this skill have another use? Excited, Yi Bai quickly jotted down his discovery in a small notebook he carried and prioritized learning this technique. However, crossing this seemingly short, but practically insurmountable distance was no easy task. If it were, the pursuers in the river would have swarmed him long ago. An idea sparked in Yi Bai's mind. Since both techniques were his second brother's sword moves, could they perhaps create some magical synergy? He gently swung his Heavenly King's sword and called out, "Water Severance." A miracle occurred. The barrier formed by the distance between heaven and earth opened a path for Yi Bai. Without hesitation, he dashed through the barrier to the river's edge. The man accompanying Yi Bai seemed unfazed by the spectacle and began explaining the situation of the underworld river. This river was once guarded by the underworld god and the Reaper's forces. But decades ago, the Reaper's minions were obliterated. I suspect a new demigod of death may have emerged, or perhaps even succeeded in killing a god. Yi Bai raised an eyebrow at this, pondering silently. Could it be Ninth Master? He mentally noted this information, planning to subtly probe Ninth Master about it later. The man continued, even with just the underworld god's minions left, we can't be careless. Especially the final boss, its power is terrifying, with few rivals in the underworld. It can easily take on 3 opponents at once. Yi Bai nodded solemnly. A boss with such high praise was not to be underestimated. However, deep inside, a fighting spirit ignited within Yi Bai. I love challenging powerful bosses. As long as it's not a 9th-tier war god, I'm confident I can take them all down. And if needed, I can summon the powerful beings from my exclusive space, like the Vampire Prince or the Sea God projection. After more than 30 years, the scent of the living once again drifted over the underworld river. Like a group of starving men spotting a delicious cake, the spirits in the river couldn't resist the tantalizing life force. In an instant, the river churned. Countless skeletal monsters, undead, and dark spirits clawed their way to the surface, letting out indistinct howls as they swarmed towards Yi Bai. From above, the scene was terrifying. Yi Bai's eye of insight quickly analyzed the situation. Red skeletons would explode upon death, blue ones triggered lightning, and black ones would randomly change color and revive. To Yi Bai, these monsters held no secrets. Faced with this minor threat, Yi Bai jokingly thought the Eye of Insight should be renamed the Eye of Bullying, but he knew well that with or without this ability, the outcome wouldn't change. If he could win, he could win. If he couldn't, nothing would change that. Determined to purify the underworld river, Yi Bai unleashed his full power without hesitation. Heavenly thunder, spark of stars, he roared, and powerful attacks rained down like a storm. The originally dark red waters of the underworld river gradually turned white from the death of countless skeletons. These minor monsters were indeed formidable, each comparable to a boss of the same level if encountered alone. But they faced Yi Bai the Azura, and to him, even bosses of the same level were mere appetizers. After 18 minutes and 26 seconds of fierce combat, Yi Bai finally fought his way across the river, his eyes dry from intense focus. Meanwhile, his level rose to 299. To break through to level 300, he needed to solo a boss above level 300. This would be Yi Bai's toughest challenge yet. As the last skeleton fell to Yi Bai's sword, countless remains floated on the now white surface of the underworld river, silence enveloping the area. The moment for the final boss to appear was near. Yi Bai gripped his sword tightly, ready for the ultimate battle. Yi Bai finally reached the boss level, his excitement palpable. His Eye of Insight was also agitated, almost revealing his true form. A level 300 boss indicated that Yi Bai was on the brink of his second awakening. Although the exact conditions were still unclear, he had a feeling it wouldn't be too difficult. Glancing at the time, it was just before 2 p.m., leaving him with more than 4 hours to spare. Yi Bai mentally mapped out his next steps. First, clear this level, then prioritize the second awakening of his Eye of Insight. If time permitted, he planned to return to the 14th level to continue challenging the projection of King Hua at the Slaughter Steel, preparing for tomorrow's battle. Just as Yi Bai's thoughts were racing, the lifeless waters of the underworld river beneath his feet began to stir. Show yourself, legendary boss, servant of the underworld god. Yi Bai anticipated, silently praying that his opponent wouldn't be too formidable. The river churned, spewing blood and lava. A massive shadow leapt from the depths, descending before Yi Bai with overwhelming presence. This boss exuded immense power, its long, muscular limbs paired with a menacing visage, creating a striking visual impact. Yi Bai was stunned, never expected the boss to be such a terrifying entity. Woof woof woof. A gigantic 3-headed beast emerged from the lava, unmistakably an adult version of the Hellhound. It radiated the aura of a war deity, undoubtedly the ruler and master of this stretch of the underworld river. Its powerful presence momentarily overshadowed Yi Bai. Being overpowered by a dog? Yi Bai couldn't tolerate that. He scoffed, Shao San, show it what you've got. The shadow of the Hellhound behind Yi Bai roared defiantly, meow. This cat-like sound left the adult Hellhound utterly baffled. It couldn't believe its Ursa Hellhound mimicking a cat. Could it have been in the underworld river for too long, out of touch with the outside world? Had evolution gone so far that a fully evolved Hellhound now sounded like this? Yi Bai never expected that the final guardian of the river Styx would be the Hellhound Cerberus. The enormous creature stood on the riverbank, its 3 ferocious heads glaring at him, breathing out sulfurous heat. Despite facing such a formidable opponent, Yi Bai remained undaunted. His eyes narrowed, and he muttered, Heavenly thunder. In an instant, the sky over the river Styx split open, and a dark red lightning bolt roared down, carrying a cataclysmic force straight at Cerberus. With a thunderous crash, the lightning struck its target precisely, shattering one of Cerberus's heads instantly. The remaining 2 heads roared deafeningly in fury as the massive beast lunged at Yi Bai. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The waters of the river Styx surged, swirling around Cerberus and forming a pale white barrier. Yi Bai frowned, his inside eye quickly detecting the change in his opponent. This barrier not only granted Cerberus immunity to lightning, but also doubled its combat power. Tricky, Yi Bai muttered, swiftly creating distance. Though his opponent was a level 900 plus entity, Yi Bai soon discovered its weakness. The Hellhound appeared somewhat sluggish. The three heads often acted independently, leading to disjointed movements that severely hampered its overall combat effectiveness. Yi Bai chuckled inwardly, realizing that destroying one head had actually reduced the internal conflict within Cerberus. However, with the power of the river Styx boosting it to a second state, its attributes had indeed doubled, significantly enhancing its strength. What relieved Yi Bai was that this Wargod-level opponent couldn't harness the power of the Eternal Sea. Through his inside eye, he saw that the creature was essentially just a projection, not a true living being. A Wargod dog without the Eternal Sea isn't even fit for a kennel, Yi Bai thought smugly. His advantage was clear. Determined to press on, Yi Bai utilized the high mobility of the Shura Sea, his figure flickering above the river Styx. A barrage of skills rained down like a storm, rapidly depleting the Hellhound's health. Refusing to be outdone, the Hellhound made a sudden leap, its sharp fangs shredding the shadow of Cerberus that Yi Bai had summoned. Shao San, Yi Bai roared, genuine sorrow flooding his heart. However, this grief quickly transformed into an even stronger fighting spirit. With his summon gone, Yi Bai's attack efficiency more than doubled, each strike precise and lethal, maximizing his output. Even so, the sheer health of the level 900 plus boss exceeded Yi Bai's expectations. Without the aid of Heavenly Thunder, his attack efficiency dropped, and the battle reached a stalemate. 10 minutes later, the Hellhound's health finally bottomed out. Yet, it remained unperturbed, its two heads even exchanging insults. Only then did Yi Bai realize his opponent had a third form, the Hellhound, its true peak state. Windless slash, Yi Bai shouted, unleashing a fierce wind blade that completely drained the last bit of the Hellhound's health. Another head exploded with a loud bang, and the waters of the river Styx engulfed it instantly. At that moment, a cunning glint flashed in the remaining head's eyes, and its mouth curled into a slight smile. The river Styx began to boil, emitting an entirely different, terrifying aura. Yi Bai finally realized his grave mistake. Cerberus had been able to harness the power of the Eternal Sea from the start, and its Eternal Sea was none other than the river Styx beneath them. The previous battle had merely been this cunning opponent's way of toying with him. Entering its third form, the Hellhound's attributes doubled once more. With the other two heads no longer a distraction, it could now fully command the power of the river Styx. At this moment, its combat strength was comparable to a Tier 3 war god. The Hellhound displayed a confident smile, as if to say, this battle was over before it even began. However, at this critical juncture, a mysterious smile also appeared on Yi Bai's lips. Is it a mistake for a dog to compare itself to a wolf? Standing by the banks of the river Styx, Yi Bai's lips curled into a slight smile. The Eye of Insight had long since revealed the peculiarities of himself, the river, and the third form of the Hellhound. However, he feigned ignorance, focusing intently on the battle at hand. The Hellhound charged at Yi Bai with fierce barks, unaware that its opponent was well prepared. Yi Bai narrowed his eyes and moved his fingers slightly, unleashing a series of skills in an instant. Mirror Image, Wind Fury, Life Bloom. As the incantations were spoken, a faint glow surrounded Yi Bai. The Wind Fury effect allowed him to cast Life Bloom 3 times in quick succession. In an instant, the seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter cycled through. Chaos Thunder, Arise. Above the river Styx, dark clouds roiled and a massive thundercloud took shape. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, shaking the very air. When the first bolt of chaos thunder struck, the Hellhound's eyes were full of contempt. With the river Styx's protection and its immunity to lightning, what did it have to fear? Come on, strike me if you dare, the Hellhound seemed to taunt. However, the moment the lightning hit its body, the Hellhound shuddered violently, its bones rattling as it let out a pained howl. This was no ordinary lightning. It was true damage. 8 successive bolts of chaos thunder followed, each more powerful than the last. The Hellhound was struck down, unable to resist, reduced to feeble whimpers. After the 6th bolt, the mighty boss in its strongest form fell at Yi Bai's feet without causing any damage. Has it started? It's already over, Yi Bai murmured softly. As the Hellhound collapsed, Yi Bai remained vigilant. His gaze swept quickly over the surface of the river Styx. Soon, he spotted something unusual, a spinning eternal orb in the water, radiating terrifying energy as if attempting to revive the Hellhound. Yi Bai's eyes sharpened, and he acted instantly. Star Pluck, Wind's Boundlessness, Water Severance. In just 0.5 seconds, Yi Bai unleashed all his sword techniques, except for Skyrend. 3 sword energies shot forth, combining with the remaining chaos thunder to strike the eternal orb. Under this ferocious attack, The eternal orb couldn't withstand it and shattered with a crisp sound. Yi Bai quickly collected all the fragments. The Hellhound was utterly vanquished. With the Hellhound's demise, the river Styx began to boil and evaporate, eventually vanishing from existence. Yet, Yi Bai's attention was on the changes within himself. A system notification sounded. Killed the Hellhound. Level increased to 300. Due to the need for a fourth job change at level 300, Yi Bai's level cannot increase further. Excess experience has been converted to attribute points, increasing all 5 base attributes by 20,000. Yi Bai fell into contemplation. This situation felt familiar. Every time he defeated the Hellhound, something similar happened. Could the Hellhound be his lucky star? However, more important than the attribute increase was Yi Bai's concern about another matter upon reaching level 300, the second awakening of the Eye of Insight. Besides reaching level 300, what other conditions were required? The system notification sounded again. Second awakening condition. Survive under the lethal gaze of an enemy above the war god tier. Condition met. Second awakening in progress. Current progress 0.1. Yi Bai was stunned. He recalled his experience on the 7th floor of the Eternal Tower. There, a boss created by a cult member, empowered by the essence of a demon god, had appeared. Ultimately, a projection of the 4th demon god descended. That projection nearly killed Yi Bai with a single glance. Fortunately, the supreme warrior Xiaoyao had prepared in advance and saved Yi Bai's life. Another day to give a shout out to third brother. Yi Bai thought to himself. He had already survived under the lethal gaze of an enemy above the war god tier. In other words, Yi Bai had long met all other conditions for the second awakening of the Eye of Insight. Everything was ready, just waiting for the right moment. This was entirely different from what Yi Bai had initially expected. The second awakening wasn't difficult. It simply required reaching level 300 and waiting for the unlock. At this moment, Yi Bai remembered a classic conversation between Feet and Zhao Lin. Feet said, "If you can pass the 29th floor, it's like you've already got one foot into the 9th tier warrior rank." Zhao Lin asked, "When will the other foot step in?" Feet replied, "The other foot was already in." Yi Bai suddenly understood. So, this is what it means to have the other foot already in. At the very last moment, when his second awakening progress hit 99.99, Yi Bai finally broke through to 100. Instantly, a series of notifications popped up before his eyes, providing a detailed interpretation of the results of his Eye of Insight's second awakening. His exploration range doubled, and vision-based skills could no longer harm or negatively affect him. Even more exciting were the 2 new modes that had been unlocked: Overload Mode and Replication Mode. Overload Mode allowed him to decipher information about entities ranging from level 990 to 999, while Replication Mode enabled him to record and replicate a skill of his own or someone else's. Both modes had a cooldown period of 24 hours. In addition, Yi Bai gained a one-time opportunity to study a floor of the Eternal Tower, with the exception of floors 0 and above 95. Despite these new abilities, Yi Bai let out a disdainful sneer. He had expected the Eye of Insight to offer more astonishing upgrades, but reality left him disappointed. Nonetheless, these abilities still held their own value. The ability to resist vision-based damage, while not effective against other demon gods, could at least fend off the gaze of the most powerful demon gods, giving Yi Bai a bit more confidence. Overload Mode and Replication Mode were undoubtedly the highlights, allowing him to glimpse the secrets of higher beings and mimic powerful skills. After a moment's thought, Yi Bai decisively chose to analyze the 95th floor of the Eternal Tower. He realized that he might have been manipulated by Jiu Yi and urgently needed to understand King Hua's true intentions. The analysis was expected to take 20 minutes, so Yi Bai decided to deal with the Nether River at his feet first. Guided by the Eye of Insight, Yi Bai quickly refined the already purified Nether River and sealed it in a specially made vial. This Nether River turned out to be a drop of water from the eternal sea of the Nether God, making it incredibly valuable. After completing all this, Yi Bai turned and left. With the monsters purified and the Nether River gone, the sword energy left by his second brother also dissipated. He easily returned to the rock, once again facing the man he had encountered before. "You actually did it." The man stared ahead, his shock evident. Yi Bai shook his head dismissively. "What's so surprising about that? Honestly, I suspect our eldest brother didn't fail because he couldn't do it, but because he didn't want to." He recalled what he knew. "From what I've gathered, Nightmare had already mastered the Supreme Mark long ago. If he had been determined, purifying the river Styx wouldn't have been difficult." Yi Bai continued his analysis. "Even without mentioning Nightmare, Xiaoyao, who arrived here before me, could have purified the river Styx with just a word. Nightmare was unwilling to do it, and Xiaoyao was indifferent." He briefly introduced the structure of the Eternal Tower. "The Eternal Tower has 100 floors. After exploring it for some time, I've gained some understanding of it. Through the traces left during the challenges, I've also become more familiar with the personalities of the 3 supreme beings." Yi Bai detailed the characteristics of the three supreme beings. Supreme being Xiaoyao was like a spectator from start to finish. He never involved himself in any plot. He did everything on a whim. In this regard, Wu Hin and Xiaoyao are quite similar. Second brother's whims are more like, if there's injustice, my sword will address it. In simple terms, he would cut down anyone he wanted, kill anyone he wanted. Xiaoyao's whims are more about being free from desires, detached from worldly concerns. His heart desires nothing, and everything seems dull to him. As agreed earlier, Yi Bai stored the heart-shaped stone in his storage space. The man bowed to Yi Bai 3 times, each time saying, "This is to pay respect to your elder brother. This is to pay respect to your second brother. This is to pay respect to your third brother." The scene fell into silence, the atmosphere slightly awkward. Ahem. Yi Bai coughed lightly, not waiting for a fourth bow. "What about me? Aren't you going to thank me? Does Shura not deserve any respect?" The man understood Yi Bai's meaning and explained, "Your 3 brothers have already given their answers to fate, and my respect comes from that. But you have yet to face fate, so I only have expectations and blessings for you. May I be fortunate enough to witness you conquer that damned fate." He added self-deprecatingly, "Besides, you don't need to carry the respect of a stone." Yi Bai froze, his expression stiffening as if a bolt of lightning had struck his mind. He suddenly realized he had overlooked something important. Nightmare and Wu Hin had both left their marks at this stage. But what about Xiaoyao? What had his third brother done? At that moment, the answer revealed itself to Yi Bai. The eternally rolling stone, forever unable to reach its destination, had a question carved into it. If everything is destined to be futile, what then? Yi Bai suddenly understood. The stone had witnessed the answers of Nightmare and Wu Hin, recording them silently. Until one day, the third supreme seed, Xiaoyao, arrived at this stage and faced the question on the stone. Xiaoyao had told it, "Perhaps you are the witness of fate." The man standing before him was, incredibly, once a stone, transformed into a human by Xiaoyao. This revelation left Yi Bai utterly stunned, as if time had rewound 100 years. The man began to recount his origins, his voice deep and weathered. Long ago, there was a king who deceived death and was punished to push a round stone for eternity, never reaching the end. The king eventually perished beneath the stone, his blood staining it red. From then on, the stone became the target of both the underworld god and death's wrath, until it met Xiaoyao, who transformed it into a human, making it a so-called witness of fate. After hearing this bizarre and twisting tale, a bold idea suddenly sparked in Yi Bai's mind. He smiled meaningfully and said softly, "Hey buddy, how about coming over to my place?" The man hesitated, instinctively shaking his head in refusal. "Even though death is missing, the underworld god won't spare me," he emphasized, explaining that wherever he went, disaster and suffering followed. Despite not being the original king who tricked death, he was still cursed by the blood he bore and couldn't escape misfortune. Yi Bai, however, was unfazed. He patted his chest confidently and declared, "What a coincidence. I, too, bring disaster and suffering wherever I go. No worries. I've got connections. How many underworld legions does the underworld god have? Wanna bet against my third brother?" Under the protection of the Eternal Tower's rules, Yi Bai feared no trouble from the underworld. Even if the sea god wanted to interfere, he could only divert the trouble elsewhere, leaving Yi Bai free to cause havoc. Seeing Yi Bai's unwavering resolve, the man couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Even if you're not afraid of the underworld god, I can't enter your exclusive space. Just give it a try." Yi Bai's persistent nature shone through. After much persuasion, the man finally agreed to try, thinking that Yi Bai would give up once they failed. Unexpectedly, the man found himself standing before a mysterious mine, just in time to see a vampire crouched in a corner gnawing on a chicken leg. Surprised, he realized that the permissions of the Eternal Tower's exclusive space were incredibly high. The vampire eyed the unexpected guest warily and asked tentatively, "Were you also captured by the demon lord to be a laborer?" The man scratched his head and nodded, "Sort of. My name is Rolling Stone, but you can call me Old Stone." "All right, Old Roll. I'm Dracula. You can call me the Great Duke Dracula," Dracula said, showing a look of shared suffering. He handed Rolling Stone a chicken leg, his voice slightly choked, "Eat while it's hot. Better days are still ahead." Yi Bai was unaware of what was happening in the exclusive space. After sending off Rolling Stone, he felt particularly pleased. At this moment, Yi Bai was like a collector enthusiast, wanting to gather everything he saw. He wished he could ride a tricycle around the Eternal Tower, shouting, collecting Big Brother's dark past, Second Brother's skill books, Third Brother's experiments trading supreme traces for pots and pans. Unfortunately, such thoughts could only spin in his mind. With exploration complete, Yi Bai purified the river Styx and fulfilled Rolling Stone's fate, naturally clearing this stage. He placed his hand on the Eternal Core Crystal to start the level scoring. A server-wide announcement echoed in the ears of all humans in the Eternal Tower. Congratulations to player Azura for achieving SSS level clearance on floors 23 through 26. Player Azura has cleared floors 23, 24, 25, and 26 with SSS level ratings, rewarding all humans in the Eternal Tower with the River Styx Purifier buff. Then came a series of generous rewards. Limited time buff comprehensive enhancement. All attributes of humans in the Eternal Tower 45, limited to 24 hours. Limited time buff weakness sweep. Humans in the Eternal Tower will not enter a weakened state after death when returning to the Eternal Core City, limited to 24 hours. Limited time buff experience boost. Experience gained by humans in the Eternal Tower 20, limited to 12 hours. Limited time buff Maze Master. Humans in the Eternal Tower will automatically receive a partial map before entering a maze, limited to 3 times. Permanent buff River Styx Purifier. Humans in the Eternal Tower deal 30 extra damage to creatures within the River Styx, clearing 4 SSS level stages in one go. The rewards were naturally abundant. Familiar buffs like comprehensive enhancement and weakness sweep need no further mention. The 24-hour limit was enough for players to utilize them over 4 days. Yi Bai carefully calculated the time and thought to himself, if I use it sparingly, 6 days will be enough. He knew that once King Hua's plan was set into motion, he would inevitably have to venture into the abyss. To avoid delaying everyone's progress, he decided to preemptively max out buffs for everyone before setting off. As one of the strongest seeds, Yi Bai had always been meticulous in stacking buffs and earning rewards. Among the numerous rewards, Maze Master and Underworld Purifier were quite unique. Maze Master had only 3 uses, which wasn't very useful to Yi Bai. However, Underworld Purifier, a permanent damage boost buff, significantly increased his output against underworld creatures. After tallying the rewards, a white light flashed, and Yi Bai instantly disappeared, reappearing in Eternal Core City. Before he could check his personal rewards, a new prompt popped up. Ready to review the intel on the 95th floor of the Eternal Tower? Clearly, someone was quite proud of finally accomplishing something. Review it. Yi Bai couldn't help but feel a bit anxious, wondering what Ji had been hiding from him. The description of the 95th floor began exactly as Xiaoyao had told him. Battle against your own talent. But then, Yi Bai's eyes froze on one line. During the battle, the talent will transform into all things. Transform into all things? Yi Bai's heart sank, and an ominous thought emerged. Could the talent also transform into a person? This realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. Yi Bai stood there, shocked, quickly piecing together all the clues in his mind. Xiao Jiao, young and pure as a blank sheet of paper. King Hua's talent was called 9 Lives, No Regrets. King Hua had once told Jui to take care of Xiao Jiao after his death. The truth gradually surfaced, and Yi Bai's eyes widened. Xiao Jiao was neither King Hua's real body nor a fake one. Xiao Jiao's true identity was actually King Hua's talent. 9 lives, no regrets. Back on the 95th floor, King Hua had intentionally driven himself insane. He paid the price of severe injury and near madness, and with Xiaoyao's help, successfully brought Xiao Jiao out of the Eternal Tower. This was all part of his plan. Knowing King Hua's character and the contents of the 95th floor, Jui had seen through Xiao Jiao's true identity the moment he laid eyes on him. Seeing the truth, Yi Bai fell into silence, speechless for a long time. After a while, he took a deep breath and muttered under his breath, "He really is a madman." Xiao Jiao turned out to be Hua Tianwang's talent. After carefully studying the introduction of the 95th floor with his eye of insight, Yi Bai gained a deeper understanding of this astonishing fact. His mind raced as he analyzed the various implications of this discovery. When Hua Tianwang's talent separated from him, he could still enjoy all the benefits, but he lost the ability to activate special effects. This meant his combat power was secured, but he deliberately gave up the powerful bloodlocking cheat. Yi Bai couldn't help but secretly admire him. This old fox had found a huge loophole. The design of the 95th floor of the Eternal Tower was ingenious, pitting challengers against their own talents. Yi Bai squinted, contemplating Hua Tianwang's strategy. Using the status boosts within the floor, Hua Tianwang split into 9, 8 fakes and 1 real. Each time a fake was defeated, his real self grew stronger. The price of losing his talent was exchanged for a brief but terrifying power, possibly even surpassing level 1000 combat strength. Yi Bai's eyes sharpened. He was almost certain of Hua Tianwang's ultimate target, the great demon god. This old man had been planning for years, sacrificing his talent and cutting off all retreat paths for a single, lethal strike. Yi Bai sneered. Given Hua Tianwang's cowardly nature, choosing the great demon god as his opponent made perfect sense. However, a few questions still lingered in Yi Bai's mind. What did Zhou Yi hope to achieve through Hua Tianwang's plan? Known information indicated the great demon god was on the 1st floor, Hua Tianwang on the 2nd, and Zhou Yi on the 3rd. Yibai realized he needed a higher vantage point to see the whole picture and stop Zhu Yi from seizing the supreme seal. But the most pressing issue now was how to win the third match against Hua Tianwang. Yibai knew that if he lost, Hua Tianwang might beat him half to death. Worse still, Zhu Yi would never come to his rescue. Dragging a severely injured body, losing mobility, by the time he recovered, it might already be too late. Thinking of this, Yibai couldn't help but curse out loud. Old man, can't you wait until I grow stronger and cut down the supreme demon god with one sword? Why do you have to pull these stunts? At your age, can't you cherish your life a bit more? Despite his frustration, Yibai forced himself to calm down. He opened the Eternal Tower's prompts and found that he had cleared 4 4S levels in one go, with the reward being a maze in a private space. After a quick inspection, Yibai decided to temporarily put the development plan on hold. Dracula, Yibai called to his loyal subordinate. I might have to go on a long trip, Yibai said succinctly, possibly to the first abyss, and I might have to deal with the great demon god. Dracula's expression changed multiple times upon hearing this, but he finally gritted his teeth and said, Master, then I'll stay at home and swear to protect every bit of your property. Yibai gave a cold laugh. Do you have a choice? Behave yourself. You might need to protect someone for me. Perform well, understood? Understood. Dracula nodded firmly. I guarantee to complete the mission. After giving his instructions, Yibai had a brief chat with Gollum and then hurriedly left. He had many things to do tonight, and time was precious. Not a moment could be wasted. Yibai was contemplating another attempt at the slaughter steal, hoping for new gains. Reflecting on his previous encounter with the projection of King Hua, he realized he had learned a lot. Their next duel would be a pure contest of fists and weapons, with no skills allowed. Yibai knew he had to force King Hua to use his Heavenly Pillar move in this bout to set the stage for victory in their third match. Before his thoughts could settle, Yibai's figure vanished from his private space, reappearing on the 14th floor of the Eternal Tower. Without hesitation, he chose challenge the world's best, touching the words lightly with his finger, and was instantly transported into the slaughter space. Meanwhile, in the distant first abyss, an unusual card game was underway. Xueming, accompanied by 3 demon gods, was on a winning streak. Such a scene was likely unmatched anywhere in the world. During a break in the game, the 3 demon gods chatted casually, their offhand remarks revealing secrets that would be considered top secret elsewhere. Xueming remained silent, keeping his mouth tightly shut. The 5th demon god yawned and asked, 50,000. I heard that the lunatic named Hua has escaped. In his eyes, King Hua was the only decent human warrior. Other top warriors spent their days scheming, trying to suppress the abyss and kill the strongest demon gods. But King Hua was different. He would just raise his fists and fight directly. The great demon god fell silent upon hearing King Hua's name. The 2nd demon god sneered, Big brother, isn't he coming to kill you? I remember you tricked him quite a bit back in the day. The great demon god snorted, play cards, less chatter. After winning a hand, the 5th demon god said leisurely, speaking of that lunatic Hua, didn't he walk both the paths of slaughter and death? I heard he killed the god of death. Xueming suddenly spoke, that question requires extra payment. The usual rate. The 3 demon gods readily paid the fee, awaiting Xueming's answer. Xueming seriously replied, I don't know. The 3 demon gods were instantly furious, almost flipping the table. At that moment, a voice suddenly whispered in the 2nd demon god's ear, playing the 8 bamboo might be a good idea. He glanced discreetly into the distance, his eyes filled with apprehension. A figure in white was wandering outside the first abyss, occasionally giving pointers. The 2nd demon god played the tile as suggested and indeed won the hand. Xueming, while collecting his winnings, muttered, how is my luck so good tonight? Winning every game. The 3 demon gods exchanged glances, thinking, this must be what they call playing cards with the crown prince. Whether the crown prince knows how to play is irrelevant, and whether Wu Hin knows how to play is irrelevant. What matters is that Wu Hin knows how to wield a sword, and that's enough. While shuffling the deck, the 5th demon god continued the earlier topic. If that lunatic had defeated both the god of death and the god of slaughter, then he should have the corresponding authority in the Eternal Tower. The 2nd demon god counted on his fingers. Only the slaughter steal on the 14th floor is interesting, but it's too low a level, and the challengers are too weak. That lunatic Hua is unlikely to bother with them. Listening to the demon god's chatter, Xueming yawned. He had just received news that the Azura had reached level 300 and cleared the 26th floor. A level 300 Azura had no reason to return to the 14th floor. He sighed in relief, feeling there was nothing to worry about. However, at that very moment, in the slaughter space, Yibai slowly opened his eyes. Surrounded by dense white mist, he sensed that something was off, different from his previous challenge the world's best. Before he could react, an old voice emerged from the depths of the fog. Azura, I heard you want to fight me 99 times? As the mist cleared, The true form of King Hor appeared before Yi Bai. Nodding slowly, I accept your challenge. Yi Bai stood there, stunned, with only one thought in his mind. What should I have engraved on my tombstone to make it look cooler? As the mist cleared, an elderly man with kind eyes appeared before Yi Bai. This centenarian, with white hair and eyebrows, had a face lined with wrinkles resembling cracks in porcelain. He sat cross-legged in front of Yi Bai. Sit, instructed Hua Tianwang, pointing to the spot opposite him. Obediently, Yi Bai sat down cross-legged. As Hua Tianwang spoke, an ancient wooden tea table materialized between them, adorned with 2 teacups and a pot of tea. I can only stay alert for a short time each day, he explained. Yesterday when you came, I wasn't fully conscious. I feared I might accidentally kill you, so I didn't show up. Yi Bai couldn't help but chuckle wryly, replying with self-deprecation, you went through all that trouble. Does a top-tier candidate really get treated like this? Being in the presence of the 995 level Hua Tianwang. Well, that's something. Hua Tianwang continued. I have fought for 100 years, slaying countless demons, never once feeling inferior to anyone, and I have no regrets. If there's one thing I do regret, it's not seeing Xue Ming settle down, fearing I would fail his father's trust. These words made Yi Bai's expression turn serious, realizing that Hua Tianwang might have a death wish. He pondered Xue Ming's background, a biological father who was a supreme war god, 2 foster fathers who were top-tier warriors, a top-tier war god as a protector, and even a 3rd father yet to be claimed. In terms of having a powerful lineage, Xue Ming was fully stacked. Hua Tianwang continued, I no longer have the obsession to duel with a top-tier candidate. At my age, bullying a kid like you is out of the question. But there are 2 matters I can't let go of. Yi Bai responded, if you can't let go, then hold on to them a bit longer. He understood that if Hua Tianwang let go of these matters, he would truly have no attachments and might go on a killing spree. Ignoring Yi Bai's comment, Hua Tianwang continued, the first matter concerns Xiao Jiao. He has been with me for many years and has suffered a lot. Having him stay by Ying Jiao's side is not a long-term solution. In the future, please take care of him. As he spoke, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Yi Bai returned the gesture and tentatively asked, if I don't take care of him, will you wait a bit longer? No. Hua Tianwang shook his head. Anyone regarded as a grandson by Ying Jiao wouldn't do such a thing. Or rather, you're all tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Stubborn as a mule. Hua Tianwang then spoke of the second matter he couldn't let go of. Throughout my life, I've mastered all 18 weapons and am unrivaled in martial arts. Yet, I have no true successor, which is somewhat regrettable. Yi Bai raised an eyebrow, thinking Hua Tianwang might take him as a disciple. But Hua Tianwang's next words shattered his illusion. You're not talented enough for me to take you as a disciple. After a few seconds of silence, Yi Bai asked, so, should I leave? Hua Tianwang mused to himself, Xue Ming is quite good. I intended to pass all my martial arts to him. Unfortunately, he started with the blade and later switched to the sword. Of all the weapons and martial arts in the world, he has better teachers for those 2. Jia's blade and Wu Hin's sword. Hua Tianwang greatly admired Lao Jia's blade techniques. Because of this, he abandoned the blade and carved out a new path with his fists. Yi Bai never expected that Xue Ming had abandoned the knife to learn the sword. This surprising discovery made him recall scenes where Demengzi was often chased by Jiu Yi with a knife. Given Jiu Ye's broad-mindedness, this possibility didn't seem entirely out of the question. Just as Yi Bai's thoughts were drifting, Hua Tianwang shifted the conversation directly to Yi Bai's talent. Your talent must be related to your eyes, otherwise you wouldn't have noticed Shaolan's awakening. Yi Bai admitted frankly, indeed, I can see some strange things, but they don't usually come in handy. He thought to himself, by the time he reached the 95th level, these eyes would be different. Revenge would be inevitable with the second awakening, and his eyes would reveal hints with unwavering clarity. Hua Tianwang didn't dwell on the topic and got straight to the point. I need your help to closely examine my skills. If you encounter a suitable successor in the future, pass them on. Hua Tianwang's intention was clear. How much Yi Bai could learn was up to his own abilities. If he could surpass his master, Hua Tianwang would have no regrets. Though proud, Hua Tianwang had a remarkably open heart. In fact, when Hua Tianwang served as an instructor for various major corps back in the day, he was always generous and patient in his teachings. Among his unofficial disciples, there were several 9th-rank war gods, dozens of war gods, and countless war kings. A vast majority of the mid to high-level forces in the United Corps had benefited from Hua Tianwang's guidance. However, decades ago, Hua Tianwang chose to fake his death, allowing his name to slowly fade over time. The younger generation knew little of his deeds, yet his prestige and influence within the United Corps remained unparalleled, second to none. Thinking about it, this was quite normal. There weren't many supreme war gods among the human race. Shadow 9 preferred to hide in the shadows and was highly revered by Jiu Yi, but few under the sun had witnessed Jiu Ye's terror. For a long time, Hua Tianhuang was the most prominent war god of the human race, second only to the supreme beings. At this moment, he sought to find a true successor through the eyes of Shura. Yi Bai paused for a moment, knowing he had no reason to refuse. All right, please. Hua Tianhuang raised his hand, and an arena appeared out of thin air before them, filled with various weapons. Hua Tianhuang's idea of recording wasn't as simple as demonstrating a set of moves for Yi Bai to watch. It was about real combat. Yi Bai stood up, stepped into the arena, took a deep breath, and cupped his fists in salute. Please instruct me. Enough with the pleasantries. Hua Tianhuang snorted coldly, beckoning with his hand. You attack first. Once in the arena, the previously reasonable and kind old man vanished. In his place stood the irritable Hua Tianhuang, ready to throw punches at any moment. Just as Yi Bai was about to draw the Tianhuang sword, a ruler suddenly appeared in Hua Tianhuang's hand, striking Yi Bai's hand with a blur of motion. Smack! The damage wasn't high, but the pain was intense. A sharp pain shot through Yi Bai's hand, making him grit his teeth and gasp. The Tianhuang sword almost slipped from his grip before it was even drawn. Hua Tianhuang coldly remarked, Your grip on the sword is wrong, and you dare draw it in front of me? Try again. Every time Yi Bai tried to draw his sword, the ruler would strike again. This continued until the fifth attempt, when Yi Bai finally managed to draw the sword slightly. A hint of approval and surprise flashed in Hua Tianhuang's eyes. He had clearly underestimated this kid's talent. To be able to draw the sword slightly under Hua Tianhuang's suppression in just 4 tries was remarkable. Shura's learning ability and combat talent were exceptional among many. However, there was still a gap to Hua Tianhuang's standards. Moreover, despite his approval, Hua Tianhuang showed no sign of it on his face, continuing his harsh remarks, a supreme seed. This is it? Back when Xueming was learning the sword from me, he could draw it slightly on the second try and fully on the fourth. Kid, you have a long way to go. While listening to Hua Tianhuang's taunts, Yi Bai had to dodge his attacks and find a way to draw the sword. Yi Bai even had the leisure to retort, Why don't you mention that you also taught my second brother the sword? Hua Tianhuang was taken aback. Who's your second brother? Yi Bai proudly replied, Wuhan. I did teach Wuhan swordsmanship. When Wuhan rose to prominence, Hua Tianhuang was already at peak strength and had sparred with him. Hua Tianhuang remembered that Wuhan was also at level 300 at the time. Hua Tianhuang had suppressed his strength to level 300 for a fair duel with Wuhan. Then, Hua Tianhuang was defeated by Wuhan in one strike. Since then, Hua Tianhuang had learned his lesson, reflecting and summarizing his experiences. He vowed never to duel with supreme seeds at the same level again. This led to today's scene. Hua Tianhuang at level 995, teaching a 300-level supreme seed a lesson. As the two clashed, Yi Bai finally broke free from the ruler's restraint. Swish! On the 9th attempt, Yi Bai drew the Tianhuang sword. Then, with a swift counterstrike, Hua Tianhuang defeated Yi Bai, avenging the one-strike defeat by Wuhan years ago. This strike carried a hint of personal emotion. Yi Bai was instantly killed, but he immediately revived, not even having time to feel the pain. Standing in this killing space belonging to the Tower of Eternity, he realized that being killed here would not bring any punishment. Hua Tianhuang stared coldly at Yi Bai and said, Kid, don't think I'm just settling a personal score. You've had it too easy on your journey. His voice was stern. Ask yourself, have you really experienced life and death battles? Which true warrior hasn't walked the edge of the blade, emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, advancing further in the face of death? Despite the reason in Hua Tianhuang's words, Yi Bai couldn't help but retort, I've lost count of how many times I've nearly been counterkilled on the battlefield. Hua Tianhuang shook his head, clearly having a different understanding of nearly counterkilled. He switched his weapon and effortlessly struck Yi Bai back. Although Hua Tianhuang was a level 995 powerhouse, he deliberately controlled his strength to match Yi Bai's current attributes. It was in the technique and application of force that Hua Tianhuang completely overpowered Yi Bai. If you're going to kill demons, you must be prepared to be killed, Hua Tianhuang said with a cold snort. In this world, what makes you think you can kill demons without them trying to kill you? Only between life and death can a person's true potential be unleashed. Yi Bai gritted his teeth and persisted, understanding that Hua Tianhuang's words made sense. From the beginning of the fight, Hua Tianhuang had told Yi Bai that he could leave at any time if he didn't want to continue. Hua Tianhuang launched a heavy punch, smashing into Yi Bai's Tianhuang sword. The sword emitted a strange sound, and Yi Bai was violently pushed back, his right hand trembling uncontrollably. After just 2 moves, he was already struggling to hold on. However, Hua Tianhuang was more surprised than Yi Bai. According to his expectations, these 2 moves should have left Shura either dead or severely injured. Yet Yi Bai was still standing, his rapid progress continually surprising Hua Tianhuang. Among the countless geniuses he had encountered over the past 100 years, Shura now ranked in the top 20. Hua Tianwang's expression turned stern as he altered his initial plan. Hold your sword and defend. I'll test your skills with various weapons. With that, he began switching weapons and launched a fierce assault on Yi Bai. Yi Bai struggled to defend himself, like a run-down house unable to withstand the slightest wind and rain. Hua Tianwang's attacks were relentless, overwhelming Yi Bai. Within a few exchanges, Yi Bai was killed again, only to revive immediately. Again. Yi Bai raised the Tianwang sword, his fighting spirit reignited. Since I can't die, I might as well use this chance to practice my sword techniques. Though Hua Tianwang's words were harsh, his level and insight were undeniable. His critiques of Yi Bai were often spot on. From their first exchange, Hua Tianwang had identified Yi Bai's two biggest flaws. First, Yi Bai had never undergone systematic sword training. He was entirely self-taught. According to Hua Tianwang, the Tianwang sword was wasted on someone like Shura. Many of Yi Bai's sword habits were not just poor but full of flaws. This kind of swordsmanship might work against a 9th-rank war god of the demon race, but against a true demon god, any flaw could be fatal. Second, Shura had experienced too few life-and-death battles, or rather, none at all. He was full of sharpness, but lacked a solid foundation. Addressing these points, Hua Tianwang designed targeted training for Yi Bai. Under his tutelage, many of Yi Bai's bad habits and flaws were corrected one by one. Hua Tianwang was amazed to find that Shura's learning ability was extraordinary. Once Hua Tianwang pointed out a flaw, Yi Bai never repeated it. In less than half an hour of their exchanges, Shura's growth repeatedly shattered Hua Tianwang's expectations. Is it his talent at work? Hua Tianwang shook his head inwardly. No, it's something else. Talent might play a role, but it's more about Shura's ability to learn. King Hua raised his evaluation of Xiao Fa once again, believing he could now enter the top 10. Currently, Shura ranks just behind Nightmare, Wuhan, Xiaoyao, King Hua, Xueming, Ingjiu, and Lan Jixin. If this assessment were to spread, it would surely cause a huge stir. The battle grew fiercer, and King Hua increasingly saw Shura as a promising talent. He thought to himself that perhaps he wouldn't need to look for another successor anymore. With this in mind, King Hua struck harder, sending Yi Bai flying with a heavy punch, instantly depleting his health bar. Revived, Yi Bai gripped his long sword, ready to counterattack, but King Hua gestured with a finger. A teacup from the table flew over, and half a cup of green tea floated before Yi Bai. Drink the tea, then we'll continue, King Hua said calmly. Yi Bai hesitated for a moment until a system prompt appeared. Be careful, drinking this tea will boost your attributes. Without further delay, Yi Bai drank it in one gulp. Instantly, his 5 basic attributes increased by 100. His body felt refreshed, and his senses sharpened as if seeing the world from a new perspective. King Hua snorted coldly. With your current level, you're only worthy of half a cup. Yi Bai rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking, Old man, you can hardly hide your amazement, yet you still put on a tough front. But considering the martial arts instruction and the tea, he let the old man's arrogance slide. 30 days east of the river, 30 days west. Never underestimate someone just because they're down. Yi Bai vowed silently that once he reached level 1000, he would seek his revenge. At level 995, he still worried about accidentally killing King Hua. King Hua raised his right hand and provocatively curled his finger. Come, your turn to attack while I defend. If you can land a single hit on me, you get another half cup of tea. It sounded tempting, but Yi Bai scoffed. Xiao, am not someone who bends for half a cup of tea. Every half cup doubles the effect, King Hua added. Star pluck. Yi Bai slashed his sword, combining it with windless distance. This surprise attack was a must-have skill for every swordsman. However, Yi Bai's slash hit nothing but air. He quickly raised his sword to block, barely fending off King Hua's counterattack. King Hua used the same sword technique Yi Bai had just employed but with far greater speed and power. This was the difference in their strength. For the next half hour, Yi Bai absorbed King Hua's techniques like a sponge. Finally, his sword grazed King Hua's shoulder, marking the first time Yi Bai had landed a hit in their duel. Another half cup of tea appeared before Yi Bai. His 5 basic attributes increased by 200. After drinking the tea, feeling refreshed and ready to fight again, Yi Bai noticed King Hua putting away his long sword and tossing him a short blade. Try other weapons. Focusing solely on the sword limits your potential. Yi Bai was about to argue when King Hua interrupted. Even Wuhan doesn't only use a sword. For the next hour, Yi Bai tried various weapons. King Hua noticed that Shura excelled with defensive weapons like the heavy shield. Other than that, his talent with different weapons was mediocre. Oddly, King Hua felt that Shura was better suited to using a blade rather than a sword. With a top-tier blade master like Ingjiu around, it was impossible that Ingjiu hadn't noticed this. As for why Ingjiu hadn't mentioned it, King Hua didn't bother to ponder the old fox's motives. Stop. A third cup of tea appeared before Yi Bai. He drank it calmly, increasing his 5 basic attributes by another 400. Enough playing around, King Hua said. stepping back and leaving behind a shadow. I will create 98 shadows, each wielding a different weapon, with attributes ranging from weak to strong. You can attack or defend. Each shadow will only engage with you for half a minute. Survive for half a minute, and you win. Yi Bai, full of fighting spirit and without a trace of fear, declared, "Bring it on." 25 minutes later, Yi Bai had battled 50 of King Hua's shadows, gaining immense benefits. The battles were intense, with both sides matching each other blow for blow. Current record: Yi Bai 16 wins, 3 draws, 31 losses. The battle raged on. Yi Bai swung his sword, simultaneously raising his shield to block. The phantom before him ran out of time and vanished. This marked the 72nd duel. Yi Bai's record showed 20 wins, 17 draws, 35 losses. From the onset, he had been at a disadvantage, struggling even to draw. However, as the battles continued, his skills visibly improved. Hua Tianwang stood by with a calm expression, but his inner turmoil was far from settled. He knew from the start that Xiaoluo had shown incredible potential and learning ability. Typically, early progress is the most noticeable, while further improvement becomes increasingly difficult. It's like after-school tutoring. Initial score boosts are significant, but reaching higher levels demands exponentially more effort for diminishing returns. Yet, Xiaoluo's growth curve resembled an exponential function. The further he progressed, the faster he advanced. Hua Tianwang couldn't predict when he would hit a bottleneck. By now, Yi Bai had turned the tide, often lasting until the projection time ended in a draw and occasionally securing a victory. Hua Tianwang's lips curled into a cold smile. The remaining 26 phantoms were at least 50% stronger. Yi Bai wiped the sweat from his brow and looked at old Hua with a peculiar expression, thinking, "You're not even pretending anymore, are you?" Just as he was about to give up, a cup of tea appeared before him. Basic attributes 800 across all 5 dimensions. Silently cursing, Yi Bai put on a beaming smile and said, "Come on, let's continue." With a fan-shaped shield on his left arm and the Tianwang sword in his right hand, Yi Bai prepared to face the next opponent. The battle was grueling, with him at a severe disadvantage from the start. Fortunately, the hours of prior fighting had significantly improved his defensive techniques. Blocking left and right, Yi Bai's defense was impeccable. Though he was on the back foot, he had not reached a desperate situation. Half a minute later, the phantom disappeared, and the next one immediately charged at him, giving him no time to breathe. The pressure surged like a tidal wave, making Yi Bai feel as if he were submerged miles underwater, with the relentless force compressing his every move. In such a scenario, Yi Bai became more focused. In a state of utter concentration, a spark of insight flashed. Time seemed to slow down infinitely, and each movement appeared in slow motion. Enlightenment. No, it was swordsmanship enlightenment. Remembering Master Sha's advice, Yi Bai didn't create new moves, but instead poured his newfound understanding into enhancing the skill Mirror Shadow that he had previously grasped. Only by doing so could he ensure that future insights maintained high quality and didn't waste potential. In Yi Bai's mind, countless figures danced. Ninth Master's earth-shattering slash, Xue Meng tearing apart a 9th-rank demon warrior, Wu Hen's sword splitting a demon god, Xiao Yao standing on a tortoise. These vivid memories first appeared clearly, then faded away one by one. These were others' martial skills. What Yi Bai was comprehending was his own. When all the scenes vanished, Yi Bai's mind was blank. Something's missing, he murmured to himself, eyes half closed. From the moment Yi Bai entered this state of enlightenment, Hua Tianwang sensed something unusual. The phantoms halted their attacks, not disturbing Yi Bai's epiphany. What's missing? Hua Tianwang scoffed. What's missing is a bit of killing intent. If it had been Xue Ming, Hua Tianwang might have said it was the valor of risking one's life. But after interacting with Xiaoluo, he realized some things couldn't be forced. Azura can be resilient and generous, but he would never sacrifice his life without hesitation. Faced with this dilemma, he could only opt for the next best thing. Since he was unwilling to die himself, he would make his enemies die instead. What Azura lacked was precisely that lethal intent to slay his foes. At that moment, the person with the most intense killing intent in the entire Eternal Tower was right within reach. As Azura struggled in the midst of his skill epiphany, King Hua took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling, muscles bulging like the gnarled roots of an ancient tree. He casually assumed a fighting stance, and his aura surged instantly, as if a storm was brewing. In that instant, he stood supreme in the universe. King Hua unleashed a punch, the wind from his fist howling. The countless killing steel on the 14th floor of the Eternal Tower were instantly shrouded by his punch's force. All the cultivators attempting to pass the trial or lingering on that floor were turned into white light upon contact and forcibly teleported back to the Eternal Core City. The intent of his punch gathered into a sea, with killing intent rampant, creating a sea of murderous aura for Azura. The space on the 14th floor trembled violently, with countless chains emerging from the void. attempting to suppress the area. Even the sage on the 99th floor glanced down, shook his head and sighed. How dull. The tower returned to calm, the chains on the 14th floor slowly dissipating. The sea of killing intent surrounded Yibai, allowing him to observe, learn, and absorb it. As the murderous intent gradually seeped into his body, his epiphany of the killing move became more complete, ready to be unleashed. Finally, Yibai opened his eyes, a faint red glint in his pupils, his voice hoarse and violent as he growled, "Kill." In an instant, killing intent erupted from him, shattering the shield on his left arm. The king's sword slashed forward, and the shadow at Yibai's feet rushed out even faster. In the universe, only sword energy and killing intent coexisted. This single sword strike slashed through 24 phantoms. When there was nothing left to cut, the sword energy, wrapped in killing intent and shadow, carved a massive chasm in the killing space before vanishing into the horizon. King Hua, who had been watching all along, couldn't help but exclaim, "What a sword!" He understood why the king's sword would follow Azura. Such insight, even if his temperament was lacking, was enough to make up for any deficiencies. The earth-shattering sword strike drained Yibai of his strength. The enormous consumption of comprehending the sword and the absorption of excessive killing intent overwhelmed him with countless thoughts. Yibai struggled to remain clear-headed, barely paying attention to the outcome of his strike. As the sword energy faded into the distance, King Hua noticed Azura's deteriorating state, realizing that the excessive killing intent might drive him insane. Saving him was paramount. He said sternly, "Kid, let me be clear. I'm saving you, nothing personal." Before he finished speaking, King Hua threw a punch. Countless killing intents erupted in the universe, drawn out by the punch. Instantly revived, Yibai grabbed a teacup that appeared out of nowhere and drank it in one gulp, then cursed loudly. Was that necessary? Really, was that necessary? Is it really necessary? To save yourself, the first step is to kill yourself? What kind of twisted logic is that? Yibai frowned deeply, his heart seething with uncontrollable anger. Suddenly, he realized that both Zhu Yi and Hua Tianwang were experts when it came to being hot-headed. Their approach to saving someone was astonishingly similar. "If I kill you first, you won't die from your injuries." Yibai clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, muttering curses under his breath for a full 3 seconds before barely suppressing his urge to act recklessly. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and then opened the skill description for Mirror Shadow. Skill: Mirror Shadow Kill. Effect: slash forward, dealing 6001.2 physical attack, total killing intent value and physical damage. The shadow deals 50 of the main body's damage. Cost: all stored killing intent. Killing intent: automatically gained when killing a target. Killing intent value: 20 of the damage dealt by a fatal attack on an enemy. Each killing intent lasts up to 120 seconds, with a maximum of 9 killing intents. When fully accumulated, the skill deals 1.5 times true damage. Cooldown: 90 seconds. Yibai carefully studied the skill, calculating its potential. This lethal move owed at least a third of its credit to Hua Tianwang. Thus, when calculating damage, the killing intent value became an important variable. The calculation was straightforward. If Yibai dealt a trillion damage with one strike and killed Hua Tianwang, he would accumulate 1 killing intent. This killing intent's value would be 20 of a trillion, which is 200 billion. With 9 killing intents accumulated, Mirror Shadow Kill would deal terrifying true damage. Yibai recalled the scene where he had previously slashed through all the remaining shadows with one strike, and it suddenly made sense. He had been wielding an almost infinite amount of killing intent, which allowed him to inflict such astonishing damage. The best application scenario for this move appeared in Yibai's mind. First, eliminate 9 minions to gather killing intent, then deliver a single strike to the boss for an instant kill. Although it sounded odd for a mage to use a sword to kill, it surprisingly made sense. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through Yibai's mind. He narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, "Does that mean I can kill 9 demon gods first and then strike the strongest demon god?" This thought excited him, and he quickly noted down this potentially game-winning strategy. After putting away the skill description, Yibai turned to face Hua Tianwang, bowing slightly with a serious expression. Despite their numerous disputes, Yibai knew that without Hua Tianwang's help, he might have figured out this move, but its power would not be nearly as formidable. Hua Tianwang's sincerity in treating him, Ashura, was something Yibai genuinely appreciated. "All right, I've been messing around with you for half the night. This old man is tired," Hua Tianwang said, waving his hand in a dismissive gesture. However, Yibai wasn't ready to leave just yet. He recalled spending 2 hours to pass the 23rd floor and over 3 hours on the 14th floor encountering Hua Tianwang. With nothing else to do outside, it seemed better to take this opportunity to learn more from him. "Wait," Yibai quickly spoke up, tentatively asking, "Hua Lao, don't we still have one more match to fight?" He reminded Hua Tianwang of their agreement for 99 matches. After slashing through the last 24 shadows, Yi Bai's current record was 44 wins, 19 draws, and 35 losses, with one match remaining. Although the numbers slightly favored Yi Bai, in such a competition, the final match was what truly determined the winner. Hua Tianwang raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Didn't I just kill you with one punch? That doesn't count. Let's have one more match," Yi Bai earnestly replied. "I haven't seen your strongest move yet." "Humph," Hua Tianwang sneered, unmoved. "I've heard that sure ass are full of tricks, taking everything they can. Seeing you today, the reputation is well deserved." "You're too kind, really," Yi Bai replied with a forced smile, mentally noting down a debt to Xue Ming. Clearly, the only person who could complain to Hua Tianwang like this was Xue Ming. Yi Bai's mind conjured an image of Xue Ming, holding a jug of wine, crying bitterly in front of a black coffin, accusing the Shura of being ruthless and cruel. Yi Bai emphasized again, "I truly want to see your strongest move." Hua Tianwang looked at him in bewilderment. "You really want to get killed again?" Yi Bai was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to respond. He forced himself to ask, "How about using that move on a different target? I have a 9th rank vampire prince here, guaranteed to work. If one isn't enough, I have two." However, no matter how Yi Bai tried to persuade him, Hua Tianwang remained unmoved. Finally, Hua Tianwang sat cross-legged, looking at Yi Bai with interest and said, "Kid, I'll give you 3 minutes at most. Whether you can convince this old man to make a move depends on your own ability." Yi Bai stood in the killing field, his gaze piercing. He recalled Xue Ming mentioning the extraordinary ability of the Azura God to make deals with all sorts of people. Now, with King Hua determined not to act, Yi Bai was curious to see just how extraordinary this ability truly was. 3 minutes, Yi Bai spoke, his voice carrying a hint of challenge. After a moment of silence, Yi Bai spoke again, this time with a probing tone. "The Wanwu auction house has a bamboo scroll. What's its connection to Wanwu?" King Hua furrowed his brows, puzzled. Was Azura planning to use some trivial matter to pressure him? He was underestimating King Hua. Before King Hua could ask, Yi Bai continued. "The bamboo scroll records that in a certain year, Lan Zhixian bound his hands and feet, suppressed his realm, and fought Azura at the same level, emerging victorious." A flicker of confusion crossed King Hua's eyes. "Lan Zhixian? What did that have to do with him?" Yi Bai cautiously reminded, "Elder Hua, Lan Zhixian has a record of defeating a supreme seed in a direct battle." He quickly added, "This is officially certified, personally acknowledged by Azura. Same level, victorious against a supreme seed." Yi Bai's tone grew firmer. If even someone like Lan Zhixian, who isn't even a war god, can achieve this, then the value of being the #1 war god might diminish in the future if certain feats aren't accomplished. King Hua fell silent, the air seeming to freeze. Moments later, he asked a seemingly unrelated question. "How many moves did it take for Lan Zhixian to defeat Azura at the same level?" Yi Bai hesitated. 3 moves? King Hua shook his head. "Think again. 100 moves?" Yi Bai asked, his tone uncertain. King Hua shook his head again. "Think again." Taking a deep breath, Yi Bai decided to go all out and declared loudly, "Lan Zhixian, with a tongue as sharp as a lotus, delivered over 10,000 sword strikes and narrowly defeated Azura by 1 move." "Good." King Hua suddenly stood up, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, as if even the sky was lifted by his presence. "Today, I will show you the culmination of my lifetime of martial arts, my strongest move," King Hua said in a deep voice. "Watch closely how I, at the same level, can crush a supreme seed with a single punch." Yi Bai's mouth twitched uncontrollably, cursing inwardly but not daring to speak out. He had agreed to this duel, and he would see it through, no matter how painful. 3 minutes later, the resurrected Yi Bai was dispirited, still reeling from the shadow of that punch. He suspected King Hua had cheated. There was no way that punch could be from someone at level 300. King Hua looked at Azura, a teachable smile on his face. "Our duel's outcome need not be broadcasted to the world like some others." Weakly, Yi Bai replied, "I'll carve a bamboo scroll and hang it in the Wanwu auction house when I get back. If you insist, I won't stop you." "Do as you please," King Hua said calmly. "It's good for young people to have their own ideas." "Very good." With that, his figure was enveloped in mist and gradually vanished. As Yi Bai exited the killing field, he widened his eyes and whispered, "Did you record that punch just now? Replication complete." A slight smile crept onto Yi Bai's lips. All the effort had been worth it. He would return that punch to King Hua. The mist surged again as Yi Bai exited the killing zone, his heart brimming with joy from his gains. During this training session, his proficiency with various weapons had improved, especially his swordsmanship, which had reached a new level. He even mastered a new killing move. Yi Bai pondered silently, realizing that a second duel with the sunny, big-heart Hua Tianwang was unnecessary. After all, he had learned everything he could from their encounters. Looking down at the Tianwang's sword on his waist, a bold idea flashed through Yi Bai's mind. Should I get myself a shield? Today's battle had made him aware of his high affinity with shields, as if he was destined to become a shield master. However, he suddenly paused, recalling his primary role. Wait, I'm supposed to be a mage. Putting aside the matter of the sword and shield for now, Ibai had some minor tasks to handle. He left the 14th floor of the Eternal Tower and instantly appeared in the trade sanctuary. Good morning, fourth brother, greeted Zhao Qian, the goblin underling, respectfully. Morning. Got a big deal today. Yibai replied with a smile, then placed two items in front of Zhao Qian, the heart of the ocean and a void fragment. Both were obtained from the sea god. Although the Eye of Insight had confirmed their authenticity, Yibai still had reservations. Can you ask your boss to take a look at these for me? Yibai asked, thick-skinned. Zhao Qian nodded but didn't forget to remind him, fourth brother, my boss has a unique way of settling accounts. Yibai felt a bit uneasy. What do you mean? Don't scare me. Asking the boss for help costs nothing, but sometimes he'll drop by for a chat, Zhao Qian explained. Yibai heaved a sigh of relief, thinking it was just a chat. He could let Xiaoyao handle that. After handing over the items, Yibai returned the equipment he had borrowed and made a new request to Zhao Qian. Get me 2 sets of level 300 defensive gear and some affordable rings and trinkets. This request indeed troubled Zhao Qian. The All Things Pavilion was known for its fairness quality gear for a fair price. However, dealing with someone like Sheluo, who preferred freebies, was challenging. In the end, Yibai spent 60 war god merit points to secure 2 sets of scrade equipment. With the equipment sorted, Yibai borrowed a bamboo tube and started engraving. On a certain year and month, Hua Tianwang suppressed his power level to 100 below Shiluo's and fought him, defeating him with one punch. After finishing, he handed the bamboo tube to Zhao Qian, asking him to put it up for sale at the All Things Pavilion. Zhao Qian, familiar with the routine, said, I get it. The item will be displayed, but not for sale. Any price offered will be 1 coin higher than theirs. However, Yi Bei's plan surprised Zhao Qian, who said it's not for sale. Yi Bei sneered, if the price is below 100,000 war god merit points, I'll outbid by 1 coin. But if someone offers more than 100,000, why not sell? Zhao Qian was astonished by Yi Bei's approach. Turning his own embarrassing history into resources was indeed impressive. After dealing with the bamboo tube, Yi Bei waited in place. Before long, Zhao Qian returned with the 2 items. The goblin assistant nodded seriously, saying, my boss has already checked it out. This void shard is indeed fine. He looked at the shard, which glimmered with an unusual light, and added, many have tried to fuse with it. It does enhance one's strength, but comes with some risks. Curiosity flashed in Yi Bai's eyes as he motioned for the goblin to continue. The small goblin took a deep breath and began to explain in detail. First, once you fuse with the void shard, the deities of that element will become your enemies. This is because it involves a fight for divine positions. Yi Bai nodded thoughtfully, realizing that this was why the sea god had given him the fire element void shard. The goblin continued, secondly, after fusing, you'll face random attacks from void creatures while exploring the Eternal Tower. In the abyss, you'll attract more attention from demons, possibly facing sieges. Yi Bai smiled nonchalantly. As a supreme contender, he was used to being coveted by all. The extra hatred brought by the void shard was just a minor inconvenience to him. The goblin suddenly grew serious. One more thing to note. It's best to have the corresponding elemental power in the Eternal Sea before fusing with the void shard. Yi Bai raised an eyebrow. Will it make things easier? No. The goblin shook his head. It will save you money. After fusing with the void shard, if you want to add the void fire element to the Eternal Sea, the required materials will be void materials, which will cost 10 times more. By adding the fire element first and then slowly transforming it with the void fire element, you can save a lot. Yi Bai was overjoyed, grabbing the goblin's hand with gratitude. You're a good man. He released his hand, and his expression turned determined. All right, I have some matters to attend to. We'll talk more after I deal with the young version of King Hua. With that, Yi Bai vanished from the trading sanctuary. The scene shifted to the first abyss. The card game was temporarily paused as the second demon god left to fetch money from the second abyss. Before leaving, the great demon god gave him a meaningful look, suggesting he should take his time and make a few mistakes with the password. Clearly, the longer the game lasted, the more he would lose. With no cards to play, Shuemeng yawned and opened the Everything Pavilion app to do some online shopping. This card game with the demon gods had earned him quite a sum, over 1 million war god merits, and this money didn't need to be shared with his senior or junior fathers, making him feel like he had struck gold overnight. As Shuemeng browsed through the items, he suddenly noticed a new bamboo tube listed. Seeing the details, he couldn't help but laugh. Shura, even you can have a bad day. The bamboo tube was newly listed and priced modestly at 6 million gold coins. Shuemeng thought it must be Huashu showing off, just like with Lanzhixian. Feeling playful and wanting to help Huashu show off while teasing Shura, Shuemeng casually placed a high bid of 50 million gold coins. However, As soon as his bid was out, someone immediately raised it by 1 gold coin. Unfazed, Xue Ming entered a 1 and then closed his eyes, pressing 0 repeatedly. Bid amount, 1 million war god merit points. Please confirm. The system prompt sounded. Without hesitation, Xue Ming confirmed. Bid successful. Current highest bid, 1 million war god merit points. Auction countdown, 167 hours, 47 minutes, 16 seconds. After waiting for nearly a minute with no new bids, Xue Ming's smile gradually froze, and his expression turned grim. Recognizing the familiar pattern, the familiar exploitation, and the terrifying muscle memory, a bold thought emerged in Xue Ming's mind. Is it possible that this bamboo tube was consigned by Shura? At the end, the author briefly explained the reason for the delayed update. They had changed the alarm to catch a ride yesterday, but it didn't go off today. They promised to update regularly during the new year, with 4 updates per day from Monday to Friday and 3 updates per day on weekends. The Eternal Tower, a private realm. Yi Bai carefully handed the heart of the ocean to Bruce, instructing him to keep it safe. Not far away, Master Fool was fully engrossed in forging, with the work of reforging the power of nature reaching its final stages. Yi Bai felt anxious. This task couldn't be rushed and had to be done methodically. All the resources of the private realm were being poured into the forging of this SS-grade equipment. Although some byproducts could be sold for money, the funds were immediately used to purchase new materials, creating a financial shortfall. Yi Bai had no choice but to dig into his own pocket to cover the gap. He looked at his dwindling war god merit points, only a few 100,000 left, and felt a wave of anxiety. If only someone could give me 1 million war god merit points, Yi Bai thought to himself, then shook his head with a wry smile, knowing it was just wishful thinking. Yi Bai began to inspect his territory. The private realm was teeming with life, and everything was thriving, which pleased him. Along the way, he chatted with Rolling Stone brother for a bit. I need a hill, Rolling Stone explained. Every now and then, I need to go uphill and downhill, but I can manage on my own. Yi Bai easily created a slope for Rolling Stone brother, thoughtfully adding handrails and steps on the side. Rolling Stone brother tried rolling up the hill and then down, returning to Yi Bai and bowing again. I have a blessing. I wonder if I might have the honor of giving it to you, Rolling Stone said respectfully. You're too kind, let me see it. Yi Bai readily agreed, immediately using the 3 major forbidden spells. System notification appeared. Rolling Stone's blessing. Gold earned kills in the Eternal Tower 9. Duration, 24 hours. Yi Bai was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. He gladly accepted the blessing, enthusiastically patting Rolling Stone on the shoulder. Old Rolling, from today on, you're my dearest friend and brother. Rolling Stone was a bit confused, not understanding why his seemingly insignificant contribution made Yi Bai so excited. In reality, for someone with Yi Bai's vast empire, a 9 increase in gold might seem trivial but was actually significant. Even 0.1 would be invaluable. After finishing his inspection, Yi Bai opened his attribute panel to carefully review his stats. Besides the usual grade equipment, he had his eye on a level 300 S-grade shield from the Pavilion of All Things. Gritting his teeth, Yi Bai spent 200 war god merit points to buy it, expecting it to arrive in 2 hours. Yi Bai began his final preparations for the upcoming battle. He knew that once he defeated the doppelganger of King Hua, the real body, at its peak power, would initiate its plan without hesitation. At that point, the situation would become extremely precarious. Yi Bai had to enhance his combat power to the utmost to truly participate rather than remain an outsider. Dracula, come here, Yi Bai called out to the old pig. Honored master, what are your orders? Dracula noticed that the demon lord Yi Bai was in an exceptionally good mood and secretly hoped for some good news. Yi Bai asked, how is that vampire we have locked up? At the mention of that vampire, Dracula felt a chill down his spine and the entire vampire felt uneasy. He recalled the last time Yi Bai faced off against the sunny boy King Hua, throwing a 9th rank vampire prince as a weapon to force the opponent to use his armor. Even after being resurrected, the 9th rank prince continued to wail incessantly. His piercing cries echoed through the air, tugging at the heartstrings of all who heard and bringing tears to the eyes of those who saw him. Even Dracula couldn't help but empathize. With a serious expression, Dracula said, although I came back to life after being killed, my powers have significantly diminished. I'm afraid I can no longer hold the position of 9th rank prince. He paused and added, but there's a silver lining. After being shattered into pieces, the blood river's corruption on me has lessened. It won't be long before my sanity is slightly restored. Sensing Azura's concern, Dracula reassured, for the time being, he won't be able to cause any trouble. The dungeon is sufficient to contain him. With Dracula's assurance, Yi Bai nodded slightly. He turned to Dracula, his expression stern, and instructed, this time, you need to protect someone, be mentally prepared. Even if you die, you must ensure the other person remains unharmed. Do you understand? A glint of determination flashed in Dracula's eyes. Yi Bai, You might as well be more explicit. Yi Bai replied in a deep voice. Once the task is completed, I will allow you to return to the rank of prince. Mission accepted, Dracula declared confidently. With enough prince's blood, I fear nothing. Despite having a contingency plan in place, Yi Bai still felt uneasy. He called out softly, Xiao San. As soon as he finished speaking, the resurrected hellhound appeared before him. Meow, a cat's meow sounded, and it felt as if the entire atmosphere shifted. The Styx is here. Yi Bai took out a previously sealed small bottle and placed Nightmare Wind on the ground. In a negotiating tone, he asked, Want a drink? Nightmare Wind swirled up, sniffing above the bottle's opening with a hint of disdain. Even the nearby dog couldn't help but shake its head. Drink. Yi Bai's tone turned firm. The first time was a request. The second is an order. He continued to persuade, Good medicine tastes bitter, but cures illness. Drink this Styx water, and you'll soon be revitalized. This Styx water is precious and rare. Whenever I have good ingredients, I let Nightmare Wind have them first. Technically, Yi Bai wasn't wrong. After all, an ordinary person drinking Styx water would directly reincarnate, which could be considered a form of revitalization. Under Yi Bai's urging, the reluctant shadow of the hellhound approached the small bottle and downed the Styx water in one gulp. Clean and sanitary, ah. After drinking the Styx water, the hellhound's shadow took a couple of steps before its form began to wobble. Then, all three heads collapsed to the ground, instantly unconscious. Hissed Yi Bai, standing nearby, furrowed his brow in confusion. He muttered to himself, Did it drink fake alcohol? Fake alcohol is harmful. 2 drinks for the driver lead to tears for the loved ones. Yi Bai looked at the hellhound Cerberus, sprawled out like a dead dog, and shook his head helplessly. He silently resolved to remind everyone about the dangers of drunk driving, especially during the New Year period. At this moment, Cerberus was clearly not reliable. Yi Bai glanced at his wristwatch. It showed 6:08. 2 more minutes, gotta rush to the canteen. With a thought, his figure vanished from his exclusive space, darting toward the wolf's den in the eternal core city like a flash of lightning. Fourth brother is here. Despite wearing a mask, Yi Bai's unique aura made him the center of attention. Dai Meng had already prepared and handed him a storage ring calmly. The rations for the dwarves, vampires, werewolves, and miners for the next half-month are all in here, made to the highest standards according to your previous menu. Yi Bai accepted the ring somewhat sheepishly and downed the beer in front of him in one gulp. Before he could say much more, the time was up, and he was forcibly teleported out of the Eternal Tower. The next second, Yi Bai appeared out of thin air in his dormitory, still holding the empty beer glass from the wolf's denver. He looked down at his shadow and greeted, Good morning, Ninth Lord. Ninth Lord let out a cold laugh. You reek of Hua Madman's tea. Kid, did you go to the 14th floor? Yi Bai rolled his eyes and complained. You could have warned me that Hua Tianwang was waiting for me. If I'd known I was going to get beaten up, I wouldn't have gone. Ninth Lord chuckled sinisterly, clearly having deliberately not warned Yi Bai. His only regret was probably not witnessing the kid get beaten up firsthand. Yi Bai quickly changed the subject. Ninth Lord, fresh dirt on nightmares interested? What are you scheming now? Shadow 9 asked warily. Oh, come on, what could I possibly scheme? Here, take it, free of charge this time. Yi Bai generously placed a recorder on the table. Shadow 9 was silent for a moment before speaking. Did Hua Madman knock some sense out of you? Yi Bai almost shouted back, but, seeing the gleaming knife in Ninth Lord's hand, quickly changed his tone. Please, just accept this token of goodwill. After a moment's hesitation, black mist rose from the ground, and a withered hand reached for the recorder. Yi Bai remained calm on the surface but was screaming internally. Youth mode? Activate. After his second awakening, the Eye of Insight had a new ability Youth mode, also known as Overload mode. In this state, Yi Bai could analyze information on entities from level 990 to 999, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Yi Bai eagerly activated this ability but was informed by the Eye of Insight that the black mist was obstructing the analysis. Left with no choice, he used the recorder as bait to lure Ninth Lord. Sure enough, the hand reaching out of the black mist became the key to cracking the information. Analysis complete. Seeing these words, Yi Bai was almost ecstatic. However, his smile froze upon seeing the result. Target level 999. Surname Ing, given name Geo. Yi Bai fell silent, cursing this useless eye. Did he really need it to tell him Ninth Lord was named Ingju? This was supposed to be an SS class talent, but it was researching meaningless things. Suppressing the urge to smash the Eye of Insight, Yi Bai silently waited for another 24 hours to reanalyze Ninth Lord's information. At least he confirmed that Ninth Lord was indeed level 999. However, a question arose. Hua Tianwang was only level 995, so how could he contend with Ninth Lord? From what Yi Bai knew of Hua Tianwang, he was notorious for picking on the weak. He would boldly attack anyone weaker than himself. Judging by his trash-talking attitude toward Ninth Lord, Tianwang seemed very dissatisfied and eager to challenge him. Yet, Ninth Lord had not taken the initiative to fight back. Could it be that Ninth Lord is chickening out? Yi-Bai wondered, just as Ninth Lord's voice interrupted his thoughts. A sly glint flashed in Yi-Bai's eyes, and a small smile played at the corners of his mouth. He looked at Ju Yi with a light-hearted tone. Ju Yi, I've suddenly taken a liking to blades. How about you teach me a few moves for self-defense? As he spoke, he exaggeratedly mimicked some moves. Imagine, left hand with a blade, right hand with a sword, dominating the abyss, unstoppable. Jiu Ye's expression stiffened slightly, and he fell into a brief silence. After a moment, he slowly spoke, with a hint of barely noticeable hesitation in his voice. Kid, your talent is so poor that being half-decent with a sword in this lifetime would be a miracle. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Yi-Bai maintained his composure, nodding repeatedly. Yes, yes, absolutely. However, inwardly, he scoffed. He knew his true potential all too well. During his previous encounter with Tianwang, Yi-Bai had already gleaned some insights from his opponent's reactions. In truth, his proficiency with weapons ranked as follows: shield, blade, sword. The sword was actually last. What aroused Yi-Bai's suspicion even more was Ju Ye's unusual behavior. Normally, Ju Yi was a man of few words, only speaking more when mocking Yi-Bai. If Yi-Bai were truly as talentless as Ju Yi claimed, Ju Ye's response would have been a single word scram, yet Ju Yi had gone on, inadvertently revealing his deceit. Yi-Bai shook his head inwardly. Ju Yi, your skills in deception are still lacking. Pushing open the door, Yi-Bai carried on as usual, eating, attending classes, and sparring with Zhao Lin as if the earlier conversation had never happened. Before lunch, Yi-Bai finally received the long-awaited SS level shield in his mailbox. The shield's other stats were not particularly impressive. As a non-upgradable SS level equipment, its level cap was only 300, and it could only be used for defense, not offense. But these details didn't concern Yi-Bai. His eyes were fixed on one special attribute of the shield: perfect block. Perfect block. When carrying shield value, facing enemy attacks, the shield can enter a perfect block state. By adopting a specific stance to meet the attack, it can reduce the shield value consumption from enemy damage by 30, and use shield value to offset true damage. Each perfect block consumes 1 durability point. Current durability, 1000. To trigger perfect block, 2 conditions had to be met. Yi-Bai needed to have shield value, and he had to perfectly block with the shield. Once triggered, the benefits were immense: 30 damage reduction and the ability to use shield value to negate true damage. At Yi-Bai's current stage, these were extremely powerful safeguards. With this shield, Yi-Bai's survivability was undoubtedly significantly enhanced. Just as Yi-Bai was reveling in the joy of acquiring new gear, his lone wolf medal suddenly vibrated slightly. Looking down, 2 new messages popped up. Foolish Master, 1 good news, 1 bad news. Foolish Master, the good news is, Nature's Force has become an SS level equipment. Hooray! Yi-Bai hadn't even had time to celebrate when the next message hit him like a sledgehammer. Foolish Master, the bad news is, Nature's Force has a minor flaw and will require some resources to fix. Yi-Bai's hand trembled involuntarily, and he gritted his teeth as he typed out a line with difficulty. Shura, just tell me the cost. Foolish Master's reply was like a heavy blow, knocking Yi-Bai into despair. Foolish Master, not much, just 600,000 war god merits. Yi-Bai remained silent for a long time, his heart sinking as he made a tough decision. Forget about Nature's Force. 60,000 war god credits? Yi-Bai fell silent. His gaze turned vacant as his fingers unconsciously rubbed his pockets, as if calculating his total assets. It wasn't that he was reluctant to spend the money. He simply didn't have enough. Furrowing his brows, a thought crossed Yi-Bai's mind. Could Master Fool be trying to take a cut? But he quickly dismissed the idea. He knew Master Fool well. Despite his name, he was not a greedy person. Besides, with his inside eye, Yi-Bai could easily discern truth from lies. Uncle Nine, I need to return to my private space for a bit, Yi-Bai said softly, heading towards the restroom. His actions immediately drew the attention of the students in cafeteria section C. Whispers erupted among them, with someone excitedly exclaiming, "Look, Yi-Bai is going to see the Azura. Isn't he just going to the restroom?" Someone asked, puzzled. Are you stupid? The Azura only respawns in the restroom, another voice explained. I heard the Azura has a restroom portal for emergencies. Rumors spread like wildfire, growing more outrageous by the minute. The story of Shadow Second Master challenging Yi-Bai and getting defeated by Tian yesterday only fueled these rumors. Someone confidently analyzed. Think about it. Yi-Bai, the cunning fox of Section C, full of devious tricks. He definitely didn't defeat the Azura Heathen, but played dirty. Maybe they played rock, paper, scissors, and Yi-Bai cheated to win. This explanation seemed to make everything fall into place. The crowd's logic formed a perfect loop. The Azura respawns in the restroom. Ibai goes to the restroom. Therefore, Ibai is going to see the Azura. Ignoring the gossip behind him, Ibai walked straight into the restroom. He left a substitute doll and quietly returned to his private space. Inside, Master Fool was waiting patiently. Ibai got straight to the point. Where's the natural force? Let me see it. Master Fool placed a long rod encased in a clay shell before Ibai, explaining, before breaking open the clay shell, you need to invest a massive amount of resources, or the natural force won't maintain its SS grade. Ibai's eyes focused on the natural force, and its attribute panel appeared before him. Equipment, natural force, LV.300. Grade, SSS. Magic power, 30,000. Attributes, intelligence 120000, spirit 60,000. Traits, level adaptation, increases with Azura sea level. 4. Despite the 4 traits still being in a chaotic state, the existing attributes alone convinced Ibai must restore it at all costs. Closing the attribute panel, Ibai noticed Master Fool's hesitant expression. Just say it, it's okay, he encouraged. Master Fool hesitated before explaining. Actually, the reforging process went smoothly at first. The natural force successfully advanced to SS grade, but it was the lowest tier. I got greedy and on a whim, pushed its grade up another level. He offered 2 solutions. Spend 100,000 War God credits to slightly downgrade the natural force, keeping it as an SS grade item. Or spend 600,000 War God credits to make it the pinnacle of SS grade equipment, retaining its current attribute bonuses and even enhancing its traits. I'll spend the 600,000, Ibai said without hesitation. I'll figure out the rest of the money, even if it means borrowing from Uncle Nine or finding other ways. Don't worry about it. As he turned to leave, Master Fool called out, hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, I'll cover the cost. Ibai shook his head firmly. No need. Humans and demons are at odds. I don't want to owe you anything. Why is the Shura acting like a human today? Before Master Fool could feel touched, Ibai's next words sent a chill down her spine. Just so I won't feel bad if I end up killing you. Master Fool's heart ached. She realized she had misplaced her trust. Ibai turned and walked away nonchalantly, muttering to himself. He was scheming how to get the 600,000 War God merits from Master Fool before she returned to the abyss. Master Fool watched Shura's departing figure silently, thinking he was still the same boy, unchanged at all. The reason Ibai didn't ask for the 600,000 merits directly was that he believed he could get them eventually. Taking them now would make it seem like he owed her. No, a top contender can't do such a thing. Money woes. Ibai sighed, disappearing into his private space. In the trading realm, Ibai took out a list of top-tier materials needed to maintain SS-level natural power. He looked at Zhao Qian and asked seriously, what's the cheapest this list can go for? 550,000 War God merits. No less, Zhao Qian replied. Ibai only had a bit over 400,000, which was quite a shortfall. He started calculating what else he could sell. A 9th-level War God goes for 36,000. Where can I find 3 or 4 9th-level demon War Gods to kill? The goblin assistant, like a professional accountant, helped Ibai meticulously calculate. If you advance the future month's yield from the mysterious mine, you can get up to 80,000 War God merits. Based on your credit and status, you can get a loan of 5,000 War God merits. Finally, the goblin assistant summarized, in total, if you pawn everything except the SS level equipment, you'll still be short by about 8,000 War God merits. Ibai rolled his eyes. Great. To save natural power, I'm betting my entire fortune. What a disaster. When will I ever get a windfall to solve this problem? By the way, fourth brother, there's news from the auction house. The goblin assistant suddenly remembered. An anonymous user bid 1 million War God merits for the bamboo tube you consigned earlier. They want to negotiate a private deal for a discount. What? Someone's willing to pay 1 million War God merits for that useless thing? Ibai was stunned and quickly shook his head. I can't take that money. Selling a jade tube for 1 million War God merits is too much. That's not just overcharging. It's outright robbery. Such a cut would be lethal. The goblin assistant was slightly surprised. Was this really the fourth brother he knew? Ibai shrugged helplessly. Those two have deep pockets, and our relationship is like blood. Fleecing them is one thing, but it has to be sustainable, right? Let's be honest. Does money even matter to them? We're like family, we share resources. I can accept that. But scamming a stranger for 1 million War God merits? I can't do it. Even when Ibai fleeced Su Qingfeng, it was mutual. It seems that even Ibai could occasionally show a brief spark of humanity. Still worried about money, Ibai casually asked, by the way, who was the fool that bid 1 million War God merits? The goblin assistant shook his head. Sorry, I can't disclose the true identity of the Supreme's adopted son. Wait. Ibai suddenly perked up, his spirits lifted. I've changed my mind. Tell Xueming no. Tell the anonymous user we can deal at 60 of the price, cash. Yi Bai's auction was originally set for 7 days. Even if the 1 million war god merits were finalized, he would have to wait 7 days for the money. A private deal at a discount meant Xue Ming would spend less, and Yi Bai would get the cash immediately. It was a win-win, with Yi Bai winning twice. Okay. The goblin assistant operated for a bit. He agreed. The money will be in your account soon. Yi Bai suddenly spoke up. Send one more message to the buyer. The goblin assistant followed Yi Bai's instructions and sent the message. In the first abyss, at the card table, the fifth demon god yawned, exhausted. Please, someone, just cut me already. Xue Ming, in a foul mood, swung his Fangtian halberd, hitting the fifth demon god a few times. 106. 106, he shouted while striking. Suddenly, his trading realm pass notified him of a message. A private deal at 60? Xue Ming was taken aback and quickly agreed. This way, he could save 400,000 war god merits. As he paid, Xue Ming laughed heartily. Looks like that 600,000 didn't go to that Shura brat. In his mind, Shura would never save him 400,000. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This isn't something Shura would do. It must be Uncle Hua, or one of his confidants who listed the bamboo tube. This 600,000 is a tribute to Uncle Hua. As long as it doesn't go to Shura, I'd rather feed it to the dogs. Xue Ming felt relieved. Soon, a new message appeared on his trading realm pass. Zhao Qian, master of the pavilion of all things. The seller asked me to pass on a message. Zhao Qian, master of the pavilion of all things. The Fangtian halberd is a gift for you. Xue Ming's expression froze once more, nearly turning to stone. He looked at the Fangtian halberd in his hand, then at the chat log. Suddenly, he said, if I told you I bought this Fangtian halberd for 600,000 war god merits, would you believe me? The great demon god and the fifth demon god both laughed. Are you dumb? 600,000 for an S lever. Before the fifth demon god could finish, the Fangtian halberd came crashing down again. This time, it carried Xue Ming's anger and frustration, its power magnified tenfold. The fifth demon god repeatedly shouted, 666. The entire first abyss echoed with Xue Ming's repeated roars, 60, 60. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.